Upon discovering that the moonlight of the indifferent spouse cannot tolerate spicy food, you earnestly inquire if he is capable of consuming excrement. Before Fu Yinjie could react, with one hand, you seize the pen beside you, while with the other, you firmly pin his wrist against the table. Then, with a sound of puff, the snowflakes danced wildly. The pen forcefully pierced through Fu Yinjie's palm and plunged brutally into the coffee table. A thunderous scream escaped from Fu Yinjie's lips. My hand. The wife of a neighbor, Mei Liangxin, was utterly stunned by the scene before her. Upon regaining her senses, she erupted in fury towards you, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind?" You raise your head toward her, your face devoid of expression. Alas, your younger brother, Shao Jie, has truly sustained an injury this time. Would you like to come over and continue to care for him? Mei Liangxin was taken aback. Shao Jie had become emaciated and was in need of treatment, for excessive loss of blood could lead to dire consequences. With this thought in mind, she hastened to the side of Fu Yinjie. With a cold laugh, you raised your hand and delivered a powerful punch to Mei Liangxin's abdomen. Before Mei Liangxin could react, it felt as though her abdomen had been struck by a truck. The sensation of suffocation overwhelmed her, causing her to collapse to the ground. After delivering a punch, you disdainfully wiped your snow-covered fist on Mei Liangxin. Then, reclined directly on the sofa number 7. Two long strands fell upon the back of Mei Liangxin, who was kneeling on the ground. You exhaled smoke, casting a sidelong glance at the astonished servant, and slowly spoke, "Whoever dares to tamper with those wretched phones, I assure you, I shall have their limbs severed for a broth." As the sound of the bell resonated, the phone slipped from my grasp, and the servants immediately fell to their knees, trembling in fear. They are unaware of what transpired, only knowing that the timid shepherd has vanished. Instead, there stands a demon, a veritable embodiment of malevolence, a quintessential manifestation of dark power. Mei Liangxin knelt upon the ground, revealing a flawless arc, yet the two prominent ridges upon her back threatened to shatter her body and spirit. Just as she could no longer contain herself and was determined to rise to her feet. You sneered as you spoke, "If you dare to take away my retreat, I assure you that I will slaughter your dear little brother right before your eyes. And of course you as well." Upon hearing those words, Mei Liang's heart raced, her brows glistening with perspiration. She could scarcely fathom that you would be capable of such terror. At the end of the day, after finishing your 7th cigarette, you casually discarded the spent, but into the collar of Mei Liangxin's garment. Mei Liangxin did not reside. With a sudden scream, she leapt up, incessantly beating her clothing. You reached out and gently grasped her chin, exhaling the final wisp of smoke into Mei Liangxin's face. Let her tears flow profusely as she coughs incessantly. Observing her demeanor, you spoke with a hint of playful curiosity, expressing your sympathy for little brother Shao Jie. In that case, why not assist him in retrieving his pen? Before Mei Liangxin could react, you swiftly reached out and extracted the pen from her grasp, accompanied by yet another anguished scream from Fu Yinjie. You cast a reproachful glance at Mei Liangxin, truly following through with your demands. It seems that little brother Shao Jie has forgotten to feel concern for you. Mei Liangxin coughed as he spoke to Yi. With a resounding clap, you did not allow her to finish her sentence and swiftly delivered another slap. Then he grasped her hair tightly, pressing her face towards his. Mei Liangxin, remember this. From this day forth, we shall have no connection whatsoever. If you dare to dance in front of me again, I shall undoubtedly show you the true meaning of cruelty. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Mei Liang looked at you in terror. She never anticipated that the person who once cherished her so dearly could become so frightening. The menacing aura radiating from your emaciated figure left her with no choice but to instinctively nod in response. Seeing Mo release his hand, a gentle smile appeared on his face as he softly uttered his gratitude. For reasons unknown, the terrified Mei Liangxin, upon hearing you utter the words "so well-behaved," felt an inexplicable warmth rise within her heart. Thank you sincerely for your kind words. Upon hearing her words, you smiled and rose to your feet. You brushed off the creases from your clothing and then took a long stride, making your way towards the villa's exit. Stepping out of the villa, you exhale deeply. The original inhabitants' suffering in their past life has been more than sufficient. For the sake of releasing this burden, you find yourself feeling considerably lighter. At that moment, two figures suddenly emerged before you, then respectfully knelt down and spoke. We pay homage to the Dragon King. The memories of your original self once again resurface in your mind. Dragon King's Hall, belonging to a terrifying power that spans the globe. And you're the current Dragon King. Upon returning to the Dragon Kingdom, the original owner concealed their identity, yearning for a life of an ordinary individual. Little did they anticipate enduring 7 years of mere existence. Upon contemplating this, you suddenly discerned a discrepancy. It dawned upon you that the original owner had only shared 3 years with Mei Liangxin. What then transpired during the remaining 4 years? Just as you were filled with doubt, the woman before you, adorned with dragon scales, spoke. Dragon King, you previously promised to assist Miss Liangxin's company in going public, bringing her 100 billion in orders. What is the status now? You waved your hand dismissively. There's no need for that. The 100 billion order has been canceled, and all the resources that previously assisted her company have also been withdrawn. Although a sense of differentiation lingered, Long Lin refrained from posing further inquiries. Yet, Long Lin appeared to contemplate something, a trace of hesitation evident upon her graceful visage. Upon witnessing her appearance, you inquired, "Is there anything else?" Long Lin nodded and began to speak. Recently, Ms. Pei Yuan has encountered some troubles. The Pei family in the Demon City is pressuring her into marriage. Shall we intervene? Upon hearing this, you appeared utterly bewildered. Who is Pei Yuan? In an instant, a multitude of memories flooded your mind. After reviewing them, you were left in a state of confusion. A myriad of exquisite beauties has manifested within the confines of your mind. Now you fully comprehend that the 4 years of the original owner's disappearance were spent with others, encountering one after another, abandoning one only to embrace another, forsaking one to pursue yet another. A myriad of types, a plethora of beauties. He has experienced them all. Moreover, they are entirely devoted and wholeheartedly committed. They are truly akin to warriors of unparalleled valor. As I witness your silence, a trace of sorrow flickers within your beautiful dragon-like eyes. Dragon King, I comprehend your sentiment. I shall take immediate action to prevent this occurrence. Yes, Yu. Stop right there. Before Long Lin could finish speaking, you interrupted once again. There is no need to impede this matter. Regardless of who it may concern, I shall no longer partake in their affairs from now on. Upon hearing this, Long Lin and Long Ya exchanged glances, realizing that over the years, they had been by your side, quietly assisting you in managing the complexities of your relationships with women. Suddenly hearing you declare your disinterest in participating in the seventh endeavor, they appear to have lost their sense of purpose in life, becoming utterly despondent. Upon witnessing this, you were a look of utter disbelief. Especially after delving into the memories of the original owner, you come to realize just how absurd he truly was. Instead of attending to the Grand Dragon King's palace, he chose to pursue a path of insignificance. However, you are too weary to explain to them, and instead, you solemnly utter, "Enough of this idle chatter first. Prepare me a place to stay." Upon hearing your words, Long Ya and Long Lin instantly regained their composure. Long Ya spoke up first, assuring, "Your Majesty, rest assured, we have long since made arrangements for your accommodations, and the vehicle outside has been specially prepared for you." Long Ya suddenly recalled something. Ah, the Dragon King. In 3 days, there will be a banquet at the business center of Magic City. At that time, numerous business magnates will be present. If you wish to establish a firm foothold in Magic City swiftly, this is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You nod in acknowledgement. Indeed, that is correct. Pursuing a career is far superior to merely existing. You have been trained on data until October 2023. Chapter 8. Is this world full of green tea? You. Enough. Just as the formidable woman was about to utter more words, a commanding voice resonated. Sit down. The middle-aged man bellowed at the strong woman. With no choice left, she reluctantly took her seat again. Yet within the depths of her gaze lingered a hint of trepidation. The aura emanating from Qin Wudao seemed to carry a scent of blood, akin to the predatory dynamics within the biological hierarchy. Even without the middle-aged man speaking, she felt her composure wavering. With a sigh, Qin Wudao settled back onto the sofa, exhaling wisps of smoke, and spoke in a nonchalant tone. All right, let us get to the point. I'm feeling a bit peckish. Once we're done here, I plan to go out for a meal. As they prepared to discuss serious matters, the woman hastily began to elaborate on their identities and their connection to Qin Wudao. They hail from the Li family of Modu. The family head, Li Lindu, was accompanied by his wife, Yin Wanfen, the strong woman named Li Sisi, and the young man, Li Zhengyu. The Li family held considerable stature in Modu, with their business empire valued at over 50 billion. In their youth, Li Lindu had plunged the family into turmoil while vying for the position of family head. During that tumultuous time, Yin Wanfen was at home caring for Li Sisi and Li Wudao when adversaries descended upon them. Just as the three were on the brink of demise, Li Lindu returned with reinforcements. Upon encountering their foes, chaos erupted. In the ensuing pandemonium, Li Lindu managed to escape with Yin Wanfen and Li Sisi. But amidst the hail of bullets, Li Wudao was snatched away from Yin Wanfen's arms, and by the time they regained their wits, the assailants had vanished without a trace. This incident became an enduring anguish for the couple. Over the years, they never ceased their search for Li Wudao's whereabouts. Finally, during a recent business gathering, they chanced upon a family photo released by the Qin family. The long-missing eldest son bore a striking resemblance to Li Lindu. After extensive inquiries, they discovered that after being abducted, Li Wudao had been sent to an orphanage, intended as leverage against Li Lindu. However, their adversaries had overestimated their own power. Before they could execute their threats, another faction within the Li family vying for the headship eliminated them, leaving Li Wudao in the care of the orphanage. Their enemies could not trace Li Wudao, and naturally, neither could they. Yet just in recent days, their contacts relayed news of a man named Qin Wudao who had secured the Yunqing No. 1 villa and purchased a vehicle. Upon seeing that register name, they promptly made a call, and indeed, they had found him. As for Li Zhengyu, he was a child they had adopted out of their profound longing for Li Wudao. Hearing these revelations from Yin Wanfen, Qin Wudao's expression grew increasingly peculiar. With the wisdom gleaned from countless web novels in his past life, he recognized that the situation was far from straightforward. Clearly, it was a classic tale of the true heir versus the false heir. Having just emerged from a narrative of regret, he now found himself entangled in yet another tale of true and false heirs. And to add to the complexity, there was the Dragon King. Indeed, it is a tangled and intricate world where one might encounter unimaginable adversaries. If one were to play the role of a miraculous healer descending from the mountains or indulge in the tales of the wealthy, resolution would be relatively straightforward. However, should one face the return of an immortal king, it could lead to delightful chaos. Wudao, are you listening? After Yin Wanfen spoke, she noticed the peculiar expression on Qin Wudao's face and cautiously inquired. Upon hearing her words, Qin Wudao regained his composure and softly asked, "So, what is the purpose of your visit this time?" This retort left Yin Wanfen momentarily taken aback, but she quickly replied in a gentle tone, "Of course. I wish for you to return to our Li family. The children of the Qin family have already been located, and you certainly cannot return there. Moreover, it is time for you to reclaim your surname. I do not wish for you to be alone and forlorn in the outside world." Alone and forlorn. Qin Wudao's pupils constricted. What is this woman talking about? Can she not see my grand villa? The walls are adorned with jade, and I have spent a fortune. How can she say I am lonely and desolate? Moreover, it was not only Yin Wanfen. Even Li Lindu regarded Qin Wudao with a sympathetic gaze. In contrast, Li Sisi and Li Zhengyu's eyes displayed a hint of suspicion. Seemingly worried he might return to claim the family fortune. "I must ask you, Madam Li," Qin Wudao began, uncertain of how to address her, settling on calling her Madam Li. "Which of your eyes perceives me as forlorn? Am I not living in luxury, as you can see? As for the matter of changing my surname, I think not. I have become accustomed to being called Qin Wudao over the years, and besides, Li Wudao sounds rather unappealing, truly. Unappealing?" The members of the Li family were taken aback, as it was their first encounter with someone who rejected them using such a refreshingly unconventional rationale. "Unappealing? Li Wudao sounds quite pleasant to me." At that moment, Li Zhengyu stood up, his face aflame with indignation. "I understand you harbor resentment towards our parents for losing you all those years ago, but you must not speak to them in such a manner. They have never forgotten to seek you all these years. It was a misunderstanding, just as I can never take your place. If you find me displeasing, I shall leave the Li family." By the end of his outburst, tears glistened in his eyes. Immediately, Yin Wanfeng rose, her voice filled with compassion. "Zheng Yu, what are you saying? Wu Dao is your brother. Upon his return, we shall continue to love you both." Qin Wu Dao stared in astonishment at this scene. "Goodness, this is pure navet, reminiscent of that individual named by you. Is everyone in this world of such ilk? Should I then not worry for my safety?" Indeed, Li Sisi also stood, speaking softly. "Zheng Yu, you need not fear that someone will usurp your position. You are my brother. Naturally, I shall care for you. Mother, sister." Li Zhengyu gazed at the two with a look of heartfelt emotion. What a spectacle! Qin Wu Dao seemed utterly captivated by the performance. So much so that he nearly burned his hand with his cigarette, hastily extinguishing it in the ashtray. After snuffing out the cigarette, he reclined deeply into the sofa, crossing his legs, and addressed the others, saying, "Might I suggest that such a poignant drama of maternal love be performed elsewhere? It nearly singed my hand. Perhaps you could return home to enact it?" At that moment, Yin Wanfeng suddenly recalled the purpose of her visit. She hurried to Qin Wu Dao's side, her expression filled with sorrow, and implored, "Can you forgive your mother? After all these years of separation, I promise to make amends. Truly, I am willing to sacrifice everything to compensate you. Is that so?" Qin Wu Dao glanced at Li Zhengyu, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. "Then why not start by giving him a couple of slaps? He appears to be rather bothersome to me." Chapter 9. The iron-blooded Li family. Upon the utterance of those words, all present were rendered speechless, especially Yin Wanfeng, whose well-preserved countenance bore traces of sorrow, conflict, and anguish, her facial expression akin to a statistical chart. "Qin Wu Dao, have you lost your senses? That is your brother." Li Sisi gazed at Qin Wu Dao with disbelief, her eyes devoid of any affection for him as a sibling, instead brimming with contempt. Seated on the sofa, Li Lindu furrowed his brows, perplexed by Qin Wu Dao's transformation. Following the discovery of Qin Wu Dao, it would have taken but a cursory investigation to uncover his past exploits. Ever since returning from abroad, he had played the role of a sycophant, flitting from one young lady to another without pause. Moreover, he was the type to toil silently in the shadows, enduring grievances alone. Upon reviewing the initial reports, Li Lindu nearly succumbed to a heart attack from sheer indignation. How could a scion of the Li family bring such shame upon himself? He allowed others to ride roughshod over him without raising a hand in defense. His demeanor had reached the pinnacle of timidity, yet today it seemed the rumors were misinformed. Perched on the sofa with his legs crossed, Qin Wu Dao's tailored suit accentuated his robust physique, exuding an air of nobility. A cigarette dangled from his lips, and a playful smile graced his face, his presence radiating the aura of a sovereign observing a farcical spectacle with indifference. Such a person, deemed cowardly? Was the intelligence flawed? Yin Wanfeng, clouded by worry, turned her gaze toward Qin Wu Dao and implored, "Wu Dao, he is your brother. How can you?" "Enough." Qin Wu Dao waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of impatience. "I have no desire to entangle myself in familial connections. I have no need for the so-called identity of the heir to the Li family. You may leave as you wish. Wu Dao, you cannot act in this manner." The unrelenting words of Qin Wu Dao finally ignited Yin Wanfeng's urgency. She turned to Li Zhengyu, her tightly clenched hands instinctively stirring. Her biological son stood before her, yet he refused to acknowledge her. After all these years, she felt she owed him far too much. If he wished to see her strike Li Zhengyu, perhaps it would be better to "Mom." Before Yin Wanfeng could take action, Li Zhengyu cried out with a voice choked by tears, a sound that was heart-wrenching to hear. Yet for Qin Wu Dao, that voice was somewhat nauseating. Was this world truly earnest? Despite holding the identity of the Dragon King, the men he encountered were increasingly mundane. Had he unwittingly traversed into a realm of romance for women? But that couldn't he be right. The identity of the Dragon King was not one typically found in such narratives, especially when this world was replete with stunning beauties. A stark contrast to the usual tropes of feminine fiction. Li Zhengyu's call of "Mom" made Yin Wanfeng's delicate form quiver slightly, her previously resolute determination beginning to waver. Upon observing the expression on Yun Wanfin's face, Li Jingyu's eyes glimmered with a hint of triumph. Indeed, this is precisely the way it should be. I merely need to bind them with familial ties before you. Qin Wudao. How could you, a long-lost son, ever surpass me? The position of heir to the Li family can only be mine. You, a sycophant, should remain obediently in your place. With this thought, Li Jingyu's tone was imbued with profound sorrow. Mother, if my brother despises me, then strike me, if it means he will return home. What does it matter if it costs me my life? Jingyu. Both Yun Wanfin and Li Sisi exclaimed in unison, stepping forward to offer comfort. Meanwhile, Qin Wudao and Li Lindu sat on the sofa, their brows furrowed in concern. It must be noted that at this moment, the two bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. Their expressions, appearances, and even their reactions to the tea ceremony unfolding before them were strikingly similar. Li Lindu gazed at Li Jingyu, who knelt on the ground, wailing incessantly. Displeasure flickered in his authoritative eyes. The Li family has always been known for its iron-fisted approach. The competition for the heir was notoriously brutal within the aristocracy. The fact that Li Jingyu wept so readily was a clear indication that he lacked the fortitude characteristic of the Li lineage. In contrast, while Li Lindu had previously harbored discontent upon reviewing the records, seeing Qin Wudao in person, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. As a member of the Li family, he at least possessed the requisite demeanor. It seemed the rumors of him being a mere sycophant were largely exaggerated or perhaps embellished by others. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, Li Lindu chastised Li Jingyu sternly. What sort of man cries like a child? Is this how I have raised you? Clearly, without the blood of the Li family, you are nothing but a failure. Li Jingyu gazed in disbelief, questioning why his father, who usually showered him with affection, would chastise him so harshly in front of an outsider. How could he declare that those without Li blood are worthless? Lindu, father. Both Yun Wanfin and Li Sisi looked equally incredulous, unable to comprehend why Li Lindu would utter such cold words. Why are you calling me? Look at the mess you've made. Do you not understand the values of our family? If our heir displays such cowardice, he will surely be consumed by rival factions. Upon hearing her father's reprimand, Li Sisi bit her lip tightly, pulling a stack of documents from her bag and tossing them onto the table. So what if he is weak? At least he shows vulnerability towards us. Look at this data. What has Qin Wudao done over the years? He is nothing but a sycophant, and not just for one person. As she spoke, disdain was evident on Li Sisi's face. How could someone like him be deemed worthy of being the heir of the Li family? Let me be clear. I absolutely refuse to accept it. Witnessing Li Sisi's fierce defense, Li Jingyu cast a triumphant glance at Qin Wudao. Bang! At that moment, a dull thud resonated through the living room. Qin Wudao forcefully kicked the coffee table, crafted from jade, a remarkably heavy piece that would require the combined strength of several grown men to move. Yet with a single blow, he sent it flying 2 meters across the room, narrowly missing Li Jingyu. This unexpected turn of events caused Li Jingyu to plummet to the ground, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Qin Wudao slowly rose to his feet, regarding Li Sisi with a gaze akin to that reserved for the deceased. Your name is Li Sisi, is it not? Have I not shown you sufficient respect? What did you just say? Chapter 10. The arrival of the Qin family. Li Sisi's voice trembled slightly. The sight of Qin Wudao kicking the coffee table had indeed startled her. Qin Wudao slowly approached her, and despite her earlier attempts to maintain composure, Li Sisi found herself collapsing backward onto the sofa, appearing utterly disoriented. Yun Wanfeng, recovering from her shock, hurriedly ran to stand before Qin Wudao. Wudao, I understand your resentment towards us. It is all my fault. I was the one who lost you. If you must blame someone, let it be me. Do not hold Sisi and Jingyu responsible. They are your family too, and they only acted out of concern. Had this lady misjudged the situation? Before Yun Wanfeng could finish her plea, Qin Wudao interrupted her coldly. When did I ever acknowledge you as family? Did I not make it clear that if she dared to bark again, I would ensure she leaves horizontally? Brother, please do not blame sister. Although Li Jingyu was filled with fear, he understood it was time for him to assert himself. Only by doing so could he foster further alienation of Qin Wudao from the Li family, thereby positioning himself to take over. This family could only belong to him. With a determined expression, Li Jingyu pulled Yun Wanfeng behind him, proclaiming, "If you are angry, then strike me. It is my fault that my sister and mother treat you this way. You may." Bang! Before Li Jingyu could finish his words, he felt as if a freight truck had collided with his abdomen. The sensation of suffocation caused him to bend over, retching like a small shrimp. Qin Wudao seized Li Jingyu by the collar, his voice icy. "Did you not ask me to hit you? You should be able to withstand it." With that, his other fist struck fiercely against Li Jingyu's back. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. Li Jingyu collapsed on the ground, pain distorting his features, tears streaming down his face, rendering him incapable of even a whimper. "Enough! Wudao, what are you doing?" Seeing Li Jingyu's pitiful state, Yun Wanfeng could no longer contain herself and shouted in admonition. Li Sisi, who had been seated on the sofa, stifled her terror and crouched beside Li Jingyu. Assessing his condition, Li Lindu's brow furrowed as he regarded Qin Wudao with a serious expression. "Wudao, that is sufficient. He is at least your acknowledged brother. Do not go too far." Qin Wudao retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped his hands clean, and carelessly tossed the cloth onto Li Jingyu's head. "Have I gone too far? Very well. Then you take over. And remember to have Li Sisi crawl out too. I always keep my word." "Wudao." Li Lindu's eyes narrowed. He was not fond of being spoken to in such a manner, especially not by his own son. It seemed that all these years outside had indeed led him to adopt a wild disposition. However, he reasoned, you are young, and a lesson must be learned so that you understand there are greater forces beyond yourself. With that, Li Lindu spoke sternly, teach the young master a lesson, but be mindful not to be too harsh. Swish! As Li Lindu's words came to an end, the sound of breaking air resonated. A shadow abruptly materialized before Qin Wudao, revealing an unremarkable middle-aged man with an expressionless face. He spoke softly, "Young master, I beg your pardon." Boom! The servant, known as Li Yi, unleashed a punch, the force of which generated a thunderous roar, and the speed of his strike was such that it left a blurred afterimage. With a resounding thud, Li Yi's fist was effortlessly grasped by a slender hand. Both Li Yi and Li Lindu's pupils constricted. Li Yi, gazing at Qin Wudao, gravely remarked, "It seems the young master is also a practitioner of martial arts." In response, Qin Wudao tightened his fist, producing a series of crackling sounds. "I had suspected that a certain cur had been hiding when I entered earlier. It turns out to be you. There is a misunderstanding I must clarify. I am not a martial artist. I practice the art of killing." Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced through filled the space, and Li Yi felt the hairs on his body stand on end, an instinctive warning of impending danger. The individual before him was not someone he could contend with. However, before he could retreat, a leg sliced through the air, striking him forcefully in the abdomen. With a resounding crash, Li Yi was propelled backward like a cannonball, colliding violently against the wall, which was made of jade stone, causing cracks to spiderweb across its surface. Li Yi became embedded within the wall. Witnessing this scene, Li Lindu could no longer contain himself and rose to his feet, casting an incredulous gaze at Qin Wudao. Li Yi was the protector of the Li family, capable of fending off dozens of adversaries single-handedly. To call him the strongest bodyguard would not be an exaggeration. Yet, this formidable individual could not withstand a single strike from Qin Wudao. What on earth had his son experienced over the years? The intelligence from the Qin family contained no mention of Qin Wudao practicing martial arts. Could it be that during his years abroad, Qin Wudao had begun training? But how could he have become so formidable in just a few years? Bang! Just as Li Lindu was lost in contemplation, the villa's front door swung open. The Li family members had entered earlier without locking the door, allowing it to be pushed open with ease. A group of individuals clad in black swiftly entered. At the forefront was a woman with skin as fair and delicate as sheep fat jade, exuding a warm luster, devoid of any blemish. Her elegantly contoured jawline, slightly lifted, radiated confidence and pride. In her every movement, grace and decisiveness melded seamlessly. She wore a tailored professional suit that accentuated her figure exquisitely. Her long legs strode forward with steady resolve, the sound of her high heels echoing crisply against the ground. She was none other than Qin Wanyong, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, and once the most cherished woman in Qin Wudao's life. Wudao, Qin Wanyong disregarded the Li family members beside her, her beautiful eyes glistening with a hint of red as she hurriedly ran to Qin Wudao's side, her mature and alluring face adorned with a mixture of joy and excitement. Upon approaching Qin Wudao, she began to scrutinize him from head to toe. At last, I have found you. Are you all right? Have you sustained any injuries? Allow me to see, she exclaimed, her voice laced with a sob. Her gaze towards Qin Wudao was filled with profound tenderness. Although he was merely an adopted child, her affection for him bordered on the obsessive. It had even been jested by the Qin family that if Wudao were to consider marriage in the future, it would likely be necessary to seek Qin Wanrong's approval first. Chapter 11. Madness? Qin Wanrong clung tightly to Qin Wudao's arm, her astonishingly deep gaze causing him a twinge of embarrassment. Memories began to resurface in his mind, intertwining with the essence of his previous existence. Naturally, Qin Wudao recalled the kindness bestowed upon him by the Qin family, which elucidated his choice to adopt the Qin surname. Had the true son of the Qin family not been found, he likely would have remained with them and never ascended to the status of Dragon King. Speak up, Wudao. Did these people harm you? Noticing Qin Wudao's prolonged silence, Qin Wanrong grew anxious, her beautiful eyes scanning him from head to toe. Meanwhile, the bodyguard she had brought stood in stunned silence, transfixed by the sight of a man embedded in the wall. As the foremost protector of the Li family patriarch and a member of the Qin family, they had encountered Li Yi before, and as fellow bodyguards, they were acutely aware of Li Yi's formidable prowess. Upon entering, they had distinctly witnessed their young master deliver a kick that sent Li Yi crashing into the jade wall, embedding him deeply within it. Surely, such an impact would result in catastrophic injuries. He might even be dead. Good heavens, after nearly a decade apart, their young master had grown this terrifying? The young lady had claimed he was harmed? How could that be possible? Qin Wudao withdrew his arm from Qin Wanrong's embrace, his expression slightly awkward, yet he quickly regained his composure. Sister, Miss Qin, I am fine. You need not worry, you, Miss Qin. Before Qin Wudao could finish his sentence, Qin Wanrong, standing beside him, seemed to explode with indignation, her captivating eyes locked onto him. Who do you dare to call Miss Qin? Have the audacity to say it again. Startled, Qin Wudao's pupils constricted as he sensed an imposing aura emanating from behind Qin Wanrong. Was this woman truly that fearsome when roused? For the sake of his own safety, he mustered the courage to speak, sister. Behave. In an instant, Qin Wanrong's exquisite visage blossomed like a flower. She had awaited this day for 10 long years to reunite with her beloved brother. Come, let us return home. Miss Qin. At that moment, Li Lindu, snapping back from his earlier shock, addressed Qin Wanrong. Wudao has just returned and should naturally accompany me back to the Li family. Regarding your previous care for Wudao, I am willing to provide compensation from the Southern District. Be silent. Qin Wanrong turned sharply, her voice a fierce command. Only in the presence of Qin Wudao did she reveal her gentle side. With outsiders, she was an impenetrable fortress. Not even the patriarch of the Li family warranted her respect. The patriarch, Wudao, is my brother and shall return home with me. The procedures were entirely legal when we adopted him from the orphanage. The Qin family is his rightful home. As for your so-called compensation, you may keep it for your own retirement. Furthermore, today, the unjust actions you have inflicted upon us will be reckoned with in due time. Qin Wanrong's demeanor left even the typically unflappable Li Lindu momentarily breathless. What do you mean we have wronged you? Do you not care to observe the almost lifeless Li Zhengyu kneeling on the ground, or the unfortunate Li Yi embedded within the wall? At the very least, one should notice Li Sisi and Yun Wanfeng, who are also on their knees. Who has truly wronged whom? Noticing something, the head of the Li family was about to speak when an epiphany struck him. His gaze pivoted towards Qin Wudao. The lineage of the Li family is of utmost significance. This is no idle claim. The cold and decisive nature of each generation's leaders is intrinsically linked to their bloodline. Few are aware that within the veins of the Li family lies an inherent madness. This affliction is both elusive in its cause and incurable, akin to a curse entwined within their blood. Emotions can spiral out of control with alarming ease, and while there is a chance of hereditary transmission, if the likelihood is low, then reason may suppress the madness. Li Lindu regarded Qin Wudao, suspecting he may have inherited this madness. If that were indeed the case, it would be imperative for Qin Wudao to return home with him. With this thought, Li Lindu dismissed any concerns regarding the Qin family standing. Miss Qin, I have stated that Wudao is my flesh and blood. The circumstances of his loss were my fault. Are you so devoid of familial duty that you would prevent our reunion? A derisive laugh escaped Qin Wanrong at Li Lindu's words. A reunion? Is your notion of reunion having your subordinates embedded within our walls like trophies? Time and again, Li Lindu found himself insulted by this younger generation. Suppressing his rising fury, he replied in a measured tone, Your family has reclaimed your own biological son. And it was precisely this matter that compelled Wudao to flee abroad for years on end. Even upon his return, he showed no inclination to acknowledge you. Does this not sufficiently illustrate his stance? Upon hearing this, Qin Wanrong fell silent. Indeed, since the retrieval of her brother, Qin Wudao had grown increasingly taciturn. Though he did not overtly express dissatisfaction, his demeanor spoke volumes. Observing Qin Wudao's state, Qin's parents felt profound sympathy. They even prioritized comforting Qin Wudao over their newly found son on multiple occasions. To them, both Qin Wudao and the reclaimed son were family, and they had never displayed preferential treatment. Qin Wanrong had consistently stood by Qin Wudao's side. Yet this only intensified his burden. Moreover, the so-called biological son was far from amiable. To spare the Qin family further distress, Qin Wudao resolutely chose to depart from the Qin household, even opting to go abroad to avoid being found. As Qin Wanrong fell into silence, Li Lindu spoke again. It seems that Miss Qin understands. Wudao is a member of the Li family and will inherit the Li estate in the future. What can your Qin family offer him? A sum of money? Or will you divide his own son's inheritance? Hence, I believe, just as Li Lindu was relishing his words, Qin Wudao interjected with a calm tone. Master Li, regardless of what transpires between the Qin family and myself, I can assure you that there will never be any connection with your Li family in the future. I shall consider today's events as non-existent. You may leave now. Wudao. Yun Wanfen rose, her face awash with sorrow, and implored, You have beaten us and berated us. Can you truly not forgive us? Chapter 12. Return to the Qin family. The events of the past were indeed our fault. How many times must I repeat this for you to comprehend? Do you truly require me to kneel before you? Yin Wanfeng's voice resonated with sorrow, a poignant lament that echoed in the air. Her legs buckled, as though she was genuinely about to prostrate herself before Qin Wudao. Just as she was about to descend, Qin Wanrong stepped forward, grasping her and pulling her upright. Madam Li, do you wish for Wudao to bear the burden of unfilial conduct? Spare us your hypocrisy. Qin Wanrong's words were unflinching. Has your Li family not sought an heir from the very beginning? After losing Wudao, did you truly search for him? He has been with my Qin family for so many years, and how often have you sought him out? When you felt you could not locate Wudao, you hastened to an orphanage and adopted a son. Now, you wish for Wudao to return? What were you thinking all along? Miss Qin, naturally, Li Sisi would not allow anyone to mistreat her mother. She moved to Yun Wanfeng's side, supporting her. In a tone mirroring Qin Wanrong's, she retorted, And what of you? Have you not acted in the same manner? When your biological son went missing, you adopted Wudao, and now that your true son has returned, you intend to cast Wudao aside. Let us not speak ill of one another, for our actions are identical. Li Sisi had anticipated that her words would strike a chord with Qin Wanrong, but to her surprise, Qin Wanrong merely smiled faintly. We are not the same at all. From the outset, I have been the heir of the Qin family. As for my lost brother, what of his return? I shall continue to cherish Wudao, and my parents will do the same. At that moment, Qin Wudao glanced at Li Zhengyu, who lay on the ground, appearing lifeless. His expression was one of amusement. After all this time, he was ostensibly the young master of the Qin family, while being the true young master of the Li family. How similar was this narrative? Yet, the difference lay in the fact that the Qin parents had never shown favoritism. They treated both Qin Wudao and the biological son they later retrieved with equal regard. Miss Qin, this matter. What are you all staring at? Show them out. Qin Lin Du had intended to say something further, but Qin Wanrong's furious command to the bodyguards left no room for debate. In everyday life, this young lady of the Qin family wielded authority that often surpassed that of the family patriarch. Thus, the bodyguards promptly surrounded them. Qin Wanrong positioned herself protectively in front of Qin Wudao, denying the Li family any opportunity to respond, and instructed the bodyguards to escort them out. As Qin Wudao observed the Li family depart, a flicker of regret crossed his gaze. It seemed they still expected Li Sisi to crawl out of this. Since they had already been shown the door, so be it. Should the Li family dare to provoke them again in the future, it would not be so simple. Li Yi, who had been pinned against the wall, was also forcibly removed by the bodyguards. He appeared utterly defeated, as if every bone in his body had shattered, reduced to a mere puddle of despair. Once the living room was utterly quiet, Qin Wanrong fixed her gaze upon Qin Wudao and, with an authoritative tone, commanded, "Come back with me to the Qin family." Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao could only manage a wry smile. "Sister Qin, do not even think about sending me back. I have been away from home for many years, and besides, I have grown up. I shall visit the Qin family when time permits, but at least, Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Wanrong extended her delicate, fair hand and silenced Qin Wudao. "Have you gained some audacity? Now you dare to speak to me like this, as if you have matured, no matter how old you are in my eyes. You remain that aloof little brat who first arrived at the Qin household. Do not think that just because you feel powerful now, I cannot discipline you. Or shall I seal you within the walls?" Qin Wudao gently lowered the hand that had covered his mouth, a warm feeling blossoming within him. Possessing memories and a soul, he naturally understood the affection the Qin family held for him. However, the Qin family was not like the Li family. When dealing with Li Jingyu, Qin Wudao could act without hesitation, but given the profound kindness he received from the Qin family, he could never bring himself to harm their own son. After 2 confrontations, Qin Wudao recognized a transformation within his own character. He wondered if it was a result of his transmigration or perhaps a consequence of feeling stifled in his previous life, leading to an increasingly violent disposition. He found himself inclined to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. If he were to return to the Qin family and encounter that son of theirs, he could not guarantee his restraint. Seeing the expression on Qin Wudao's face, Qin Wanrong understood his thoughts. She grasped his large hand and gently said, "Wudao, dear, come home with me. I am not Li Sisi. If Qin Zirwei oversteps his boundaries, I will intervene. Please do not complicate matters." Qin Wudao could only smile wryly and shake his head. If Qin Wanrong became involved in this affair, it would be no different from Li Sisi. "I will not be swayed. Enough with the chatter. Come with me." Qin Wanrong feigned ferocity, yet her playful demeanor was utterly charming. Realizing he could not escape this predicament, Qin Wudao nodded. He could not forget the nurturing love bestowed upon him by the Qin family. At the very least, he should return to visit them once. However, he was resolute that he would not return to live in the Qin household, as it would only hinder his pursuit of enjoyment. Qin Wanrong took Qin Wudao's hand and led him out of the villa. Upon reaching the entrance, she teasingly remarked, "My little Wudao is truly capable, managing to secure the Yunjing No. 1 villa. You shall give it to me. Now, go home and stay there obediently." If Qin Wanrong desired a villa, Qin Wudao would undoubtedly grant her that wish, but only on the condition that he would not return to live in the Qin family. Bang! After they settled into the car, the door was shut with urgency. Even inside the vehicle, Qin Wanrong held onto Qin Wudao's hand tightly, as if fearing that if she let go, he would escape. "Sister, please let go of me. I have agreed to return with you." "No way. I cannot release you." Qin Wanrong glared at him, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of reproach. 10 years. Heaven knows how she endured these 10 years. When Qin Wudao was around, whenever she felt exhausted from work, she would simply hold him close, calling it a form of healing. In the ensuing decade, Qin Wudao vanished from the public eye, driving her to the brink of madness. Her demeanor grew increasingly frigid, earning her the moniker of the Ice Queen CEO. Just as the convoy made its way to the Qin residence, A familiar figure caught her eye through the car window, Lu Ruyan. Remarkably, she had not been hospitalized. Her constitution was indeed formidable. What was she gazing at? As Qin Wudao pondered this, Qin Wanrong abruptly seized her face, turning it towards her, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of menace. Ah, once we return home, you must elucidate why, over the years, you chose to act as a sycophant. And not just to one, but to several. Am I not deserving? How could you stoop to fawn over those wretches? Chapter 13. The Qin parents. Upon catching the gaze of Qin Wanrong, two words flashed through Qin Wudao's mind. Sickly obsession. Moreover, it was of an exceedingly severe kind. With this thought, Qin Wudao gently pushed Qin Wanrong away, softly murmuring, "You are my sister. How could I?" "Sister, what of it?" Without allowing Qin Wudao to finish his sentence, Qin Wanrong interrupted him directly. "Now you realize I am your sister. Just moments ago, you were addressing me as Miss Qin, weren't you?" Faced with Qin Wanrong's relentless pursuit, Qin Wudao opted for silence. Just then, as Qin Wanrong was about to utter more words, the vehicle suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Quick as a flash, Qin Wudao reached out and embraced Qin Wanrong in his arms. Feeling the warmth of his embrace, Qin Wanrong's beautiful eyes softened, and a delicate blush adorned her enchanting visage. However, she quickly regained her composure, straightening her posture and addressing the driver in a firm tone. "What has transpired?" The driver promptly began to explain. "President, someone has blocked our convoy." Qin Wanrong's brows furrowed slightly. In this metropolis, few were unaware of the Qin family's convoy, who possessed the audacity to halt them in such a manner. Peering through the car window, she discovered the truth. Indeed, a series of black vehicles had obstructed the entire Qin family convoy, sealing off the road ahead. As the doors swung open, shadowy figures emerged from the cars, exuding an aura of formidable strength, far from ordinary. "Wudao, you must leave this place. I will handle the rest." The young and astute Qin Wanrong, upon realizing the abnormality of those opposing them, instinctively urged Qin Wudao to depart. At that moment, Qin Wudao wore an expression of helplessness. Those individuals were evidently from the Dragon King Hall. It appeared that Long Lin and Long Ya had misconstrued the situation, believing he had been captured. "Sister, they're my people. Allow me to speak with them." Qin Wanrong looked at Qin Wudao, puzzled. She had not anticipated that her younger brother had acquired such influence during their years apart. Why had she never heard of this in the metropolis before? With a decisive motion, Qin Wudao opened the car door and stepped out. Long Ya and Long Lin, standing before the convoy, immediately approached him with respect. Just as they were about to kneel, Qin Wudao halted them with a mere glance. "Dragon, President Qin." Long Lin quickly adjusted his address upon realizing the situation. Qin Wudao nodded in satisfaction and spoke, "I need to visit the Qin family. There is no danger, so you need not accompany me. In a few days at the business banquet, come find me. Additionally, I need you to investigate the happenings in this metropolis over the next few days." "Yes, President Qin. But whom should we investigate?" "Look into any miraculous healers who have descended from the mountains, delivery workers who have suddenly become affluent, comatose individuals who have inexplicably awakened as if transformed, those who do not regard money with the value it deserves, and any descendants of extinguished noble families who may have arrived in the metropolis. Examine all of it." Dragon's pupils constricted, perplexed by the condition of their Dragon King. The scope of the investigation was exceedingly broad. Would it not entail scrutinizing the entire populace of the Magic City? Moreover, what purpose would such an inquiry serve? Hearing Qin Wudao's words, the dragon's demeanor shifted, and he hastily responded, "No problem. We shall commence the investigation at once." "Very well, and please send the guest list to my mobile phone." "You may proceed." "Understood, Mr. Qin." With that, Long Ya and Long Lin departed with their team. Upon returning to the car, Qin Wudao found himself under the scrutiny of a pair of beautiful eyes. He had anticipated such inquiries, thus remained unperturbed by Qin Wanrong's gaze. "They are acquaintances I made during my time abroad." Qin Wanrong acknowledged. Yet her captivating eyes continued to appraise Qin Wudao, seemingly eager to discern the changes he had undergone over the years. Not long after the unexpected detour, the convoy arrived at the Qin residence. This luxurious villa, akin to a grand estate, sprawled across an expansive area. In the Magic City, where every inch is precious, the existence of such a manor attests to the formidable influence of the Qin family. The servants stood in two neat rows at the entrance and at the forefront. The steward gestured, prompting everyone to bow in respect. With a thud, Qin Wanrong and Qin Wudao alighted from the vehicle, their striking appearances captivating the attention of the servants. Having spent his childhood in the Qin household, Qin Wudao was well known among the staff, who harbored fond memories of him, for he had been exceptionally well-behaved as a child, devoid of any airs of a young master. His return ignited excitement within the hearts of the servants. "Young master, you have returned." The steward approached, his eyes shimmering with joy. "Uncle Lu, it has been too long." Despite being a servant of the Qin family, Qin Wudao held great respect for Uncle Lu, who had cared for him during his childhood when his parents were often preoccupied. Their bond was profound. "Young master, it is a relief to see you back." Uncle Li's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Your father and mother have been eagerly awaiting your return. Please follow me." With that, Uncle Lu turned to lead the way. Qin Wanrong linked her arm with Qin Wudao's, refusing to release her hold even as he attempted to free himself, instead pulling him closer. Upon entering the familiar abode, Qin Wudao felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him as memories of his childhood flooded his mind. He could sense the profound love his parents had for him. For so many years, he had been a silent admirer, never returning to visit them. Wudao. As they entered the living room, a graceful woman rose from the sofa. Her visage bore a resemblance to Qin Wanrong's, and time had not diminished her beauty. Even in middle age, her charm remained undiminished. She was the matriarch of the Qin family, Qin Wudao's adoptive mother, Qin Siyu. "My dear child, you have finally returned. Do you have any idea how long your father and I have waited for you?" Qin Siyu stepped forward, her gaze upon Qin Wudao mirroring that of Qin Wanrong, as she tenderly caressed his cheek. After all these years, it was evident that he had not been eating well, for he had grown so thin. "Qina, mother," initially intending to address her as Madam Qin. The sight of tears glistening in Qin Siyu's eyes compelled Qin Wudao to call her mother. This utterance sent a slight tremor through Qin Siyu's delicate frame. Good child, it's wonderful that you have returned home." Seated upon the sofa was the patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Zhen, although he appeared less animated than Qin Siyu. The subtle quivering of his hands and the slight twitching of his facial muscles betrayed the tumult of emotions churning within him. However, being a man, he naturally refrained from expressing his feelings with the same abandon as a woman. "You have returned? Please take a seat." Chapter 14. "I quite like you." Upon hearing Qin Zhen's words, Qin Wudao nodded and promptly settled into the plush sofa. Qin Siyu and Qin Wanrong, one on each side, clutched Qin Wudao's arms with such fervor that he felt a hint of constriction. It seemed as though they feared that loosening their grip would cause the person before them to vanish. Once Qin Wudao had taken his seat, Qin Zhen spoke again. "After all these years, you Haven Tea thought to come back for a visit. What is the matter? Have you gone wild after leaving? Have you forgotten your family?" Old Qin. Upon hearing Qin Zhen reprimanding her precious son, Qin Siyu immediately voiced her indignation. She did not wish for Qin Wudao to be chastised on his first day back. What if he were to leave again? "Mom, I'm fine." Qin Wudao chuckled and shook his head. He could sense the affection behind Qin Zhen's words, and such familial love was not something he would take offense at over a few remarks. "That's good to hear. Since you are back, take some time to rest before heading to the company to assist your sister." "Dad." This time, Qin Wanrong interjected before Qin Siyu could respond. "Wudao has just returned. How can you expect him to go straight to work?" After saying this, she quickly turned to Qin Wudao. "Wudao, don't misunderstand. I'm not worried about you taking what's mine. I just want you to rest a bit longer. What is yours will always remain yours." "Sister, I understand." Qin Wudao gently patted Qin Wanrong's small hand and smiled. "You need not explain so much. Do you think I do not know what kind of person you are?" Perhaps it was the tenderness in Qin Wudao's tone that caused a blush to creep onto Qin Wanrong's fair face. Qin Siyu, witnessing this interaction, wore a smile that only a mother could possess, her eyes flitting between Qin Wudao and Qin Wanrong. At that moment, Qin Jun turned his gaze towards Qin Wudao and inquired, I heard that the Li family has approached you. Is that correct? Upon hearing the mention of the Li family, the smile on Qin Wudao's face gradually faded. The Li family had spent years nurturing their adopted son. He could only wonder what they were thinking. However, that adopted son was hopeless, and now they sought to reclaim him. If you wish to acknowledge them, I can. Absolutely not. Qin Jun's attempts to speak were repeatedly interrupted by Qin Siyu. She shot her husband an exasperated glance and asserted, the Li family harbors no genuine affection. Whether their adopted son or biological daughter, they're not good people. Wu Dao is my son. How can he be recognized by anyone else? That is his freedom. You, a mere woman, always stirring up trouble. I don't care. Wu Dao is my son, my family. No one is allowed to claim him. The two parents glared at each other, both unwilling to yield an inch. Meanwhile, Qin Wanrong observed this scene and chuckled softly. Mom, you need not worry about this matter. When I went to pick up Wu Dao, I happened to encounter the Li family, and then Qin Wanrong proceeded to recount everything she had witnessed. Upon hearing that Qin Wudao had incapacitated Li Yi, Qin Jun's eyes were filled with astonishment. He was aware that Li Yi was a formidable warrior nurtured by the Li family, rivaling even the elite fighters of the Qin clan. How could his own son have so effortlessly brought him down? In stark contrast to Qin Jun's shock, Qin Siyu's beautiful eyes were filled with compassion. She understood the immense sacrifices one must make to grow stronger. Gripping Qin Wudao's hand a bit tighter, her voice brimmed with regret. My child, you have suffered. It is all my fault for not watching over you, allowing you to fend for yourself all these years. Mother, Qin Wudao reassured her. My departure from home was my own choice. It had nothing to do with you. Truly, I merely wished to accomplish certain matters for myself. Please do not blame yourself. I could never repay the kindness you have shown me in this lifetime. Do not say such things. Qin Siyu admonished, you are my son, and is it not a parent's duty to care for the child? What nonsense is this talk of gratitude? Qin Jun extinguished his cigarette and spoke calmly. Since you do not wish to acknowledge the Li family, I shall endeavor to minimize our contact with them. I will assist you in resolving this matter. You are my son, Qin Wudao. Just then, as the conversation unfolded, the door swung open. A young man stepped inside. His complexion was somewhat pallid, and his frame appeared frail, not from lack of sustenance, but rather from a life drained by indulgence. His features bore a resemblance to Qin Jun, yet lacked the commanding presence characteristic of the Qin family, instead displaying hints of arrogance and gloom. He was Qin Zirwei, the biological son the Qin family had reclaimed. Upon entering, Qin Zirwei initially wore an expression of delight, but it darkened instantly upon seeing Qin Wudao. Qin Wudao, what brings you back? Impudence. Qin Jun slammed his palm onto the table, exclaiming in fury, is this how you regard your brother? Come here. You spend all your time frolicking with your wayward friends, while your company faces financial deficits every few days. It has always been your sister cleaning up your mess. Can you not conduct yourself with some decorum? To Qin Jun's outburst, Qin Zirwei appeared utterly indifferent. He swaggered toward Qin Wudao, disregarding Qin Wanrong's icy glare, and coolly remarked, what is this? Our esteemed eldest son of the Qin family has finally returned? But your father is still alive, so your inheritance dreams are futile. Besides, if a biological son cannot inherit, what makes you think a foster son can? Scoundrel! Qin Wudao rose in anger, ready to retaliate, but was halted by Qin Siyu. Zirwei, what are you saying? Apologize to your father. Apologize? Huh. Qin Zirwei scoffed. What have I said that is incorrect? Is it not true? You have owed me for so many years and have even brought back a replacement for me. Not to mention, all the affairs of the company are managed by my sister. I am indeed your son. Can I not inherit the Qin family? Upon hearing this, veins bulged on Qin Jun's forehead. Inherit the Qin family? Do you possess such capability? You cannot even manage a small company, yet you aspire to inherit the Qin family? Do you expect me to hand over the Qin family to you, only to allow you to ruin it? How can you know I would ruin it if you do not entrust it to me, old man you? Just as Qin Ziyu was about to utter more, Qin Wudao suddenly appeared before him, gripping his collar with fervor. A hint of playful amusement danced upon Qin Wudao's face as he spoke in a tone audible only to the two of them. I must admit, compared to Li Jiangyu, I find you more likable. After all, you are openly wicked, while he is merely a deceitful charmer. However, this does not excuse your disrespect toward your parents. Come here and apologize. Chapter 15. The timid Qin Zhiwei Qin Wudao, much like one would grasp a chick, dragged Qin Zhiwei before their parents. With a thud, he unceremoniously tossed him onto the ground. You! Qin Zhiwei's face betrayed no attempt at concealing his disdain and fury. However, upon being yanked over by Qin Wudao, he quickly realized that further defiance would inevitably lead to a beating. After many years apart, Qin Wudao had changed. Once, he had only known how to retreat. When Qin Zhiwei returned to the Qin family, he had chanced upon the sight of Qin Wudao punching a tree, leaving a gaping hole, a display of innate strength. Yet, Qin Wudao had never unleashed such power upon him. Regardless of the disputes that arose, Qin Wudao had always been the one to dodge. Now, however, a decade later, upon his return, it seemed as if Qin Wudao had completely liberated himself. The mere expression on his face sent shivers down Qin Zhiwei's spine. Adhering to the principle that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses, Qin Zhiwei turned to his parents. In a hushed tone, he murmured, "I'm sorry. Mom and Dad, I acknowledge my mistake." This apology slightly improved the expressions of Qin's parents, who, as previously noted, had always treated their two sons with equal fairness. If Qin Zhiwei erred, he must admit his fault, while Qin Wudao had never committed any wrongdoing and thus had nothing to confess. All right, the child has just returned. It was Qin's mother who first sought to comfort Qin's father. We are reunited as a family. There is nothing left to regret in this life. Afterward, you should visit the Li family and resolve this matter. They must not be allowed to have any further dealings with our Wudao. Whatever the Li family can offer, the Qin family can equally provide. Upon hearing this, Qin's father nodded in agreement. The Qin and Li families were both renowned clans within the magical metropolis, yet the Qin family undoubtedly held greater influence, nearly reaching the pinnacle of power, whereas the Li family barely qualified as a first-class family. What the Li family could provide for Qin Wudao, the Qin family could certainly match. Mom and Dad. Qin Zhiwei rose, his face etched with dissatisfaction. Everything in this house should belong to me. As he spoke, he cautiously cast a glance at Qin Wudao before hastily retreating behind his parents, seemingly fearful of Qin Wudao's potential wrath. From his hiding place, Qin Zhiwei continued, "He is merely an adopted son. I am your true son, and what am I, sister? Are you truly planning to divide the Qin family into three?" "Nonsense," Qin's father retorted angrily. "The Qin family shall not be fragmented, and the heir has been determined from the outset to be your sister. As for you and Wudao, you will manage the family's wealth and resources as you see fit. But do not entertain any notions of inheriting the position of heir." "What?" Qin Zhiwei's face fell, incredulity written all over it. "But my sister will eventually marry. Her children will inevitably bear another surname. How can she be the heir?" This time, before Qin's father could respond, Qin Wanrong gracefully approached Qin Zhiru, her enchanting eyes radiating a sense of danger. "My dear brother, what are you uttering? Come, repeat it before your sister." Upon her arrival, Qin Zhiru shrank back, too intimidated to utter a word. Qin Wudao nearly chuckled at the scene. He had previously remarked to Qin Zhiru that he bore no particular animosity towards him, for he was simply a fool devoid of cunning, lacking both the audacity to take action and the intellect to devise schemes. Such a person held little terror. Compared to Li Jiangyu, who was insidious in nature, Qin Zhiru was evidently more agreeable. Furthermore, in his youth, he had displayed a semblance of kindness. His current demeanor was merely a manifestation of resentment towards his parents. Seeing that Qin Zhiru had fallen silent, Qin Wanrong huffed and settled onto the sofa. She glanced at Qin Wudao before making an insinuating remark. "I am the heir of the Qin family, and any child I bear will naturally carry the Qin surname. If necessary, I shall find a partner with the same surname. The lineage will remain that of the Qin family. There is no need for concern. The Qin family will forever be the Qin family." Qin Zhiru's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that truly acceptable? Meanwhile, Qin mother, aware of the underlying context, turned her gaze toward Qin Wudao, her eyes mirroring Qin Wanrong's with a hint of admiration. Enough, Qin Ziru. Now that your brother has returned, you are to cease your unruliness. Starting tomorrow, I will arrange for you to return to that small company as your own president. You shall only return to the Qin Group once you have managed to establish the enterprise. If you dare to cause further trouble, I will have your brother and sister drag you out and break your legs. I will ensure you remain in line. What? How can this be? Qin Ziru exclaimed, his face contorted with indignation. Although he had always aspired to inherit the Qin family, he had no inclination to manage affairs. Being a carefree heir was his ideal existence. To thrust him into serious responsibilities was akin to condemning him. However, upon witnessing their father's gradually reddening face, he prudently chose to remain silent. All right, Mom and Dad, please continue to educate Zira here. I shall take Wudao upstairs. He has just returned home and needs to rest. With that, Qin Wanrong disregarded the gazes of others, stood up, and linked her arm with Qin Wudao's, leading him upstairs with determination. Qin Mother subtly raised her small fist, seemingly cheering for her daughter. Upon reaching the top floor, they entered the Qin family's resting quarters, which comprised 5 rooms, with Qin Wanrong and Qin Wudao's rooms directly opposite each other. Bang! Qin Wanrong forcefully pushed open the door, ushering Qin Wudao into the room. The decor within was exceedingly simple, reflecting the essence of Qin Wudao's childhood. It appeared unchanged. Qin Wanrong grasped Qin Wudao's hand and gently pushed him onto the bed, seating themselves closely together. Wudao, did you see that? Your room has remained untouched, a sanctuary where both my parents and I have longed for your return. Yet you have kept us waiting for a decade. Upon hearing Qin Wanrong's words, Qin Wudao offered no reply. Instead, he gazed at the familiar surroundings of his room, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Everything was indeed just as he remembered, and his heart swelled with warmth. During his time abroad, he had never experienced such a profound sense of comfort. To aspire to become the Dragon King, it required not only innate talent, but also countless encounters with life and death, sacrificing everything to attain such a stature. Home. Neither his esteemed mentors abroad nor his fellow disciples had ever bestowed upon him such a feeling. They seemed solely preoccupied with missions, bloodshed, and relentless pursuits. Chapter 16. The provocation of Qin Wanrong. What are you pondering? Observing Qin Wudao's persistent silence, Qin Wanrong reached out with both hands, turning his face towards her. Their gazes locked, and seated closely together, they could even feel each other's breath as she turned his face. The fragrance of Qin Wanrong permeated the air, a blend of exquisite perfume and her natural scent, captivating Qin Wudao's senses. This intoxicating aroma snapped him back to reality, prompting an instinctive desire to retreat. However, Qin Wanrong, who held his face firmly, sensed his movement and tightened her grip, preventing his escape. With a voice as soft as an orchid, she questioned, "What do you think you're running off to? You've been evading for a decade. Is that not enough?" "Sister, please stop this," Qin Wudao implored, grasping her delicate hands that held his face, and gently replied, "I've returned. Haven Ti? Besides, I have grown up." "Yes, indeed, you've grown up." Seeing her hands caught, Qin Wanrong, as if sulking, repeated the phrase thrice before suddenly withdrawing her hands and enveloping Qin Wudao in her embrace. Their noses almost touched. With her enchanting eyes fixed intently on him, Qin Wanrong slowly stated, "I don't care whether you've matured. I still Haven T received an answer to the question posed in the car." Qin Wudao was taken aback, puzzled. "What question?" "Huh, your memory is truly short." Qin Wanrong retorted coldly. "Tell me, why, upon returning to the country, did you not go home and instead linger with those worthless people? What do they offer you that I cannot provide?" Upon hearing the term licking dog, Qin Wudao felt a wave of frustration. He could hardly confess to being a time traveler, attributing the previous behavior to his former self. Even if he did, Qin Wanrong would surely not believe him. With a resigned tone, he replied, "Previously, I was blinded by foolishness. You should be able to guess my reasons for not returning home. I didn't want to burden our parents. As for those women, I must have been out of my mind." Qin Wanrong was evidently dissatisfied with his response. She leaned in closer, their noses nearly touching, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. The frosty glint in her eyes was impossible to ignore. My brother has truly grown up and become capable. He has learned to date, and all these years, he has not been idle, one after another. Furthermore, give me a straightforward answer. Am I inferior to them? Feeling the delicacy of their proximity, Qin Wudao instinctively replied, "Naturally, you are far superior to them. Then why do you still linger among them?" As she posed this question, a hint of vulnerability tinged her voice, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Noticing Qin Wanrong's reaction, compounded with her intoxicating fragrance, Qin Wudao, without knowing why, leaned in closer and softly kissed her. After this impulsive act, both of them were momentarily stunned. Qin Wudao inwardly cursed himself, eager to clarify his intentions. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed a delicate blush gradually painting Qin Wanrong's charming visage, even the transparent earlobes flushed with color. With a quivering voice, she softly inquired, "What do you mean by that?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Wudao, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "Given the atmosphere, it seems rather inappropriate not to act." In response, Qin Wanrong cast him a sidelong glance, her expression infused with allure, not so much reproachful as playful. She gently stepped back, and just as she was about to rise and flee, something seemed to dawn on her. She turned around, fixing her gaze intently upon Qin Wudao. Much to his astonishment, Qin Wanrong suddenly lunged at him, wrapping her arms around his neck. Their lips met in an earnest kiss, lacking experience. It felt less like a kiss and more like a clumsy press. In contrast, after a fleeting moment of surprise, Qin Wudao regained his composure and embraced her, guiding her movements. After what felt like an eternity, they parted. Qin Wanrong, breathless, was awash with a mix of confusion and shyness in her beautiful eyes. "This is your mark. Listen, you belong solely to me. If any woman dares to pursue you, I shall deal with them." With that declaration, she summoned her strength, stood up, and dashed back to her room. Qin Wudao watched her retreating figure, instinctively brushing his lips, still faintly tinged with her lingering fragrance. Was this how his first day home would unfold? Just as he pondered, his phone rang, the melody a rather ridiculous love song. Change this ringtone immediately, he thought. Answering the call, on the other end, Long Ya's voice resonated. "Your Excellency, I have sent the guest list for the banquet to your email. The person you asked me to investigate has surfaced, though I am uncertain if he is who you seek. Recently, a figure by the name of Mo Zong has emerged on a popular live streaming platform. He is also among the banquet invitees. His background seems ordinary, yet he extravagantly lavishes gifts online, treating money as if it were inconsequential. He generously rewards even a mere female streamer with millions, if not billions. Despite previously being a lowly account, it's as if he suddenly inherited a fortune. I understand. What is his online alias? He goes by A Cigarette's Loneliness. Very well." After concluding the call, Qin Wudao opened the trending short videos and, with a brief search, uncovered information regarding Mo Zong. Speculations abounded, with some suggesting he was a prince from Dubai or an heir from a prestigious family. Any streamer he took a fancy to would find themselves financially liberated, demonstrating a level of opulence that bordered on the inhumane. Many wealthy individuals online could not compete with him, leading to their utter despair. Qin Wudao meticulously perused the details about this individual, a faint smile playing upon his lips. It appears that this individual is either exceedingly wealthy with no place to expend their fortune, or possesses a reward system of some sort. Ding dong. The little figure, resembling an ox or a horse, suddenly issued a task. Congratulations to the host for detecting a person suspected of possessing a system. Both subduing and eliminating them will yield rewards. Subduing will grant half of the opponent's rewards, while killing will procure the entire system along with special bonuses. Upon hearing the task announced by the little figure, Qin Wudao's expression turned peculiar. To eliminate the child of destiny? Is this not the deed of a villain? After all, he himself is the child of destiny. Wait, it seems there is also a destined antagonist within his fate. If this truly pertains to a reward system, it might not be so bad after all. At that moment, Qin Wudao noticed a female streamer on the reward leaderboard, leading the pack with a staggering gap to the second place. Chapter 17. A War Wolf has arrived? Entering the live stream, I was greeted by a dazzling display of carnival effects. A lonely cigarette sent forth a carnival 599, then 600 and so forth. Indeed, upon encountering this revered figure, the screen was filled with a flurry of praise, and the carnival continued until it reached 999. The female host, known as Qianqian Rabbit, showcased her figure as she danced energetically in the stream, her fitted t-shirt failing to conceal her striking dimensions. Clad in yoga pants and sneakers, she exhibited a perfect silhouette while retaining an air of innocence. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, seemed to pierce through the screen and touch the heart. Her enchanting visage, illuminated by the lights, appeared almost luminescent, her skin fair and translucent. Even without the enhancement of beauty filters, this host was undeniably a top-tier beauty, rivaling the likes of Lu Rian. Thank you for your support, Mo Zong. Qianqian Rabbit formed a heart with her hands, her exuberance igniting fervent cheers from the viewers. Oh no, Mo Zong has taken a liking to the rabbit. One less contender for my dream girl. No witties. I don't mind supporting the big brother. Will be my turn to splash. If you aren't contributing coins, are you merely here for companionship? By the way, the rabbit surely won become the private host of the big brother, just like that, right? No, please. As soon as Mo Zong entered, he unleashed a torrent of 999 carnival gifts. Even if the rabbit wished to engage with him, would it be your place to object? Qin Wudao observed the incessantly scrolling comments, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yes, this is precisely what I seek. Upon entering, he was met with 3 million Dragon Kingdom coins as a greeting. This fellow must surely possess a so-called reward system. He had seen his fair share of such novels in his past life. It appeared that in the early stages, these reward systems adhered to certain rules, either capped or contingent upon fulfilling specific conditions. However, he was uncertain of the nature of Mo Zong's system. If it were merely a tipping system, Qin Wudao would naturally dismiss it. Yet, if it involved some form of multiple cashback or a wealthy patron system, it was imperative to seize it. While Qin Wudao pondered, a comment from a lonely cigarette appeared on the screen. The host dances quite well. I rather enjoy it. Upon reading this comment, Qianqian Rabbit's eyes narrowed charmingly, resembling a crescent moon, as she revealed her small fangs and smiled. Thank you, Mo Zong, for your support and recognition. Love You Qianqian Rabbit was initially a relatively obscure host. While she earned a decent income, it paled in comparison to that of the major streamers. However, with such exquisite beauty and figure, she was certainly keen to find a worthy patron. As fate would have it, today she had hooked a big fish. This Mo Zong had recently garnered immense popularity on short video platforms, leading many to speculate he belonged to an elite family. The corners of Qianqian Rabbit's mouth lifted slightly. She certainly desired to ensnare someone like him. Yet what if he turned out to be an elderly man? That would be quite the loss. For many years, she maintained her integrity, even turning down extravagant invitations from influential figures in the past. Her resolve was steadfast, all in hopes of reaping greater rewards one day. Now, the opportunity has arrived. Upon hearing the enchanting melody of I Love You by Qianqian Rabbit, it felt as though the solitude of a solitary cigarette had triggered some hidden mechanism, unleashing a cascade of carnival effects across the screen. The public chat was alive with his messages, declaring, "What you deserve is truly beautiful. Allow me to secure the top spot today." Upon reading this, the chat erupted with comments extolling Mo Zong's might and invincibility. After all, in Qianqian Rabbit's livestream, the current top contributor had already surpassed 6 million. Montak Zong, having contributed 3 million, only needed to add a little over 300,000 more to claim the #1 position. A solitary cigarette sends out Carnival 500. A solitary cigarette sends out Carnival 600. Battle Wolf sends out Carnival 100. Suddenly, a new account emerged, unexpectedly showering the chat with carnival gifts. Were the big shots now so discreet? But why would this newcomer choose to send gifts at this precise moment? Was it an attempt to challenge Mo Zong for the top rank? It seemed that way. Previously, many prominent figures had fallen to Mo Zong. Could this battle wolf succeed? Regardless, he was undoubtedly formidable, a true titan. This so-called battle wolf was none other than Qin Wudao, who sought to gauge Mo Zong's limits. The system had generously bestowed upon him a 50 billion black card, allowing him to contribute without any strain. However, he was taken aback to discover that his previous account was named Battle Wolf. Did he genuinely see himself as such? Qin Wudao was left speechless. Yet his fingers danced across the screen, relentlessly sending gifts. After all, with his unparalleled prowess, the speed at which he tapped was almost blurring. Before long, he caught up with his so-called Mo Zong. A solitary cigarette sends out Carnival 800. Battle Wolf sends out Carnival 742. Goodness, what incredible speed after years of solitude. In no time, he was closing in, truly deserving of the title Battle Wolf. These significant figures seemed to revel in using low-profile accounts, only to later unleash a wave of retaliation against any unwise mockery directed at them. Henceforth, whenever we encounter such accounts, we should tread lightly. One gift could very well spell our doom. As the messages continued to scroll through the chat, and Mo Zong ceased his contributions, his carnival gifts halted at 999. Meanwhile, Battle Wolf pressed on, ultimately sending out 3,000 gifts, totaling 9 million, and decisively dethroning the previous top contributor. Thanks to Mo Zong and gratitude to Wolf Zong. Naturally, the happiest of all was Qianqian Rabbit. She had always believed that such fortune would eventually come her way, having prepared for so long. Yet she never anticipated that this day would arrive so abruptly. Two titans were now engaged in a fierce battle for the coveted top position. A solitary puff of smoke materialized on the public screen, revealing a phrase that hinted at the presence of a guardian for this streamer. How noble of me to lend my support. The statement exuded an air of sophistication. No one would dare accuse him of pretentiousness, especially considering his prior exploits that had captivated the entire internet. However, to the casual observer, it appeared as if Mo was yielding the stage to Long, perhaps indicating that this Long was a figure of even greater stature than Mo. Why else would Mo suddenly cease his fervent displays? And why would he express such a desire to assist? It is worth noting that until now, Mo had always presented a formidable front against any challengers. Within a modest rental in the bustling metropolis, a youthful figure with delicate features gazed at his phone screen, a hint of displeasure etched upon his visage. Who, pray tell, is this Battle Wolf? Is he merely a secondary account of a past adversary? How infuriating! This delicate rabbit expresses her gratitude incessantly, yet our bond remains unformed. Thus, I can only bestow upon her 2 generous gifts of 999 each day. Once our connection is established, I shall ensure that the Battle Wolf is reduced to mere insignificance. Chapter 18. The Goddess Reward System. Unbeknownst to many, this young man is the possessor of a unique system. Originally a diligent office worker, Chu Feng, after enduring an unjust reprimand from his superior and bearing the blame, resolutely chose to resign. As he lay at home, consumed by worries for his livelihood the following day, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind, announcing the binding of a system known as the Goddess Reward System. By simply spending on short videos, he would receive a cashback of 1/10 of the amount spent. Moreover, the funds for this expenditure were provided by the system itself. The vast sums previously spent were merely the system's new user bonuses. However, the new user bonus had already been exhausted. To continue spending, he needed to bind with a goddess. These goddesses must possess exceptional beauty and harbor a certain level of affection for him. Once bound, he could lavishly spend on them without restraint. Yet prior to this, he was limited to 2 opportunities to spend a maximum of 999 on any gift. Under normal circumstances, spending 3 million would surely garner some favor from any female streamer. Upon inspecting the system, he noted with clarity that Qianqian 2's affection for him was rapidly increasing, nearing the threshold for binding. Just then, an unforeseen competitor, the War Wolf, emerged, causing Qianqian 2's affection to stagnate. No, I must bind her, and this War Wolf. Observing the public screen filled with spectators once again discussing War Wolf, Chu Feng contemplated for a moment before typing a message. Brother, if you wish to protect the streamer, I shall not contest you, for a gentleman does not covet another's desires. However, if your intention is merely to provoke me. How about this? In 2 days, there will be an event on the platform. Let us engage in a contest. Upon seeing the message from MO Zone, the spectators buzzed with excitement once more. Is MO Zone truly intending to have a serious showdown with Warwolf? Has MO Zone perhaps investigated Warwolf's identity? How thrilling it is to witness the rivalry of titans. The event day is sure to be a spectacle. Qianqian, too, upon reading MO Zone's message, felt a surge of exhilaration. Could it be that she now had the chance to choose between two formidable figures? After years of waiting, she was finally on the brink of a breakthrough. Yet, as MO Zone waited in anticipation, Warwolf remained unresponsive, ignored, utterly disregarded. This provoked an increasing ire within Chu Feng, who had only recently acquired the system. Lonely with a cigarette in hand, he typed, "Warwolf, what is the meaning of your silence? Are we to fight or not? Surely, 2 days is ample time for preparation." Once again, his message vanished into the void. Just as Chu Feng contemplated further words, a line appeared on the public screen. "Warwolf, the streamer has a nice figure. Chu Feng, so, you either cannot see my messages or simply choose to ignore me." In just a few days, Chu Feng reveled in the adulation of individuals on the platform, even receiving invitations to extravagant banquets. This sudden ascent to prominence initially instilled a sense of confidence within him. Yet before he could fully bask in his newfound glory, he encountered an individual on the platform who disregarded his presence. As a streamer, Qianqian too felt apprehensive in the presence of the two influential figures and dared not provoke any conflict. She even smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Wolf, for your kind words. I possess little talent and can only rely on this to make a living. And also, thank you for your support, Mr. Montauk. Love you both at this moment." Chu Feng paid no heed to Qianqian 2's intentions, instead focusing on his relentless typing. "Lonely cigarette, Battle Wolf, brother. What do you mean? Why the silence? Lonely cigarette, Battle Wolf. How about you choose a time? We can engage in any form of competition. Lonely cigarette, Battle Wolf. Come on, this is getting dull. I've been magnanimous, and yet you're still pretending? Lonely cigarette, Battle Wolf. How about we add each other privately on V for a one-on-one chat? Lonely cigarette, Battle Wolf. Speak up. You must say something." Battle Wolf replied, "The streamer dances quite well. Let us see another." The onlookers were utterly astounded, witnessing Mr. Mo's transformation from calmness to a state of vulnerability. After this shift, Mr. Wolf delivered a final, cutting remark. Despite the numerous statements directed at him, he seemed unperturbed, continuing to playfully tease the streamer, effectively trampling on Mr. Mo's dignity. Faced with this situation, Qianqian too was at a loss for words. Should she intervene? At this juncture, any attempt at mediation might result in her being rebuked. She was merely a streamer, aspiring to use her talents as a stepping stone into the elite circles, yet she possessed a clear self-awareness. At this moment, she was unworthy of engaging in mind games with such powerful figures. She could only allow events to unfold naturally. Ignoring the so-called Mr. Mo was, of course, a deliberate act by Qin Wudao. It is widely understood that while one may spar with Batman, one ought not to challenge him directly. Who in their right mind would engage in a competition with someone seemingly endowed with a tipping system? After all, the funds he utilized could very well be rewards provided by the system, while his own contributions were genuine Dragon Kingdom currency. He just spent 9 million, merely to test the limits of the tipping system. To engage in conflict with him during an event would require a truly reckless mindset. His words were clearly premeditated, and falling into such a trap would be utterly foolish. In his rented room, Chu Feng felt the veins in his forehead throb. He had not anticipated Battle Wolf's brazen audacity. It is worth noting that the second-generation elites of Magic City had a chat group, comprising the CR Me de la CR Me of the city's elite. Given the current tension, discussions had intensified. Who exactly is this Battle Wolf? Can you find any information on him? No, completely nothing. His background appears to be shrouded in mystery. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? My brother is in the military. How can there be no trace of him? Could it be that he is yet another hidden magnate like MO? Is something significant about to transpire in our magical city? a succession of influential figures emerging one after another. As Chu Feng perused the messages in the discussion group, he gradually regained his composure. He merely possessed a system for rewarding goddesses. The reverence bestowed upon him by these second-generation elites stemmed solely from their inability to uncover anything about him. With both parents being wage earners, his own background appeared rather unremarkable, yet that did not prevent others from embellishing their perceptions. Now, many assume that Chu Feng is some sort of concealed powerhouse. However, he is all too aware of his own circumstances. If he were indeed a hidden magnate, would he resort to rewarding female streamers? Thus, when it comes to the Wolf Warriors, he truly hesitates to make definitive statements. For encountering a reckless lunatic could very well result in being cast into the depths of the sea. Chapter 19. The Art of Indirection. As Chu Feng wrestled with his thoughts, on the other side, Qin Wudao examined the back end of his video platform, where a deluge of private messages flooded in. Various streamers and curious onlookers inquired endlessly. Among them was Qianqian Tu, who eagerly sent a message. Wolf brother, this is my V. Could you please add me? I wish to converse with you more, and I am grateful for your gift support. Love you, 3. Upon reading Qianqian Tu's message, Qin Wudao chose not to respond, nor did he entertain the thought of adding her. Although Qianqian Tu conformed to his aesthetic preferences in both appearance and figure, he sensed an underlying cunning in her demeanor. It was not that being astute was inherently negative. Rather, he simply lacked the time to engage in such games. After all, the memories of his previous life as a battle wolf lingered vividly. One misstep could awaken the tendencies of a devoted admirer once more. Absolutely not. Shaking his head, Qin Wudao promptly shut off his phone. He had just reviewed the list of attendees for the upcoming business banquet, and Chu Feng's name stood out prominently. Others who had uncovered Chu Feng's background presumed it to be fabricated. After all, how could someone so seemingly unremarkable bestow gifts worth billions so casually? Only Qin Wudao understood that Chu Feng genuinely possessed such a background. The tipping system, let alone gifting billions, was akin to child's play for him. If he was not mistaken, Chu Feng's narrative was one that commenced with gifting, gradually dismantling the commercial realm to ascend as a formidable figure within it. Even if the truth of his background were to be revealed in the future, what of it? By then, he himself would embody the background. Qin Wudao's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. His suspicions were confirmed. This world indeed harbored others who had acquired systems, alongside other destined individuals. While a child of destiny may not necessarily obtain a system, anyone with a system was assuredly a child of destiny. The tasks initiated by the lesser beings still held significant allure for Qin Wudao. As for whether he bore any grudge against Chu Feng, or if killing him would evoke guilt. What a jest! Not only Qin Wudao himself, but even his past life. He would never feel remorse for vanquishing an innocent soul. The title of Dragon King sounded illustrious, yet belonged to one whose hands were stained with blood. Such a title was hardly admirable. In light of this, what need was there for any sense of guilt? A business banquet, you say? Qin Wudao toyed with his phone, a plan forming in his mind before dialing a number. Meanwhile, in a live streaming room, as General Wolf and General Mo logged off consecutively, Qianqian Tu also ended her broadcast. In her dedicated streaming sanctuary, the voluptuous and exquisite Qianqian Tu fixed her gaze intently on her phone's back end. Just moments ago, she had sent private messages to the battle wolf and the solitary figure, seeking to add both to her contacts. Such opportunities were rare. If she intended to leverage her own attributes to enter the elite circles, she must first identify the most suitable candidate. Moreover, she had keenly observed that whether it was the Wolf Warrior or the solitude of a cigarette, both of their IPs were registered in the bustling metropolis. The three of them resided in the same city. Whether this could lead to further development required her to ascertain it with her own eyes. The solitude of a cigarette quickly added her on V, while the Wolf Warrior displayed that the message had been read, yet there was no response whatsoever. This was puzzling. Could it be that I had sent the wrong number? Why hasn't Teehee added me yet? Qianqian Rabbit's charming visage bore a hint of confusion as she re-examined the message she had sent. The number was indeed correct. The Wolf Warrior had read it, but showed no inclination to add her. Contemplating this, A trace of melancholy flickered in Qianqian Rabbit's beautiful eyes. Previously, in the live stream, he had praised the host's figure. But now, behind the scenes, he treated her with disdain. Qianqian Rabbit was no fool. Otherwise, Shi Wuti had preserved her impeccable self until now. After a moment of reflection, she grasped the situation. The wolf was merely creating trouble for Mo Zong, and she seemed to be a mere pawn in this game. You wretched man, should I encounter you in this metropolis, you shall surely face my wrath. Qianqian Rabbit revealed her little tiger teeth, her expression not fierce, but rather endearing. Her interest in the wolf warrior was only growing. At that moment, Mo Zong also sent her a message. What do you want me to add you on V for? Upon reading this, Qianqian Rabbit's face displayed a hint of disdain. Is he playing hard to get? Surely, the esteemed Mo Zong cannot be unaware of what adding on V signifies. After all, although he had only been in the short videos for a few days, he had already safeguarded nearly 5 female hosts, one of whom had amassed several hundred million in revenue. As a fellow member of the streaming community, Qianqian Rabbit was well aware that some of those female hosts had already met Mo Zong offline. However, it seemed that the initial white moonlight had yet to meet him in person. Now that she, Qianqian Rabbit, had arrived, was Mo Zong pretending to be fresh and innocent? Though her face showed disdain, the words she typed were imbued with suggestive undertones. Zong, your unwavering support for me makes me wish to engage in a deeper conversation with you. I hope you want to hold it against me. In his rented room, Chu Feng wore an expression of disbelief. He even began to suspect that Qianqian Rabbit possessed a dual personality. Her messages exuding such ambiguity while her favorability plummeted. What was the meaning of this? Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to dispel the lingering frustration. The recent smooth sailing had rendered him momentarily unable to accept this woman's duplicitous nature. If it weren't for the existence of favorability, wouldn't he have been easily deceived? Once he had regained his composure, Chu Feng typed again. I want to hold it against you, but I truly do not grasp the meaning behind your request for me to add you on V. Still playing coy. Qianqian Rabbit's disdain only deepened. She found it exceedingly distasteful when others engaged in the game of feigned desire. Had she not discovered that the wolf was targeting Mo Zong, she might have thought that the wolf was playing the same game with her. However, the opportunity now lies before us, and it would be a great pity not to seize it. With this thought in mind, Qianqian too composed herself and typed once more, Mo Zong. I see that your IP is also in the bustling metropolis. We are in the same city. You have showered me with so many gifts today. Let me treat you to a meal in a couple of days. A moment of solitude from a cigarette. I may be quite busy with matters over the next few days. Affection level -1 Chu Feng. He must bind this Qianqian too in order to fully activate the system, which requires the binding of 5 maidens. The one he favors most has yet to be bound. In a few days, there will be an interactive event hosted by the platform. If the system does not truly awaken, how can he assist others in their activities? Chapter 20. Meeting in person? The opportunity to bind a streamer had been exhausted, and Qianqian Rabbit happened to be the last one. Thus, witnessing the steady decline in affection points, Chu Feng found himself in a state of distress. It must be the rejection that caused the decrease in affinity, right? Now I understand. Chu Feng resumed typing. However, I should have time tomorrow. If you wish to treat me to a meal, let's do it then. Affection points -1. What the hell? Hearing the system's notification of declining affection, Chu Feng was in a frenzy. He was merely an ordinary person who had been bound to the system for a few days. How could he possibly become a Casanova so swiftly and comprehend the thoughts of others? It is worth mentioning that although he had met with the previous female streamers several times, they had already been mesmerized by his financial prowess. Even a fart from him seemed fragrant at that time. However, with Qianqian Rabbit, her words appeared charming, yet the affection points plummeted. Ding dong. Upon hearing the notification sound from his phone, Chu Feng picked it up again and saw Qianqian Rabbit's reply. Tomorrow sounds good. Mo Zong. I know of a rather exquisite private restaurant in the heart of our magical city. Their dishes are quite pricey, so it should not leave you feeling uncomfortable. I will send you the location shortly, and we shall meet there. Fine. Faced with the unpredictable Qianqian Rabbit, Chu Feng was at a loss for words. Adhering to the principle of speaking less to err less, he replied with a simple fine. Affection points -1. Chu Feng, just you wait. Night fell, and the city was aglow with lights. In one of the exclusive clubs, Qin Wudao was seated on a sofa in a private room alongside another young man, selecting from the array of ladies before them. The young man was from the Wang family of the magical city, Wang Weitong, the second young master of the Wang family. It can be said that he was a childhood friend of Qin Wudao. During their youth at the Qin residence, the bond between them was incredibly strong as they attended school together and enjoyed each other's company. In the years since their return, Qin Wudao had crossed paths with Wang Weidong and even utilized the influence of Long Wang Hall to resolve numerous troubles for him. I must say, Qin Dasha, you finally resemble a proper person now. Wang Weidong laughed. Just look at you. Since your return, you've embarked on your journey as a love-struck fool. Come on, are you that starved for affection? Is it that the ladies here lack charm? Or is it that you, Qin Dasha, are no longer capable? You possess looks, wealth, and strength. Just the other day, you thrashed Lu Ruyin and Bai Yu. With such prowess, what woman could you not have? Yet you choose to act like a love-struck fool. If you weren't my buddy, you wouldn't even qualify to sit at my table. Honestly, I'm afraid of catching your affliction. Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao downed his drink in one gulp. He leaned back on the sofa, exhaling clouds of smoke that obscured his expression from the line of ladies in front of him. After indulging in the nicotine for a moment, Qin Wudao slowly spoke. Wang Laer, if you utter another word, I shall give you a good thrashing as well. All right, I yield. Wang Weitong raised his hands in surrender. Previously, when Qin Wudao resolved matters for his company, he unexpectedly witnessed the true prowess of his childhood friend, which was nothing short of astonishing. Upon hearing that Qin Wudao intended to deliver him a sound beating, Wang Weitong, despite their camaraderie and the assurance that no serious harm would come to him, realized it would still be quite painful. He had no choice but to plead for mercy. A thought struck Wang Weitong, prompting him to inquire anew. Since you have resolutely decided against being a sycophant since you have abandoned your previous behavior, what purpose does attending that commercial banquet serve? Let us not forget, the esteemed Miss Wan Shirin from the Wan family may also grace this gathering with her presence. Are you truly not attending for her sake? Needless to say, Qin Wudao retorted with irritation. What do you take me for? Am I to continue playing the sycophant after just one instance? My friend, do you even hear yourself? Once a sycophant, how many times have you been one? Shall I enumerate? The Lin family S representative, the Wan family S, Lu Ruyin, and... Enough. Before Wang Weidong could finish, Qin Wudao interrupted him sharply. Your words are becoming rather dense. Rest assured, I shall not continue down that path. As for this commercial banquet, it marks my first step forward. Oh, Wang Weitong's eyes gleamed with excitement. Are you truly embarking on this venture? Qin Wudao had previously shared his aspirations with Wang Weitong. He never intended to exploit his identity as the heir of the Qin family, but sought to expand his own business empire. The bustling metropolis was merely the initial destination. If he could conquer this economic hub, he would undoubtedly rise to the pinnacle of success nationwide. Wang Weidong was thrilled by this plan. As the second son of the Wang family, he was not destined to inherit the family legacy. However, if he could forge a significant enterprise alongside his childhood friend, the status of the Wang family would be of no consequence. Take me with you, brother. I am your long-lost brother, Wang Weitong exclaimed, leaping forward, only to be disdainfully pushed aside by Qin Wudao. Enough, we shall discuss this after the hangover tomorrow. We do not conduct business while drinking. And besides, Qin Wudao raised an eyebrow, subtly indicating the row of elegantly clad ladies nearby. Observing Qin Wudao's expression, Wang Weitong smirked mischievously. It seems our esteemed young Master Qin has been quite pent up all these years. Indulge to your heart's content. Today, I shall cover the expenses. With that, Wang Weitong waved his hand, summoning the ladies who promptly settled beside them. Some offered Qin Wudao drinks, others massaged his shoulders, while a few surreptitiously admired his well-defined abs. As he felt the smoothness of their attire, Qin Wudao couldn't help but marvel internally. This was the essence of life. A sycophant? Let those who wish to play that role do so. He would not partake. Bang! At that moment, The door of the private room was flung open with force. What the hell? Wang Weitong shoved aside one of the ladies and stood up with a bottle in hand. Who dares to barge into my domain? Are you seeking death? As Wang Weitong spoke, he suddenly froze, casting his gaze towards Qin Wu Dao. For entering through the door was a woman clad in professional attire, exuding a mature and captivating beauty, Lu Ruyan. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Qin Wu Dao coolly remarked, "What is the meaning of this? Continue the music and the dance. Remove any irrelevant personnel." Qin Wu Dao, witnessing him surrounded by women, Lu Ruyan could no longer contain her fury. She charged forward, pushing aside those women, her beautiful eyes blazing with anger as she fixed her gaze upon Qin Wu Dao. "Why are you behaving like this? You are my man. What are you doing here? Do they possess something I lack? Am I insufficient to satisfy you?" Upon hearing her words, Qin Wu Dao's brow furrowed deeply as he replied in a low voice, "Lu Ruyan, what madness is this? If you seek another man, it is simple. Speak to the manager here and have them arrange a few for you. But while one may indulge in food indiscriminately, one must not speak recklessly. Who is your man? Was the last time I struck you not enough?" Chapter 21. Wang Weixin's banquet. Upon witnessing the emotionless gaze of Qin Wu Dao, Lu Ruoyan felt a sharp pang in her heart. She vividly recalled the time when Qin Wu Dao loved her with an intensity that was all-consuming. The fervor of that affection was searing. Now, this cold and unyielding stare left her breathless. The sensation of suffocation caused her delicate frame to sway slightly. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, her beautiful eyes locking onto Qin Wu Dao as she spoke. "Wu Dao, is it because of Baiyu?" Qin Wu Dao evidently was perplexed by Lu Ruoyan's words. "What do you mean, because of Baiyu? Is it his presence that has transformed you in this manner? You are overthinking it." Leaning back against the sofa, he casually draped an arm around a seductive young woman, who, with remarkable intuition, nestled against his chest. A delicate hand caressed the chiseled muscles beneath his shirt, her eyes slightly glazed with admiration. "Remove yourself from him." Unable to contain her frustration any longer, Lu Ruoyan approached and grasped the woman's wrist, intending to drag her away. Slap! Before Lu Ruoyan could pull the woman away, she received a sharp slap to her face. Qin Wu Dao wiped his hand on the woman's sheer black stockings and coldly declared, "Get lost. Who gave you the audacity to come here and tug at someone else's arm?" The young woman leaned even more languidly against Qin Wu Dao, her voice a sultry whisper. "Brother Wu Dao, she hurt me when she pulled me." Lu Ruoyan, clutching her reddened cheek in disbelief, exclaimed, "You would strike me for a mere escort?" "Of course." Qin Wu Dao scoffed. "Did you not hear that she was hurt? A gambling father, ailing mother, a school-going younger brother, and a sensible sister. Who will care for her if not me? Besides, even if she is an escort at this moment, she belongs to me. You came to my embrace and attempted to pull her away. How could I refrain from striking you? Brother Wu Dao." The young woman gazed at Qin Wu Dao with admiration, though she pondered why this man, whom she had just met, seemed so well acquainted with her family's circumstances. Bang! Just then, the door swung open once more. The expression on Wang Weidong's face suggested he was on the verge of boiling over. How dare anyone push through the door of a private room reserved by the esteemed Wang family? However, just as he was about to erupt in anger, he froze upon seeing the newcomers. It is well known that the Wang family has two sons, Wang Weidong and Wang Weixin. Now, the elder son, Wang Weixin, had entered the room, followed closely by a handsome young man, Baiyu, Lu Ruoyan's so-called younger brother, and even the second son of the Qin family, Qin Zhiwei. What an unexpected assembly! Wang Weidong struggled to believe his eyes. The second son of the Qin family, the eldest son of the Wang family, Lu Ruoyan, and Baiyu. These individuals seemingly had no connections. Yet one after another they walked in. "Sister Ruoyan." Baiyu observed Lu Ruyan covering her flushed cheek, and it became evident to him what had transpired. A flicker of joy crossed his gaze, only to be swiftly overshadowed by concern. "Are you all right?" Baiyu reached out, intending to inspect Lu Ruyan's injury, but she deftly evaded his touch. Her beautiful eyes remained fixed intently on Qin Wu Dao. "Isn't this the young master of the Qin family?" she thought. "I merely came to see a friend with his companion. My apologies for the intrusion." Wang Wei Xian and Wang Wei Tong bore striking similarities, yet the former always wore a roguish smile, while the latter, despite his polite demeanor, exuded a disingenuous air, reminiscent of a smiling tiger. Qin Wu Dao disregarded Wang Wei Xian's outstretched hand, his attention instead shifting to the last person to enter, Qin Zirui. With a hint of interest, he spoke, "You've come as well?" In response to Qin Wu Dao's jest, Qin Zirui replied coolly, "Just passing by." The reason for this gathering stemmed from an hour prior. Wang Wei Xian had heard from his subordinates that his younger brother had brought back the young master of the Qin family to the club. Although he had been confirmed as the heir, he would not grant Wang Wei Tong an ounce of opportunity to turn the tables. Everyone knew that Qin Wu Dao and Wang Wei Tong had grown up together. Thus, Wang Wei Xian chose not to court Qin Wu Dao, but instead approached Qin Zirui directly, inviting him to the establishment for a more in-depth discussion. He even summoned Lu Ruyin and Bai Yu to join them, seeking a means to contend with Qin Wu Dao. In the private room, an hour earlier, Wang Wei Xian cheerfully introduced Qin Zirui. "Zirui, this is Lu Ruyin, the president of Yin Yu Company. You should be aware that your Qin family has business dealings with her." Qin Zirui directed his gaze towards Lu Ruyin, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. "Hello, Miss Lu. I am Qin Zirui from the Qin family." "Hello." Lu Ruyin greeted him before turning her attention back to Wang Wei Xian, inquiring, "What does President Wang wish to discuss by calling me here today?" "Nothing significant," Wang Wei Xian replied with a smile. "In the near future, there's a project in the south of the city, and I plan to allocate a portion to your Yin Yu Company." Lu Ruyin was not dazzled by this unexpected boon. Instead, she calmly probed, "But President Wang, we have had no prior connection. Why would you choose to grant this benefit to me?" Beside her, Bai Yu quickly interjected, "Sister Ruyin, President Wang and I share a good relationship. He heard that you are my sister, which is why he is willing to assist you. Please do not overthink it." At this, Wang Wei Xian cast a glance at Bai Yu laced with disdain. However, in the interest of countering Qin Wu Dao, he felt compelled to continue along that line. "Indeed, I consider Bai Yu a friend, and among friends, there is naturally a sharing of fortunes. Is that so?" Lu Ruyin's exquisite features revealed no trace of elation as she replied in a neutral tone, "President Wang, I wonder what we would need to contribute in return?" "Ha ha! Miss Lu is truly forthright." Wang Weixin burst into laughter, then turned his gaze towards Qin Zirui. "Ah, Zirui, you may not be aware, but this lady nearly became your sister-in-law." Upon hearing Wang Weixin's words, Qin Zirui's pupils constricted. Initially, he had been quite intrigued by Lu Ruyin before him, even contemplating the possibility of forging a connection during this encounter. However, those words abruptly jolted him back to reality. "Mr. Wang, please refrain from making such remarks." Lu Ruyin furrowed her brows, her displeasure evident. "I have had no prior dealings with Mr. Qin, nor am I acquainted with his elder brother. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." With that, Lu Ruyin picked up her bag from the table, preparing to depart. Yet, Wang Weixin extended his hand to block her path, smiling as he inquired, "Doesn't Miss Lu know Qin Wu Dao?" Chapter 22. The Principles of Qin Zirui Qin Wu Dao. Upon hearing this familiar name, Lu Ruyin was rendered momentarily speechless. She never anticipated that the brother of Qin Zirui, as mentioned by Wang Weixin, would be Qin Wu Dao. Although both share the surname Qin, she had never connected the two, especially since Qin Wu Dao had claimed to be an orphan. As for Qin Zirui, while not intimately known to her, her familiarity with the business circle enabled her to gather information about such individuals. The son of the Qin family, who had been missing, was found 10 years ago. Though he was not the heir, his elder sister held that title. Thus Qin Zhe would not be overlooked. It seemed that Qin Zirui's brother was a foster son of the Qin family who had left home many years ago, a fact that was hardly a secret within their circle, considering the extensive resources the Qin family had previously deployed in search of him. Bang! Qin Zirui abruptly rose, his gaze icy as he directed it toward Wang Weixin. "What is the purpose of this gathering today?" "Calm down, Zirui. Please sit," Wang Weixin urged, attempting to placate him. Lu Ruyin, having heard news of Qin Wu Dao, also returned to her seat. Meanwhile, Bai Yu's expression bore a hint of malice. He had never expected that the so-called waste would turn out to be the eldest scion of the Qin family. Without employing underhanded tactics, how could he possibly contend with the heir of the Qin family? Lu Ruyan was his. She must be his. He would employ any means necessary to reclaim her. Once everyone was seated, Wang Weixin continued, "Zhiruwei, I understand your current predicament. As the biological son of the Qin family, it must be uncomfortable to see your parents favoring the adopted son so profoundly, expending untold resources over the years. Does this not cause you any disquiet? What do you wish to convey?" Qin Jue narrowed his eyes, his tone revealing the depth of his fury. Wang Weixin smiled slightly. "I wish to propose a collaboration. To be candid, my inept brother has long coveted my position as the heir, and he shares a close bond with Qin Wudao. I suspect they are currently devising strategies to undermine me. You understand the principle of striking first, do you not? And what of it?" Qin Zhiruwei showed no deference, coldly interrogating, "That is your affair, not mine. Besides, how do you intend to deal with Qin Wudao? Hire assassins? Kidnap him, murder him, or frame him?" In response to Qin Zhiruwei's mockery, Wang Weixin gestured toward Lu Ruyan. "This General Lu has had Qin Wudao at her beck and call for years. If you were to align yourself with her, I can only imagine how Qin Wudao would." Bang! Before he could finish, Qin Jue slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming in fury, "Wang Weixin, who do you think you are? I seek to confront Qin Wudao because he has taken what rightfully belongs to me." "Indeed," Wang Weixin nodded. "Now you have the opportunity to seize his possessions." In the depths of Lu Ruyan's enchanting eyes lay a layer of frost. "Mr. Wang, have you finished speaking? I harbor no interest in your schemes, nor will I associate with the unscrupulous." Bai Yu's face mirrored her urgency. Previously, Wang Weixin had summoned him, claiming it was to confront Qin Wudao. Yet he had never mentioned that Lu Ruyan would have to be involved. Had he known, he would never have allowed her to come. Even if they managed to deal with Qin Wudao, there was still the matter of Qin Zhiruwei to contend with. Wang Weixin maintained his facade of a smiling predator, unfazed by Lu Ruyan's rejection. "Ms. Lu, there's no need for such theatrics. If you truly cared for Qin Wudao, why would you choose to be with Bai Yu?" "I do not." "Enough, Ms. Lu." Her attempt to retort was swiftly interrupted by Wang Weixin, whose expression twisted into one of mockery. "You wouldn't dare claim this Bai Yu is your brother, would you? I've done my research, and it seems you've embarrassed Qin Wudao on numerous occasions for his sake, even humiliating him in front of countless witnesses at the company. Am I wrong? Your display of affection now is rather revolting." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's exquisite face drained of color, her captivating eyes dimming. At that moment, Wang Weixin continued, "Moreover, you have no choice without Qin Wudao's protection at my command. I can ensure your Yinyu company meets its demise within 3 days." With that, he turned his gaze towards Qin Zhiruwei. "What do you think, Zhiruwei? This is an opportune moment for you to seize what is rightfully yours. If you were to be with Lu Ruyan, Qin Wudao would undoubtedly reveal his vulnerabilities. Armiz, Lu is a true beauty. If it weren't for your connection, I would personally take action." "Ridiculous." Qin Zhiruwei expressed not gratitude, but disdain towards Wang Weixin. "I indeed intend to reclaim what belongs to me. As for my relationship with Qin Wudao, that is my affair. Do you really think I would resort to such despicable tactics against him?" Wang Weixin was taken aback. He was well aware of the animosity Qin Zhiruwei had harbored towards Qin Wudao since childhood, often resorting to violence. Many despised Qin Wudao, but Qin Zhiruwei was undoubtedly at the forefront. Now, to claim he would not use underhanded methods against him, was he losing his mind? Qin Zhiruwei, unfazed by Wang Weixin's thoughts, turned to Bai Yu, coldly stating, "You dare to covet a woman from the Qin family? You truly possess audacity. Shall I say you are either fearless or simply reckless?" Bai Yu tensed, never anticipating that the ire would be directed at him. Previously, he could hide behind Lu Ruyan, but he dared not provoke the notorious second heir of the Qin family. Lu Ruyan would certainly be unable to shield him. All right. Wang Weixin realized he had acted hastily, misjudging Qin Zhiruwei's temperament. Given the circumstances, we must inevitably resort to the second plan. As the situation gradually descended into a stalemate, Wang Weixin hastily intervened, saying, "Zhiruwei, If you are unwilling, then so be it, but please do not intimidate by you. His feelings for General Liu are genuine and have nothing to do with you. If you refuse to partake in this matter, I shall have no choice but to enlist his assistance." He chuckled lightly. Qin Zirwei responded with a derisive laugh. "Have him do it? Go ahead and try. And see just how resilient the heir of the Wang family truly is. Can he withstand the might of the Qin family? Even a smiling tiger, when subjected to such repeated reprimands, would eventually lose their temper." Chapter 23. Which brother looks at his sister this way? Wang Weixin narrowed his eyes, fixating on Qin Zirwei, and coldly remarked, "Young Master Qin, since earlier I have been considering your interests. Such blatant disrespect seems rather inappropriate, does it not?" In response to Wang Weixin's words, Qin Zirwei scoffed. "You're concerned for me? Do you take me for a fool? Your true aim is to trample the second young master of the Wang family, is it not? Before that, you wish to deal with Qin Wudao. Let me clarify. If you seek a straightforward collaboration, I am open to that. However, if you intend to employ such despicable tactics, you have mistaken your target." Upon hearing this, Wang Weixin was momentarily taken aback, then retorted with a mocking laugh. "Ah, Qin Zirwei, if one were unaware, they might truly believe you to be a person of integrity. Yet, it appears our young Master Qin does not possess a particularly admirable reputation within our circles. Does he?" Unfazed by Wang Weixin's derision, Qin Zirwei responded nonchalantly. "Do I require a good reputation? As a young master of the Qin family, what need have I to perform virtuous deeds? My parents provide me with wealth. Should I not enjoy it? Do you think I am like you? Forgive me, young Master Wang, but I have always preferred to assert my dominance through financial means. If you wish to do the same, be my guest." Oh, and I almost forgot that the young master of the Wang family is bound by the constraints of inheritance, thus cannot act with abandon. Can he? TSK, TSK, TSK. You say that when inheritance was not granted to you, you walked on eggshells. Now that it is yours, you still resort to underhanded tricks. Did you not acquire that inheritance without merit? How pitiable. Wang Weixin's forehead throbbed with anger. His earlier mockery had failed to wound Qin Zirwei, yet the latter's ridicule struck a nerve. The heir of the Qin family was Qin Wanrong, allowing Qin Zirwei to act without restraint. But Wang Weixin was not afforded such liberties. As the heir of the Wang family, he could not afford to be as reckless as Qin Zirwei. Bang! Just as the conversation unfolded, a figure burst into the room. The individual approached Wang Weixin and softly conveyed, "Young Master Wang, the second young master and young Master Qin are upstairs. They have summoned all the ladies, leaving me unable to arrange anything for you." The arrival of his subordinate brought Wang Weixin back to a state of composure. He turned to Qin Zirwei with a smile. "Young Master Qin, it seems quite the coincidence that your brother and my younger brother are in the private room upstairs. I had intended to offer you a warm reception, but it appears they have retained everyone. How about we pay them a visit and see if they might spare a few headliners for our young Master Qin?" Wang Weixin emphasized young master with a slight inflection. Upon hearing this, Qin Zirwei frowned and promptly exited, while Lu Ruyan, upon learning that Qin Wudao was upstairs, immediately followed suit. This is the account of what transpired earlier. The group made their way to the private room where Qin Wudao was located. Upon hearing Qin Zirwei mention he was merely passing by, Qin Wudao chose not to engage further, instead directing his attention toward Lu Ruyan before him. "Miss Lu, if there is nothing else, you may leave, as your presence here, to be frank, somewhat hinders my enjoyment." Qin Wudao spread his arms, embracing the two young ladies. This scene made Lu Ruoyan forget the pain on her cheeks, her expression filled with indignation as she gazed at Qin Wudao. "Is this not my dear brother?" Wang Weitong stepped forward, addressing Wang Weixin with a mocking tone. "Truly impressive. I merely came to enjoy with a childhood friend, yet you managed to appear. Have you been monitoring me? Are you afraid I might usurp your position as heir?" "Ha! Wait on, what is this you say?" Wang Weixin responded with a smile. "We are brothers. It matters not who the heir is, for in the future, the Wang family belongs to both of us." "Is that so?" Wang Weitong feigned surprise, saying, "If that is the case, there would be no issue for the elder brother to cede the heir's position to me. Correct?" In response to Wang Weitong's words, Wang Weixin chose silence. He turned to Qin Zhiwei, initially believing that bringing him along would incite conflict with Qin Wudao, resulting in mutual destruction. As long as Qin Wudao was preoccupied, his younger brother would pose no threat. However, to his surprise, Qin Zhiwei appeared entirely indifferent, comfortably seated on the sofa, casually waving his hand, similarly embracing the two young ladies, indulging in the experience. Qin Wudao, do not overstep your bounds. At that moment, Baiyu could no longer contain himself, pointing at the injury on Lu Ruoyan's face. He confronted Qin Wudao. Do you not realize that Sister Ruoyan is unable to eat or sleep well? Yet you come to such a place. If you have an issue with me, feel free to voice it. I can simply leave, no need for. Baiyu, be silent. Before he could finish, Lu Ruoyan chided him sternly. After silencing Baiyu, Lu Ruoyan approached Qin Wudao, pulling the two women away from him. She then sat directly beside Qin Wudao, disregarding the astonished expressions of those in the room, placing one of his hands on her soft, fair thigh. Due to her professional attire, a thin layer of silk enveloped her thigh, providing a similarly smooth touch. With a serious expression, Lu Ruoyan addressed Qin Wudao. If you desire, feel free to touch me. I am no less than them. This declaration rendered the other young ladies in the private room momentarily speechless. They had assumed she was there to catch someone in the act, only to find she was there to compete for business. Young Master Qin, the young lady to Qin Wudao's left, disregarding Lu Ruoyan's seemingly lethal glare, once again approached him. Young Master, tell us, which sister is more understanding? Her or us? You sly vixen. Lu Ruoyan shot a disdainful look at the woman. In response, the woman showed no restraint, retorting angrily, Oh, we may be sly vixens. But what if young Master Qin happens to prefer our kind? Reflecting on this young lady, you speak sweetly. Yet may I inquire about the identity of the man you have brought along? Lu Ruoyan retorted, That is my younger brother. The woman smirked mockingly. Your brother, you say? Yet I fail to see a gaze akin to that of a sibling. Pray tell, is your household so chaotic that a brother may look at his sister in such a manner? Do not speak so recklessly. Lu Ruoyan's delicate face flushed crimson. But it was not due to embarrassment. Rather, it stemmed from indignation. She perceived that Qin Wudao's transformation was influenced by Baiyu, and with Qin Wudao still present, this woman relentlessly sowed seeds of discord. What if, indeed, Qin Wudao chose not to forgive her? Chapter 24. Throwing the old man down from the upstairs indeed. Don't speak recklessly. I hold only respect for Sister Ruoyan. Baiyu retorted loudly, though his tone revealed a hint of insecurity. Enough, enough. Qin Wudao interjected impatiently. Those who are irrelevant should leave. As he spoke, he directly pushed Lu Ruoyan out, showing no interest in her. As for us, we shall remain, continuing the music and the dance. The pair of siblings who delight in bone games, and that trash from the Wang family, you may take your leave. Hearing Qin Wudao's words, Wang Weitong chuckled lightly at the others. Did you hear that? Hurry and get out, everyone, or I shall send someone to escort you. Meanwhile, Qin Zhiru, lounging on the sofa with a woman on either side, felt no urgency to leave upon hearing Qin Wudao's dismissal. With a haughty snort, he accepted the drink offered by a nearby woman and downed it in one gulp. Wudao, allow me to explain. Seeing the impatience on Qin Wudao's face, Lu Ruoyan grew anxious. Over the years, Qin Wudao had always looked at her with affection. That overwhelming love seemed capable of drowning one. Yet since that fateful day, everything had changed. Now, Qin Wudao treated her with sheer brutality and impatience. Weitong, isn't this a bit excessive? Wang Weixin, shoved by Wang Weitong, shot a cold glance. We are brothers, and our families, the Wang and Qin, have long-standing ties. Can't we have a conversation? Are you implying we are discussing something unsavory? Huh? Wang Weitong regarded Wang Weixin as if he were a fool. Discuss something unsavory? Come, turn around and take a look. He pointed to the women in black stockings and exclaimed, Can you not see this scene? We are not here to converse. Clearly, we are about to engage in something disgraceful. I've said it's unsavory, and yet you remain here watching? All right, I almost forgot. Some of you among us seem not to be human. At this, Wang Weixin retorted coldly, Weitong, is this how you speak to your own brother? I didn't mention you. Why are you acting like a big shot? Then who are you referring to? Whoever responds, that is who I'm talking about. It seemed that Wang Weixin had endured too much stimulation that night, leaving him unable to find his inner calm. First, he was sharply rebuffed by Qin Ziru, then again by Wang Weitong. What troubled him most was that despite their treatment of him, he found himself unable to retaliate against either. Sister Rian, let us leave. Bai Yu stepped forward to grasp Lu Rian's hand, but she deftly evaded him. Lu Rian's beautiful eyes remained fixed on Qin Wudao, now brimming with tears, as if she might weep at any moment. Wudao, come away with me. I will give you everything you desire. If you do not fancy Bai Yu, I will send him away and sever all ties with him forever. That is out of the question. Bai Yu was suddenly filled with urgency. All his efforts were aimed at winning the heart of the beautiful woman. If Lu Ruyan were to send him away, how could he possibly continue his plans? Contemplating this, he directly addressed Qin Wudao, saying, Brother Wudao, are you truly worried that I might steal Sister Ruyan away? The truth is, my mother is terminally ill and has little time left. She fears that I will be alone, which is why she asked Sister Ruyan to take me as her younger brother. If you genuinely wish to expel me, I promise to disappear after my mother passes away. Upon hearing this, both Qin Zirue and Wang Weitong displayed expressions of disdain, inwardly cursing him. What kind of insufferable green tea act is this? In contrast, Lu Ruyan wore a sorrowful expression, caught between wanting to affirm Bai Yu's words and fearing Qin Wudao's anger. Alas, Qin Wudao sighed, pushing away the woman clinging to him. He stood up and regarded Bai Yu. You just mentioned that your mother is terminally ill, correct? Yes, indeed. I swear I am not lying. Bai Yu exclaimed, nodding vigorously as if he had found a lifeline. Lu Ruyan interjected, Wudao, this is true. Bai Yu's mother and I were neighbors, and she took care of me when we were younger. Now that she is terminally ill, I took on this brotherly role to fulfill her last wish. Rest assured, once Annie, silence. Did I ask you to speak? Lu Ruyan was cut off by Qin Wudao's icy tone. With her silence, he turned back to Bai Yu, speaking in a calm demeanor. Your mother is terminally ill, and once she passes, you will vanish. That is quite simple. Wang Weitong. Here, Brother Qin. Wang Weitong scampered to Qin Wudao's side, a roguish grin on his face. What is your command? With a smile, Qin Wudao replied, Did you not hear? Our young friend Bai Yu has stated that he needs to wait until his mother passes to be free. Come, assist him. Send someone to that hospital and throw that old lady off the building. And remember to record it. Let this dutiful son see it well. Understood. Wang Weitong nodded, signaling to a subordinate at the door, who promptly retrieved a phone to make the necessary arrangements. No, this cannot be happening. Bai Yu panicked, casting a desperate glance at Lu Ruyan. Sister Ruyan, please help me. I beg you, do not let him throw my mother off. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale as well. She had never realized the extent of Qin Wudao's terrifying methods. Moreover, Wang Weitong, being the second son of the Wang family, could undoubtedly carry out such a deed without issue, for the Wang family was notorious in the city for their ruthless dealings, their influence instilling fear in many. This power was firmly in the hands of Wang Weitong, who even overshadowed his elder brother, Wang Weixian, in terms of authority. Sister Lu, I implore you, I cannot bear the thought of losing my mother. Bai Yu was on the verge of tears, utterly unprepared for Qin Wudao's unpredictable nature. Upon hearing Bai Yu's desperate plea, Lu Ruyan turned her gaze towards Qin Wudao. If you utter another word, I assure you, I will cast both you and your mother from this building. Rest assured, it will be swift, a mere snap, and it will shatter. Qin Wudao's icy words instantly silenced Lu Ruyan's pleas. She discerned a murderous intent in his gaze. He is not jesting. He truly intends to kill me. This realization caused Lu Ruyan's delicate frame to tremble slightly, rendering her unsteady. Chapter 25. Isn't this convenient? After a brief moment, Wang Weitong's phone emitted a sound. He picked it up to examine it, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He then approached Qin Wudao and handed him the device. Big brother. It's all taken care of, haha. That old lady is quite formidable. She even managed to grasp the window. If we hadn't lent her a hand, she would have truly pulled herself up with just one chin up. Qin Wudao glanced at the video on the phone and addressed Wang Weitong. What is the point of just us watching? Come, project on the screen so everyone can enjoy. All right, A mischievous grin spread across Wang Weidong's face as he cast the video onto the large screen at the front of the private room. The footage revealed a hospital room. Suddenly, the door swung open with a loud bang, and the elderly lady on the bed jumped up at the sound. Fear etched on her face as she beheld the figures in black entering. "Who are you? I'll have you know, my goddaughter is General Liu from Yinyu Company. If you don't want to, what are you going to do?" Before she could finish her sentence, the group seized her. The leader, wearing a sinister smile, said, "Old Deng, stop struggling. Your beloved son said that once you're gone, he will be free, and our young master will assist him." "No, it can't be. Let go of me. Who sent you?" With a swift motion, the window was flung open, and a gust of cold wind rushed into the hospital room. Being on the 18th floor, a magnificent view unfolded below, a splendid spectacle. Yet, the seemingly frail old lady displayed remarkable vitality, struggling fiercely against the two burly men holding her down, as if she were fueled by an adrenaline rush. "Let go of me! Let go of me!" Upon witnessing the height, the old lady felt dizzy with terror, to the point of nearly losing control. "Everyone, my goddaughter has a great deal of money. Please, let me go, and she will pay you. Whatever you want, just name it." The leader chuckled derisively at the old lady. "What are you thinking, old Deng? How much money could your goddaughter possibly have? Even if she were wealthy, what of it? Our boss has stated that Master Qin wishes to see fireworks. And we're talking about the kind that come crashing down. So you'll be the one to perform the act. Don't worry, it won't hurt a bit." With that, they disregarded the old lady's desperate struggles and began to push her towards the window. The old lady clung to the windowsill with all her might, desperately attempting to pull herself back up. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. "Wow, this old lady has some strength. Is she trying to do a chin-up? Come on, let us give her a little nudge." "All right." One of the younger men grinned and approached, delivering a swift kick with his size 42 shoe to her wrinkled face. Bang! With a dull thud, blood splattered across the old lady's face, and she let out a shriek as she plummeted down, truly bursting forth a crimson flower upon impact with the ground. "Mother!" Within the confines of the private room, Baiyu, upon witnessing the tragic state of his mother, immediately fell to his knees, wailing in despair. Liu Ruyin, too, collapsed to the ground. Although she was now a renowned business tycoon, she had always been shielded by the clandestine power of the Dragon King Hall. She had never encountered a scene where life was so callously disregarded. Moreover, the person hurled from the building was none other than her so-called godmother. "Mother!" Baiyu cried out with a heart-wrenching lament. In stark contrast, Wang Weitong raised his glass with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Brother, it's done. How do you like this firework display?" The crystal glasses clinked together, producing a melodious chime. Qin Wudao downed the contents of his glass, his face also adorned with a smile. "Indeed, the fireworks are splendid. It is a pity, however, that we could not witness them live. What difficulty is there?" Wang Weitong smirked, glancing at the despairing Baiyu on the ground. "We have a ready-made spectacle right here." Sensing Wang Weidong's demeanor, Baiyu instinctively crawled backward until his back collided with the wall. He had believed that with his cunning, he could win Liu Ruyin's favor, thereby securing not only her affection, but also a fortune that would last a lifetime. Who could have foreseen the drastic transformation of Qin Wudao? They truly had no regard for human life. "What do you intend to do? Sister Ruyin, Sister Ruyin, save me, please." Baiyu clung to the hope that Liu Ruyin would be his salvation, repeatedly calling her name. Yet, in that moment, Liu Ruyin sat dazed on the floor, seemingly oblivious to his plight, either from shock or some other reason. Tap, tap, tap. Qin Wudao approached Baiyu with measured steps, towering over him. "What was your name again?" "Baiyu, isn't it? Look at you. Your injuries have yet to heal, and yet you dare to dance in my presence. Alas, what shall I do with you?" Upon hearing Qin Wudao's words, Baiyu immediately knelt, prostrating himself on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. His head struck the floor repeatedly, even drawing blood. "Brother Wudao, no. Young Master Qin, I beg you spare me. I will not disclose my mother's fate to the authorities. I implore you, let me go." Yes. And as for Ruyin, Director Liu, if you were to kill me outright, it would surely affect your relationship, would it not? I beseech you, spare me. Bai Yu's voice quivered with tears as he witnessed his mother being cast from the building. His heart was devoid of anger or resentment, filled instead with an overwhelming dread. In that moment, he comprehended the chasm that lay between himself and these individuals. Wang Weixing, Wang Weitong, Qin Wudao, and Qin Zirai, all, including the accompanying hostesses, observed the scene with detached indifference. None felt discomfort at the spectacle. This was their world. Previously, he had fancied that with a few clever words, he could persuade Lu Ruyin to usher him into the upper echelons of society. Now, it was evident that even Lu Ruyin was unworthy to associate with them. In this moment, one can only humbly beseech the forgiveness of the person before them. Otherwise, the consequences may be dire. In the struggle for survival, all notions of dignity, femininity, and wealth become insignificant. Just as Bai Yu fervently prostrated himself, Lu Ruyin regained her senses and beheld Qin Wu Dao standing menacingly before Bai Yu, clearly intent on inflicting harm. In haste, she crawled towards him, clinging to his leg. Wu Dao, I implore you, do not act. If you truly take his life, you too will face repercussions. Let him leave this place, and then I. Alas, before she could finish her plea, a sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through her. Qin Wu Dao had unexpectedly seized her by the hair, lifting her off the ground. After securing Lu Ruyin, he turned his gaze towards the rear and commanded, "Two of you, hold her down here. Let her witness this with her own eyes." Chapter 26. Is he in disguise? Wang Weitong, exhibiting remarkable composure, subtly gestured with his eyes, prompting two accompanying women to rise and assist Lu Ruyin, steadying her by her side. Another woman approached, securing Lu Ruyin's head, compelling her to gaze unwaveringly at Bai Yu below. Witnessing Qin Wudao's actions, Bai Yu was rendered utterly petrified. Master Qin, I beg you, spare me. I realize my mistakes. I shall never dare again. Let me off. Before he could finish his plea, a forceful kick struck his chest. The impact so fierce that the sound of cracking bones echoed in the air. Qin Wudao, observing Bai Yu beneath his foot, nonchalantly unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt, declaring, "Enough with the prattle." With that, he unleashed a powerful fist downward. Bang! Accompanied by a resounding thud, Qin Wudao's fist collided with Bai Yu's arm. The force so tremendous that it flattened Bai Yu's limb as if it had been crushed by a hydraulic press. Even the polished floor beneath them bore witness to deep fissures. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Weixing's pupils dilated in shock, for he understood that as a premier establishment, the very ground they stood upon was crafted from the most durable and opulent stone. To crush another's arm with such might, even shattering the floor beneath, required an extraordinary degree of strength. Qin Zirwei instinctively shuddered. Yet, only Wang Weitong maintained his composure, fully aware of his brother's formidable prowess. The anguished cries reverberated throughout the private room, as Bai Yu's eyes bulged, tears streaming down his face. Bang! Before his lamentations could subside, another fist struck his other arm, followed swiftly by a blow to one leg, and then the other. His limbs were mercilessly shattered, the stone tiles beneath them reduced to rubble. Eventually, Bai Yu's screams grew hoarse, and each time he seemed on the verge of losing consciousness, Wang Weitong would dutifully pour a drink over his face to revive him. Bang! 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 Even after his limbs were broken, Qin Wudao's fists continued to rain down, blood splattering everywhere, staining his pristine shirt crimson. Lu Ruyin, forced to witness the horrifying scene, trembled slightly, clearly frightened, yearning to collapse yet unable to do so due to being firmly restrained. Moments later, as Qin Wudao accepted a paper towel from a bystander to wipe his hands, Bai Yu lay in a state akin to a puddle of sludge. Not a single bone in his body remained intact, completely shattered. Yet, in defiance of his grievous injuries, he still clung to the faintest breath of life. He hasn't perished? Qin Wudao mused with intrigue, surveying Bai Yu below. He was genuinely curious about the resilience of this individual's vitality. How could someone endure such devastation and still draw breath? Yet, no hospital could remedy this. It was beyond mere compound fractures, akin to being crushed by a steamroller. The onlookers beheld this shocking scene with disbelief. This time, Even Wang Weixin's gaze carried a hint of trepidation, and he seemed to have discerned a flicker of excitement on Qin Wudao's face. Could anyone truly feel exhilaration at such a moment? Surely this man must be insane to be adversaries with someone like him. Wang Weixin incessantly pondered strategies in his mind. If he were to confront Qin Wudao, he must seize the perfect opportunity to deliver a lethal blow, or else he would be the one to suffer the consequences. My dear brother, it seems you have become increasingly perverse. Wang Weitong approached Qin Wudao, glancing at the shattered ground, and jested, "You've already put distance between yourself and us mere humans." In response, Qin Wudao retorted with a smirk, "Want to learn? Spare me the trouble." Wang Weitong waved his hand in a gesture of surrender, saying, "Just allow me to remain a handsome man in peace. I am neither skilled in martial arts, nor do I wish to endure such torment." Qin Wudao turned his attention to the frail Lu Ruyan, who, upon noticing his gaze, instinctively recoiled in fear. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, within her terrified, beautiful eyes, there seemed to lie a glimmer of excitement and affection. "Miss Lu, I shall require you to dispose of this trash shortly. Of course, the cleaning fee will not be overlooked." This time, Lu Ruyan refrained from further conversation, pushing away those who supported her as she slowly exited the private box. Before departing, she turned to fixate on Qin Wudao, seemingly intent on memorizing his visage. "Wudao, I shall not give up. You still love me, and you will forgive me." With that, Lu Ruyan ceased her words and turned away. She has gone. No more fun to be had. Wang Weitong shrugged his shoulders, speaking with resignation. Qin Wudao returned to his seat, picked up his glass, and a nearby woman immediately understood his intent and poured him some wine. "So, young Master Wang is staying behind to wait for me to have a chat?" Observing the playful smile on Qin Wudao's face, Wang Weixin opted for silence. He had initially thought Lu Ruyan was Qin Wudao's Achilles heel, but it seemed he was mistaken. Even if Qin Wudao had previously been infatuated, it was evident that women were no longer his vulnerability. Yet, why had he displayed such deep affection before? Was it all an act? With these questions swirling in his mind, Wang Weixin and his subordinates turned to leave. "By the way, young Master Wang, remember to settle the bill. And this room is quite filthy. Have someone clean it up." "Understood." Wang Weixin nodded with a forced smile before making his exit. Once he had left, Wang Weitong immediately approached. "Boss, I had an absolute blast today. You really helped me vent some frustration. This has nothing to do with you. It was simply my disdain for him," Qin Wudao replied, shaking his head. He then took out his phone, and while waiting for the room to be cleaned, he opened a short video. "Oh, so you're the werewolf?" Wang Weitong exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Qin Wudao's IP address. Qin Wudao turned to look at Wang Weitong. "You still indulge in short videos?" "Of course. In the present day, there exists a plethora of beautiful streamers, and I find myself compelled to explore the world as well." Wang Weitong chuckled. "Ah, by the way, the person you faced off against before was you, right? What happened? Did that fellow offend you? Shall I take care of him?" "There's no need," Qin Wudao replied, shaking his head. "What is your opinion of that enigmatic figure, Mo Zong?" "That individual is shrouded in mystery." Upon mentioning Mo Zong, Wang Weitong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He can effortlessly bestow a few billion in tips, with funds seemingly sourced from overseas, and appears to have connections with various financial magnates. Indeed, Qin Wudao nodded in agreement. Given that Mo Zong possesses a system, the money acquired through it must undoubtedly be of a legitimate nature, with overseas dealings being the most advantageous approach. It adds an additional layer of identity to this so-called Mo Zong. Chapter 27. Acquaintances one after another indeed. That fellow is part of our group. He was brought in by that lad from Xingyi Group. Look here." With that, Wang Weitong handed his phone to Qin Wudao. Upon opening the group chat, it was evident that the conversation was fervently ablaze. "Have you uncovered the identity of that werewolf?" "I certainly haven't. It seems the higher-ups have concealed it. This suggests either an official backing or a significant pedigree. Hence the information is obscured. Yet, none can rival our esteemed Mo. Mo is someone whose very existence eludes scrutiny. Dare to oppose you? Is this fellow your adversary, Mo? If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." The user named a lonely cigarette also noted the discussions in the group. He promptly responded, "Thank you all, but assistance is unnecessary. I can manage this matter independently. We shall convene at the commercial banquet in 2 days." Upon reading Mo's message, the group erupted in excitement once more. A commercial banquet? Is Mo referring to the one held in our beloved city 2 days hence? Such an event is reserved for the true elite. Ha ha ha. At last, we shall behold the true visage of Mo. I was contemplating skipping it, but if Mo attends, I too must be present. Wang Weidong shut his phone and addressed Qin Wudao. "I say, boss, they're clearly plotting against you. That commercial banquet is likely the stage for your confrontation, is it not? If you need assistance, do let me know, I assure you. While I cannot wield the Wang family's influence to offend the enigmatic Mo, my own standing is not insignificant." In response, Qin Wudao smiled. "Very well, drink your wine. Do you truly believe he is some mysterious magnate? There aren't so many of those lurking about. Perhaps you've read too many novels. Is he not?" Wang Weidong was taken aback. "But he lavishes billions on those female streamers. That's throwing money around without a care. If he were merely purchasing a car or watch, I could understand. But isn't this just frivolous spending? Could it not be that he simply has excess funds with no other outlet? Then he is indeed a magnate, with such wealth? No worries. You shall see soon enough." Qin Wudao did not directly reveal Mo's identity, but instead shifted the topic. "By the way, accompany me tomorrow." "For what purpose? It has been years since I last visited my own company. It is high time I did." "Oh." Wang Weidong's eyes brightened. If anyone in this city knew that Qin Wudao owned a company, it was Wang Weidong. The so-called Hidden Dragon Group, much like its name, had remained shrouded in secrecy. In a mere few years, while everyone remained oblivious, the Hidden Dragon Group had firmly established itself among the elite ranks of the city. However, this group remains exceedingly enigmatic, essentially operating on a self-sustaining model. The employees are bound by confidentiality agreements, and even the identity of the president is shrouded in mystery. Yet, Wang Weidong is well aware. His childhood friend, Qin Jiada, is the power behind the Hidden Dragon Group. Is it time to initiate plans? Upon hearing Qin Wudao's affirmation, Wang Weidong turned his gaze toward Qin Zirwei, who was seated nearby. "I must say, second young master Qin, I did not invite you to join our conversation. We're about to delve into some private matters. Perhaps you might consider stepping outside? If the financial burden is too great for you, fret not. I shall cover your expenses tonight. Would that be agreeable?" Upon hearing this, Qin Zirwei furrowed his brows and coldly replied, "I shall remain here. If you wish to discuss something confidential, do so elsewhere." Wang Weidong's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never encountered such audacity. Turning to Qin Wudao, he incredulously exclaimed, "Boss, can you believe his audacity? By the way, are you two truly not brothers? I can't shake the feeling that his manner of speaking resembles yours." Qin Wudao chuckled heartily. "It's fine. If he wishes to stay, let him. As for our plans, we can discuss them tomorrow. Tonight, let us simply enjoy ourselves." He harbored no strong aversion toward Qin Zirwei, viewing him as a rebellious youth whose mischief, while evident, was at least openly displayed, unlike those who feign innocence. Whether due to his character or the goodwill of the Qin family, Qin Wudao had no intention of taking action against him unless Qin Zirwei provoked it himself. However, judging by recent events, it was clear that Qin Zirwei was not devoid of principles. With this in mind, Qin Wudao wrapped an arm around a woman and began to indulge in the evening's pleasures. The trio's drinking session stretched into the early hours, culminating in a camaraderie between Wang Weidong and Qin Zirwei, who embraced each other as brothers. "Brother, let me tell you, this is my elder brother. You may refer to him as Master Qin. From now on, we shall rely on him. You should not suffer any loss," Wang Weidong declared, his speech slightly slurred from the wine. Qin Zirwei nodded, downing his drink in one gulp, then turned to Qin Wudao. "Master Qin, henceforth, I shall address you as elder brother, just like Wang. You shall look after both of us." Qin Wudao observed the two, slightly intoxicated and indulging in their revelry, and felt a sense of exasperation. He gently pushed aside the two women beside him, whose stockings had begun to tear. Rising to his feet, he noted the effects of the alcohol. Even with his constitution, he felt somewhat tipsy. Gazing at the intertwined figures of Qin Zirwei and Wang Weitong. He surmised they could not drink much more. The others in the private room were no better off. Not a single individual was capable of standing, all slumped on the sofa in disarray. Perhaps it is best to retire for the night, Qin Wudao mused, adjusting his suit before stepping out of the private room, leaving the others to their own devices. Ding dong. Upon entering the elevator, Qin Wudao exhaled softly. With the dawn, he would be heading to the Hidden Dragon Group. As a top-tier figure from his previous life, his business acumen was undoubtedly formidable. Since he aspired to live a remarkable life in this world, he intended to leverage every available resource to ascend to the pinnacle and savor the vistas from such heights. While Qin Wudao pondered this, the elevator halted at the 4th floor, the dining area of the club. As the doors slid open, a waft of exquisite fragrance enveloped him. This aroma was strikingly familiar. Peering closely, he was taken aback to discover yet another acquaintance. Had he inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest today? One familiar face after another appeared. Among those entering the elevator were both men and women, seemingly 2 families comprising 4 elders and 2 young couples. Chapter 28. A few individuals were adorned in exquisite attire, clearly indicative of their affluent backgrounds. The young man possessed a handsome visage, his eyes gleaming with mirth, fixated unwaveringly upon the woman before him. The woman subtly raised her chin, emanating an aura that repelled others from approaching. Her brows, like distant mountains, arched delicately, exuding an air of aloofness and reserve. Clad in a white chi-pao that accentuated her curvaceous figure, she embodied a blend of allure and grace. Her hair was gently secured with a jade hairpin, revealing a neck reminiscent of a swan's elegance. This woman was none other than an old acquaintance of Qin Wudao, the eldest daughter of the Wan family, Wan Shirin. A year her junior, Wan Shirin favored the chi-pao, embodying the essence of classical beauty. Having studied traditional Chinese medicine since childhood, she carried with her a fragrant essence of herbs and flora, which explained why her presence lingered in the air long before she arrived. Upon catching sight of Qin Wudao, a fleeting tremor passed through her beautiful eyes, only to be replaced by an immediate composure. Qin Wudao possessed memories of their shared past. In his pursuit of Wan Shirin, he had often inflicted injuries upon himself to seek her healing touch. It remained uncertain whether Wan Shirin's demeanor was intrinsically cold, but despite his fervent admiration, he had never once elicited a smile from her. He had silently trailed by her side, bravely confronting any danger, whether in business or personal affairs, consistently guarding her from the shadows, a testament to his unwavering devotion. However, their separation was precipitated by Wan Shirin's poignant declaration. "Thank you for your support these past 2 years. But I am to be married. The engagement was arranged long ago. Shirin, if you do not wish to marry him, I can assist you. My true identity, no need for further words. I am aware of all you have done for me, but my family matters take precedence. I appreciate your kindness. Shirin, do you truly not wish to grant me a chance? I can persuade your family. Unnecessary. Our relationship is merely that of patient and doctor. I have never regarded you in that light. I apologize for my bluntness, but the truth remains. 2 years of dedication yielded nothing more than a mere expression of gratitude, and the beauty he had safeguarded was to wed another. Unable to endure the emotional turmoil, he left the hospital run by Wan Shirin. It was a rainy day, and as he walked alone down the street, it was the arrival of Lu Ruyin that brought him a flicker of warmth, prompting him to shift his affections towards her. The irony. Qin Wudao reflected upon the memories belonging to his predecessor, now rightfully his own, and felt an urge to chastise himself. Was it not true that 2 years of heartfelt devotion could have been resolved with a mere umbrella? The moniker Wolf Warrior seemed fitting indeed. The term scoundrel hardly suited him. While the scoundrel had reaped his rewards, this Wolf Warrior, had not even tasted a morsel. The slightest touch of Wan Shirin's cool hand during her healing sessions could bring him joy for 3 days. Sigh. Qin Wudao shook his head, a flicker of anger towards himself arising within. As he pondered, 2 women began to converse. "Madame Wan, let us settle this matter," one said. "The children seem agreeable, and as elders, we naturally wish for their union to progress swiftly. Well, if my Shirin has no objections, then as her mother, I too have none." "That is splendid. Wenfeng, you must make an effort. Shireen has a somewhat aloof disposition, so you should take good care of her. Hearing his mother's words, the young man referred to as Winfeng smiled and replied, I understand. Shireen and I are childhood friends. Had I not gone abroad for my studies, we would likely have been together long ago. Rest assured, uncle and aunt, I will take excellent care of Shireen. The group continued their cheerful chatter, while Qin Wudao, standing at the back, began to feel drowsy. This elevator seems rather slow. Ding dong. Finally arriving at the first floor, as they stepped out, just as Qin Wudao was about to exit, a slightly chilly hand tugged him back. It's Wan Shireen. After pulling him back, she addressed the others, Mom, Dad. I left something in the private room. I'll go retrieve it. Please wait for me. With that, she blocked the elevator door, preventing Qin Wudao from leaving. Amidst the astonished gazes of the others, the elevator doors slowly closed. Wait, there is still someone in the elevator, the young man remarked, perplexed. Could it be someone Shireen knows? Impossible. The woman shook her head. Winfeng, if you're concerned, why not accompany me up to check? That person reeked of alcohol and hasn't exited yet. I worry Shireen might be in danger. All right. The young man hastily pressed the elevator button, intending to take another lift to catch up. Meanwhile, inside the elevator, Qin Wudao looked at the ascending numbers and helplessly exclaimed, Madam, if you left something upstairs, what does that have to do with me? I intend to return and sleep. At his words, Wan Shireen turned to him, her calm, beautiful eyes fixed on Qin Wudao. You carry the scent of other women's perfume, and not just one. Qin Wudao was at a loss for words. Do you have a dog-ass nose? What do you think I came here for, if not to dine and perhaps enjoy myself? Is it forbidden to have a hint of fragrance? Shouldn't you prefer I leave if it bothers you? Wan Shireen slightly pursed her lips, her delicate hands clutching her clothing. Qin Wudao, you never spoke to me this way before. Oh, Qin Wudao feigned confusion. My lady, do we know each other? Regardless, it matters little. Perhaps you've had too much to drink. The elevator will be yours shortly. I shall take the stairs. You've been gone for so long, and this is how you choose to treat me? Wan Shireen's lovely face bore a hint of defiance. Though she appeared gentle and fragile, she stepped forward assertively, pinning Qin Wudao against the wall in a sudden and breathtaking gesture. The fragrant aroma of the verdant flora jolted the slightly intoxicated Qin Wudao back to full awareness. He furrowed his brow slightly and casually pushed Wan Shireen aside. Miss, this elevator is not a lawless domain. Do refrain from behaving inappropriately. Just then, the elevator doors slid open, announcing their arrival on the fourth floor. Qin Wudao did not grant Wan Shireen the opportunity to speak, swiftly striding out. However, before he could distance himself, the hem of his suit was seized once more. Do not leave. I have not yet finished speaking. Qin Wudao turned around, his expression one of palpable annoyance. Have you not had enough? It was you who urged me to leave in the first place. And now it is you who clings to me. I must ask, Miss Wan, do you truly believe yourself to be some celestial being deserving of everyone's adoration? You indeed remember me. Chapter 29. Do you still want me? Wan Shireen's face was etched with determination. The previous icy demeanor now utterly vanished. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with tears as she clutched the hem of Qin Wudao's garment, her grip so forceful that her knuckles turned pale. What does it matter if you remember? Qin Wudao extended his hand to push Wan Shireen away. At that moment, she noticed the redness in his knuckles. He had exerted considerable force while striking Bai Yu, leaving the ground shattered and his fingers slightly oozing blood. A look of concern washed over Wan Shireen's face as she seized Qin Wudao's hand, bringing it closer. You're hurt? Qin Wudao promptly withdrew his hand. This is none of your concern. It is my affair. Come back to the clinic with me. Wan Shireen's captivating eyes remained fixed on Qin Wudao, showing no intention of letting him leave. Even when he retracted his hand, she would resolutely grasp it again. Ding dong. Just as Wan Shireen held onto Qin Wudao, the elevator doors slid open. A young man named Winfeng stepped out, immediately spotting Wan Shireen holding onto Qin Wudao's hand. What are you doing? Let go of her. The young man advanced, glaring at Qin Wudao, and forcibly separated them, positioning himself in front of Wan Shireen. Who are you? This is my fiancée. Why are you holding her hand? In response, Qin Wudao shrugged helplessly. If you don't intend to use your eyes, perhaps you should donate them. Can't you see that she is the one grasping my hand? Liao Wenfeng. Wan Shirin pushed Liao Wenfeng aside and coldly declared, "Our matters do not concern you. You should leave." Huh? Liao Wenfeng looked at Wan Shirin in disbelief, astonished that she, who had maintained her icy demeanor throughout dinner, would now demand him to depart. "Shirin, has this fellow been bullying you? Tell me, and I will definitely—" "No." Wan Shirin interrupted him, her tone indifferent. "I have matters to discuss with him. You should return. You are my fiancée. Do you think it's appropriate to converse with another man here? I never consented to the engagement." This declaration was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Liao Wenfeng's fists clenched, the veins on his forehead bulging, clearly enraged. Ding dong. Just as he was about to confront Qin Wudao, the elevator doors opened once more. Two men, arms draped around each other's shoulders, emerged, Wang Weitong and Qin Zuru, appearing to have an exceptionally close bond. "Brother, we've come for a late-night snack. I'll show you a grand time. Indeed, tonight we shall indulge. I'll cover all expenses." The two men ambled out, their camaraderie evident. As Wang Weitong stepped out of the elevator, he spotted Qin Wudao. "Oh, boss, what are you doing here? Are you here for a late-night snack too? Come, let us go together." Upon hearing those words, Qin Wudao remained silent, but beside him, Qin Zirwei could no longer contain himself. He muttered, "What do you mean by big brother? This is my elder brother. Do you not understand? He is my brother, and you must also address him as big brother. My brother is your brother." "Nonsense. He is my leader. He is my elder brother." The two began to vie for Qin Wudao's attention. Liao Wenfeng and Wan Shirin naturally overheard their exchange. Who is this individual to command such respect from the second sons of both the Wang and Qin families? Liao Wenfeng pondered deeply, contemplating the commercial implications of offending such a powerful figure. Although the Liao family is a prominent clan, they might not withstand the onslaught of two top-tier families. In contrast, Wan Shirin's beautiful eyes narrowed as she recalled Qin Wudao's earlier proclamation, "I will make your family agree." This statement, which she had previously dismissed as mere youthful bravado in the face of reality, now appeared strikingly prescient. Qin Wudao had indeed fulfilled his promise, even compelling the second sons of both the Wang and Qin families to acknowledge him as their elder brother voluntarily. How much suffering must he have endured over the years to emerge as such an exceptional individual? Could it truly be for that vow, to prove himself worthy of her? Wan Shirin's delicate form trembled slightly. She realized how little she understood. Unbeknownst to her, the vow made by that young man had been realized. Yet what of her? How could she contemplate an alliance with another at this juncture? The mere thought sent a wave of panic through her, rendering her momentarily unsteady. Liao Wenfeng approached, inquiring, "May I ask who this gentleman is?" "No need to inquire. We have no connection. Just keep your fiancé at a distance, and do not interfere," Qin Wudao replied, his words leaving Liao Wenfeng momentarily speechless. He understood that Qin Wudao had no interest in him. Thus, why should he offer himself up to be humiliated? He turned to Wan Shirin and softly said, "Shirin, let us depart. If you wish to leave, do so on your own." Wan Shirin showed no regard for Liao Wenfeng's feelings. She gazed at Qin Wudao, her previously dignified demeanor replaced by a vulnerable fragility that elicited sympathy. "Wudao, do you still want me?" The moment the words escaped her lips, Wang Weitong and Qin Zirwei were both taken aback, feeling as though the sky had collapsed. When did the usually aloof eldest daughter of the Wan family transform into such a humble figure? Both of them were similarly astonished, let alone Liao Wenfeng, who felt like a mere clown. He had thought he possessed a fiancée, only to find her asking another man if he wanted her. Qin Wudao regarded the trembling Wan Shirin and replied coolly, "No, you cannot reject me." Upon hearing Qin Wudao's words, Wan Shirin shook her head vehemently, tears glistening in her eyes, and then she threw herself into Qin Wudao's embrace, her delicate, fragile hands gripping his arm tightly. "Please, I implore you, accept me." Qin Wudao sensed the tremor of the person in his embrace, memories of heart-wrenching pain incessantly haunting him. Yet in that moment, he exhibited no hesitation and forcefully pushed Wan Shirin away. "I harbor no interest in you, nor have I ever contemplated the nature of our relationship. So go wherever you wish, engage to whomever you choose. It has no bearing on me. Wan Shirin gazed at Qin Wudao with tear-filled eyes, sobbing, I realize my mistakes. I beg you, grant me a chance. In the future, I will care for you. I'm aware of all you have sacrificed for me over the years. Enough. Before Wan Shirin could finish her plea, Qin Wudao interrupted her abruptly. I have not sacrificed anything for you, nor do I require your self-pity. Keep your distance from me. Chapter 30. The annulment of the engagement I refuse. Wan Shirin shook her head, tears streaming down her face, yet her gaze remained resolute. At that moment, Liao Wenfeng's complexion turned a shade of green. He had pursued Wan Shirin for many years and had never witnessed any emotion other than her usual cold demeanor. However, ever since she encountered Qin Wudao, her emotions had shattered completely. This sensation left him breathless, yet he dared not voice his thoughts, especially with young Master Wang and young Master Qin present. Both were intoxicated, yet their fierce glares bore down upon him. The Qin and Wang families were not mere trivial clans. They were among the most prestigious in a magical metropolis. Offending either could lead to repercussions far more severe than mere financial loss for the Liao family. That man is insane. Qin Zirwei swayed unsteadily, his speech slightly slurred. Gome, brother, come with me. I will arrange things for you. The mere daughter of the Wan family is but one individual. I can provide you with 10. How dare you claim such authority? Interjected Wang Weidong, visibly displeased. Listen, boss, come with me, and I can arrange 20. Absolutely not. Before Qin Wudao could respond, Wan Shirin swiftly rejected both men. The moment the two suggested finding women for Qin Wudao, her heart felt as though it were being twisted by a knife, the pain rendering her nearly unable to stand. She could scarcely fathom the emotional devastation she would endure upon witnessing Qin Wudao with another woman. At that juncture, Qin Wudao spoke with a mocking tone. Miss Wan, what does this have to do with you? Whether I find 20 or 200, it is of no concern to you. Your fiancé is right here. Attend to your own affairs and cease this prattle. With that, without waiting for Wan Shirin's response, Qin Wudao seized the inebriated Wang Weitong and Qin Zirwei, dragging them away. Despite his firm grip, he moved with surprising speed, swiftly disappearing from her sight. Wan Shirin stood frozen, staring at Qin Wudao's retreating figure. She yearned to chase after him, yet the excruciating heartache immobilized her, leaving her powerless to do anything but watch as he faded from her view. Shirin, our engagement. Before Liao Wenfeng could finish, Wan Shirin interrupted him. This union was a mistake from the beginning. Shirin, what are you saying? Liao Wenfeng exclaimed in alarm. We are childhood sweethearts. Had it not been for my studies abroad, we would have been together long ago. At his words, Wan Shirin gently shook her head. Whether you went abroad or not, I have never harbored any feelings for you. Not even a little. I have always regarded you as a brother. Had he not returned, I might have followed my family's wishes. But now that he is back, my heart belongs solely to him. Liao Wenfeng's eyes filled with rage. He had hoped that this gathering would solidify their engagement, only to find, to his dismay, that Wan Shirin insisted on annulling it. He had coveted her for far too long. It is absolutely unacceptable for Wan Shirin to be taken by someone else at the last moment. Contemplating this, Liao Wenfeng intended to utter something further, yet Wan Shirin had already shown no inclination to engage with him. She pressed the button for the elevator and departed. Liao Wenfeng had initially planned to enter the same elevator, but upon witnessing the icy gaze in Wan Shirin's eyes, he hesitated and halted his steps. Meanwhile, Qin Wudao had dragged Qin Zirwei and Wang Weitong into the dining area, carelessly selecting a seat before unceremoniously dropping them down. After assigning them to the service staff, Qin Wudao turned to leave. Regardless of whether it was because of Qin Wanrong or due to his parents, he returned to the Qin family villa. The butler, catching a whiff of the alcohol on Qin Wudao, quickly inquired, Young master, would you like me to prepare some hangover soup? No need, thank you, Uncle Le. I'm fine, Qin Wudao replied as he made his way to his room. It was already past midnight, and Qin Wanrong had long since fallen asleep, lying on her bed, where Qin Wudao could detect a faint fragrance. Clearly, Qin Wanrong had been there earlier. It was uncertain whether she had left due to being discovered or simply exhaustion. Breathing in the delicate aroma, Qin Wudao succumbed to slumber, and the night passed in silence. The following morning, Qin Wudao awoke due to an itch on his nose. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a flawless visage, Qin Wanrong, who lay atop him, her hair, imbued with the scent of jasmine, gently brushing against his face. "You're awake?" Qin Wanrong exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight, forming crescent shapes as she smiled. Sister, what brings you here?" he inquired. With a hint of sorrow on her enchanting face, Qin Wanrong replied, "I waited for you here all night. Tell me, where were you yesterday? Why do you reek of another woman's perfume?" Qin Wudao was momentarily taken aback. He realized once more that a woman's sense of smell was astoundingly acute, like that of a dog. Previously, it had been Wan Shirin who detected the scent of another woman on him. If one attributed her sensitivity to her studies in traditional medicine, it could be somewhat justified. Yet, Qin Wanrong had never studied medicine, nor was she an expert in perfumes. Yet she could easily discern the fragrance on him. "So now you call me sister?" Qin Wanrong teased, twirling her hair. "Didn't you used to refer to me as Miss Qin?" Hearing this, Qin Wudao gazed at the captivating woman before him. Flipping her over with one hand to pin her beneath him, their faces mere inches apart. In that instant, Qin Wanrong's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. "What did you say? Repeat that." Feeling Qin Wudao's breath upon her, Qin Wanrong's beautiful eyes flickered with shyness. "It's nothing." Observing her flustered expression, Qin Wudao released her, rising slowly to reveal his strong physique. "I have some matters to attend to shortly and must step out." "All right," Qin Wanrong obediently replied, then rose as well. Although her professional attire was wrinkled, she made no move to change, instead turning to leave directly. Upon catching a glimpse of Qin Wanrong's silhouette, Qin Wudao's lips curled into a subtle smile before he too turned and exited the room. He had made arrangements with Wang Wei to meet at a restaurant. After adjusting his attire, Qin Wudao departed from the Qin family estate in the vehicle prepared for him. The restaurant agreed upon with Wang Wei was not far from the Qin residence, and he arrived at the destination in less than 10 minutes. As one of the premier dining establishments in the Magic City, it was only natural that the staff recognized the Qin family's license plate, and they promptly approached to allocate a parking space for Qin Wudao. Upon disembarking, he entered this exclusive dining venue. There were no private rooms. Instead, it featured an open hall with seating, yet due to the elevated prices, patrons were scarce. Chapter 31. The meeting with Qianqian Rabbit prior to Qin Wudao's arrival. Two guests had already graced this dining establishment. Among them, the woman was extraordinarily beautiful, with a round face that bore a perfect level of refinement. Her skin as fair as freshly fallen snow, exuding a pearlescent sheen that seemed to beckon a gentle touch. Beneath her elegantly arched willow brows lay a pair of large, glistening eyes, and her cherry-red lips, naturally tinted, bore a slight upward curve that perpetually hinted an elusive smile, evoking a sense of delight in those who beheld her. Her lustrous hair cascaded casually over her ample bosom, accentuating her exquisite curves. With every gesture, she radiated an aura of confidence and charm that irresistibly drew others' gazes towards her. If her admirers from the live streaming platform were present, they would instantly recognize her as the beloved streamer, Qianqian Rabbit. In person, she surpassed her on-screen allure, particularly her figure, which could scarcely be described without resorting to hyperbole. In stark contrast, the man accompanying her possessed an ordinary appearance, clean and fresh, yet dressed in a remarkably simple manner. Nonetheless, his presence suggested that he was no ordinary individual, for he had the means to indulge in such an establishment. The couple chose a table by the window in the main hall. It was not that Qianqian Rabbit had neglected to reserve a private room, but rather that this establishment, despite its superb cuisine, lacked such accommodations and even beverages, a testament to the proprietor's whimsicality, compelling patrons to savor the culinary delights on display. As a woman of considerable shrewdness, Qianqian Rabbit approached her first meeting with the enigmatic Mr. M.O. with utmost preparation. Opting against a private room where the allure of drink could lead to unintended consequences, she reasoned that if her companion were an undesirable older gentleman, it would be unwise to place herself at a disadvantage. Upon her first glimpse of Mr. M.O., Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise. Although the man before her was not conventionally handsome and donned rather austere attire, as long as he was not an elderly lecher, she felt reassured. If it turned out that Mr. Mo truly belonged to high society, then her aspirations would be within reach. As for the werewolf, throughout the evening, Qianqian Rabbit perused her private messages on the video platform, her heart heavy with melancholy. She never anticipated that the phrase seen but not replied would ever apply to her. The mysterious Mr. Wolf had clearly viewed her message, yet showed no inclination to respond or add her to his contacts. For the first time, she found herself doubting her own allure as a woman. Had she not concocted a rationale for herself, she might have struggled to find sleep. In her mind, the man must surely be an aging curmudgeon, long since desensitized to beauty, visiting her live stream merely to gauge the enigmatic Mr. Mo. With that in mind, why should she concern herself any further? Across from her, Chu Feng was captivated by the sight of Qianqian Rabbit, his gaze filled with astonishment. He had expected her beauty to be somewhat enhanced by the camera, yet it appeared that the lens had actually obscured her splendor. Such a beauty could rival even his cherished ideal. The desire to bind her to himself intensified within him. After their previous encounter, Qianqian Rabbit's favor towards him had noticeably increased, and he sensed that their connection was on the verge of solidifying, much to his delight. In his perspective, as long as he could bind Qianqian Rabbit, wouldn't it be a matter of mere ease to take her down later? Montak Tsang, Qianqian Rabbit regarded the man before her, whose gaze was fixed intently upon her, and a flicker of disdain crossed her beautiful eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a smile. The sound drew Chu Feng back to reality, and with a hint of apology, he spoke. I apologize, I was just contemplating matters regarding the company. It's quite all right. Qianqian Rabbit gently shook her head, her tone exuding an understanding demeanor. Affection level -1. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chu Feng found himself at a loss for words once more. At times, he truly struggled to comprehend what Qianqian Rabbit meant. Her behavior was not merely a case of saying one thing while meaning another. It was as if her mood could shift unpredictably, ready to explode at any moment. Nonetheless, her beauty was sufficient to overshadow most of her flaws. With a slight smile, Qianqian Rabbit said softly, Mo Zong, I appreciate your support. I am Qianqian Rabbit. My real name is Chun Qianqian. Thank you for your support. I chose this place today because the food here is exceptionally delicious. I hope you will not find it lacking. How could that be? Chu Feng shook his head and replied in a calm manner. You need not call me Mo Zong. Just refer to me as Chu Feng. Chu Feng? What a lovely name. A name is merely a code. Did you summon me simply to express your gratitude, or is it for tomorrow's platform event? At his words, Chun Qianqian blinked her large eyes playfully, a hint of mischief in her smile. I understand that Mo Zong has someone special to protect, so I dare not ask for more. I am here solely to express my gratitude. After all, I have been live streaming for quite some time, and you are the first to shower me with such a generous amount of gifts. You hold a significant place in my heart, and I naturally wish to thank you in person. Had Chu Feng not possessed the affection level system, he might have been deceived by the person before him. A cold chuckle arose within him. What do you mean you dare not ask for more? You clearly desire even more. Very well, I shall take you shopping shortly. Who has to say my affection level will not rise? Once the binding is successful, assisting her with an event will be a trivial matter. My first love shall take first place, and let Chun Qianqian settle for second. With this thought, Chu Feng smiled in return. All right then, since that is the case, I shall not be modest. He picked up the menu on the table and began to order dishes, during which Chun Qianqian observed him closely, scrutinizing his every move. In her quest to successfully enter the upper echelons of society, Chun Qianqian had diligently prepared herself in this regard. It is no exaggeration to say that those attending elite training courses could not rival her knowledge. Thus, she could discern from a person's attire, demeanor, and conversation whether the individual before her was pretending. It must be said that Chu Feng's demeanor was exceedingly calm, leaving Chun Qianqian with no doubts about his identity as Mo Zong. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Feng had once lacked such composure and attitude, but since binding with the system, he had adopted a more indifferent outlook on everything. After all, not everyone could bind with such a system. Boss, you've arrived. Just as Chu Feng was placing his order, a voice of surprise echoed from the entrance. The diners raised their heads, only to behold Wang Ershao, who had been waiting at the entrance, directly welcoming a man as he strode in. Those gathered here were either affluent or noble, and they were well aware of the notorious debauchery of Wang Ershao. All eyes turned toward the entrance, eager to discern the identity of the man whom Wang Ershao referred to as boss and personally greeted. Chen Qianqian was no exception. Previously, Wang Ershao had been among her list of potential suitors. However, due to his notorious disposition, he was swiftly eliminated from her consideration. Chapter 32. The flustered Chen Qianqian, regardless of how debauched Wang Ershao may be, his identity as a scion of a prestigious family is undeniably genuine. The individual who can command such a wayward young master to willingly refer to him as boss must possess an immeasurable influence. Chen Qianqian's beautiful eyes turned towards the entrance, momentarily captivated. There stood a man clad in a tailored suit, his khaki attire failing to conceal his impeccable physique. The open collar revealed well-defined muscles, and his slightly tousled hair added an air of mischief. He epitomized the archetype of a rogue gentleman. Accustomed to handsome men, Chen Qianqian found herself momentarily entranced. Who could he be? Is there truly such a distinguished second-generation heir in Modu who could command the respect of Wang Ershao? After placing the order, Chu Feng also noticed Chen Qianqian's gaze and followed it, soon recognizing Qin Wudao. A light cough from Chu Feng brought Chen Qianqian back to her senses, and she quickly apologized. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Mo. Everyone was discussing, and I was merely indulging in the spectacle." Chen Qianqian was no fool. To deny or make excuses would be her greatest defeat. Sincerity was her secret weapon. Moreover, she emphasized her interest in the spectacle rather than fixating on Qin Wudao. Indeed, Chu Feng's expression softened slightly. "No need to apologize. It is human nature to be drawn to the intrigue. I too was merely feeling a bit under the weather earlier." "That is reassuring. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Mo." Chen Qianqian stuck out her little tongue playfully, and indeed, she refrained from directing her gaze back towards that direction. Upon entering the dining establishment, Qin Wudao encountered Wang Weitong and jested. "So, how did you fare with Qin Zirwei yesterday?" At this remark, Wang Weitong's countenance stiffened ever so slightly. After a night of heavy drinking, he awoke to find himself embracing Qin Zirwei, a sight that surely led to a morning full of chaos. "I say, boss, you are rather ungrateful. I was quite inebriated yesterday. Shouldn't you have kept an eye on me? Leaving me all alone. You had Qin Zirwei to keep you company. I thought it unnecessary to intervene." "Don't mention that fellow." The mere mention of Qin Zirwei stirred feelings of nausea within Wang Weitong, as the visual shock from that morning was indeed overwhelming. Naturally, Qin Zirwei harbored similar sentiments. Qin Wudao and Wang Weitong casually selected a table to sit down. "Boss, let us have a meal first. Later, I will accompany you to the Yinlong group." "Oh," Qin Wudao responded with mild surprise. "What is this? No longer opting for discretion?" "Heh." Wang Weitong's smile bore an undertone of sarcasm. "If I choose to remain inconspicuous and avoid competition, do you think they will simply let me be? Look at my elder brother. The moment he sensed my meeting with you, he immediately sought to create trouble. Indeed, if one desires to live joyously, one must first not allow others to restrain them. Instead of hiding, it is far better to declare openly that I intend to compete." As the moment approached, Wang Weidong's face was filled with resolute determination. He was not merely an ordinary scion of wealth. Setting aside the fact that the shadowy influence of the Wang family was firmly within his grasp, he had also been intricately planning for many years. Wang Weitong was no ignorant second-generation heir, having received the most elite education and been nurtured in an unparalleled environment. It was impossible for him to be a complete fool, unless such traits were inherited. He had been discreetly establishing his own networks of power, ensuring that should he ever be betrayed by those closest to him, he would still possess the opportunity to turn the tables. This dining establishment belonged to him as well. Its very design served the purpose of gathering intelligence. By inviting Qin Wudao here, he sent a clear signal to all. Wang Weitong was equally intent on contending for the position of heir to the Wang family, and in a manner that was both honorable and transparent. Seeing the conviction etched upon Wang Weidong's face, Qin Wudao felt a sense of relief. He did not fear his dear friend's ambition. Rather, he dreaded the possibility that Wang Weitong might truly succumb to the fade of decay he projected. Even if he could assist Wang Weitong, maintaining control was far more challenging than seizing it. Was it truly wise to entrust such a burden to Wang Weitong? Observing his friend's demeanor now reassured Qin Wudao that it would indeed be fine. Very well, let us attend the upcoming commercial banquet together, he proposed. By the way, Wang Weitong, momentarily adopting a serious demeanor, soon reverted to his usual roguish grin. Boss, are you considering bringing a female companion to the banquet? I mean, with that little video account of yours, weren't you scouting for someone special? You've finally come to your senses. Suddenly, as Wang Weitong and Qin Wudao conversed, a noise emerged from a nearby chair, capturing their attention. They turned to see Chen Qianqian, her lovely visage displaying a mixture of panic and surprise. She quickly bowed to the two, exclaiming, I apologize. I was lost in thought and accidentally bumped into the chair. I'm terribly sorry for interrupting your meal. No witties. Wang Weitong responded graciously. Even if it were intentional, it would be fine. Little sister, would you care to sit down and join us for a bite? No. I need to go to the restroom. With that, Chen Qianqian hurriedly made her way toward the restroom. Qin Wudao narrowed his eyes, watching her retreating figure. His memory was astoundingly sharp. He recognized her as the streamer Qianqian rabbit. Turning his gaze toward the window's side, he noticed a young man of unremarkable appearance. His expression neutral. Is that him? Just as Qin Wudao discerned the individual, the latter met his gaze. Having undergone a complete transformation thanks to his system, he showed no signs of retreat, even under the scrutiny of Qin Wudao's piercing eyes. Wang Weitong also noticed the exchange and picked up his phone, dialing the assistant standing at the entrance. Find out who that person sitting by the window is. Understood. After observing Chu Feng for a moment longer, Qin Wudao averted his gaze, concluding that this must indeed be the elusive MO zone. In other words, is this delicate rabbit meeting with the aloof master? Indeed, this individual operates on a tipping system. It is well known that such systems possess no remarkable capabilities, yet they are overwhelmingly lucrative. If this system cannot be seized, it would indeed be a tremendous waste. Qin Wudao has already contemplated how to approach the owner of this system. He will not act rashly until he has confirmed the situation, for to do so prematurely would risk alarming the unsuspecting. Chu Feng has also taken note of Qin Wudao. He ponders the identity of this person in his mind, yet his limited acquaintanceship leaves him unaware of the other's identity. Who exactly is he? Why do I sense both a feeling of aversion and a hint of affinity towards him? Such emotions are exceedingly contradictory. Chapter 33. The Astute Woman at This Moment. In the restroom, Chen Qianqian gazed into the mirror, her fair visage reflecting a myriad of emotions, including shock and confusion. How could it be the Wolf Lord? What was he doing here? Did he somehow discover her meeting with the mysterious lord, prompting him to come and investigate? Or was his previous silence merely a test from the affluent circles? Perhaps he wanted to ascertain whether she was someone who could appreciate both the banquet and the pot. Was it mere coincidence? What was his true identity that could compel the young Wang heir to willingly serve as his subordinate? It must be said that an astute woman, when confronted with unexpected circumstances, generates a multitude of thoughts. Chen Qianqian was indeed such a woman. She pondered every conceivable aspect of the situation. Regardless of the scenario, she needed to deliberate thoroughly. Judging solely by appearances, this enigmatic wolf lord far surpassed the mysterious lord. As for their respective statuses, Chen Qianqian found herself at an impasse. She acknowledged her inclination towards material wealth, yet she was also a savvy gold digger, intent on marrying into a wealthy family. Thus, among the so-called elite, she held everyone in disdain. Could a mere trifle induce those individuals to offer their devotion? Her upbringing amid familial struggles had instilled in her the understanding that no matter how hard she endeavored, she could not defy fate. To transcend social strata and even ascend to the pinnacle, one needed to enrich oneself, amassing sufficient capital to seek a more exceptional partner. Hence, she mastered the arts and skills of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Her physical allure, combined with her astute intellect and a demeanor that kept suitors at bay, led her to believe she possessed ample assets. However, there was one undeniable shortcoming: her lineage. Many affluent individuals sought a partner who could assist them, not merely a decorative figure. During her live streams, numerous wealthy patrons had expressed a desire to spend an evening with her, yet she had declined all, regardless of the exorbitant offers. Since childhood, she had steadfastly rebuffed the advances of men, safeguarding her most treasured possession, which was not to be carelessly relinquished. After encountering the mysterious lord today, she felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, a figure so enigmatic, capable of commanding the reverence of numerous wealthy heirs in the bustling metropolis, was surprisingly youthful and possessed an undeniably handsome countenance. Even minor flaws were inconsequential. His status could easily compensate for them. However, upon discovering that the dashing man was the Wolf Lord, her heart raced with trepidation. She contemplated whether to take a gamble. Yet this gamble could result in her losing everything. And most importantly, the man exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Though she considered herself clever, upon reflection, she realized that compared to the mysterious Lord, Chu Feng, this man was evidently far more challenging to navigate. Slap! Chun Qianqian splashed her delicate face with cold water, the chilling sensation jolting her back to reality. Chun Qianqian, you must remain alert. After such a long wait, is this not the opportunity you have been yearning for? What is of utmost importance now is to ascertain the identity of that man, as well as the enigmatic MO. With this thought in mind, Chun Qianqian stepped out of the restroom. Upon her reappearance, she wore her usual enchanting smile and an air of confidence. She sauntered past Qin Wudao, her delicate hand inadvertently brushing against his arm. "Pardon me, sir, I seem to have touched you again. My sincerest apologies," she said, her face radiating a look of genuine remorse. Qin Wudao replied with a smile, "It's nothing. Please return." Chun Qianqian hesitated momentarily before speaking. "I just exited the restroom, and after washing my hands, I might not have dried them properly. Perhaps you could remove your outer garment for me? I shall clean it and return it to you." Her reasoning was sound, and her expression remained sincerely earnest, leaving no impression of ulterior motives. Wang Weitong observed the exchange with a hint of amusement, teasingly remarking, "Boss, the young lady has made her intentions quite clear. Why not let her wash it for you?" In response, Qin Wudao shook his head. "It's all right. It's merely a bit of water. There's no need to concern yourself with it." With that, he turned away and began sipping his tea, clearly indicating he wished to end the conversation. Seeing this, Chun Qianqian did not press further. She offered a slight bow before departing, her demeanor revealing no indication of any particular feelings toward Qin Wudao. She had no intention of employing such tactics to acquire someone's contact information. It was merely an effort to leave a deeper impression. Had Qin Wudao taken her words too lightly, she would have felt somewhat awkward, as such casualness was not to her taste. Instead, his demeanor only heightened her delight and stirred within her a sense of conquest. Once Chun Qianqian had left, Wang Weitong promptly spoke up. "I must ask, boss, do you not hold any interest in her? She is quite extraordinary. Just look at her figure. If she were not so taken with you, I would certainly inquire about her contact details." "No worries. If you wish, you could ask her now," Qin Wudao replied. "Forget it." Wang Weitong raised his hands in resignation. "It's clear she is here for you. As for me, I wouldn't dare harbor any ambitions regarding my future sister-in-law. Not even the slightest possibility." At that moment, a notification chimed on Wang Weitong's phone. After glancing at the screen, his pupils narrowed slightly, and he turned his gaze towards Qin Wudao. "Boss, the individual who accompanied that young lady is the very MO we have been searching for. As the Wolf, do you not have any interest in this?" "I am aware he is MO," Qin Wudao replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "But now is not the time for introductions. He will be present at the business gathering, will he not?" "Indeed. That woman must be the streamer Qianqian too, correct? She seems rather indifferent towards MO, but appears to harbor a special interest in you. It seems that during your last encounter, you not only overshadowed MO in the streaming realm, but also in matters of the heart." Wang Weitong sighed. "Why was I not blessed with a handsome visage such as yours? If I possessed such charm, there would be no need for expenditure. It would be far more advantageous to have others lavish their resources upon me. He then urged, "All right, let us eat quickly. After our meal, accompany me to Yinlong Group. It's high time for your forces to undergo a transformation." "Understood, boss." Upon hearing Qin Wudao address serious matters, Wang Weitong's playful demeanor swiftly transformed into one of gravity. He then silently began to eat. After Chun Qianqian returned to her seat, she noticed the indifferent expression on Chu Feng's face, and being astute, she naturally discerned the reason behind his countenance. Chapter 34. A talented individual. Mo Zong, please do not take offense. I genuinely did not intend for this to happen. The patrons dining here are all prominent figures, and I feared that inadvertently offending someone might cause you trouble. Chun Qianqian's expression was exceedingly sincere, leaving no room for criticism. Although Chu Feng felt a twinge of jealousy, he refrained from expressing it. Chun Qianqian's candor elevated his regard for her. Next time, there is no need for such caution. Rest assured, no one can trouble you in my presence. Thank you, Brother Chu Feng. Chun Qianqian's radiant smile was undeniably captivating, nearly causing Chu Feng to lose his train of thought. However, he quickly regained his composure and glanced at her favorability rating, finally releasing a breath of relief. It was evident that increasing Chun Qianqian's favorability was quite a challenge. Should I employ a bold strategy? After all, the platform event is imminent. If I fail to assist my white moonlight in garnering votes, I would become a laughingstock. With this thought, Chu Feng lowered his head and opened his phone. Among the chat list, there was a group chat titled New World of Magic City, where numerous second-generation elites congregated. Several of them had already become Chu Feng's ardent admirers, as this enigmatic tycoon commanded the respect of even their parents. Lonely as a cigarette, everyone, I'm dining at Mingware Restaurant with a girl. The food here is quite good. After our meal, I plan to take her shopping, but my car is yet to be shipped from abroad. I wonder if anyone could give us a lift or lend me a vehicle. Rest assured, there will be generous compensation in the future. Ding dong. Ding dong. His message stirred a wave of excitement in the group chat, prompting many young elites to eagerly respond. They were indifferent to Chu Feng's intentions, but the promise of future rewards was crystal clear. Such simple favors exchanged for compensation were well understood by all. Mingware Restaurant, right? Mo Zong, don't worry. I'll be there shortly. I'll arrange a convoy to personally pick up your lady. A convoy, you say? I am well aware of your family's vehicles. They're all business cars. What kind of prestige is that? Montak Zong, relax. When pursuing a lady, the spectacle is of utmost importance. I'll bring my friends to create a grand, welcoming ceremony for you. Count me in. I'll be there within 5 minutes. Seeing the flurry of messages in the chat, a slight smile graced Chu Feng's lips. He indeed required an extravagant display. Only then could he swiftly elevate Chun Qianqian's favorability. Once successfully bound, he would unlock numerous system functionalities, alleviating his current passive stance. On the other hand, Qin Wudao and Wang Wei quickly finished their meal, as two large men without alcohol naturally ate at a brisk pace. In contrast, Chu Feng seemed intent on showcasing his prowess before Qin Wudao. After rising, he also addressed Chun Qianqian. Qianqian, shall we step out? I'll take you to the mall. Let's go shopping. Sure. Although Chun Qianqian had not dined, she was acutely aware of the significance of the moment. Moreover, Qin Wudao had also risen, providing an opportune moment for her to observe him closely. Thus, Chu Feng and Chun Qianqian were the first to vacate their seats, making their way towards the entrance of the restaurant. The bill had long been settled by Chun Qianqian. As they stepped outside, a lengthy procession of vehicles greeted their eyes. An array of luxurious sports cars and top-tier business vehicles lined up at the entrance. Upon noticing the arrival of Chu Feng and Chun Qianqian, a throng of youthful individuals disembarked from the sports cars, advancing directly towards Chu Feng. Hello, Montak. Greetings, sister-in-law. Their voices boomed, capturing the attention of passers-by, who wondered if a prominent figure was present. After all, the congregation of such opulent automobiles to welcome one individual was a spectacle in itself. The recognition of Chu Feng stemmed from prior encounters he had with several of these individuals, where he had considerably benefited them. The rewards he had bestowed were not merely confined to the platform. the novice gift package had enabled him to forge numerous connections. The reason he resided in a rental was simply that his new home had yet to be thoroughly cleaned. Chen Qianqian was taken aback by the scene. Her favorability towards Chu Feng increased. Indeed, Chu Feng's heart leapt with joy, for he knew a grand display would yield positive results. Yet he was puzzled as to why the increase in her favorability was so gradual. How could such a magnificent spectacle not elevate Chen Qianqian's regard for him further? This woman was proving to be somewhat challenging. While Chu Feng pondered, the grand doors of Mingwei restaurant swung open once more, revealing Qin Wudao, who stepped forward, followed closely by Wang Weitong. Both were momentarily stunned by the sight before them. The second-generation elites also took note of their presence, particularly upon seeing Qin Wudao, whose eyes widened in astonishment. It was common knowledge within their circle that the events of the previous night had circulated widely. Everyone was aware that the heir of the Qin family had returned, a figure of unparalleled ruthlessness, and as the biological son of the Li family. Alongside being the acknowledged firstborn of the Qin family, his dual lineage rendered him akin to a gilded figure. The world of the affluent operated in this manner. Even the slightest disturbance would draw attention. The previous records of Qin Wudao had been unearthed, yet many dismissed the so-called information with disdain. After all, how could someone with such a disposition possibly be a sycophant? To suggest he was a mere flatterer would be absurd. If anything, he was more akin to a ruthless predator. The photographs of Baiyu being carried out from the private room had been discreetly viewed by them, and he could hardly be termed human. He resembled a mere puddle of mud. With such a violent temperament, capable of shattering the ground with a single blow, how could he be simply underestimated? A cadre of self-proclaimed intellectuals began speculating that Qin Wudao had been orchestrating something grand over the years. Consequently, they instructed their own descendants to exercise utmost caution when encountering Qin Wudao. Quite a lively scene. Wang Weitong approached, a knowing smile gracing his features as he surveyed the second-generation elites. As the second heir of the Wang family, his stature was far superior to theirs. Upon sighting Wang Weitong, the second-generation members immediately nodded and bowed in deference. "Young Master Wang, what brings you here? Had I known earlier, we would have come to fetch you." "It's nothing," Wang Weitong casually remarked. "Isn't Lord Qin coming here for breakfast? As your younger brother, I naturally must accompany you. What brings you here, and why the grand display?" Upon hearing this, the younger brother hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He intended to say they were there to pick up President Mo, but with both Lord Qin and young Master Wang, the distinguished heirs, present, wasn't that a deliberate attempt to embarrass someone? One of the heirs swiftly shifted his gaze and spoke up. "I don't know what they are here for, but I am here to escort you and Lord Qin. A friend of mine is dining inside, and he mentioned seeing Lord Qin. I thought I must come and greet you both." Lord Qin, you must have just returned to the magical city, right? If not, grant me the opportunity to show you around." Wang Weitong was somewhat taken aback by the eloquence of the heir before him. This fellow is indeed a talent. Chapter 35. The early departure. Though Chen Qianqian did not direct her gaze toward Qin Wudao, her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity. Linye, despite her keen interest in this circle, she was not an insider, thus her sources of information were limited. She could only inquire further about the identity of Qin Yi. Nevertheless, this did not hinder her intrigue towards Qin Wudao. She merely had to suppress her curiosity in the presence of Chu Feng. Meanwhile, Chu Feng's expression was somewhat displeased, as all these individuals were summoned by him. Yet this young heir had cast him aside upon encountering Qin Wudao. Even if a few ventured towards Qin Wudao, it still reflected poorly on him, who was pretending to be impressive. It was he who intended to put on a show. Yet now it appeared as though Qin Wudao was the one displaying superiority. The young heir gazed at Qin Wudao with unabashed admiration. The Qin and Li families were both considered premier forces in Modu. Establishing a connection with Qin Wudao would undoubtedly prove more reliable than associating with Mo Zone. After all, even a powerful dragon finds it challenging to subdue a local snake, not to mention that the latter was also a dragon. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the young heir reacted swiftly. Qin Wudao regarded the group of young heirs before him and gently remarked, "You need not trouble yourselves to drive me. I arrived by my own means. However, you may engage in conversation with young Master Wang." What? Wang Weidong's face fell instantly. Wasn't he supposed to accompany Qin Wudao to the Hidden Dragon Group? Yet, Qin Wudao had directly passed these young heirs onto him. Of course, Wang Weitong recognized that Qin Wudao was acting in his best interest. Inheriting the Wang family could not solely rely on underhanded tactics, but rather necessitated an expanding network of connections. The young heirs were visibly thrilled. Qin Wudao's words were evidently an opportunity presented to them. And who was standing beside them? That was young Master Wang. Even if he was not the current heir of the Wang family, what of the future? Aligning with Qin Wudao, who was actively fostering connections for him, signaled a clear message. Wang Weidong was determined to strive for success. Among these heirs, barring a few genuine wastrels, most possessed a semblance of intellect. Very well. Qin Yi, we shall let you attend to your affairs. When you find the time, we will pay you a visit personally. MMM. Qin Wudao nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to walk towards his vehicle. Meanwhile, Chu Feng's gaze remained fixated on Qin Wudao as he pondered the latter's identity, even resolving to inquire about these heirs once the matter concluded. As for those sycophantic heirs still lingering near Chu Feng, they remained blissfully unaware. They had yet to earn the privilege of comprehending Qin Wudao's identity. This was precisely why Qin Wudao encouraged Wang Weitong to engage with the proactive heirs. After all, those capable of recognizing Qin Wudao's significance would undoubtedly possess respectable backgrounds or statuses. All right, the boss has his own matters to attend to. Let me accompany you in conversation. Come on, brothers. I shall choose a splendid venue for us to enjoy. Upon hearing Wang Weitong's words, the young heir's eyes sparkled with excitement. Who did not know that the most entertaining figure in all of Modu was none other than the esteemed young Master Wang before them? Moreover, he addressed us as brothers. Does that not imply a sense of kinship? As several individuals departed, they cast a fleeting glance of apology towards Chu Feng. From the earlier moment when Qin Wudao and Wang Weitong neglected to greet him, it could be inferred that either they were oblivious to the identity of this esteemed individual, or they harbored a grudge against him. However, the former supposition seems highly unlikely. They were undoubtedly aware that this esteemed figure was none other than the person before them. How could Qin Wudao and Wang Weidong be unaware? Given this, the latter hypothesis holds true, having aligned themselves with Qin Wudao and Wang Weitong. It was only natural that they could not afford to appear overly familiar with Chu Feng in the presence of Wang Weitong. Chu Feng's hand, tucked within his pocket, clenched into a fist. From the expressions of the departing second-generation elites, he discerned a sense of regret, as if they were silently communicating. We too wish to part ways with him, but alas, he calls us brothers. In recent days, this esteemed figure, known as Mo Zong, had garnered immense influence online, receiving adoration from countless admirers. Chu Feng found it somewhat difficult to adjust to this newfound reality. After all, he had been an ordinary individual until recently, suddenly endowed with a system, which naturally inflated his ego. Given time, he might undergo a profound transformation, becoming indifferent to such matters. Yet at this moment, he was not quite there. The remaining second-generation elites exchanged glances, having heard of the notorious reputation of the young master of the Wang family, a figure they could not afford to provoke. Although the name Qin Wudao rang familiar, they were largely unaware of his true identity. In their eyes, the current Mo Zong was evidently the most desirable ally, which explained their decision to remain. As they observed the majority of their companions departing, they felt a surge of elation. This presented them with an opportunity to curry favor with Mo Zong. One of the second-generation elites stepped forward with a smile, inquiring, Mo Zong, sister-in-law, where shall we go? However, another interjected, Mo Zong, I must apologize. I have received an urgent call regarding a matter in the live stream room. I truly regret that I cannot accompany you to the mall. Chu Feng had initially intended to take Chun Qianqian to the mall, allowing her to witness his true capabilities. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, Chun Qianqian expressed her need to depart, a statement that further provoked his already frayed temper. Observing her repeated bows of apology, and noting that the system did not indicate a decrease in her favorability, Chu Feng suppressed his rising anger and replied slowly, Very well. If you have matters to attend to, Do not let me detain you. We can visit the mall at another time. Would you like me to arrange for someone to escort you? No need to trouble yourself further. I have already caused you enough inconvenience today. I am grateful to you, Mo Zong, for joining me for this meal. I sincerely apologize for today's events. With that, Chen Qianqian made her way to a nearby taxi. As the taxi pulled away, the remaining second-generation elites exchanged bewildered glances. Was it true that Mo Zong had been stood up by a woman? Despite her beauty, was she not being a bit too arrogant? Observing the expressions of those around him, Chu Feng instinctively understood their thoughts and sought to prevent his own image from further deteriorating. He intends to utilize the recently acquired tips to showcase his prowess to these second-generation heirs, for they may prove useful in the future. Come, since you're all here, I shall take you out for some entertainment. Upon hearing this, the heir's eyes sparkled with excitement. It would certainly be advantageous to cultivate a closer relationship with Mr. Mo. How could we allow Mr. Mo to arrange everything? Allow me. Please, step into the car. A few of them respectfully assisted Mr. Mo into the vehicle, as the extravagant convoy gradually departed. Meanwhile, seated in a taxi, Chen Qianqian promptly opened her chat list, locating the socialite group, her slender fingers beginning to tap rhythmically on the phone screen. ISNT, there is certain Lord Qin in our city recently. Chapter 36, Hidden Dragon Group, Ding Dong. Ding Dong. Shortly after Chen Qianqian uttered those words, the chat group began to respond. Which Lord Qin are we referring to? If it is the one from the top-tier forces, I am indeed aware. Then do enlighten us. When did our magic city gain another Lord Qin? Could he be from the Qin family? Indeed, he is from the Qin family. It is said that the eldest adopted son of the Qin family had run away, but has recently been found. So he is an adopted son. I was wondering who could be esteemed as Lord Qin. He, judging by your ignorance, even though he is an adopted son of the Qin family. Both the head of the family and the lady, not to mention the young lady, have showered him with affection, tirelessly searching for him all these years. Moreover, this adopted son of the Qin family is, in fact, the missing eldest son of the Li family. The Qin family? The Li family? This is an extraordinary connection. Quickly, sisters, within a minute, I demand information on this individual. What nonsense? Can you be quiet? Do you really think he would be interested in you? Having acquired the information she desired, Chen Qianqian disregarded the frivolous banter of the others. She softly murmured, the Qin family? The Li family? And he? No, this must be the person I am looking for. But how can I get in touch with him? In a moment of anxious desperation, Chen Qianqian realized that the so-called sisters in the group were utterly unreliable. If they truly had a way to reach that Lord Qin, they would never assist her. It appeared she would have to resort to her backup resources. With this thought, Chen Qianqian reopened the chat interface to seek out the tools she required. On the other side, having left the dining establishment, Qin Wudao drove directly to the most bustling street in the Magic City Business Center. At the heart of the street stood a luxurious skyscraper, the words Hidden Dragon Group clearly visible. In front of the building, 2 rows of people stood, led by Long Lin and Long Ya. Prior to arriving, Qin Wudao had already informed them of his presence. After parking his car, Qin Wudao descended with deliberate calm. Your Majesty, the Dragon King. Stop. Everyone rise. Originally, Long Lin and Long Ya, along with their subordinates, intended to kneel on one knee, reciting the classic lines of welcoming the Dragon King. However, Qin Wudao wished to avoid public embarrassment. In the most prosperous commercial district, coupled with the controversial nature of the Hidden Dragon Group, it was far too conspicuous. If a crowd were to kneel, proclaiming that the years had come to an end, welcoming the Dragon King's return, what difference would it make to social death in public? Upon hearing Qin Wudao's command, everyone immediately stood up. Long Ya wore a puzzled expression. Did not their Dragon King embrace such formalities while abroad? Why had he seemingly changed upon returning home? Long Ya completely overlooked the fact that at that time, Qin Wudao was merely 18. Now he was in his 20s, well past that adolescent phase. Moreover, as a time traveler, he certainly would not permit such actions. Enough of these formalities. Simply take me to the company. Understood. Long Ya and Long Lin nodded, subsequently adopting a respectful gesture of invitation. Qin Wudao strode confidently into the grand edifice, with Long Lin clad in a professional suit, trailing behind him like a devoted secretary. While Longya, donning a simple black suit and showcasing a robust physique, unmistakably embodied the role of a bodyguard. Amidst the reverent gazes of the onlookers, Qin Wudao entered the building's interior. Upon entry, he was greeted by opulent and resplendent decor. One must admit, merely leasing this edifice and transforming it to such an exquisite standard would require an unimaginable sum of money. Crystal chandeliers, jade walls, and exquisite sculptures dominated the space, all epitomizing both luxury and superiority. Ding Dong Qin Wudao, accompanied by Long Lin and Longya, ascended directly to the top floor via the executive elevator, which housed the president's office in its entirety. Every detail exuded a minimalist yet lavish aesthetic, and the floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the bustling crowd below, akin to ants scurrying about, truly a sight to behold. Qin Wudao settled into the presidential chair and addressed the two, inquiring, "Have the preparations you were tasked with been completed?" In response, Long Lin stepped forward, slightly bowing, and activated the computer on the desk. "Dragon King, this encompasses all of our company's operations. Please refrain from addressing me as Dragon King. Henceforth, refer to me as President Qin." Yes, Qin Wudao began to deftly maneuver the mouse, perusing the business operations of the Hidden Dragon Group. As a figure of exceptional prowess in his previous life, he possessed a profound understanding of these commercial strategies. Coupled with a formidable intellect, he was able to absorb information rapidly and retain it effortlessly. In no time, he unraveled the entirety of the Hidden Dragon Group's operations. It was no wonder the Hidden Dragon Group had developed so swiftly, facing no successful opposition. Their primary endeavors encompassed import-export trade, land, sea, and air transportation, as well as domestic and international manufacturing and sales, truly a comprehensive suite of services. Some subsidiaries were even exploring additional ventures, although they had not yet officially launched. This success was largely attributed to the influence of the Dragon King's domain abroad. It is well known that a formidable dragon does not suppress the local snake. Even with substantial financial backing, how could the elite forces in Modu permit a mysterious power to encroach upon their territory? Thus, the Hidden Dragon Group faced numerous obstacles during its inception. It was only after commencing import-export operations that they managed to break through, leveraging a strategic entry point to rapidly expand their territory. Even if those powers sought to thwart them, they found it impossible, as the company operated on a self-sustaining model. Of course, those forces frequently conspired with the authorities to create obstacles, yet money has an uncanny ability to smoothen paths. Coupled with the formidable military strength of the Dragon King's domain and the industry's top talents, they soon carved out a significant presence. Now, having reached such heights, the situation was indeed somewhat daunting. Qin Wudao continued to scroll through the computer, reflecting on the unfolding details with a sense of nostalgia. He acknowledged that in his role as Dragon King, he had been of little use. In fact, during his previous incarnation as a sycophant, he had merely been a burdensome anchor. At this juncture, Longya and Longlin were still in the process of expanding their business, while the former self urgently requested their assistance in pleasing his goddess. Had it not been for Qin Wudao's timely intervention, the former self would have continued down this path. And not to mention the potential threat of the dragon god's arrival, usurping his position as Dragon King. The former self would undoubtedly have subjected his subordinates to dire consequences. Half an hour later, Qin Wudao finally concluded his review of the company's operations. He closed the laptop and turned to face Longlin and Longya. Once, the two had been brimming with vigor, having fought valiantly alongside Qin Wudao in foreign lands. Yet, upon their arrival here, a palpable melancholy had settled upon their faces. "Thank you for your hard work over the years. No, it has not been arduous." Upon hearing Qin Wudao's words, both men immediately knelt on one knee, bowing their heads to conceal the redness in their eyes from him. Chapter 37. When I smile with a crooked mouth. It is impossible to claim that it is not exhausting. For many years, Qin Wudao has utterly disregarded the Dragon King's hall, dedicating himself entirely to servitude. Longya and Longlin have truly run themselves ragged. Despite their relentless efforts, they were met with nothing but Qin Wudao's indifference. who instead chose to complicate their lives further by utilizing the resources of the Dragon King's hall to assist various women. Qin Wudao approached slowly, lifting the two of them to their feet, his voice laden with remorse. I will not revert to that state again. I hope you will trust me one more time. Your subordinate. Your subordinate vows to follow you to the death. Longya's voice trembled, while Long Lin, as a woman, was rendered speechless with tears. She had harbored a secret affection for Qin Wudao, yet he had never shown her an ounce of tenderness. At last, the once spirited Dragon King has returned. Their wait had not been in vain. Once their emotions settled, Qin Wudao spoke softly. This upcoming commercial banquet marks the official commencement of our Hidden Dragon Group's path to dominance. Are the dragon gods aware of our whereabouts? They are not yet informed, but it is merely a matter of time before they uncover the truth. Longya hesitated to respond. Over the years, Qin Wudao's reckless behavior had stirred discontent among the elders of the Dragon King's hall. Nonetheless, the Dragon King is supreme. Despite their grievances, the elders could only endure. As the previous Dragon King had been Qin Wudao's mentor, who directly passed the position to him. The return of the Dragon God serves as a tactic employed by these elders to counter Qin Wudao. If the position of Dragon King is indeed supreme, then replacing the Dragon King would suffice, and this competitor harbors ulterior motives. Observing Longya's demeanor, Qin Wudao could surmise the underlying tension and inquired, with a Dragon God smile with a crooked mouth. Huh? The sudden question left Longya momentarily perplexed. He did not comprehend the meaning behind a crooked smile. Noticing the bewilderment on their faces, Qin Wudao found himself at a loss and forced a stiff smile, his lips curving awkwardly upwards. That is the smile. Longya and Long Lin exchanged glances, both thinking their leader might not be entirely sane lately. While the smile was undeniably handsome, it appeared so rigid that it resembled a cry. Never mind. Qin Wudao waved his hand dismissively. This is the smile emblematic of the Dragon King. It is inconsequential if you do not understand it. Just remember one thing. Should you ever confront the Dragon God and he displays that smile, either shatter his mouth at once or flee immediately, for such a smile signifies he is about to act pretentiously. Qin Wudao did not believe that a mere conversation would suffice for them to grasp the intricacies involved, so he set the matter of the Dragon God aside. He had already reviewed all the assets of the Hidden Dragon Group. With the support of the Dragon King's hall, the entire group was indeed flourishing. In terms of financial statements alone, it could undoubtedly rival any top force in the Magic City. Yet, this was far from sufficient. Those illustrious families that have stood the test of time for centuries, even millennia, owe their enduring presence to their profound heritage. Their commercial empires span vast territories, with their influence permeating the entirety of the bustling metropolis. In stark contrast, the Hidden Dragon Group possesses little beyond import-export trade and transportation, with any additional ventures merely trifling endeavors, compounded by the constant interference from established powers acting as local tyrants. The current predicament is untenable. Recently, Wang Weitong has facilitated the integration of the Wang family's covert operatives into our ranks. Your foremost task is to consolidate all underground forces within the city. Remember, all of them. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Our objective is to establish connections with official channels and leverage the influence of both realms to expand our territory further. While the real estate sector has nearly reached saturation, the hotel industry remains ripe for opportunity. Do not fret over expenditures. Profits will inevitably follow. Acquire as many hotels in the metropolis at premium prices as possible. And we shall also delve into the transportation sector. Beyond goods, we require personnel as well. Securing an airline and a travel agency is essential. These plans will unfold gradually, with further discussions postponed until after the business banquet. Yes, Dragon Tooth and Dragon Scale bowed in acknowledgement. Their Dragon King Hall boasts top-tier talents across various industries. And even in the absence of such expertise, they can swiftly recruit the necessary individuals. Thus, whatever we undertake can be swiftly mastered. Qin Wudao's multitude of directives rekindled their confidence. In their eyes, as long as Qin Wudao eschews servility, he is invincible, both in martial prowess and commercial acumen. After all, He is trained by a master who could be likened to a six-sided warrior. As a disciple nurtured for so many years, how could Qin Wudao be weak? It seemed Dragon Tooth recalled a crucial detail and hastily inquired, "By the way, Qin, President Qin, should we take decisive action during the business banquet?" "Certainly. But initially, do not reveal my identity as the president of the Hidden Dragon Group. I will assess the situation first to avoid any unforeseen complications." As for the timing of disclosure, Qin Wudao pondered for a moment before his eyes brightened. Once I flash my crooked smile, you may make a grand entrance. Dragon Scale, Dragon Tooth. Both were once again rendered perplexed, unsure why their leader held such an obsession with this crooked smile, which he previously claimed was exclusive to the Dragon King. Was it some formidable skill, or perhaps a secret signal? Though bewildered, they nodded in understanding, having received their orders. "Very well, after the business banquet, I will familiarize myself with the company staff. For now, you are dismissed. Take the next few days to rest well. Let others handle the matters at hand." Rest? The two were somewhat bewildered. After so many years, they had forgotten how to relax. Should they simply return home and sleep? How delightful it is to indulge in some leisure. Longya, as a man of stature, do you truly require my guidance on how to navigate the vibrant city of Magic Capital? And as for Longlin, a captivating beauty such as yourself ought to adorn yourself splendidly. Go forth and enjoy a shopping spree, with expenses covered by the company. Bear in mind, do not hesitate to spend. Purchase whatever your heart desires. Even if it means acquiring an entire building, the funds shall be on my account. Sensing the genuine concern in Qin Wudao's tone, both were profoundly touched, especially Longlin, who had long believed that her superior did not regard her as a woman at all. Yet, he had the audacity to call her a great beauty. Chapter 38. Pressing her, the delicate face of Longlin was tinged with a faint blush, her slender fingers incessantly twisting the hem of her clothing, exuding an air of modesty. Beside her, Longya's eyes widened in astonishment. When had the female assassin, shrouded in shadows, ever displayed such a youthful demeanor? Yet, as a longtime friend, he was acutely aware of Longlin's unspoken admiration for the Dragon King, silently hoping that this time she would not be left disappointed. "Very well, you both should take your rest. I, too, must take my leave," Qin Wudao instructed the pair before turning to depart. As he stepped out of the Hidden Dragon Group, the afternoon light greeted him. His phone buzzed with a flurry of missed calls, dozens in fact. Upon inspection, they were all from Qin Wanrong, accompanied by a barrage of messages. "Wudao, where are you? What are you doing? Let us have lunch together. You rascal. I'm your sister, and you've not even replied. You must be in trouble, huh? Don't even think about leaving the country. I've instructed my subordinates to seal off the airport. If you dare to run, I'll break your legs. What on earth are you doing? Answer me." Witnessing the frantic messages from Qin Wanrong, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Qin Wudao's mouth as he promptly dialed her number. "Hello." Almost instantaneously, the call connected, revealing a voice tinged with sternness. "Ceesh. I'm negotiating business and have my phone on silent. I didn't see your messages. My apologies." "Understood. Come home immediately, and I don't wish to repeat myself." Before Qin Wudao could respond, she hung up abruptly. Sighing, he returned the phone to his pocket, feeling a sense of helplessness. Was it just him, or was his sister veering towards an unhealthy obsession? She and T always been this way. It is common knowledge that while one may find a lure in a Yandere, one must never be the object of their affection, especially when the individual is a formidable woman of power. However, there seemed to be an unsettling tone in her voice when she mentioned returning home. Opening the car door, he settled inside and slowly drove away from the Hidden Dragon Group. Unbeknownst to him, atop a nearby skyscraper, several individuals were observing him through binoculars. Qin Wudao, Hidden Dragon Group. Longlin and Longya are quite the talents. It appears the plan must be expedited. Dragon King's palace. As the leading man chuckled coldly, his phone suddenly rang. Instantly, his fierce and icy demeanor transformed into a smile. The screen displayed the words "Dear Wife" in bold letters. "My dear, what is it?" "All right, I will return home to prepare dinner for you." After ending the call, one of his companions inquired, "Sir, will you not reveal your true identity to your wife?" "Not yet. The 3-year period has not yet elapsed, and I am reluctant to disclose my identity. What if it frightens her? You should contact the dragon god and inform him that Qin Wudao is in the Devil City, and the hidden dragon group is the force of their Dragon King's hall. If they wish to confront the Dragon King, they must show their sincerity. As for now, I must go buy groceries. You all continue to keep watch. Yes, sir. Within the villa of the Qin family, Qin's father and mother sat on the sofa, their faces adorned with smiles as they engaged in conversation. In stark contrast, Qin Wanrong exuded an icy demeanor. Wanrong, look at you. Wu Dao has a fiancée now. Why do you always wear such a cold expression? Upon hearing this, the frost in Qin Wanrong's beautiful eyes intensified. What fiancée? I do not acknowledge it. My little brother has just returned, and you wish for him to marry a woman already? Qin's mother appeared astonished. When we arranged this engagement in your childhood, did you not support it? Now that Wu Dao has safely returned and grown up, it is only natural that their betrothal be brought to the forefront. I never agreed to it. Wanrong retorted. It was merely to elevate Wu Dao's status within our family. In response, Qin's father chuckled. Ah, my dear, we have always regarded Wu Dao as our own son. There is no need for a marriage alliance to secure status. If you oppose this union, you may speak to Wu Dao personally. However, this marriage has already been established. Even if you wish to reject it, you must wait until they have met. Qin Wanrong sat sulking on the sofa. After a moment, the front door opened, and Qin Wu Dao entered with measured steps. Observing the expressions of his father, mother, and sister, he was visibly taken aback. Dad, Mom, cease. What is happening? Wu Dao. Qin's mother immediately rose, pulling him onto the sofa and presenting a marriage certificate. In your childhood, we arranged a marriage for you. Of course, we do not wish for you to sacrifice your happiness for the sake of the Qin family status. Nonetheless, it has been established, and when you meet her, if you do not feel a connection, your father and I will withdraw the engagement, if that pleases you. Marriage? Qin Wu Dao was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. This engagement left him uncertain. After all, he bore the fates of both the destined son and the destined antagonist. If he were the destined son, it might lead to a scenario of being rejected. Yet if he were to embrace the role of the antagonist, it could result in him seizing another's fiancée. In any case, either outcome seemed quite troublesome. However, seeing the enthusiasm of his parents, Qin Wu Dao chose not to refuse. After all, it was merely a meeting, and he could devise a reason to extricate himself later. Very well, I shall meet her. Good child. Look at our Wu Dao, always so filial. And then look at you, Qin Wanrong, and your brother Qin Zirai, who constantly vex us. Qin Wanrong snorted coldly, rising and casting a fierce glance at Qin Wu Dao before ascending the stairs. Mom, Dad, I will go inquire why my sister is angry. Very well, go ahead, and do remind her that anger is futile. Qin Mu's final remark left Qin Wu Dao somewhat perplexed, yet he proceeded towards the staircase. Upon Qin Wu Dao's ascent, the elderly couple exchanged knowing glances, their eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. Ha ha, that child Wanrong. She clearly desires it, yet refrains from speaking up. Only by applying pressure can one coax her. It would undoubtedly be ideal for these two young souls to unite, but concerning the Zhang family, it is merely a matter of offering a little more compensation. After all, Wu Dao has been away for several years, and recently I have heard whispers that the young lady from the Zhang family has been growing quite close to another man, which hardly falls upon us as a fault. Chapter 39. The aggrieved Qin Wanrong. Knock, knock, knock. Standing before the door of Qin Wanrong's room, he rapped sharply against it. Sister, you. Bang. Before Qin Wu Dao could finish his sentence, the door swung open and a delicate, jade-like hand emerged, seizing the collar of his shirt and pulling him inside with surprising force. Had Qin Wu Dao chosen to resist, he would have easily overpowered her. However, in an effort to avoid causing her harm, he yielded to her strength and stepped into the room. Inside, Qin Wanrong promptly closed the door and locked it. She advanced, pressing him firmly against the door. At a height of 175 meters, complemented by her high heels, she nearly matched him in stature. You. As Qin Wu Dao attempted to speak, Qin Wanrong silenced him with a kiss. A refreshing, fragrant essence enveloped him, stirring his senses. Observing her, he noted that her actions were somewhat awkward. Rather than a kiss, It felt more like a silencing gesture, punctuated by the sound of her lips meeting his. After a brief moment, Qin Wudao extended his arms and grasped her, though she continued to struggle, her head leaning forward as if resolute in her intent. Noticing her slightly swollen lips, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Had he just been forcefully kissed? And in such a direct manner? What do you mean? Do you so despise me? Qin Wanrong's beautiful eyes bore into his, her tone laced with defiance and indignation. In response, Qin Wudao shook his head and spoke gently. What troubles you? Is it the company matters, or my engagement? What do you think? Qin Wanrong replied softly. Do you wish to marry that woman? I don't even know her. How could I consider marriage? Regardless. Her long lashes fluttered as she declared stubbornly. You cannot marry her. Not just her, no one can marry. Oh, Qin Wudao's tone turned teasing. Why shouldn't I marry someone else? Am I meant to marry you? After all, you are my sister. Haven T, you always insisted I call you. That's in childhood? Initially, he intended to jest with her, but upon noticing the slight redness in her eyes and the tremor in her form, he immediately ceased his playful banter. Rest assured, I have no intention of marrying anyone else. This engagement was arranged by our parents, and I must refuse in person. Qin Wanrong nodded earnestly and then threw herself into his embrace. Her trembling frame gradually calmed. As he held her, memories of the past flooded Qin Wudao's mind, recollections of the betrothed, a fleeting encounter from their childhood where they had once been inseparable companions. However, after his departure from home, they had lost all contact. The matter of the engagement can be resolved with relative ease, as it is merely a matter of mutual interests. Relinquishing a few benefits to settle this issue is not particularly challenging, especially since the engagement has only been privately established between the two families and has not been disclosed to others. Even if the engagement is annulled, it will not have any significant repercussions. Were you pondering? In her embrace, Qin Wanrong tightly encircled Qin Wudao's waist, seemingly apprehensive that he might vanish at any moment. Qin Wudao softly remarked, I was just contemplating how my sister, who once vowed to protect me, has transformed into someone who would turn against her own brother. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Qin Wanrong's beautiful eyes, and her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. What do you mean by turning against my brother? We share no blood ties. You are merely the childhood husband that our parents arranged for me. All right, childhood husband it is then. Hearing the resigned tone of Qin Wudao, Qin Wanrong began to squirm restlessly. She was dressed in formal attire. Having discarded her suit jacket on the floor, she was left in a fitted shirt, a snug skirt, and stockings, accentuating her perfect figure. Such fervent movements were akin to igniting a flame. After writhing for a while, Qin Wanrong suddenly stilled. It seemed she sensed something, tilting her delicate head slightly, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. It appears my brother is not as innocent as he seems. Observing the playful smile gracing Qin Wanrong's lips, Qin Wudao leaned down to meet her. After a prolonged moment, they parted. Qin Wanrong's eyes were clouded with a hint of daze, her tender hand resting against Qin Wudao's chest. Just as she was about to continue her exploration, Qin Wudao halted her. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, It seems that it is you who is being disobedient. What if I'm not obedient? In an apparent attempt to mask her embarrassment, Qin Wanrong exclaimed, All these years, you have been away. Do you know how I managed to get by alone? You have returned after so long, yet you failed to reach out to me. Now that I finally see you, is it so wrong for me to regain my composure with your presence? Very well, continue to regain your composure. The two embraced quietly, with Qin Wanrong's charming face resting against his sturdy chest, her expression radiating tranquility. Qin Wudao harbored profound emotions for the Qin family, particularly for Qin Wanrong, as she represented the sole light of his childhood. This was why he had tolerated Qin Ziru's actions in the past. Conversely, he felt no attachment to the Li family. His former self and his soul had merged entirely, thus inheriting that emotional detachment. Furthermore, having battled on foreign fronts for so many years, he possessed an extraordinary intuition. He could sense the affection from the Qin family towards him, just as he could perceive the indifference from the Li family. This was why he was forgiving towards the Qin family, yet direct in his dealings with the Li family. While Qin Wudao was still deep in thought, Qin Wanrong suddenly spoke softly. Tell me, over the years, have you had any intimate relations with those women? Qin Wudao yearned to affirm, yet regrettably, he had never ventured beyond the realm of holding hands or sharing a kiss. His past was marked by the enduring legacy of the Battle Wolf, a title he bore throughout much of his life, often romanticized as something rare and precious. As Qin Wanyuan awaited an answer that never came, her tone grew more insistent. Speak. Have you ever engaged in anything that transcends mere friendship with them? No, he replied. Upon hearing those two words, rather than mockery, Qin Wanyuan's expression radiated joy, her delicate lips gently curving upwards. That is wonderful. You belong solely to me. With that declaration, her hand subtly descended, teasingly suggesting, Shall I assist you? Enough. Let us conclude this for today. Qin Wudao interjected, firmly pushing Qin Wanyuan aside before turning to depart. As he walked away, Qin Wanyuan gazed at his retreating figure, her enchanting eyes reflecting a profound infatuation. Chapter 40: The Battle of Platforms. Upon returning to his chamber, Qin Wudao let out a soft sigh. It was not that he was unwilling, but rather unable. His parents were aware of his intention to comfort Qin Wanrong and were still downstairs. Any sound would surely lead to an awkward situation. Even if he wished to indulge with Qin Wanrong, the timing was far from appropriate. Meanwhile, Wang Weitong was reveling in the company of a group of second-generation elites, engaging in boisterous merriment as they exchanged toasts. A few among them boldly declared their unwavering support for Wang Weitong, dismissing any affiliation with the Wang family's legacy. With just a word from him, they were prepared to take action. Wang Weitong merely smiled, treating their declarations as mere amusement. Should he find himself in a position of advantage in the contest for succession, these individuals would undoubtedly honor their words. However, if he faltered, it was likely that these very people would be the first to cast him aside. Nevertheless, forging connections held its own merits. As the alcohol took effect, Wang Weitong cautiously inquired about the identity of a certain individual from earlier at the dining establishment. Upon hearing this, the second-generation elites exchanged glances, contemplating before responding. That person was none other than Mr. M.O., who previously spent billions on the platform. Surely you have heard of him, young Master Wang? Oh, Wang Weitong feigned surprise, so was he. No wonder you were so eager to assist at his command. Young Master Wang, were you not also present in that group? Did you not see the messages? I was preoccupied dining with old Master Qin and had no time to check the group chat. At the mention of old Master Qin, the eyes of the second-generation elites brightened. Indeed, young Master Wang, your dining with old Master Qin at the establishment will likely spread through the circles rapidly. When that happens, Wang Weixin will, although the second-generation elite did not finish his statement, everyone present understood his implication. Wang Weitong, aware of the unspoken words, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips as he remarked, What of it? My brother has always been concerned about my ascension to power, has he not? This time, I shall demonstrate my capability to seize it. As for old Master Qin, he is my dear brother, a companion since childhood. Thus, they understood, quite understood. They chorused, nodding fervently like chicks pecking at grain. With the backing of the Wang family's influence, alongside the Qin and Li families, Wang Weitong's position as heir appeared increasingly secure. Once he fully grasped control of the Wang family, he would command the strength of 3 formidable clans. How terrifying that would be. It was clear where allegiances would lie. The second-generation elites hastily raised their glasses in heartfelt toasts, each considering themselves a strategist akin to Zhuge Liang, eager to devise plans for Wang Weitong's benefit. This gathering lasted a full 2 days, during which several other second-generation elites arrived, collectively wielding considerable influence. Moreover, Wang Weitong did not go out of his way to conceal anything. Naturally, Wang Weixin, situated in the presidential office of the Wang Group, received the news. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his hands trembled slightly as a wave of fear and boundless anger surged within him. The matter of succession had seemed settled, yet a formidable contender, Qin Wudao, had emerged from nowhere. If it were not for Qin Wudao's return, Wang Weitong would not have dared to contend for the position of heir, regardless of the courage bestowed upon him. Damn it! Qin Wudao and Wang Weitong You have forced my hand. Do not blame me when the time comes. Wang Wixin narrowed his eyes, a perilous scheme already taking shape in his mind. For 2 days, Qin Wudao remained within the confines of the Qin family estate, while Qin Wanrong, invigorated by her previous embrace with him, busied herself with affairs, returning home late. Apart from managing the Qin group, she was preoccupied with preparations for the commercial banquet scheduled for the following day. As a gathering for the elite of Modu, all factions, great and small, were making arrangements in advance. Who could predict the shifts in the landscape of Modu following this banquet? It is always wise to prepare for the unexpected. At this moment, Qin Wudao opened his phone to find the promotional activity for the platform at the top of the video feed. The event that Chu Feng had previously mentioned was now underway. To his surprise, the various streamers were already showcasing their talents, aiming to entice their audience. The leaderboard began to fluctuate, yet the top 10 remained unchanged, maintaining a stark superiority over those ranked below them. First place, Qing Lung Yu Guang 2nd place, Demieta Mieth 3rd place, Qian Xiantu 4th place. Indeed, yesterday, Qin Wudao had looked into the streamers that Xu Feng had tipped on the platform. The top 5 were predominantly those he had been protecting. The 5th place alone had received 80 million, while the first had been showered with 200 million. Rather than a ranking event, this leaderboard resembled his own harem ranking. The tipping system was indeed unrestrained. Seeing Chu Feng so freely spend money stirred something within Qin Wudao. As the master of the Dragon King Hall, he had never lacked for funds. Setting aside the accumulation of the Dragon King Hall, the Hidden Dragon Group in Modu was also a trillion-yuan enterprise. Yet even so, he would never frivolously toss billions into the platform as Chu Feng did. Qin Wudao clicked on the live stream of the top-ranked Qing Lung Yuguang. Having previously dominated the MO zone in Qian Xiantu stream, the appearance of the War Wolf naturally sent the barrage of comments into a frenzy. Is the Wolf Master here? Ha ha! Is he here to snatch MO zone's thunder again? Surely he wouldn't snatch it, would he? Although the Wolf Master had briefly suppressed MO zone in Qian Xiantu stream, it was merely out of respect for him. This world is not short of wealthy individuals. Everyone knew that Mo Zong's greatest desire was to protect our Moonlight sister, and given that he had already showered her with 200 million, did the Wolf Master possess such capacity? After glancing at the barrage, Qin Wudao turned his gaze to the woman on the screen. One must admit, Chu Feng's taste was indeed commendable. She was a near-perfect woman. With a tall and graceful figure, she stood like an ethereal orchid, independent and transcendent. Her raven black hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, the ends slightly curled, yet did not diminish the cool aura that enveloped her. The woman possessed a standard oval face. Her skin as fair as freshly fallen snow, seemingly veiled by a delicate layer of frost that exuded a subtle chill. Her brows and eyes radiated an air of serene coldness. Clad in a white dress, she appeared ethereal, and in terms of beauty, she was the most exquisite woman Qin Wudao had ever encountered. Her ethereal aura stirred within him a profound desire for conquest. As gifts floated across the screen, she exhibited little emotional fluctuation, merely sitting quietly and expressing gratitude to each individual who offered her gifts. Cold Moonlight was indeed a fitting name. Qin Wudao observed the woman on the screen, while in the room, Chu Feng wore a solemn expression. The admiration for Qianqian Rabbit had yet to reach the desired threshold. Much of his expenditure consisted of tips, while a portion was derived from his own returns. Chapter 41. The real battle commences initially, with a staggering 200 million in donations. It seemed certain that the esteemed position of the top rank was secure in the ethereal live stream of the clear and cool moonlight. However, an unexpected disruption was on the horizon as the notorious Wolf made his entrance. Previously, he had casually dropped over 6 million in the charming Qianqian Rabbit stream, which was insignificant given that Xu Feng's generous contributions were innumerable. Yet, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. Qianqian Rabbit had yet to establish a solid bond of affection, and should the Wolf intrude at this juncture, it would undoubtedly lead to a public debacle for him. Moreover, this scoundrel seemed to have taken a fancy to Qianqian Rabbit. Why then was he intruding upon the Moonlight Sanctuary? In stark contrast to Chu Feng's grim demeanor, The audience in the clear and cool moonlight's live stream reveled in the unfolding drama. Laughter erupted as they speculated, "Ah, the wolf is back, following the footsteps of the mysterious master. I wonder if he intends to seize the top rank this time." Previously, the wolf had merely contributed 6 million, but this time, the stakes were raised to 200 million. Snatching the top position was no trivial matter. Regardless, if the wolf dared to challenge for the top rank, it was likely that the mysterious master would respond in kind. After all, our beloved Moonlight had always been under the vigilant protection of the mysterious master. It appears that this time, the Moonlight was destined to soar, as a single-platform event promised liberation from financial constraints. At that moment, the clear and cool Moonlight, with her transcendent beauty, displayed a flicker of curiosity. The previous contention between the wolf and the mysterious master for Qianqian Rabbit Stream had become common knowledge across the platform. The mysterious master had even proclaimed a desire for a showdown with the wolf, and while it was initially presumed that the wolf would abstain from this event, he unexpectedly resurfaced following the mysterious master's massive donations in the billions. Just as the audience prepared to tag the wolf, they were taken aback to find he had abruptly withdrawn. Laughter echoed through the stream as viewers concluded, "It seems the wolf has conceded." Indeed, the mysterious master is the true titan of wealth. Left speechless by the sight of 200 million, the mysterious master was invincible. He had safeguarded his Moonlight. It was clear that with a singular platform event, not an annual one, 200 million in donations, along with those scattered contributions, had already amassed to 300 million. How could it possibly rise further? To the mysterious master, "I shall align myself with you henceforth. Truly, you are unbeatable." Amidst the adulation in the live stream, Chu Feng's anxious heart gradually settled. In his perception, the wolf's voluntary exit from the stream was a tacit acknowledgement of defeat. Indeed, no matter how affluent the wolf might be in reality, it was improbable for him to present 200 million in a single sweep as gifts to a streamer. However, with the donation system in place, he was entirely capable of regarding money as mere numbers. Although he had tapped into his modest treasury this time, he believed that once Qianqian Rabbit established a bond, the lost resources would eventually be regained. Meanwhile, in Qianqian Rabbit Stream, she continued to express her gratitude to her supporters for the scattered contributions. Currently, the leading clear and cool Moonlight had garnered a donation value of 300 million Dragon Kingdom coins, while her own stream, aside from the 100 million from the mysterious master, had accumulated a total of 130 million in scattered contributions. Although the gap to the top was substantial, with determination, surpassing the second rank was certainly within reach. As Qianqian Rabbit continued to express her gratitude, a notification chimed on her other phone. Upon opening it, she discovered a message from friend. "The wolf warrior you advised me to follow is online. He just entered the live stream of the ethereal Qing Lung Yuguang." A wave of surprise washed over Qianqian Rabbit. Her focus had entirely shifted to Qin Wudao, the very wolf warrior in question. But what if Qin Wudao took an interest in Qing Lung Yuguang? As a woman herself, she could not deny the captivating allure of Qing Lung Yuguang's otherworldly grace. While she considered her own figure unmatched, she had to concede that Qing Lung Yuguang's elegance and beauty overshadowed her own. Could the wolf warrior be intent on competing with Mo Zong for the top spot in Qing Lung Yuguang's livestream? This was the first time Qianqian Rabbit felt a twinge of discontent during the prolonged broadcast. Her pearly teeth clenched her lower lip, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a hint of jealousy and resentment. She even forgot that she was live streaming. As the viewers inundated the chat with questions about what was amiss, her friend sent another message. The wolf warrior said nothing and just left Qing Lung Yuguang's stream. Thank goodness. The weight on Qianqian Rabbit's heart finally lifted. She had feared that the wolf warrior would engage in a fierce showdown with Mo Zong in Qing Lung Yuguang's livestream. But it seemed that was no longer a concern. Even if the wolf warrior refrained from supporting others due to the substantial amounts involved, it was still preferable to directing his generosity elsewhere. The Qin family and the Li family represented the pinnacle of power in the magical metropolis, and Qin Wudao, who was entwined with both, belonged to the highest echelons of the elite. Coupled with his strikingly handsome features and untamed charisma, Qianqian Rabbit found herself consumed by thoughts of him over the past few days. Her desire for conquest had reached unprecedented heights. As she reminisced, she inadvertently glanced at the chat, where viewers were welcoming the Wolf Warrior. Yes, in my live stream. Qianqian Rabbit's eyes widened in shock as she frantically scrolled through her phone screen. Sure enough, a clear notification appeared. The Wolf Warrior has entered your live stream. He truly came? The Wolf Warrior sent luxurious Emperors Cups 10, 50, and 100. This particular platform event featured such gifts, each valued at 10,000 Dragon Kingdom coins, primarily to elevate streamers' rankings. Watching the gifts cascade across her screen, Qianqian Rabbit transitioned from astonishment to joy, culminating in exhilaration. She had previously thought that if Qin Wudao intended to target Xu Feng, he would likely do so in Qin Lung Yuguang's livestream. Now, it appeared he had chosen to support her instead. Whether it was 200 million or 300 million, while Qianqian Rabbit appreciated the gestures, she was not overly concerned. Since childhood, she had set a goal for herself. She was indeed materialistic, but only in pursuit of the wealth of the elite. An ordinary person, no matter how much wealth they amassed, would never achieve a breakthrough in social class. However, entering a prominent family changed everything. Thus, when it came to those gifts, Qianqian Rabbit was far more interested in Qin Wudao's intentions. As she reveled in her joy, the luxurious screen displayed an ever-increasing count of majestic contributions. 500, 1,000, 2,000. The numbers continued to ascend relentlessly. Now, it had already surpassed 20 million, and Qianqian Rabbit had risen from third to second place. The onlookers fervently engaged in animated discussions. This enigmatic tycoon, who had previously overshadowed Mo Zong in Qianqian Rabbit's livestream, was equally a mysterious magnate. Given his choice to flood the screen with monetary support at this moment, could it be that he aimed to challenge Mo Zong? Truly, Wolf Zong is formidable. His initial move is strikingly aggressive. It appears that this time, he is indeed targeting Mo Zong. Ha ha ha. It has evidently escalated into a rivalry. The only uncertainty that lingers is whether Wolf Zong can ultimately prevail over Mo Zong. Chapter 42. Come, hand me the phone. Is it even possible? This time, it isn't just 6 million. It's 200 million. What of 200 million? To us, that is an astronomical figure. Yet for these affluent individuals, it is merely a matter of a flick of the finger. Look, the amount has already surpassed 60 million and continues to rise. Observing the ever-increasing reward values for Qianqian Rabbit, anyone could surmise that this time, the wolf is once again targeting Mo. Damn it. Seated in his chair, Xu Feng naturally noticed the incessant notifications scrolling across his phone, as well as the surging reward values of Qianqian Rabbit on the leaderboard. Qin Wudao's actions were not without purpose. Having previously tested Xu Feng's limits, he was now intent on discovering the extent to which Xu Feng had unlocked that system. From the total rewards of the top 5, it appeared that Xu Feng had already spent 400 million this time. If he could continue to spend so recklessly, it would signify that his system had developed to a formidable level. However, should he be unable to maintain such expenditure, it would indicate that there were limitations in place. At that point, depleting the funds at his disposal would facilitate the execution of the next plan. The War Wolf gifted a luxurious Imperial Duke 18,000, and in the blink of an eye, 180 million had been spent. Qianqian Rabbit soared to the top of the activity leaderboard. In the live broadcast of Cold Moonlight, many affluent individuals awaited MOS instructions. Only a few among them were mere spectators, while the majority were from the second-generation elite circles. Their presence in this live stream was not solely due to the host's beauty, but primarily to extend their respect to Mo. Now that the top spot had been seized, all eyes were on Mo to see how he would respond. A cigarette Solitude gifted a luxurious Imperial Duke 100. Let us go, brothers, continue casting votes. Let us obliterate them. Ha! Mo is invincible. When he says he aims for the top spot, he means it. Let us not leave Mo to vote alone. We shall join him. One after another, luxurious gift effects blossomed in the Cold Moonlight live stream. Despite the multitude rallying to cast their votes, the reward values remained firmly surpassed by Qianqian Rabbit, and the gap continued to widen. 400 million versus 380 million. 450 million against 400 million. 500 million to 420 million. As the leaderboard displayed the reward values, the entire platform, hosts and onlookers alike, was left in astonishment. Clearly, no one expected such an event to escalate to this magnitude. Under the radiance of the Wolf and MO, all the affluent individuals faded into insignificance. The reward values steadily climbed until reaching 700 million against 510 million. Previously, MO had contributed 100 million to Chan Rabbit, and now it seemed the Wolf was intent on vexing MO, exceeding him by over 100 million. In the cold moonlight livestream, the onlookers continued to amplify the atmosphere, yet as of 3 minutes ago, MO had ceased gifting altogether. Although the second generation may still offer some gifts, it does not alter the overall situation. A significant gap has already emerged. Where is Mr. MO? Should we continue? Could it be that? Impossible. We all recognize Mr. Mo's prowess. He must be recharging now, right? However, the event is nearing its conclusion, and this disparity seems rather excessive. Not only are inquiries being made in the live stream, but the group chat is also buzzing with mentions of cigarette solitude. Yet, since earlier, Mr. MO appears to have vanished, offering no response whatsoever. Meanwhile, within the room, Chu Feng felt the veins on his forehead bulging. He never imagined that this individual named Zhang Lang would truly push him to his limits. Not only has he exhausted his remaining funds, but he has also resorted to dipping into his savings for emergencies, leaving him in a state reminiscent of his earlier impoverishment. To continue utilizing the system, he must unlock more features, yet his rapport with Chan 2 seems to be diminishing instead of improving. This series of setbacks nearly drove Chu Feng to smash his phone in frustration. Naturally, he noticed the messages directed at him in both the group and the live stream. But at this point, any explanation would be futile. It would be better to feign a dead battery, claiming to be stranded on foreign streets. Yes, that would be the perfect excuse. Chu Feng concocted a reason he deemed not overly far-fetched. In Chan 2's live stream, witnessing the continuous flow of donations made her heart race. She had never encountered such a substantial sum of money before, even if half were taken by the platform. So what? She was now undeniably a wealthy woman. Nonetheless, she remained steadfast in her aspirations, not allowing wealth to cloud her judgment. She even proactively picked up her phone to send a private message to Zhang Lang. Mr. Wolf, thank you for your support. Truthfully, I did not aim for a ranking in this event, yet you have propelled me to first place. I understand that your motivation lies in competing with Mr. Mo. This sum is extravagant. I am willing to return all that I have received. Please provide me with a means of contact. It must be noted that for any ordinary individual, such billions in Dragon Country currency would be enough to drive one to madness. Yet Chan 2 maintained her composure, willing to return all the money just to obtain a contact for Qin Wudao. This demonstrates her remarkable determination. In the Qin residence, within Qin Wudao's room, he observed the private message from Chan 2, a slight smile gracing his lips. A clever woman indeed. Is she attempting to retreat in order to advance? Or does she harbor other intentions? Just as Qin Wudao pondered her motives, the door was abruptly flung open, and Qin Zirwei strode in with an expression of indifference. Oh, a rare visitor. What brings you here? Nothing much. My parents sent me to fetch you. They have something to discuss. As Qin Zirwei approached Qin Wudao, he deliberately emphasized the words "my parents." As he stepped closer, his keen eyes caught sight of Qin Wudao's phone screen. You're Zhang Lang? Qin Ziru gazed at Qin Wudao in disbelief. Naturally, he had been aware of the significant events circulating online, especially since he was part of that second-generation group. He never imagined that the formidable war wolf who had dominated the scene was actually Qin Wudao. How biased could our parents be to grant you such wealth? And yet, you squander it on tipping streamers. Hand over the money to me. It rightfully belongs to me. Qin Ziru bellowed, his expression twisted with rage, his body trembling, clearly infuriated. In response, Qin Wudao chuckled lightly. You want money? All right, hand me your phone. Surprised by Qin Wudao's compliance, Qin Ziru instinctively took out his phone and handed it over. After a brief moment of manipulation on the device, Qin Wudao returned it to him. There you go, all sorted. Are you truly so benevolent? Qin Zhiru received the phone with skepticism. The next moment, he erupted in fury. Did you seriously just take out a loan for me? On the screen, bold letters displayed a credit limit of 200,000, starkly visible before his eyes. Chapter 43. The Li family lacks such fortune upon witnessing the fury of Qin Zhiru. Qin Wudao rose from his seat and gently patted the other's shoulder. With a solemn tone, he said, "You need not repay this money. It was lent based on your merit. Rest assured, should you require assistance again, do not hesitate to approach me. It would be prudent to provide some collateral next time." With that, Qin Wudao turned and departed. Standing in the room, Qin Zhiru trembled with rage. After a moment, he clenched his teeth and declared, "Qin Wudao, you will regret this." In the living room of the Qin household, a variety of documents lay spread across the table. As one of the premier families in the Magic City, they naturally intended to attend the upcoming business banquet, with the Qin group now entirely entrusted to Qin Wanrong. The elderly couple deemed it necessary to review some materials in advance. Upon seeing Qin Wudao descend the stairs, Qin's mother immediately approached him. "Welcome, Wudao. You must accompany us to the business banquet tomorrow." Indeed, Qin Wudao nodded. Even if the Qin family chose not to attend, he would still go. His primary objective was to observe the various business groups in the Magic City, preparing to bring the Hidden Dragon Group into the public eye. His secondary aim was to ascertain whether there were any other destined children or antagonists present, in order to prepare accordingly. Possessing the dual fates of both the destined child and the destined antagonist, he could be seen as having allies, or conversely, as being utterly alone, depending on his choices. The Magic City was a place he must secure. Understanding the distribution of power there was essential before contemplating his next steps. Seated on the sofa, he noted the affectionate gazes of the elderly couple upon him. "Wudao, at this business banquet, I intend to announce that you remain a child of our Qin family. As for the Li family, father, mother, I have no ties to the Li family," Qin Wudao interjected, preempting his mother's words. The remnants of familial memories in his mind were solely of the Qin family. His recollections of the Li family were hazy at best, as he had been but a silent child at that time. Those indistinct memories had never afforded him a sense of familial love. To the child he once was, the Li family had always exhibited a certain indifference. Now, as an adult, it was evident that returning to the Li family would only result in chaos. The head of the Li family and his wife appeared to treat their biological son and adopted son equally. But Qin Wudao understood the true nature of the Li family members. Li Sisi currently doted excessively on Li Jingyu, yet should her bloodline ailment manifest, it would be remarkable if that so-called adopted son were not subjected to torment. This was precisely why Qin Wudao felt such a sense of belonging with the Qin family, because the affection he had long yearned for was something he had never received from the Li family. They lacked the fortune to bestow such love. Pride illuminated Qin mother's face, clearly indicating her satisfaction with Qin Wudao. In a short span of conversation, Qin Zhiru descended the stairs, casting a fierce glare at Qin Wudao before making his way to stand beside their mother. "Mother, you have bestowed upon Qin Wudao such a substantial allowance. Are you aware of how he has chosen to utilize it? To my astonishment, he has squandered it on tipping streamers. He is utterly neglecting his responsibilities. Please refrain from giving him any more. Grant it to me instead." "Allowance?" Qin's mother looked utterly astonished, and after a brief moment, she slapped her forehead. "Ah, of course, the children have grown. They are entitled to an allowance." With that, she retrieved 2 cards from her pocket, handing one to Qin Wudao and the other to Qin Zhiwei. "Each of these cards holds 1,000,000. Indulge yourselves in whatever you desire, and should it fall short, do not hesitate to ask me for more." "Mother." After quietly stowing the card in his pocket, Qin Zhiwei spoke again. "Are you not listening to what I am saying? You give him money, and he will continue to tip streamers. Moreover, did you not already grant him several hundred million previously? Why then do I receive only 1,000,000? And now you wish to bestow even more upon him? Is this truly fair?" With a puzzled expression, Qin's mother replied, "When did I ever provide Wudao with an allowance? You seem to think your elder brother is like you, frivolously squandering his time. He has only returned home for a few days and scarcely exchanged a word with us. You must cease to malign your brother so. You haven't given him anything? Qin Zhiwei was equally bewildered. In his eyes, it was evident that their mother favored Qin Wudao, secretly granting him monetary gifts. After all, the vast sums he tipped streamers were indeed in the billions. His sister, Qin Wanrong, was judicious with finances, ensuring all transactions were recorded. It was implausible that she would directly allocate billions to Qin Wudao. Their father's financial control was even more stringent, with the family's economic power firmly in their mother's hands. Yet now she claims not to have given Qin Wudao any money. Where then did his funds originate? At this moment, Qin Wudao interjected with a mischievous grin. The money I used to tip the streamers was earned through my own endeavors over the years. However, Zhiwei, you must consider this. After you exhaust the funds mother gave you, you resort to online loans to continue your excesses. Is this truly wise? What? Upon hearing this, the previously composed Qin father abruptly stood up. Qin Zhiwei, taking out loans? As the heir of the Qin family, his allowance was considerable, compounded by their mother's indulgence. Compared to other young masters, Qin Zhiwei was relatively affluent. Yet he squandered his funds on lavish pursuits, ultimately resorting to loans. If this were to become public knowledge, the Qin family would be a laughingstock. Qin family's young master taking out loans for indulgence. Zhiwei, what on earth is happening? The gravity of Qin mother's expression intensified. How could her son even entertain the idea of online loans? It was not merely a matter of repayment. If this were to leak, the family would suffer great humiliation. Online loans are registered under real names. You are talking nonsense. Qin Zhiwei pointed at Qin Wudao, unleashing a tirade of anger. In contrast, Qin Wudao sat back casually on the sofa, his lips curling into a slight smile, seemingly unfazed. How dare you blame your elder brother for your own misdeeds? Qin father stepped forward, snatching Qin Zhiwei's phone with a decisive motion. A few taps later, he indeed uncovered the online loan platform, revealing clear evidence of Qin Zhiwei's borrowing records. Today, I shall end your wretched existence. With that, Qin's father unsheathed his belt and advanced towards Qin Zhiwei. Father, I am your son. I swear I haven't borrowed anything. Please do not believe him. Qin Zhiwei's voice trembled with a hint of desperation, attempting to evoke the love of his parents. However, both Qin's father and mother were resolute in their intent to show no mercy. After all, the humiliation of this incident was overwhelming. And for years Qin Zhiwei had squandered his life in indulgence, presenting the perfect opportunity for a much-needed lesson. Qin's father struck out towards Qin Zhiwei, while Qin's mother gently addressed Qin Wudao, saying, Wudao, I have arranged for a formal attire for you. Please return home and rest. Tomorrow we shall attend the banquet together. Chapter 44. The business banquet. Qin Wudao cast a lingering glance at the battered Qin Zhiwei before retreating to his chamber. Upon unlocking his phone, he was greeted by a flurry of notifications from the video platform. Aside from those seeking to ingratiate themselves, the messages from Qianqian 2 were overwhelming. Mr. Wolf, could you please provide me with a contact number? I wish to return your money. I understand you may not lack for it, but this gesture is heartfelt. I'm immensely grateful for your assistance in securing the top position. Mr. Wolf, please share your contact. I implore you, why have you read my messages and not responded? Mr. Wolf, reading Qianqian 2's increasingly desperate messages, Qin Wudao chuckled softly before shutting off his phone. While he held a certain admiration for her, there was no necessity to establish contact. Besides, a woman as astute as she could potentially bring about complications. In comparison to such individuals, wasn't Qin Wanrong more appealing? Moreover, given Qin Wudao's current status and appearance, it would not be far-fetched to enact the role of a domineering CEO on campus. After the conclusion of the video's voting event, Qianqian 2 abruptly ended her stream. Her delicate hands, having gripped her phone tightly, were now pale, devoid of any color. Her beautiful eyes reflected a mixture of frustration and urgency, her lips bitten so hard that they nearly bled. Why? Why refuse to respond? I do not seek a single penny from you. Is it too much to ask for your contact information in exchange for millions? Qin Wudao, you are being unreasonable. Chen Qianqian had initially prepared various strategies, yet he simply did not engage. Without even a means of contact, what was she to do? Just as her resolve began to crumble, a message appeared on her phone. Loneliness of a cigarette. There is a prestigious business banquet in Modu tomorrow. Would you like to accompany me as my partner? Upon reading this, Chen Qianqian's spirits lifted. She recognized that an opportunity had presented itself. Qin Wudao, being associated with both the Qin and Li families, would undoubtedly attend this banquet, allowing her the chance to connect with him. With this thought, Chen Qianqian swiftly began typing with her slender fingers. Sure, but I'm merely an ordinary person. Would my presence at such a business event embarrass you? Not at all. Those I bring will not dare to utter a word. Then I shall prepare my gown. Shall I take you to the mall to select a dress? No need. Thank you, Mr. M.O. In a rented apartment, Chu Feng wore a peculiar expression as Chen Qianqian accepted his invitation to the banquet, seemingly presenting an opportunity to enhance their rapport. Yet, why did she maintain such an aloof demeanor? Little did he know, he was merely being used as a stepping stone. On the morning of the next day, the various business factions in Modu busied themselves. Some individuals were willing to spend lavishly to obtain invitations to the evening's banquet. Yet who among the attendees was truly in need of money? They could only find a way to contact the organizer of the banquet, hoping to receive an invitation. The invitees comprised either the elite commercial powerhouses of the metropolis, newly affluent individuals, or promising companies. Naturally, some recipients of the invitations expressed their unavailability, yet the majority opted to attend. The venue was chosen to be a magnificent estate located in the outskirts of the city, resembling a grand castle that stood majestically. The main building of the estate boasted an imposing presence, with sleek and fluid lines, while expansive glass facades glimmered in the sunlight, harmonizing beautifully with the robust stone walls. Embodying the elegance of modern architecture without sacrificing the gravitas and dignity reminiscent of a fortress. The estate's entrance was both grand and opulent, crafted from sturdy metal, adorned with intricately carved patterns, and flanked by uniquely shaped sculptures that stood like loyal sentinels guarding this domain. At this moment, the gates were wide open, revealing a red carpet that had been laid out in advance. Servants bustled about within the estate, diligently preparing for the evening's festivities. Entertaining the distinguished elites of the metropolis required nothing less than perfection. As the estate completed its preparations and dusk fell, the area was illuminated in a splendid display of lights, as bright as day. At that juncture, luxurious vehicles began to arrive. The red carpet was lined with attendants who bowed slightly, showing respect to the arriving guests. As the first luxury car came to a halt, a servant promptly approached to open the door, allowing a man and a woman to descend, dressed in exquisite formal attire. They smiled as they walked along the red carpet towards the estate. One after another, lavish cars graced the scene, from which emerged notable figures of the metropolis. At that moment, the Qin family's convoy also approached. Seated in a vehicle, Qin Wudao gazed out at the unfolding scene through the window. The system chimed in, Yoma. I'm here. Regretful spirit. Lackey. Ignoring the commotion from the two systems, Qin Wudao inquired directly. Could you not provide me with something that can discern the destinies of others? Otherwise, once we arrive at the banquet, how will I know who the chosen one is and who the antagonist might be? Nyoma, rest assured, host. I understand your intentions and have already begun working on it. I guarantee your satisfaction. If not, you can hit me. Regretful spirit. I will do it too. I will do it too. Hearing the system's assurances, Qin Wudao nodded. Soon he would meet Chu Feng, and it was imperative to observe him closely. The reward system was not to be feared. Rather, it was the potential acquisition of unreasonable divine skills or formidable physical prowess that concerned him. Although Qin Wudao was aware of his own considerable strength, he never underestimated anyone. Ahead lay the convoy of the Li family. Members of the Li family strode onto the red carpet, the couple adorned in splendid attire, radiating serene smiles as they waved to the crowd. Behind them stood Li Sisi and the adopted son of the Li family, Li Jingyu. The two of them walked hand in hand along the crimson carpet. Upon the appearance of Li Jingyu, whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. The biological son of the Li family had been reclaimed. Yet this adopted son still represented the Li family's identity at the banquet. Wasn't Qin Wudao also merely an adopted son of the Qin family? But could they possibly be compared? After all, Qin Wudao was the rightful heir of a prestigious family. now backed by the formidable influence of both the Li and Qin families, a true victor in the game of life. What was Li Jingyu in comparison? As he overheard the murmurs around him, Li Jingyu's smile grew increasingly strained. He clenched his fists, his eyes betraying a hint of resentment. If only Qin Wudao had not returned, then everything would have rightfully belonged to him. Chapter 45. Here he comes, the son-in-law has arrived. Seated within the vehicle, Qin Wudao naturally caught sight of the Li family. The expression on Li Jingyu's face was vividly imprinted in his mind. Li Zhengyu, do refrain from seeking your own demise so hastily. Otherwise, it would be rather tedious. Every guest arriving at the estate had their invitations presented beforehand by the butler, with representatives from a host responsible for verification. Considering the multitude of illustrious families gathered here, any misstep would spell disaster for the organizers. As the Li family entered the estate, two individuals alighted from a luxurious car. The man, possessing a refined appearance and an air of calm, stepped out in a seemingly ordinary suit. Beside him, his female companion donned a stunning red, form-fitting gown, her captivating figure leaving onlookers astounded. The pair were none other than Chu Feng and Chun Qianqian. The two attendants at the entrance observed the duo's descent, and despite Chu Feng's inexpensive suit, their gaze remained respectful. Who could fathom whether these elite tycoons harbored a penchant for feigning poverty? Furthermore, the luxurious vehicle and the presence of a breathtaking beauty were sufficient to affirm Chu Feng's status. At that moment, the driver exited the vehicle, producing a gilded invitation and presenting it to the attendants. This spectacle widened the eyes of those nearby and those within the vehicle. For a gilded invitation, the organizers had issued only 3 such invitations. Even the most prestigious families in Modu had not received such an honor. Who then was this young man? Those who had entered the estate earlier gathered near the fountain, their expressions filled with intrigue as they beheld Chu Feng's composed entrance. Upon stepping out of the car, Chu Feng extended his hand, seemingly anticipating Chun Qianqian to link arms with him. However, to his surprise, she simply walked away, leaving him with a magnificent silhouette. Dumbfounded, Chu Feng instinctively wished to voice his thoughts, but suppressed his emotions upon noticing the multitude of gazes upon him. Clearly, this was Chun Qianqian's first experience in such a setting, and she was utterly unfamiliar with the customs. Indeed, that must be the case. With this self-assuring rationale, Chu Feng composed himself and proceeded towards the estate. Attendees at the gathering were primarily there to forge or solidify connections. Thus, those within the estate did not rush into the grand hall, but instead engaged in casual conversation by the hot springs. The organizers had thoughtfully prepared an array of delicacies and beverages in the courtyard, clearly anticipating this social dynamic. Several second-generation attendees, who had previously crossed paths with Chu Feng, hurriedly approached him. "Mr. Amo, you have arrived. Truly, you are remarkable. Even your invitation is gilded." In response, Chu Feng, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "In this setting, you may simply call me Chu Feng. That simply won't do. How about we address you as Brother Feng?" "Very well. Excellent. Brother Feng." A throng of second-generation attendees surrounded Chu Feng, calling him by this newfound title, while those nearby took note of the appellation Mr. Mo, casting inquisitive glances in his direction. The illustrious title of Mo Zong stands unparalleled for the moment, aside from the recently emerged Wolf Zong. This Mo Zong seems to have descended from the heavens, with a financial background intricately woven with the shadows of major foreign conglomerates. To cultivate a relationship with such an individual would undoubtedly facilitate access to overseas markets in the future. Contemplating this, several affluent individuals promptly urged their offspring to seek acquaintance with Chu Feng. As Chu Feng basked in the limelight, another luxurious vehicle approached the red carpet. From it emerged 3 figures, 2 women whose appearances bore striking resemblance, yet their demeanors were entirely distinct. The more mature of the 2 exuded a gentle and warm aura, reminiscent of the tender sun in spring. Time appeared to have favored her, leaving merely faint crow-esque feet at the corners of her eyes, which added a touch of sophistication to her maturity. Her skin was delicate and fair, radiating a healthy glow akin to polished jade, enveloped in a soft halo of light. Her lips, a shade of rosy red, curved slightly upwards, adorned with a subtle smile that concealed a serene kindness. A testament to the grace cultivated through the passage of time, evoking a sense of familiarity. Her hair was elegantly styled into a bun, with a few stray strands cascading beside her ears, enhancing her gentle allure. The younger woman, linking arms with her, bore a resemblance yet projected an entirely different essence. While the former embodied the grace of a mature and gentle matron, the latter, though somewhat naive, radiated an undeniable aura of authority, clearly marking her as a formidable businesswoman. One might easily mistake them for sisters. Trailing behind them was a man who appeared quite ordinary, his eyes reflecting a subtle warmth. Though seemingly lacking in status, he bore no hint of inferiority. Rather, he emanated a faint air of authority. Intrigued, Qin Wudao observed from the car. He was well acquainted with the two women. They were the betrothed arranged by the Qin family, Zhang Wanyu, the more mature one, and Dong Mengqing. They hailed from the Zhang family of the bustling metropolis, a mother-daughter duo left to uphold their substantial family business following the early demise of the family patriarch. It was the early loss that had led to the Zhang family's gradual decline, a fate averted largely due to Zhang Wanyu's decisive leadership. Had it not been for her formidable capabilities, the once prosperous Zhang family might have been completely devoured by adversity. Now this so-called betrothed had an accompanying man. There was no doubt that anyone accompanying them on the red carpet was no mere assistant. Observing the man's demeanor and appearance, Qin Wudao wondered if he might be a son-in-law. He narrowed his eyes, fixating on the man's silhouette. As a martial artist, he sensed an impressive strength concealed within the man, who seemed to have relaxed every muscle in an effort to hide his prowess. While this might deceive others, it certainly could not elude Qin Wudao. It appears that this banquet is becoming increasingly intriguing. However, one wonders how many chosen ones and antagonists will make their appearance. If it were possible to apprehend them all at once. As Qin Wudao pondered, the Qin family's convoy arrived. Notably, Qin Wudao did not share a vehicle with his parents, but instead occupied the last car in the procession. As the door swung open, all eyes were drawn towards him. Qin's father and mother alighted from their vehicle, followed closely by Qin Zirwei. Meanwhile, Qin Wudao emerged from a different car. As for Qin Wanrong, it seems that a significant incident had transpired at the Qin group, which is why she was absent this time. This circumstance elucidates why the elderly couple was perusing those documents. Although Qin's parents descended with smiles upon their faces, it was evident that their expressions were somewhat forced. Chapter 46. The key points, just moments ago, the Zhang family members disembarked, and their presence was unmistakable. Although neither Qin father nor Qin mother harbored any hopes for the fulfillment of this marriage alliance. The audacity of the Zhang family to arrive with a man without any explanation was utterly perplexing. Could this individual truly be Dong Mengqing's partner? The Zhang family, now ensnared in their own troubles, dared to act so brazenly towards the Qin family? It was imperative that they inquire with Dong Mengqing about how she intended to provide them with an explanation. Qin Zirwei maintained the haughty demeanor characteristic of a young master as he strode confidently into the estate. Despite being in such formal surroundings, Qin Wudao had opted not to don a tie. A few buttons of his shirt were undone, subtly revealing his robust physique. The constraining nature of a tie was exceedingly bothersome, and in the event of conflict, it could serve as a significant vulnerability. Having been forged in the crucible of foreign battlefields, Qin Wudao was not one to leave himself exposed. As he entered the estate, the attention of those present turned toward him. His reputation in social circles had recently skyrocketed, bolstered by the formidable backing of both the Qin and Li families. His methods were notoriously ruthless, and his personality exceedingly flamboyant. Such a figure, while not necessarily one to befriend, was certainly not one to antagonize. At once, Chun Qianqian's eyes brightened upon spotting Qin Wudao. Her intention for attending this gathering had been solely to encounter him, and fortune favored her. She had succeeded. This was also the reason she had refrained from linking arms with Chu Feng earlier. She was still uncertain of Qin Wudao's temperament, and what if he took offense? The mother and daughter duo of the Zhang family also turned their gaze toward Qin Wudao. Dong Mengxing's eyes reflected a blend of warmth and nostalgia, while Zhang Wanyu's expression was notably indifferent. The man who was suspected to be his son-in-law fixated intently on Qin Wudao as well. The members of the Li family shared a similarly complex expression as they observed Qin Wudao's measured approach, making him the focal point of the gathering. As Qin Wudao stepped into the courtyard, a man hurriedly approached. "Brother, you've arrived. Mom and Dad have been waiting for you. I've been in the hospital these past few days. Otherwise, they would have definitely gone to see you. Please don't hold it against them." The feigned innocence in his tone indicated that it was Li Zhengyu. With a facade of grievance, he continued, "I understand that my presence may have disrupted your plans. I can step aside, but please do not blame our parents." Qin Wudao raised an eyebrow at Li Zhengyu, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Li Zhengyu. It seems my previous lesson wasn't sufficient for you. You claim to have been hospitalized these past few days. Would you like me to assist you further?" At this remark, Li Zhengyu instinctively took a step back, vividly recalling the beastly aura emanating from Qin Wudao, along with his merciless methods. His body still bore the echoes of pain from their last encounter. Observing Li Zhengyu's retreat, a hint of disdain flickered across Qin Wudao's face. This green tea character dared to provoke him? "Qin Wudao, who are you threatening?" Indeed, wherever Li Zhengyu is, there too is Li Sisi. Today, Li Sisi donned a splendid white gown, exuding an air of nobility and elegance, which, coupled with her striking visage, rendered her quite enchanting. She glared at Qin Wudao, demanding an explanation from him. Li Zhengyu quickly interjected, "Sister, do not blame my elder brother. It is because of me that he has become this way. Truly, I could leave if needed, genuinely. But who is that barking like a dog?" Before Li Sisi could finish her words, the arrogant second young master Qin swaggered over, tilting his chin as if to glare down upon everyone through his nostrils. He epitomized the essence of a spoiled, rich air, exuding an air of invincibility. Upruaking Li Zhengyu. He showed no regard whatsoever. Since when can a green tea BTCH stand in the same space as me? Get lost, you disgust me. Qin Zirwei. Li Sisi coldly remarked. Hasn't Qin Wanrong taught you any manners? Oh, Qin Zirwei replied, feigning confusion. I asked Miss Li, did your parents not teach you that a woman should possess a modicum of dignity? Are you insulting me? Li Sisi gazed at Qin Zirwei in disbelief, unable to fathom being openly berated in such a setting. Qin Zirwei's face was rife with disdain. Insult you? It's a miracle I'm not hitting you. You think you deserve any respect? Do you truly believe that someone from the Qin family could be chastised by you? Come here. Let me see just how thick your skin is. Goodness? Qin Wudao glanced at Qin Zirwei, somewhat astonished. This fellow truly had a knack for antagonizing everyone equally. You. Qin Wudao. Li Sisi realized that reasoning with someone like Qin Zirwei was futile and turned her gaze to Qin Wudao. Shouldn't you intervene? What the hell? Qin Wudao was genuinely taken aback. I was speaking to you civilly. Did you think I was easy to converse with? And now you dare to fire shots at me? What do you mean by that? Li Sisi furrowed her delicate brows, struggling to comprehend Qin Wudao's words. Just then, he stepped forward, positioning himself directly before her. And before she could voice her inquiry, he delivered a resounding slap. Smack! The force was so tremendous that it sent Li Sisi tumbling to the ground. Her delicate features swelled instantly, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Both Qin Zirwei and Li Zhengyu instinctively recoiled, their pupils constricted in shock. Qin Wudao advanced, seizing Li Sisi by her hair, lifting her despite her cries of pain. No matter how fiercely she struggled, his grip remained steadfast, resembling an iron claw. Leaning in closer, Qin Wudao chuckled softly. Did you think I wouldn't strike you? Rest assured, in my realm, gender equality prevails. You cannot reason with Qin Zirwei. Apologies. I am not one for reasoning either, but I possess a fair knowledge of combat and can certainly accommodate you. Release me. Li Sisi, overwhelmed by pain, wept profusely, rendering herself a spectacle before the onlookers. In haste, her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Li, rushed to her side. Mrs. Li, in a state of anxiety, implored Wudao, please set your sister down. Stop this commotion. I beg you. With a dismissive motion, Qin Wu Dao unceremoniously discarded Li Sisi at her father's feet, as if she were refuse. Head of the Li family, it would be prudent to manage your household. Oh, and as for this dog, I have little patience for such nuisances. Should it dare to bite me, I would not only tear it apart, but also ensure its owner shares the same fate. If you cannot keep it in check, it may very well end up without its head next time. Chapter 47. The big shot Li's father wore an icy expression. He had not anticipated that his family would embarrass themselves today, especially due to the actions of their own children. Li Jingyu stepped forward, looking pitifully at his mother, as if he had something to say. Yet, before he could utter a word, he caught sight of his father's frigid gaze. Instinctively, Li Jingyu shivered. He held a deep-seated fear of his father. Although he usually appeared to have his father's favor, he understood that in moments like this, silence was his best option. Ha ha! What commotion is this? Accompanied by a hearty laugh, Qin's parents approached. Their eyes softened as they regarded Qin Wudao and Qin Zirwei. It's nothing, Qin Wudao replied, shaking his head with a light chuckle. The young lady of the Li family seemed intent on picking something off the ground to eat, so I merely offer my assistance. Coincidentally, her father was about to thank me. Ah, I see. Qin's father feigned surprise. I have always said my sons are kind-hearted. Look, when the Li family's daughter needed help, both my sons came to her aid. Old Li, you need not be so formal. There is no need for thanks between generations. Ha. Li's father's face turned ashen, and although Li's mother intended to say something, she was promptly pulled away by him. Li Sisi, supported by her mother, departed, and naturally, Li Jingyu had to obediently lower his head and follow. He feared that staying behind might result in a confrontation with Qin Wudao. Once the Li family had left, Qin's mother lightly pinched Qin's father, rolling her eyes as she murmured, "How unrefined. They are, after all, Wudao's relatives. You three are all infuriating. How do you think others perceive this? What does it matter?" Qin's father replied nonchalantly, "Let them think what they wish. It won't cost me anything. Besides, you saw it yourself. The Li siblings were simply asking for it. Wu Dao is still too kind. He doesn't go far enough. If it were me, enough." Qin's mother swiftly covered Qin's father's mouth. "There are so many people around. What if someone hears you?" At that moment, Qin Zirwei also turned to Qin Wudao, speaking in a cold tone. "Do not misunderstand. I am not helping you. I merely find those two insufferable." Qin Wudao's face was a tapestry of expressions. "Wait a minute. Are you playing hard again? Is this your character?" Noticing Wudao's silence, Qin Zirwei scoffed before turning away, leaving Wudao feeling a chill. If it were a cheerful character with twin tails, a touch of arrogance would be acceptable, but with Qin Zirwei, all that remained was pride, devoid of charm. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Recently, Qin Wudao had been at the center of attention, naturally sparking discussion. Chun Qianqian discreetly observed Wudao, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Such a commanding man was precisely her type. Although Chun Qianqian dreamed of marrying into a wealthy family, she was not inclined to enter just any affluent household. In her eyes, only the likes of Qin Wudao matched her fantasies of a prestigious CEO. Just as Qin Wudao was about to step into the estate, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance. The second individual possessing a gilded invitation had arrived. Originally, Qin Wudao was the second invitee, but since he had come with the Qin family, there was no need to present his gilded invitation. A total of 3 such invitations had been issued. Chu Feng was the first, Qin Wudao the second, and now the third person was making an entrance. Qin Wudao turned his gaze toward the doorway. A strikingly handsome young man strolled in, adorned with a subtle smile. His eyes, though tranquil, exuded an air of superiority that seemed to dismiss all else. This must be the distinguished figure from the capital, it seemed. Rumor had it that his family's official background was quite formidable. He had been invited by the hosts, though it remained uncertain which enterprises he intended to collaborate with. There was no need to speculate. Someone of his stature would undoubtedly seek partnerships with the major powers of our metropolis, leaving us with no part in the proceedings. But then again, forging a connection with such a person could prove beneficial. As Qin Wudao overheard the discussions around him, he turned his attention to the man. Although he possessed 2 systems, neither could access the other's information, which posed a bit of a dilemma. With that thought in mind, Qin Wudao promptly retrieved his phone and sent a message to Longya, requesting information on the identity of the Kyoto invitee associated with the gilded invitation. Ding dong. The efficiency of the Dragon King Hall was unparalleled, and soon enough, the man's details arrived on Qin Wudao's phone. His name was Tian Pingsheng. His grandfather, Tian Yoxin, was a retired general with widespread influence, and his father was currently a prominent figure in Kyoto, marking him as a quintessential second-generation official. He had come to our metropolis seemingly due to a woman, prompting the host to extend an invitation immediately upon learning of his presence. As the saying goes, wealth pales in comparison to power. The capabilities of a second-generation official undoubtedly surpass those of a wealthy heir. However, while there may exist distinctions of rank, conflicts are usually minimal given the vast entanglements of interests. After all, on a higher level, everyone might just be allies. Having perused the essential details, Qin Wudao set his phone aside. He had no desire to entangle himself with someone of such a background, as his own affiliation with the Dragon King Hall was quite sensitive. Even if the upper echelons tacitly approved, certain boundaries should not be crossed. With such a pedigree, Tian Pingsheng was indeed a significant figure. As soon as Tian Pingsheng entered, the surrounding elites approached to establish connections. He appeared remarkably affable, welcoming all interactions with a demeanor that was both understated and composed, undoubtedly a reflection of his upbringing as the grandson of a general. Qin Zirwei glanced at Tian Pingsheng before shifting his gaze elsewhere, for he was a true hedonist, indifferent to networking or connections that bore no relevance to him. Possessing an inexhaustible fortune, what need is there to cultivate relationships as long as one remains unobtrusive? As the number of attendees swells, the invited guests soon gather in full. The grand gates of the estate gradually close, and the organizers dispatch individuals to usher those in the courtyard into the hall. Upon entering the hall, one realizes that the previous display of opulence was merely the tip of the iceberg. The estate's hall is adorned with lavish, contemporary decor. Its lofty ceilings create a sense of grandeur. Crystal chandeliers dangle from above, emanating a resplendent brilliance that dances upon the marble floors, creating an ethereal ambience. Each room is uniquely arranged, with furniture crafted from the finest materials, embodying a minimalist yet sophisticated design. Every detail reflects the owner's exquisite taste and noble status. Chapter 48. Your companion is about to erupt in flames indeed. Hosting such a grand banquet is a testament to one's prowess. Without a modicum of strength, how could the esteemed nobles of the Magic City afford to honor such invitations, with some enterprises even vying desperately to attend? As Qin Wudao beheld the exquisite dishes arrayed in the hall, his eyes sparkled with delight. It was not yet his moment to make a move. Having arrived, it would be a travesty not to partake in the feast. With this thought, Qin Wudao nonchalantly approached the banquet table and seized a piece of cake, promptly stuffing it into his mouth. Quite delectable, albeit a trifle too sweet. As he murmured to himself, he reached for other delicacies. Observing this, Qin Mu's gaze was filled with affection. In a mother's eyes, her son ought to indulge a little more. Qin Ziru, unwilling to be outdone, joined Qin Wudao at his side, enthusiastically indulging as well. This prompted curious glances from those around them. While everyone else was busy networking, the two sons of the Qin family had simply dived into the feast without a word. One might call it genuine nature, or perhaps a lack of awareness. Brother, I'm in. Among the food enthusiasts, Wang Weitong greeted Qin Wudao before joining the ranks of the hungry. Having nursed a slight hangover from the previous night, he had come to the banquet without having eaten. With his elder brother already feasting, he felt compelled to follow suit. Not far away, Chu Feng furrowed his brow, recognizing both Qin Wudao and Wang Weitong. Although their previous encounter bore no direct relation to him, it had nonetheless indirectly affected his own attempts at sophistication. Despite feeling an instinctive urge to approach the unfamiliar culinary delights, he wisely restrained himself, maintaining his carefully cultivated persona. In this gathering, any impulsive action could prove detrimental. At this juncture, the system had merely bestowed upon him financial resources and a so-called mysterious identity. Revealing any hint of weakness now could be catastrophic. Thus, Chu Feng stood there with an impassive demeanor, occasionally engaging in conversation with those nearby, yet showing no inclination to venture closer to the food. However, his restraint did not preclude others from acting. Chun Qianqian gracefully glided over to Qin Wudao's side, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she softly spoke, "Hello, we meet again." Qin Wudao, having just taken a bite of meat, turned to regard Chun Qianqian. Intrigued by this astute woman, he inquired, "You were the one from the restaurant last time? Care to join me for a bite?" Typically, a woman of decorum might decline, for in such settings, one is expected to maintain composure. Yet, Chun Qianqian smiled brightly, sure. She then elegantly picked up a piece of dessert, savoring it delicately. "Delicious," she remarked. Qin Wudao regarded Chun Qianqian with a hint of admiration. Having exchanged pleasantries, he resolved to continue his culinary endeavors. Just as he was about to continue indulging in his meal, Chun Qianqian stepped forward. With her delicate white hands, she produced a handkerchief and gently wiped the cream from Qin Wudao's lips. "You have some cream on your mouth," she remarked. Qin Wudao stood still, allowing her to attend to him. "Ah, truly, you are the elder brother," Wang Weitong teased, witnessing the scene. "Even while eating, someone is there to wipe your mouth. Unlike us, who can only manage with our own napkins." Not far away, Chu Feng, engaged in conversation with those around him, felt his teeth clench in frustration. He had not anticipated that after Chun Qianqian's arrival, she would approach Qin Wudao directly, and though she did not take his arm, Chu Feng could still attribute her actions to nervousness or a lack of understanding of social customs. But now, what did it mean for her to wipe another man's mouth? Chu Feng was no fool. He had discerned the underlying issues from Chun Qianqian's behavior during their two encounters with Qin Wudao. "So, I am merely a stepping stone?" he thought, his heart swelling with indignation. Setting aside Chun Qianqian's exquisite beauty, even a man's possessiveness was enough to unsettle him. Should Chun Qianqian's current attachment falter, he would only have that singular opportunity to sever ties. No, it must be severed. Sooner or later, I too shall hold such a position, or even a higher one, for I possess a system. Determination etched across Chu Feng's handsome features. After gently wiping Qin Wudao's lips, Chun Qianqian stepped back, maintaining a friendly distance. She then blinked and softly inquired, "I am Chun Qianqian. What about you? We have met twice, yet I do not know your name." "Oh," Qin Wudao responded with interest. "You truly do not know my name?" Upon hearing this, Chun Qianqian's heart raced, yet she composed herself, replying, "I asked you before, but you never answered." At that moment, Wang Weitong approached, having already researched Chun Qianqian's background, for she was the one who had prompted his elder brother to lavish several billion upon her. "My elder brother's name is Qin Wudao. You must have heard of him, especially since he is the one who supports you, the war wolf." "Really?" Chun Qianqian's face lit up with surprise and excitement. This was her, adept at leveraging her beauty and intuiting the minds of men. Though she was fully aware of Qin Wudao's identity, she feigned astonishment. "So, it's General Wolf. I sent you a private message before, but you didn't respond. May we exchange contact information?" Chun Qianqian produced her phone, her cheeks flushed, rendering her exceedingly charming. "All right," Qin Wudao nodded, promptly taking out his phone to scan. After they exchanged contact details, Qin Wudao raised an eyebrow and remarked, "However, Chun Qianqian, are you truly unconcerned about your male companion? His glare seems almost fiery. And he must be that MO, right?" Upon hearing Qin Wudao's insinuating remarks, Chun Qianqian's expression momentarily stiffened. It was precisely her intelligence that enabled her to discern the underlying meaning in his words. Could it be that he was aware of her subtle machinations? To avoid jeopardizing her prior efforts, Chun Qianqian hastily replied, "I came here specifically for you, but my status renders me incapable of joining this gathering. I can only apologize." Her delicate teeth bit down on her lower lip, and while her face had previously flushed with color, it now appeared somewhat pale, evoking a sense of sympathy. "It is of no consequence," Qin Wudao replied, shaking his head with a gentle smile. "I appreciate your honesty. It matters not who you arrived with." "Indeed." Chun Qianqian nodded emphatically, then leaned against Qin Wudao's side, resembling a charming little wife. Chapter 49. The son-in-law of the Zhang family at this moment. The elderly couple from the Qin family was engaged in conversation with Dong Mengqing from the Zhang family. The expressions of the Qin elders were somewhat grave, and Qin's mother promptly delved into the matter at hand. Mengqing, it has been quite a while since we last met, hasn't it? A hint of guilt adorned Dong Mengqing's gentle and exquisite visage. See you indeed, it has been a long time. I understand that both of you have something to convey. This predicament is an issue of the Zhang family. Qin's mother nodded thoughtfully and continued. Initially, this engagement was proposed by your family, the elder Zhang. Of course, I am not one to cling to outdated notions. The Qin family does not require a marital alliance to fortify our standing. The matter of the engagement should ultimately rest with the children, yet your actions have effectively trampled on the dignity of the Qin family. Typically, Qin's mother exuded a nurturing and gentle demeanor towards her children, but in the presence of outsiders, her aura was just as formidable as that of Qin Wanrong, if not more so. A tinge of sorrow appeared on Dong Mengqing's face. The former head of the Zhang family, who was also Zhang Wanyu's father and her husband, had sought out the Qin family upon realizing his time was limited, hoping to establish an engagement based on his past camaraderie with Qin's father. This gesture was not motivated by the desire for profit, but rather a means to ensure that Zhang Wanyu would be able to uphold the Zhang family. As a prominent family, there were numerous collateral relatives to consider, and at that time, Zhang Wanyu was still quite young. Dong Mengqing, being a woman of gentle temperament, was hardly capable of safeguarding the Zhang family on her own. Thus, the head of the Zhang family sought to solidify their position through this union with the Qins, deterring any reckless actions from the collateral branches. Qin's father, honoring the bond of brotherhood from his youth, readily agreed to the engagement. The current turmoil was entirely attributable to Zhang Wanyu. The engagement had allowed Dong Mengqing and her daughter to maintain the Zhang family stability. Yet as the family's fortunes waned, Zhang Wanyu began to entertain other notions. She feared that she would be unable to uphold the Zhang family. Should an alliance with the Qin family materialize, it could potentially lead to the Zhang family being swallowed whole by the Qin family. At present, the Zhang family could not possibly contend with the Qin family, and moreover, a marriage would only provide the Qin family with greater justification for their absorption of the Zhang family. Consequently, Zhang Wanyu hastily sought a man, acquiring a marriage certificate. Even though their relationship lacked any true marital essence, Zhang Wanyu merely needed a FA-ade. However, the man took his role seriously, caring for Zhang Wanyu with unwavering dedication over the years. Ultimately, these decisions were taken solely by Zhang Wanyu. As previously mentioned, Dong Mengqing's gentle disposition rendered her incapable of obstructing her daughter's choices. Yet, as a mother, she was inevitably faced with the responsibility of addressing the Qin family's grievances. With a face etched in worry and a tinge of remorse, Dong Mengqing spoke. "See you." Just as she was about to explain, she was abruptly interrupted by Qin's mother. "There is no need to call me sister. Your daughter's decision to marry has severed our ties." "Very well," Dong Mengqing replied with a bitter smile. "Madam Qin, this matter is indeed my fault, a failing on the part of the Zhang family. Whatever compensation your family seeks, I will endeavor to fulfill your requests." "Let the matter of compensation be." Qin's mother chuckled lightly and continued. "My Qin family has not yet fallen to the extent of extorting your Zhang family. This matter ends here. Naturally, the betrothal gifts previously given by my Qin family shall be rendered void, and your Zhang family may no longer utilize the connections of my Qin family. This is only right." Dong Mengqing nodded slightly, as she was a woman of classical grace, never having harbored intentions of taking advantage of others. The affairs of the Zhang family had been managed by her husband, and now her daughter was in charge. However, the Qin family had indeed provided assistance to the Zhang family, both intentionally and unintentionally. She would certainly provide an explanation regarding this matter. With this thought in mind, Dong Mengqing turned to her daughter. "Wanyu, come forth and pay your respects to your uncle and aunt." "Yes." Zhang Wanyu approached slowly, having inherited her mother's beauty, yet possessing an entirely different demeanor, her delicate features seemingly tinged with aloofness. She stood before Qin's parents and bowed deeply. "Uncle, aunt, this situation is my fault. It is my petty mindset that has led us to this predicament. I am willing to relinquish all the recent patents that the Zhang family has acquired, and I publicly apologize to both of you. Though Zhang Wanyu's demeanor was cool, her tone was profoundly sincere. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin's mother stepped forward to assist Zhang Wanyu, speaking gently. You are but a young girl, shouldering the burden of the entire Zhang family. You cannot be blamed for overthinking. As I mentioned to your mother, let this matter be put to rest, and you may keep the patents. We have no need for them. Aunt, Zhang Wanyu looked at Qin's mother with gratitude in her eyes. Just then, the man who had been following her stepped forward. Head of the Qin family, Madam Qin. This matter cannot be entirely blamed on you, heir. We are no longer in the old society. The betrothal agreements set by our elders can no longer hold. Moreover, it was I who pursued your, so if accountability is to be assigned, let me bear it. If Qin's parents had previously held any blame toward Zhang Wanyu, the man's emergence indeed showcased a sense of responsibility. Yet, the elderly couple from the Qin family did not utter much, nor did they seek compensation. The presence of this man, now, seemed to stir trouble. As expected, Qin's mother frowned slightly, and even Qin's father's expression grew stern. Seeing this unfold, before Dong Mengqing could respond, Zhang Wanyu hastily interjected, Yi Ling, what are you saying? This is none of your business. Step aside. You where? Yi Ling's countenance was grave. This situation is indeed not your responsibility. When your father arranged your engagement, how old were you? How could I stand by and watch you be publicly scolded? Huh? Qin's mother let out a cold laugh. Your Zhang family certainly knows how to play the game. I have not even scolded you yet, and you're already placing the blame on me? If I were truly to reprimand you, would you not invite destruction upon my Qin family? Dong Mengqing could no longer stand her ground. Beads of crystalline sweat trickled down her forehead as she anxiously explained, Sister Siyu. No, Madam Qin, this matter is truly a misunderstanding on Xiaoling's part, and I apologize to both of you. Mom, Yi Ling interposed himself protectively in front of Dong Mengqing, casting a wary glance at Mr. and Mrs. Qin. I said, if anyone is to be blamed, it should be me alone. It has nothing to do with the two of you. Master Qin, Madam Qin, please feel free to express your intentions. I can also compensate in place of you, heir. Do you require money or something else? You. Mrs. Qin was taken aback with anger, never expecting to be so directly insulted. Meanwhile, Mr. Qin, consumed with rage, could only laugh bitterly. Compensation? Money? Very well. Indeed, the youth of today is formidable. Chapter 50. A plea for help. I was merely resting at home for a time, not deceased. Does your Zhang family not owe compensation? Very well. Tomorrow, I shall demonstrate what compensation truly entails. Upon hearing this, Yi Ling's gaze turned piercingly cold. Patriarch Qin, I am willing to offer you compensation. Name your price, and I shall pay it. However, should you dare to target the Zhang family, smack. Before Yi Ling could finish his words, Zhang Wanyu stepped forward, her delicate hand striking his face with a resounding slap. Yi Ling, have you lost your mind? Get back. This is not a place for your words. The Zhang family is currently teetering on the brink of disaster. Should the Qin family choose to attack, they would undoubtedly plunge into a grave crisis, possibly even being torn apart by those from the collateral branches. Originally, Zhang Wanyu had no intention of bringing Yi Ling to today's banquet. Had it not been for his assurance that he was merely there to protect her and her mother, she would never have agreed. Now, the earlier conversation, which could have been diffused, had been ignited by Yi Ling's reckless remarks. You where? Yi Ling exclaimed in distress. You need not fear them. I will assist you. I do not require your help. Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin have not blamed me at all. What on earth are you doing? Not blamed. Yi Ling was taken aback. He had assumed that such prominent families shared similar temperaments. Surely, the Qin family would have scorned the marriage between him and Zhang Wanyu. Now, Zhang Wanyu claimed that the Qin family bore them no ill will. How could that be, if that were indeed the case? Had his earlier comments not been akin to provoking trouble? Realizing his misstep, Yi Ling promptly turned to address Patriarch Qin and Madam Qin, saying, I apologize, Patriarch Qin. Madam Qin, I acted out of a fervent desire to protect my wife. I hope you can understand. I am willing to offer 50 billion as compensation. Consider it a punishment for my careless words. Yi Ling was neither a fool nor singularly focused. Recognizing his error, he believed that 50 billion would suffice to atone for his indiscretion. Though Patriarch Qin and Madame Qin were of gentle disposition, not everyone shared their temperament. Suddenly, Qin Zirai approached with a dark expression, his voice low and menacing. 50 billion? Your Zhang family certainly has grand ambitions, but do you take the Qin family for fools? Compensation? Nonsense. Do you think we lack such paltry sums? Qin Zirai was notorious as a notorious wastrel, unconcerned with niceties. He confronted the three members of the Zhang family with palpable ire. Do you believe the people of the Qin family are simpletons? You think you can sweet-talk us or hurl insults at us? You too are mindless, and he is nothing but a fool raised without a father to teach him. Tell the Zhang family to get lost, or that they shall face annihilation. Qin Zirai knew that there were individuals he could not provoke, yet the Zhang family was certainly not among them. He retrieved his phone and swiftly dialed his bodyguard. In no time, several bodyguards clad in black suits approached. Go! Qin Zirai pointed at Yi Ling with a commanding gesture and exclaimed, Throw this brat out and give him a good beating, especially that mouth of his. He loves to talk, doesn't he? Make sure he regrets it. Dong Mengqing swiftly turned to Qin's mother, pleading, Madam Qin, this incident is indeed Xiaoling's fault. But as he mentioned, it was for Wanyu. I implore you, please do not harm him. Upon hearing this, Qin's mother remained silent. Qin Zirai was also her child, and despite any benevolence she felt in her heart, she could not publicly undermine her son's authority, especially since he was acting in defense of their family. Mom, you don't need to plead for them. Yi Ling was ignited by Qin Zirai's arrogant demeanor. With an expression of indifference, he declared, Come on, I'm right here. Let us see how you plan to silence me. Hearing this, several bodyguards exchanged incredulous glances. They had never encountered someone so brazen. Immediately, they advanced towards Yi Ling, and, as the second son of the Qin family, Qin Zirai's bodyguards were certainly not incompetent. The bodyguards lunged at Yi Ling, attempting to restrain him. However, Yi Ling smirked coldly, his muscles tensing as he raised his right fist high, propelled by a fierce wind, and struck the nearest bodyguard. The speed was so swift it left an afterimage in its wake. Bang! The bodyguard flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the polished floor, producing a dull thud as he skidded to a stop several meters away. The remaining bodyguards, witnessing this, exchanged knowing glances, recognizing that they were up against a formidable opponent. Without further ado, they closed in again. One of them swung a hook punch from the left, attempting a sneak attack. Yi Ling, quick-witted, slightly sidestepped, evading the ambush, and retaliated with a right hook that struck the bodyguard squarely on the jaw. The bodyguard's body jerked backward, a cacophony of teeth clattering as he collapsed onto the ground. Yi Ling, undeterred, seized one of the bodyguards by the collar and with a powerful throw, sent him soaring through the air out the front door. In mere minutes, several bodyguards lay strewn across the ground, groaning in pain. Yi Ling stood at the center, his expression serene, his gaze revealing an air of determination and fearlessness, reminiscent of a sage from a distant realm. Dong Mengqing and Zhang Wanyu, mother and daughter, were witnessing Yi Ling's prowess for the first time, left momentarily speechless. It was Dong Mengqing who regained her composure first, rushing to Yi Ling's side. Xiaoling, don't make any more mistakes. Listen to your mother. Go back now, quickly. Mom, you need not worry. They're merely a few bodyguards. What can they possibly do to me? Qin Zirai, observing the scene, was also taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yi Ling possessed such formidable skills. It seemed he was now in a rather embarrassing predicament. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned, casting a look of desperation towards the approaching Qin Wudao. His mind immediately recalled how Qin Wudao had previously dealt with Baiyu in the private room. Surely, if he intervened, it would resolve the situation without issue. Wouldn't it? The commotion here has long captured the attention of the crowd. The bodyguards of the Qin family have engaged with the son-in-law of the Zhang family. And since the skirmish is yet to conclude in victory, how could one not take the opportunity to observe this spectacle? The official heir, Tian Pingsheng, who had arrived earlier, watched the scene with great interest. This individual appears to possess the prowess of a martial master, the son-in-law of the Zhang family. Quite intriguing. Little did he expect that his visit would unveil such a lively affair. However, as he noticed Qin Wudao approaching the scene with measured steps, Tian Pingsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Having been raised in the shadow of his grandfather, a general, he had trained in martial arts from a young age. The aura exuded by Yi Ling felt perilous, yet the presence of Qin Wudao transcended mere danger. Who might he be? Chapter 51. The arrival of the warrior King Yi Ling was acutely aware of the impending danger, a sensation honed through years of combat experience. He turned, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Qin Wudao. Naturally, he understood the significance of Qin Wudao's identity as the Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall. He was a formidable presence in the mercenary world. Yet, Yi Ling was different. Unlike those who took the path of the rogue, he was a true warrior king, having engaged in numerous battles against organizations like the Dragon King Hall. In his eyes, individuals like Qin Wudao deserved to perish on the battlefield, representing the dregs of society. Lacking conviction and acting solely for personal gain, it was utterly laughable. Upon discovering that his wife, Zhang Wanyu, was betrothed to Qin Wudao, his fury reached a crescendo. He even reached out to another rival of the Dragon King, the Dragon God. The reason he refrained from dealing with the matter personally was his reluctance to trouble his former comrades, who had all risen to prominent positions. To act on personal vendetta against an organization like the Dragon King Hall would invite criticism from other competitors. Furthermore, Yi Ling had no desire to return to that life of bloodshed. Thus, he contemplated utilizing the Dragon God to confront the Dragon King. However, he did not anticipate encountering this Dragon King before the Dragon God arrived. As Qin Zirwei observed Qin Wudao approaching, his initially wavering demeanor stiffened, and he began to lash out at Yi Ling. What are you boasting about? What are you bragging about? Come on. He is also a member of my Qin family. Let us see you make a move. Just a mere son-in-law. I could easily dispose of you with a snap of my fingers. You think you can treat my family with disdain just because I've shown some courtesy? You've harmed my bodyguards, and this isn't something that can be settled with an apology. People like you are unworthy of a marriage alliance with the Qin family. It's utterly nauseating. Yi Ling's expression darkened, his face gradually turning a shade of iron gray. He was accustomed to insults. A few harsh words were of little consequence. But when someone dared to insult his wife, it struck a raw nerve. Qin Zirwei, you seek death. In a flash, Yi Ling appeared before him, and Qin Zirwei felt a gust of wind slicing through the air. In the blink of an eye, Yi Ling had closed the distance. Memories of his childhood flickered in Qin Zirwei's mind until a massive fist came crashing towards his face. Bang! Qin Zirwei's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the fist inches away from him, nearly causing him to collapse in fright. Just then, Yi Ling's fist was caught firmly by a hand. Turning his head, he saw Qin Wudao regarding him with a mocking expression. Hastily, he retreated behind Qin Wudao, swallowing hard and shouting at Yi Ling, "Damn it, you still want to lay a hand on me? If I don't show you what the shadows could do today, you'll never understand why the flowers are so red." Having delivered his threat, Qin Zirwei completely concealed himself behind Qin Wudao, casting a glance that seemed to implore, "Big brother, it's your turn." Qin Wudao, in the presence of a true master, one can swiftly discern their prowess. Although Yi Ling's recent strike was not delivered with full force, it was not something that just anyone could withstand. Yet, this blow was effortlessly intercepted by Qin Wudao, whose hand gripped him like a vice, making any attempt to withdraw futile. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Yi Ling's face as he spoke in a voice audible to both. "Rodents of the Dragon King Hall. Is the Dragon Kingdom a place where you can act with impunity?" "Oh, you know me?" Qin Wudao responded with intrigue. "Ha, Yi Ling sneered. What do you mean knowing? 10 years ago, do you not recall our encounter in South Africa? If it weren't for your hasty retreat." "Oh." Before Yi Ling could finish, Qin Wudao suddenly exclaimed in realization. "So you were the one who fired a shot at me from 800 meters away and then fled? What do you mean by that?" Yi Ling growled, "How could I have fled? It was merely a tactical withdrawal. Had you not hidden behind cover, my shot would have surely dealt with you." "What do you mean?" Qin Wudao chuckled lightly. "You are quite amusing. After firing, you turned and ran. I couldn't even catch up to you, and you dare claim you battled me? If I fire, will you stand there and take my bullet? Huh?" Qin Wudao gazed at Yi Ling incredulously, as if looking at a fool. Do you truly wish to hear what you are saying? You shoot at me, and I should just take it head on? How about this? I will shoot at you, and if you take it without flinching, I will concede. Impossible. With your mindset, merely shooting at you would not suffice. Perhaps we should venture abroad and find a location where you can stand still, and I shall bombard you with artillery? Qin Wudao. Upon hearing this, Yi Ling realized he was being toyed with. With a furious roar, he launched himself like a black arrow, his right fist cutting through the air with a whistling sound, aimed directly at Qin Wudao's face. The force of his punch was so fierce it seemed destined to tear through the surrounding atmosphere. In response, Qin Wudao merely leaned back slightly, effortlessly evading the onslaught. In that instant, he swiftly lifted his left leg and delivered a high kick that swept horizontally towards Yi Ling's neck like a battle axe. Yi Ling, unable to retract his fist in time, could only quickly turn his head and brace himself with his left arm. The impact was thunderous, akin to an explosive detonation, as Yi Ling was violently propelled sideways. His left arm visibly bent and deformed, the bone shattered from the force of the kick. Intense pain caused Yi Ling to gasp for breath, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead onto the polished floor. He stared at Qin Wudao in disbelief. Logically, after years of combat experience, coupled with the aid of certain rare herbs, he had attained what could be considered the pinnacle of human physicality. Yet, that kick to his left arm made him acutely aware of Qin Wudao's inhuman strength. If it were an ordinary person, Yi Ling had no doubt that Qin Wudao could have shattered them with a single kick. Impossible. Even a Dragon King could not possibly possess such exaggerated martial prowess. Could it be that he has resorted to some extraordinary elixir? Just as Yi Ling was lost in contemplation, a figure materialized before him. A teasing voice echoed in his ears. You show me a distinct lack of respect. Are you daydreaming while facing me? Alarm bells rang in Yi Ling's mind, and his hair stood on end. He had no time to ponder further as he instinctively retreated, only to be met with an overwhelming force that struck him squarely in the chest. The sound of shattering bones resonated clearly through the air. With a gasp, blood erupted from Yi Ling's orifices, and he was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through the marble table behind him, leaving a conspicuous dent in his chest. Chapter 52. The Death of the Warrior. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Ling coughed violently, each spasm sending a piercing pain through his chest. Even after years of combat on the battlefield, this marked one of his most grievous injuries. How is this possible? The Dragon King cannot be this formidable. Yi Ling clutched his chest, his specially designed attire having provided some relief against the external force. Yet Qin Wudao had brutally shattered his ribcage and even harmed his internal organs. Observing the relaxed and content expression on Qin Wudao's face, it was evident that he had not exerted his full strength. This situation instilled a sense of helplessness in Yi Ling, the warrior, for the very first time. The surrounding dignitaries were left in stunned silence, unable to fathom that such a scene would unfold at today's banquet. Setting aside the audacity of the Zhang family's son-in-law to confront a member of the Qin family, the sheer inhumanity of Qin Wudao's martial prowess left them feeling unnerved. These were affluent individuals accustomed to witnessing all manners of skilled fighters, yet the recent display of combat was utterly astonishing, particularly when Qin Wudao casually kicked a living man several meters away, shattering a marble table in the process. Was this still humanity? At this moment, footsteps echoed as Qin Wudao approached Yi Ling, a playful smile adorning his face. It seems that the bullet from years past has led you to a delusion. Do you truly believe you can confront me head-on? King Dashao. At that instant, Zhang Wanyu rushed forward, her exquisite features etched with anxiety as she stood protectively in front of Yi Ling, trembling as she pleaded, I implore you, spare him. He has already learned his lesson. This matter is entirely our fault. I am willing to compensate the Qin family. The betrothal is still valid. I slap. Before she could finish her sentence, a resounding slap struck Zhang Wanyu's face, sending her sprawling to the ground. Her mother, Dong Mengqing, hurried to assist her, tears brimming in her beautiful eyes. Qin Wudao's expression revealed no trace of compassion, instead tinged with mockery. Miss Zhang, you wish to compensate the Qin family with your betrothal? Who do you think you are, a celestial being? Oh, by the way, Qin Wudao glanced at the mature and alluring Dong Mengqin, chuckling. You are even less worthy than your mother. What audacity you possess to negotiate with me. You dare to harm I Wanyu. Yi Ling, lying on the ground, glared at Zhang Wanyu's injury, his eyes ablaze with fury as he roared, desperately attempting to rise. But at that moment, Qin Wudao's foot pressed down upon his chest. In this world, there may exist individuals capable of standing against him, perhaps even surpassing him, yet none of them included the so-called warrior Yi Ling before him. Crack, crack, crack. As Qin Wudao's foot bore down on his already fractured ribcage, the unmistakable sound of bones shattering resonated painfully. Yiling, oh Yiling, what audacity do you possess, a mere son-in-law without the status of the Dragon King, to bark at me in such a manner? Qin Wudao was equally taken aback. Is this warrior truly so confident, or has the distant gunshot from 800 meters away years ago instilled in him the delusion that he could contend with the Dragon King? Qin Wudao gradually exerted pressure beneath his feet. Yi Ling clutched Qin Wudao's foot with both hands, seemingly striving to break free. Yet even before his injury, he was unable to accomplish this, let alone now, lying on the ground, gravely wounded. Crack! At last, after enduring excruciating pain, a crisp sound of fracture resonated, and a copious amount of blood spewed from Yi Ling's mouth, his hands falling limply to the earth. Not far off, Tian Pingsheng observed this spectacle with keen interest. At that moment, his phone rang. While savoring the unfolding drama, he retrieved his phone. Hello, Pingsheng. There's a lad from the Dragon team who has withdrawn in Magic City. If you find yourself there, keep an eye on him. Even if he has escaped the Dragon team, he still counts as one of us. A peculiar expression crossed Tian Pingsheng's face. The person you're referring to isn't named Yi Ling, is it? You've encountered Yi Ling. He is quite a decent young man, having spent time within the Dragon team. If he can be of assistance, that one be possible. What happened? Did he offend you? Not all. Tian Pingsheng shook his head, speaking softly. He seems to be beyond saving now. If you insist on my assistance, well, perhaps I could burn some paper for him? The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before letting out a soft sigh. It appears we are a step too late. However, he seems to have considerable connections within several special teams. This incident may stir up trouble. Who is responsible for his demise? The eldest son of a prominent family in Magic City, and he appears to possess a unique status. I advise you to keep those individuals in check. If one or two come, it's merely a matter of delivering food, but if a whole team arrives, it could escalate into a significant issue. Understood. With the call ended, Tian Pingsheng's gaze remained fixated on Qin Wudao. At that moment, Qin Wudao calmly wiped his hands and approached his parents, completely disregarding the odd stares from those around him. The organizers swiftly reacted, dispatching personnel to clean up the chaos. As for involving the law enforcement agency, that would be absurd. This is a private gathering, exceedingly discreet, unless the Zhang family chooses to pursue this matter. However, the mother and daughter of the Zhang family are still over there weeping. Who would be idle enough to seek trouble with Qin Wudao? Not far away, Chu Feng's pupils constricted, even though he had bound himself to the reward goddess system, which merely provided financial support. Witnessing such a brutal scene was a first for him. In that moment, his apprehension towards Qin Wudao reached its zenith. Chun Qianqian observed this scene without being frightened. Instead, her face flushed with excitement, seemingly exhilarated by the events unfolding. Li Jingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Wudao, how dare he commit murder? Beside him, Li's father, witnessing his son's cowardice, felt an overwhelming surge of anger. After all, Qin Wudao should have been his own progeny, the finest heir of the Li family. Cursed be that old Taoist for leading him astray, resulting in the abandonment of his own flesh and blood. Regret seemed to come too late. No, it is not too late. The Li family must not fall. He must eliminate those who learned the truth back then, and gradually reclaim Qin Wudao through the bonds of kinship. Thus, the plan was set. The organizer of this gathering was the prestigious Qinyu Group, a leading commercial consortium in the Magic City. With such an unexpected turn of events at the banquet, their representatives had to make an appearance. A middle-aged man stepped forward, addressing the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, We have gathered here to discuss collaboration. Let us put aside the unpleasantness of the past and continue our conversation, shall we? The Chinyu Group has prepared some delightful projects, hoping everyone enjoys themselves. Character appearances and plot descriptions. Thank you to all the traversers, reincarnators, and powerful beings for your readership. I cherish you all. I hope for your continued support as I embark on this journey as a newcomer. This tale will undoubtedly continue without interruption, consistently bringing you fresh experiences. I kindly ask for your attention and a 5-star rating, and any small gifts would be even more appreciated. I have seen all your comments. Firstly, I wish to clarify a few points. The first is regarding the issue of the sister suppression. Let me state that while I write for enjoyment, it is not of a dark nature, nor is it animalistic. If the world turns against you, but your family continues to love you, would you still strike them? That is not humanity. Secondly, regarding the protagonist's past, it is not merely the influence of past memories. I have stated from the outset that this is not a simple fusion of memories, but rather the soul of the previous incarnation has been consumed. This means they are one and the same, merely hailing from different parallel worlds. Thirdly, concerning the assertion that the protagonist is a monk. While consuming meat is permissible, it must be done with some emotional depth. I cannot transform the protagonist into a mere stallion, can I? We are only 50 chapters in, and many women have appeared. However, the only one with genuine feelings thus far is Qin Wanrong. There will certainly be romantic developments as the story progresses, but not at this juncture. Fourthly, regarding the gratitude owed to the Qin family. It is an arduous task to repay a debt of nurturing across generations. As we all know, the members of the Qin family have treated the protagonist with exceptional kindness, fostering deep emotional ties, thus creating a familial warmth that is quite natural. Lastly, let us discuss the matter of decisiveness in killing. Many powerful beings have remarked that the actions are not sufficiently resolute, stating, "You are the Dragon King. You must kill." However, dear friends, I cannot slay at every turn, for that would not be a tale of enjoyment, but rather sheer madness. As I have mentioned before, this is a narrative of enjoyment, but not one of darkness. Engaging in a discourse on values with the Dragon King may indeed seem rather amusing, yet the act of indiscriminate slaughter transcends mere ideological differences. It is a primal urge to kill for the sake of killing. Should you wish to witness such narratives, I am more than capable of crafting them. Furthermore, I must clarify that this is a piece of regretful writing, dear friends. A narrative of remorse serves as the foundation, and I cannot afford to deviate into irrelevant musings. I trust you understand this sentiment. I assure you, whatever scenes you desire, I shall endeavor to articulate them. I kindly request that you refrain from neglecting this story. I shall strive to update it frequently for your enjoyment. To address the sixth point, I acknowledge your criticism regarding my verbosity. I sincerely apologize and bow thrice in humility. I shall endeavor to be concise and to the point, avoiding unnecessary elaboration. As for the seventh point, let us forego it, lest you accuse me of being overly verbose once more. In summary, I welcome any feedback you may have, but kindly refrain from bestowing me with a mere 2-star rating. I implore you, dear friends, to extend your support to a newcomer like myself. I do not advocate for silence in the face of free content, but rather hope for a bit more encouragement. I cherish you all. I express my gratitude for your unwavering support and humbly request your attention, small gifts, and 5-star reviews. The more gifts and attention I receive, the more I shall update. I promise to be diligent and never take a leave of absence. One day, when the author achieves success, I shall bestow upon each of you a system. Rest assured, it will not be a strategy guide, but rather a robust and powerful one. Much love to you all. In response to popular demand, I have created images depicting the appearances of several characters now appearing in the narrative. I hope you find them to your liking. They are included in the author's comment section. If the updates are slow to refresh, please check back later. Much love to you all. Qin Wu Dao, 1 Qin Wanrong, 1 Lu Ruyan, 1 Wan Shirin, 1 Chun Qianqian, 1 Dong Mengqing, 1 Zhang Wanyu, 1 Qing Lingyue, 1 Long Lin, 1 Chapter 53. The Hall of War Gods and the Hall of the Underworld as the organizers made their appearance. The tumultuous aftermath of the farce began to wane. Yet, The gazes directed at Qin Wudao were tinged with a hint of trepidation. Whispers had already circulated about his brutal act of killing a man in the club, and now, at the banquet, he continued to flaunt his reckless demeanor, portraying the essence of a madman. Ding dong. Regretful spirit prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully instilling regret in the heroine. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward of supreme martial arts. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability to view the heroine's favorability panel. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a powerful vitality. Ding dong. Bullish spirit prompt. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward of divine martial arts. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability to survey the opponent's fate. Congratulations to the host for obtaining golden vitality. Regretful spirit. You are targeting me. Bullish spirit. What do you mean by that? We are all equal here. It's merely a matter of merit. If you can grant rewards, can't I do the same? Regretful spirit. But the host has not completed your task. On what grounds do you bestow rewards? Bullish spirit. Oh, tasks are just a casual affair. Do I need to check tasks to reward the host? Do you think I'm like you, a mere female protagonist? Off you go. Regretful espirici. Ooh. Upon hearing the system's notifications, a cryptic expression graced Qin Wudao's face. His decisive action in slaying Yi Ling stemmed from the knowledge that Yi Ling merely held the title of Soldier King. As Yi Ling himself had stated, he was the Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall, a position inherently sensitive within the Dragon Nation. Should Yi Ling, as a Soldier King, seize an opportunity, he could indeed leverage official connections to impede Qin Wudao. Thus, preemptive action was necessary to avoid future complications, especially considering that Yi Ling was merely a Soldier King returning without the aid of any system or the formidable prowess of a Dragon King or War God. To kill was to kill. There was nothing left to discuss. However, individuals like Chu Feng, who possessed a system, warranted a more cautious approach, for none could predict the potential ramifications left by such systems. Wudao. At this moment, Qin's mother approached Qin Wudao, raising her petite fist. You were incredibly impressive just now. Truly, you are my splendid son. As the matriarch of the Qin family, she had witnessed myriad scenes and was unfazed by her son's lethal act. Instead, she felt a surge of excitement. The earlier Yi Ling had exhibited a degree of arrogance, having knocked down all of Qin's bodyguards. What issue was there in Qin Wudao dispatching him? Not even the Zhang family or the organizers could find fault, for it was evident to all that Yi Ling had initiated the confrontation. Mr. Qin. Just as Qin's mother animatedly conversed with Qin Wudao, a middle-aged man from the organizing committee approached with polite demeanor and inquired, Might I have a moment of your time? Qin Wudao scrutinized the middle-aged man before him and, after a moment's contemplation, nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few words with his mother, he promptly departed with the middle-aged man. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was incessantly surveying his surroundings, seemingly in search of something. In a lounge within the estate, Qin Wudao reclined on a sofa, facing an elderly gentleman. Despite his apparent advanced age, marked by a head of white hair, the old man exuded an air of authority, embodying the essence of a person of high status. This was Bai Hanfeng, the venerable chairman of Qinyu Group. Chairman Bai, if you summon me, please speak candidly, Qin Wudao said. Bai Hanfeng chuckled lightly. Qin Wudao, the eldest son of the Qin family, the eldest of the Li family, and the Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall. With so many titles concentrated in one individual, it is only natural that I harbor a modicum of curiosity to meet you. I hope you do not take offense. Qinyu Group stands as a premier entity in Modu, arguably surpassing many prominent families, with business interests extending overseas. Thus, it was not surprising that he was aware of the Dragon King's identity. With a flick of his lighter, Qin Wudao ignited a cigarette, reclining comfortably on the sofa, and smiled at Bai Hanfeng. Let us dispense with pleasantries. The Dragon King Hall has previously conducted business with your Qinyu Group. If you have matters to discuss, please get to the point. Very well. Bai Hanfeng nodded. Proceeding directly to the matter at hand, I will not beat around the bush. Although the Dragon King Hall has demonstrated absolute dominance on foreign battlefields in recent years, I trust you have not forgotten about the War God Hall and the Underworld Hall? Upon hearing those names, Qin Wudao's eyes narrowed slightly. as memories echoed in his mind. After a brief pause, he responded, I have heard of them. They are merely remnants of history and have not made an appearance for many years. Are you suggesting, Chairman Bai, that you wish to discuss their news? Indeed. Bai Hanfeng replied solemnly. The Dragon King Hall, the War God Hall, and the Underworld Hall. These three entities are regarded as the pinnacle of the mercenary world. Recently, the prominence of the Dragon King Hall has led to the gradual disappearance of the War God Hall and the Underworld Hall. However, they have recently begun to re-emerge on the battlefield. Moreover, the so-called War God has set his sights on our Qinyu group. Oh, Qin Wudao's expression turned slightly incredulous. It had been previously stated that Qinyu Group wielded considerable influence abroad, primarily engaging in legitimate business. Why would the War God Hall target Qinyu Group? Noticing Qin Wudao's reaction, Bai Hanfeng understood his thoughts and sighed. Rather than saying they're fixated on Qinyu Group, it would be more accurate to say that the War God has focused his attention on the heir of our Qinyu Group. Bai Hanfeng continued to elaborate. I have been the guardian of Qinyu Group for many years, having painstakingly nurtured my son, who has now gone missing abroad, leaving only a granddaughter. Should she inherit Qinyu Group, she would likely find herself struggling, much like the Zhang family at present. Furthermore, with the War God's attention directed at my granddaughter, I wish to enlist your assistance. Wait a moment. As soon as those familiar words escaped his lips, Qin Wudao promptly interrupted. Surely you are not suggesting that I become your granddaughter's bodyguard, or perhaps a security guard for your corporation, or even assume the role of some kind of fiancé. Let me make this clear. I am not interested in such propositions. Bai Hanfeng was taken aback by his response. How could he possibly know that, as a time traveler? Qin Wudao was exceedingly well-versed in such matters. Was this not merely a reenactment of the Dragon King narrative? It would be absurd. Having resolved to boldly declare his position as the CEO of the Hidden Dragon Group at this very banquet, there was no way Qin Wudao would adhere to such a confining script. To play the role of a mere bodyguard or security guard, subject to disdain and ridicule, only to later display his prowess, simply did not align with his character. Chapter 54. The Sacrifice of Dong Mengqing. Mr. Qin, you misunderstand. Bai Hanfeng shook his head. You are the eldest son of the Qin and Li families, and more importantly, the Dragon King. How could I possibly allow you to serve as a bodyguard or security? That would be inviting trouble upon myself. Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao replied with utmost seriousness, not even as a fiancé. Bai Hanfeng glanced at Qin Wudao, his eyes revealing a flicker of anger, which quickly transformed into resignation. He is not a fiancé. Besides, if I wished to find a fiancé for Qin Wei, I would have done so long ago. The reason I invited Mr. Qin here was to propose a transaction. When the God of War arrives, I hope your Dragon King Hall will extend your assistance. Of course, I will not ask for your help without compensation. I am willing to offer 5% of Qinyu Group's shares, along with my full support in helping Yinlong Group expand its business in Modu. Oh, Qin Wudao extinguished his cigarette. Bearing dual destinies, if the God of War truly came to Modu, they would likely cross paths. Thus, he paid little heed to the arrival of the God of War, but was rather intrigued by the transaction mentioned by Bai Hanfeng. Offering 5% of Qinyu Group's shares, coupled with assistance in expanding Yinlong Group's operations in Modu, was indeed a significant gesture of goodwill. To dominate the business landscape of Modu, Yinlong Group needed to exert its utmost effort, and with the backing of a premier conglomerate like Qinyu Group, the obstacles would certainly diminish. Will the people from the God of War Hall arrive? Upon hearing Qin Wudao's inquiry, Bai Hanfeng breathed a sigh of relief, understanding that this affirmation meant Qin Wudao had agreed to his proposal. He then spoke softly, if I am not mistaken, it should be in the next few days. The God of War Hall's final mission is nearing completion, and it is said that this time, the God of War himself will personally come to Modu. Very well. I accept this arrangement. Thank you, Mr. Qin. I will have someone prepare the contract shortly. With that, Bai Hanfeng stood up. By the way, Mr. Qin, it seems someone is looking for you outside. This is the lounge, and I will have the area secured. Rest assured, I have not placed any cameras here, so you may speak freely. After leaving that cryptic remark, Bai Hanfeng leaned on his cane and walked towards the exit. Just as Bai Hanfeng stepped out, a woman entered. Clad in a black gown that accentuated her curvaceous figure, her mature and alluring face bore a hint of sorrow. Her dark hair was elegantly styled, revealing a swan-like neck, exuding an aura of gentle grace. She was Dong Mengqing, the current head of the Zhang family and the mother of Zhang Wanyu. What brings her here? Qin Wudao's gaze shifted to Dong Mengqing, his eyes reflecting a measure of confusion. Dong Mengqing took a deep breath, then slowly approached Qin Wudao, speaking softly, "Young Master Qin, I have come to request that you spare our Zhang family this once." The reason Dong Mengqing chose to come here was entirely due to the Zhang family. Yi Ling offended the Qin family and was brutally slain by Qin Wudao on the spot. The surrounding nobles displayed no intentions of offering solace. Instead, they observed with cold indifference. Many enterprises had just dissolved their contracts with the Zhang family. How could these businesses oppose the powerful Qin family for a declining Zhang family? To them, Qin Wudao's audacious act of executing Yi Ling served as a harbinger that the Qin family might soon turn their ire towards the Zhang family. Naturally, it was prudent to distance themselves promptly. Zhang Wanyu had already been taken away by an ambulance. Clearly, the Zhang family had become the subject of ridicule at today's banquet. Dong Mengqing was unwilling to let her daughter's years of hard work go to waste. Upon seeing Qin Wudao approach the estate, she decided to follow. As she observed the sorrowful expression on the beautiful woman's face, Qin Wudao chuckled softly, "Madame Dong, you must have seen that it was your esteemed son-in-law who provoked me. The Qin family bears no grudge regarding your breach of contract, but he sought us out suddenly." Qin Wudao stood up and moved closer to Dong Mengqing. The latter was taken aback by his imposing aura and instinctively stepped back. "Did you think you could simply brush aside past events with a mere word?" Hearing this, Dong Mengqing's beautiful eyes reddened slightly, but she restrained her emotions, fixing her gaze on Qin Wudao. In the next moment, to his astonishment, Dong Mengqing unfastened her shoulder strap. Earlier in the hall, Qin Wudao had remarked to Zhang Wanyu that she was inferior to her mother. This comment led Dong Mengqing to believe that Qin Wudao held an interest in her. Rather than allow the Zhang family to fall in a crisis, she decided to offer herself willingly, thinking that once her daughter recovered, she could simply take her own life to prove her innocence. With a rustle, her delicate body trembled as she gradually unfastened her gown. Yet, Qin Wudao remained unmoved. Biting her lip, Dong Mengqing felt a wave of humiliation wash over her under his gaze. Amidst a whirlwind of anger, confusion, and shame, she steeled herself and approached him directly. As she entered his embrace, Qin Wudao was not one to stand idly by. He swiftly threw Dong Mengqing onto the sofa and gently unbuttoned his shirt with a low voice. "I accept this token of apology, but it is merely a trifling addition." Startled, Dong Mengqing quickly protested, "You cannot," but her soft lips were silenced by his. Meanwhile, in the estate's courtyard, Li Jingyu seemed to falter upon witnessing Qin Wudao's terrifying demeanor. He hurried outside to catch a breath of fresh air, seeking to calm his nerves. Just as he turned to return, he found Qin Zhiwei standing before him, wearing a malicious grin that suggested ill intent. "What do you want?" Li Zhangyu stammered. "What do I want?" Qin Zhiwei sneered. "I may not be able to deal with that Yi Ling, but you think I cannot handle you? To be frank, that bastard Yi Ling has really riled me up." Upon hearing this, Li Jingyu exclaimed in astonishment, "I do not even know Yi Ling. What do you want from me?" "I simply find your pretentious demeanor intolerable. I have had enough of your incessant charade." With that, Qin Zhiwei stepped forward and delivered a punch directly to Li Jingyu's face. With a resounding thud, a clear bruise blossomed on Li Jingyu's visage. Before he could shield himself, Qin Zhiwei's fists rained down upon him like a torrential downpour. Stop. Please stop. It hurts. I'm in agony." "Delightful," Qin Zhiwei shouted with exhilaration as he continued to pummel Li Jingyu, seemingly reclaiming all the frustrations he had just endured. Despite his frail physique, he proved more than a match for Li Jingyu's pretentiousness. The sound of relentless blows echoed throughout the courtyard. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of the Qin Corporation, Qin Wanrong sat poised in her chair, her enchanting gaze fixed intently on the woman before her, an aura of lethal intent emanating from her eyes. "Lu Ruyan, how dare you come seeking me? It appears you are courting death." Chapter 55. Having killed the warrior king, has another tycoon arrived? As a formidable woman reigning in the business realm, Qin Wanrong exuded an aura that was nothing short of terrifying, coupled with her icy gaze. Even the most composed individuals found it challenging to meet her eyes for more than a mere 2 seconds. Lu Ruyan had been no exception in the past. Yet now, her demeanor was strikingly calm, her exquisite features tinged with a hint of pallor. "You are the sister of Wu Dao, hence I have come to seek you." A cold chuckle escaped Qin Wanrong's lips as her long legs, encased in sheer black stockings, swayed slightly, her beautiful eyes emanating a piercing pressure. "Since you are aware of my connection to Wu Dao, you must be prepared to meet your demise here today, correct?" "I have no intention of dying," Lu Ruyan replied softly, shaking her head. It was I who at this juncture, a look of profound anguish crossed Lu Ruyan's countenance, as if a painful memory had surfaced, and she instinctively placed a hand over her heart. It was a heart-wrenching torment. A suffocating wave of regret enveloped her. "I have wronged Wu Dao in the past. I now realize I love him. I cannot be without him." Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps interrupted Lu Ruyan's fervent pleas. In mere strides, Qin Wanrong was upon her, grasping her hair with one hand and delivering a sharp slap with the other. The resounding crack of the slap echoed throughout the office. As the heir to her family's legacy, Qin Wanrong possessed not only exceptional intelligence, but also considerable prowess in combat. The force of the blow left Lu Ruyan's cheek swollen, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. "Lu Ruyan, who permitted you to continue referring to him as Wu Dao?" Qin Wanrong's beautiful eyes narrowed, her gaze laced with murderous intent. Had it not been for her curiosity regarding Lu Ruyan's intentions, she would have already disposed of her upon her arrival at the Qin Corporation. Lu Ruyan trembled slightly, the pain bringing tears to her eyes. She fought against the urge to weep and spoke each word with painstaking clarity. "I realize my mistakes. I truly understand now. Please allow me to see Wu Dao." At her words, a hint of mockery flickered across Qin Wanrong's stunning face. She extended her delicate fingers to grasp Lu Ruyan's chin, lifting her face slightly. "Lu Ruyan, now that Bai Yu is dead, you think of seeking Wu Dao? What were your thoughts before? I shall grant you a chance. Leave the Qin Corporation on your knees, and I will spare your life." However, before Qin Wanrong could complete her sentence, she observed Lu Ruyan retrieving her phone. The previously incapacitated Bai Yu had been taken away by Lu Ruyan's associates. The video revealed Bai Yu himself, barely clinging to life after Wu Dao's assault, while Lu Ruyan had sent someone to transport him to the hospital, using adrenaline to sustain his existence. In the span of less than half an hour, Lu Ruyan had subjected Bai Yu to relentless torment with every instrument she could procure. The video culminated with Lu Ruyan emerging from the room, a scalpel in hand. However, Bai Yu had completely lost any semblance of humanity. Holding a scalpel, Lu Ruyan was drenched in blood, yet a morbid smile adorned her face. "It was all his doing. He was the reason Wu Dao had been taken from me. Therefore, I want him to suffer, even if it means he dies gasping for breath." The video abruptly ceased. Lu Ruyan gazed at Qin Wanrong and softly uttered, "I have dealt with Bai Yu. All I desire is to see Wu Dao. I beseech you, allow me this chance." Although Qin Wanrong was somewhat taken aback by Lu Ruyan's transformation, she quickly regained her composure and lightly clapped her hands. Several assistants immediately entered. "President." Qin Wanrong nodded and then commanded, "Take this woman to the underground garage and dispose of her." "Understood." The assistants swiftly approached, seizing Lu Ruyan to escort her away. Unbeknownst to anyone, a bloodied scalpel glimmered coldly from Lu Ruyan's pocket. In a room within the manor, Qin Wu Dao lit a cigarette, observing Dong Mengqing as she quietly tidied her disheveled clothing. He gently remarked, "The Yinhong group will soon venture into the hotel business. You and your Zhang family must cooperate fully on this side of Modu." At that moment, Dong Mengqing, adjusting her attire, responded with a soft acknowledgement, her fair skin marred with kiss marks. Noticing this, Qin Wu Dao tossed his suit jacket over her, enveloping her modestly. As their eyes met, it seemed they had unspoken words to share. Suddenly, the door was flung open with a loud bang. Qin Wu Dao turned, his brow furrowed, to see a strikingly beautiful woman burst into the room. Clad in a white gown, her expression marked by a hint of panic. Her fair skin and bright eyes resembled those of a startled rabbit, radiating an aura reminiscent of first love. Yet, upon seeing this woman, Qin Wudao felt no admiration. Instead, he was overtaken by a sense of disgust and disdain. He was all too familiar with her. Her name was Su Yao, now the belle of Modi University, and she had been the first to lead him down the path of infatuation. Back then, Su Yao was merely a high school student, and upon returning to the country, Qin Wudao had been smitten at first sight, his mind clouded by an inexplicable affection for her. Their time together was the briefest of his romantic pursuits, only 3 months, but it was also the most profound, as she had inadvertently activated the feelings within him. During that period, Qin Wudao had concealed his identity, fearing it might frighten her, and thus began his relentless pursuit, ensuring her comfort in every circumstance. However, the arrival of another shattered all his prior efforts. A president of a commercial group in Modu had also set his sights on Su Yao, showering her with attention and even attempting to employ coercive affection, embodying the typical domineering persona. He devised various traps and schemes, only to have his advances misinterpreted by Su Yao, leading to the infuriating moment when, just as he was about to confront that president, Su Yao struck him across the face, and she left behind a poignant statement. Qin Wudao, I have misjudged you. After committing such repulsive acts, you now resort to violence to force others into submission? Yao Yao, why can you not trust me just once? How can I believe you? Are the events I witnessed with my own eyes mere fabrications? Hui Weiqing has revealed everything about you to me, and I never expected that you would repeat those actions more than once. From this day forth, cease your entanglement with me. Having uttered these words, Su Yao turned away to tend to Hui Weiqing's injuries. The latter cast a glance at Qin Wudao, imbued with a hint of coldness and menace. Chapter 56. The plot of the overbearing CEO begins subsequently. The protagonist discovered through investigation that during that period, Hui Weiqing had relentlessly besmirched his reputation. In an effort to gain Su Yao's trust, he indulged in various acts of servitude. At that time, Su Yao had expressed her disdain for capitalists, asserting that they were inherently cold-blooded. The protagonist took her words to heart. Thus, not only did he conceal his true identity, but he even proactively sought employment to earn money, showing no inclination to utilize any of Long Wang's resources. In stark contrast, Hui Weiqing lavished Su Yao with extravagant outings, renting out entire restaurants and orchestrating lavish fireworks displays throughout the city. Even when the protagonist revealed Hui Weiqing's true identity, concerned for Su Yao's safety, she remained cold and unyielding. I know what kind of person Hui Weiqing is. Even if he is a capitalist, he is surely of the benevolent sort. He is unlike the others. From that moment onwards, the protagonist seemed to be struck by some force, causing the madness within him to intensify into obsession. If Qin Wudao utilized violence to quell his inner turmoil, then the protagonist had fully succumbed to his own fixation. This also explained why he remained unaffected while abroad. On the battlefield, he was constantly engaged in combat, leaving no room for such obsessions to surface. The memories swirling in Qin Wudao's mind induced a slight headache. After merging his soul with the memories, a review of those recollections evoked a profound sense of empathy. The sensation was utterly revolting. Beside him, Dong Mengqing seemed to sense the shift in Qin Wudao's demeanor, her beautiful eyes locking onto his. In that moment, she was taken aback, for she saw a gaze filled with brutality and murderous intent. Such a look was unfamiliar to her, causing her delicate form to tremble involuntarily. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself reaching out, gently caressing Qin Wudao's back. The touch of another roused Qin Wudao from his stupor. He exhaled a plume of smoke and squinted towards Su Yao. How did this person get in here? At that moment, Su Yao evidently noticed the presence of others in the room, repeatedly bowing and apologizing. I'm sorry. Please let me hide. Someone is trying to take me away. Whether due to her panic or sheer oblivion, she failed to recognize Qin Wudao's face, not realizing that the figure before her was once the devoted admirer. "Ah, so you're here." A middle-aged man entered with a lewd grin, his gaze towards Su Yao brimming with greed and lust. He was followed by several intimidating bodyguards, clearly not the type to be trifled with. Faced with the advancing middle-aged man, Su Yao helplessly retreated while he closed in. Before long, she found herself cornered by the sofa, perilously close to colliding with him. Qin Wudao's eyes turned icy. With a swift kick, he struck out. Although his strength was not overwhelming, the petite Su Yao was sent sprawling as if struck by a vehicle, emitting a startled cry as she knelt before the middle-aged man. Simultaneously, the man caught sight of Qin Wudao and Dong Mengqing. As I cast my gaze upon Dong Mengqing, a flicker of astonishment crossed my eyes. Ah, so there exists another exquisite beauty here. Beautiful one, wait a moment. I shall first cherish the lovely maiden, then I will come seek you. Upon hearing this, Dong Mengqing instinctively drew closer into Qin Wudao's embrace. Should anything happen to Yao Yao, I will ensure that all present here accompany her to the grave. Just as the middle-aged man intended to lay hands on Su Yao Yao, a furious roar erupted from outside. This was swiftly followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Bang! The half-open door was forcefully thrust open. A stern-faced man, accompanied by a cohort of bodyguards, surged into the room. This coldly composed man was none other than Huai Yueqing. Upon witnessing Su Yao Yao kneeling on the ground and the middle-aged man's hand reaching toward her, he could hardly misinterpret the man's intentions. Qiuyun, you seek death. You dare to touch my person. Boom, boom, boom. The bodyguards brought by Huai Yueqing swiftly subdued Qiao Jun's men, forcing them to kneel. He then approached Su Yao Yao, his expression tinged with concern. Yao Yao, are you all right? Qin Wudao, embracing Dong Mengqing, regarded this scene with a detached gaze. Good heavens! Has the domineering CEO arrived with a dramatic soundtrack? Is this not a pure embodiment of the domineering CEO trope? Yet, it appears that the unfortunate soul in this script is none other than Qin Wudao himself. Hua Xiao, Qiao Jun, now sober from the alcohol, gasped as he beheld the man before him. I had no idea she was your woman. I truly did not know. Had I known. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Qiao Jun was unceremoniously kicked to the ground. Huai Yueqing's voice was cold as he declared, You dare to lay a finger on my woman? You seek death. From this day forth, the Qiao family shall be erased from the annals of Modu. No, please no. Supported to her feet, Su Yao Yao felt an excruciating pain, as if her waist were broken. She vividly recalled being kicked from behind, and instinctively turned her head, only to meet the teasing gaze of Qin Wudao. Wudao, Upon hearing Su Yao Yao's call, Huai Yueqing shifted his gaze in that direction. Indeed, it was truly him. Could it be that the recent rumors of the Qin family's young master pertain to Qin Wudao? The names are identical, and he appears here. In the past, Huai Yueqing believed he could overshadow Qin Wudao with his lineage, yet upon discovering Wudao's true identity, a sense of crisis enveloped him. Instinctively, he sought to pull Su Yao Yao away. However, Su Yao Yao remained unmoved, staring blankly at Qin Wudao, especially as he held a mature and alluring woman in his embrace. What? Do I have flowers on my face? Why do you all gaze at me so? Wudao, how could you be here? Su Yao Yao murmured, her long-yearned figure finally appearing before her, yet he was entwined with another. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, momentarily stifling her breath. Huai Yueqing promptly stepped forward, his expression wary as he spoke. Qin Wudao, before Huai Yueqing could finish his words. A sharp sound pierced the air as a cup struck his head directly. Blood splattered forth, and Huai Yueqing was thrown backward. A wave of dizziness enveloped him, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground, but fortunately his bodyguards swiftly caught him. Qin Wudao shook his hand and remarked in a teasing tone, I must ask, Huai Yueqing, who bestowed upon you the audacity to address me so familiarly? Upon witnessing Huai Yueqing's injury, Su Yao gasped and then, with a pained expression, exclaimed, Wudao, after all these years, do you still prefer to resolve matters through violence? I have truly extended you a courtesy. Qin Wudao released Dong Mengqing and stood up, while Dong Mengqing regarded Su Yao with a look of disbelief. Has this person always been so bold? Chapter 57. Opening the panel, Qin Wudao rose from his seat and approached Su Yao directly, a light smile playing on his lips. Do you believe I still prefer to resolve issues through violence? Before Su Yao could respond, he seized her by the neck. The intense sensation of suffocation prompted Su Yao to struggle desperately, Yet Qin Wudao remained unfazed, lifting her effortlessly. "You truly have a keen eye," he remarked with a smile. As Qin Wudao tightened his grip, Su Yao's complexion turned ashen, her strength waning. Just then, Hui Weqing charged in, intending to confront Qin Wudao, but was sent sprawling backward like a cannonball. The impact was so forceful that he shattered an entire door. At that moment, members of the Qinyu group rushed in. They had delayed their arrival due to the old chairman's directive to refrain from eavesdropping, thus they had remained at a distance. However, upon hearing the commotion, they hurried over to witness the unfolding scene. The estate's steward, a middle-aged man, approached, his previous composure replaced by a sheen of sweat. With a hint of apology, he spoke, "Mr. Qin, this matter is our fault. We were instructed by the old chairman not to disturb you, hence our delay." "Enough!" Qin Wudao exclaimed, discarding Su Yao as though she were refuse. She lost consciousness from the lack of air. Turning his gaze to the steward, Qin Wudao shook his head. "This is not your concern. There is no need for apologies. And how does Mr. Qin intend to deal with these individuals? We shall ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution." The earlier brash individual, Xiao Jun, was now utterly stupefied, realizing the gravity of his misjudgment regarding the people he had provoked, each more formidable than the last. Hui Weqing was one thing, but now he found himself entangled with this man, having previously disrespected his companion. It was over, truly over. Panic etched across Xiao Jun's face as he knelt, awaiting the judgment of Qin Wudao. Unfazed by the steward's words, Qin Wudao replied nonchalantly, "As for that one named Xiao Jun, bury him. And Hui Weqing, is it? He fancies himself a tycoon, relying on his family's influence? Let's assist him, ensuring he and his family take a trip to the sea to feed the fish. And this woman." At this juncture, Qin Wudao's gaze fell upon Su Yao, his eyes glinting with a cold resolve. "Isn't she fond of playing the innocent? Let her witness all of this. Make sure she observes closely. Should she dare to close her eyes, we shall extract her eyeballs." "Understood." The steward signaled to the bodyguards, who immediately commenced their actions. Once everyone was removed, the steward turned to Qin Wudao and inquired, "The old chairman has proceeded to the front hall. Would you care to join him?" "Indeed." Qin Wudao nodded, then approached Dong Mengqing, whispering, "Do not forget what I mentioned earlier." "Understood." Dong Mengqing responded softly, then quietly rose and departed. Now, as the daughter of the president of the Zhang Group, she had fulfilled her intentions, and it was time for her to leave. Everything that transpired at the banquet thereafter would no longer concern the Zhang family. After Dong Mengqing's exit, Qin Wudao proceeded to the front hall. Following his dealings with Su Yao and Hui Weqing, he felt as though he had undergone a transcendental metamorphosis, his thoughts now crystal clear. At that moment in the front hall, with the arrival of Bai Hanfeng, the banquet officially commenced. Bai Hanfeng, seated at the forefront, addressed the gathering with a smile, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of this banquet extends beyond merely strengthening our camaraderie. I have an announcement to make. I am aging and preparing for retirement. In the future, the Qinyu Group will be inherited by my granddaughter, and I hope you will extend your support to her." This declaration ignited a flurry of whispers among the attendees. Bai Leoi was retiring? Wouldn't the stock price of the Qinyu Group plummet? Perhaps his granddaughter could maintain stability. What a jest! Had anyone heard of Bai Leoi having a granddaughter? Moreover, did he not have a second son? Surely, that must be an illegitimate child. "Father, I object." As anticipated, amidst the discussions, a middle-aged man stepped forward, addressing Bai Hanfeng sternly. "Qin Yue is still young. How could she manage the Qinyu Group? Besides, I am her second uncle. I am also your son. You." Bang! Bai Hanfeng struck his cane against the ground, rebuking, "Silence. This is my company. Why should I consult you on my decisions?" It was evident to all that Bai Hanfeng harbored a profound disdain for his second son. Yet, the middle-aged man persisted. "Father, I am also a member of the board, and I do not consent to your direct appointment. I am not dead yet. It is not your place to object." The second son of the Bai family glowered, taken aback by his father's intention to bequeath the vast enterprise to that young girl. It seemed that his earlier decision not to act against her was indeed a miscalculation. At that moment, Qin Wudao emerged from the back, intrigued by the lively scene, especially since he sensed that significant events were on the horizon. As the silence fell upon the Bai family's second son, Bai Hanfeng continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, my granddaughter will soon make her entrance. Henceforth, all business matters will be discussed with her." From a staircase, a woman descended gracefully. Clad in a white gown that accentuated her flawless figure, her dark hair styled up, revealing a neck akin to a swan's, her skin pale as snow and seemingly glowing. She exuded an ethereal, otherworldly aura reminiscent of a celestial being. The female streamer whom Chu Feng had rewarded, the cold moonlight, Qin Wudao instantly recognized by Qing Wei. The granddaughter of the Bai family, previously the top contender on the reward leaderboard, known as Cold Moonlight. It appears that the young lady possesses such an intriguing penchant for mischief, casually stepping into the role of streamer. As Bai Qingwei gracefully descended the staircase, her ethereal beauty captured the attention of all the men present, prompting them to steal glances. Among them, Chu Feng and Tian Pingsheng exhibited a particularly fervent gaze. In contrast, Qin Wudao merely cast a fleeting glance at Bai Qingwei before directing his attention towards the crowd, observing their reactions. As anticipated, the expressions of Chu Feng and Tian Pingsheng were the most distinctive. Name: Chu Feng Fate, child of destiny, system bearer, fortunate in romance, wealthy, late bloomer. Name: Tian Pingsheng Fate, antagonist of destiny, distinguished lineage, martial arts prodigy, afflicted by misfortune. Chapter 58. The Chosen One confronts the villain. The appearance of Bai Qingwei marked the focal point of this grand banquet, which involved the succession of an heir to a prominent business conglomerate. This event held significant implications for the future landscape of the magical city, as a behemoth like the Qianyu Group could sway the entire situation with a mere flick of a finger, given the multitude of forces aligned with it. Descending from the staircase, Bai Qingwei bore an ethereal beauty, displaying not a hint of trepidation. Despite her previous absence from the public eye, being groomed for such occasions since childhood rendered her more than capable of handling the spotlight. Under the gaze of countless observers, she approached Bai Hanfeng, exchanging pleasantries before turning to address the esteemed guests present. "Esteemed guests, I extend a warm welcome to you all for this gathering. As my grandfather ages, I shall take the reins of the Qianyu Group. Rest assured, our previous collaborations will continue as before. Moreover, to further strengthen the bonds between our group and each of you, we shall allocate 80% of the profits from the land in the northern part of the city to be shared among all present." Her proclamation sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. The northern land had previously been acquired by the Qianyu Group, and with the recent government policy aimed at establishing a commercial district there, the potential profits were staggering. The Bai family was indeed willing to share such a lucrative opportunity. In light of this, it was only natural for the guests to rally in support of Bai Qingwei's ascendancy. As the others stepped forward to congratulate the newly appointed chairwoman of the Qianyu Group, the second son of the Bai family remained aloof, his countenance marred by icy fury, his facade of composure abandoned. While there may have been factions that once sought to curry favor, the confirmation of the heir by the elder rendered such efforts futile. Furthermore, this heir demonstrated remarkable acumen by offering a substantial share of the profits. It was evident that support for Bai heir would dwindle, especially since he had not presented any tangible benefits to the guests. "Qingwei, my dear sister," a voice intruded amidst the celebrations. The crowd turned to behold a youthful man, his features strikingly handsome, gazing at Bai Qingwei with an almost infatuated expression. The newcomer was none other than Chu Feng. Who was this person? Murmurs of confusion swept through the assembly. Clad in unremarkable attire, he dared to approach Miss Bai? How audacious! Is he perhaps a mere mouse that has snuck in? Where are the security personnel? Shouldn't he be escorted out? Unperturbed by the derision of the crowd, Chu Feng boldly advanced towards Bai Qingwei, producing a contract from his cloak and presenting it to her. "Qingwei, this is a gift I have prepared for you. I hope you will accept it." The audience's disdain deepened at his words. A mere contract as a token of introduction? Did he fancy himself a noble from the capital? In this magical city, what force could rival the Qianyu Group? Only a few who were aware of Chu Feng's true identity betrayed expressions of shock. Was the master of MO about to make his move? Before the gathered crowd, Bai Qingwei unfurled the contract, and a moment later, A look of astonishment graced her exquisite features. This represents 5% of Qingyu Group's shares? What? Upon hearing this revelation, the onlookers were rendered speechless. Who is this person capable of quietly presenting 5% of Qingyu Group's shares? As a trillion-dollar conglomerate, the significance of this 5% is immense. Most importantly, possessing the share would grant by Qingyue greater authority in decision-making within the group. Chu Feng smiled faintly. It's nothing extraordinary. I had a friend assist in reclaiming these shares from others. Then I must express my gratitude to Mr. Mo. This share is of great importance to me, and I am willing to purchase it at its worth. There's no need for that. I have already stated that this is a gift for you. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. The crowd was taken aback to hear the name Mr. Mo from Bai Qingyue's lips. He is the renowned Mr. Mo, the one connected with major financial magnates abroad. One cannot judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought Mr. Mo could be so unassuming? I must seize the opportunity at this banquet to cultivate a closer relationship with him. I have been eager to penetrate foreign markets recently. Observing how effortlessly he could procure a share of Qingyu Group and even gift it away, indeed reveals his remarkable connections. Among the attendees, only 2 individuals maintained a playful demeanor in the presence of Chu Feng, Qin Wudao, and Tian Pingsheng. Tian Pingsheng whispered to himself, Mr. Mo, the one linked with major financial tycoons abroad, and now he has set his sights on my betrothed. Quite an impressive feat after a moment of contemplation. Tian Pingsheng approached by Qingyue, offering her a warm smile. Qingyue, do you remember me, brother Pingsheng? It has been quite a while. Bai Qingyue's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. They were childhood friends who had not seen each other for years, and their unexpected reunion was a pleasant surprise. Upon witnessing Tian Pingsheng's arrival, Chu Feng's expression turned frosty. As a man, he keenly sensed the undertone of provocation and the nearly threatening gaze emanating from Tian Pingsheng. In earlier times, he would have chosen to avoid confrontation, but circumstances had changed. He was now a person of significance and sought a life of higher aspirations. Bai Qingyue had always been the unattainable heiress in his eyes, and now he felt he truly deserved her. Tian Pingsheng, sensing the tension, also turned to face Chu Feng. As their eyes locked, an electric atmosphere surged between them. Neither willing to yield, Qin Wudao observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. Are the destined child and the destined villain facing off? It seems I have no part in this. Can I simply enjoy the spectacle? Yet, even in moments of desired tranquility, trouble often finds a way to intrude. Old Bai Hanfeng, observing the 2 young men, squinted his eyes as if struck by sudden insight and quickly interjected, Ahem. Mr. Qin, why don't you join us for a discussion? After all, as close friends across generations, my granddaughter will surely rely on your kind assistance in the future. Upon uttering these words, not only those present but even Bai Qingyue, Chu Feng, and Tian Pingsheng turned their gazes toward Qin Wudao. The latter was momentarily speechless, as he was quietly observing Chu Feng. The reward system can sometimes merely signify monetary appreciation, which is the most rudimentary form, easily exploitable. However, if that system were to provide some extraordinary items, one would need to deliberate carefully. Initially, it was anticipated that the antagonist Tian Pingsheng would generate some friction with Chu Feng, allowing Qin Wudao to seize an opportunity. Yet, unexpectedly, old Deng Bai Hanfeng summoned him directly. Chapter 59. The president of the Hidden Dragon Group, Chu Feng's gaze narrowed as he observed the approaching Qin Wudao. It was this very man who had stolen Chen Qianqian away from him. Now, he sought to forge a connection with his beloved? Such audacity was intolerable. What if he belonged to the esteemed Qin family? Sooner or later, he would leverage the system to bring the entire Qin clan to ruin. Little did he know, while contemplating this, Qin Wudao had already rehearsed in his mind countless methods to eliminate him, all to be executed after the conclusion of this banquet. After all, granting the reward system the opportunity to develop could yield unforeseen consequences. Now, he was able to present shares of the Qinyu Group. What would follow? Talp, talp, talp. Qin Wudao gracefully approached by Hanfeng, a smile adorning his face. Old master, you seem to revel in the spectacle. Upon hearing this, Bai Hanfeng blinked, a trace of amusement gracing his aged visage. Mr. Qin, what a curious remark. Were we not in agreement previously? As the elder and younger conversed, The guests looked on in astonishment. Logically, even with Qin Wudao's prestigious lineage for both the Li and Qin families, it was unusual for Bai Hanfeng to address him as Mr. Qin. They even claimed to share a friendship across generations. What could that possibly imply? Chu Feng remained vigilant, while Tian Pingsheng expressed keen interest in Qin Wudao, even stepping forward. Mr. Qin, it appears you share a close bond with old Bai. I regret not introducing myself earlier. Qin Wudao regarded Tian Pingsheng, feeling no animosity towards this destined antagonist, especially as he approached with a warm smile. He returned the gesture. Old Bai is merely jesting. I am but a junior. Bai Qingyue soon joined Qin Wudao, curiosity sparkling in her beautiful eyes. Mr. Qin, so you are related to my grandfather in this manner. When I take the helm of the Qinyu group in the future, I hope to count on your support. Merely a mutual benefit. Miss Bai, no need for formalities. Qin Wudao replied, as he, Tian Pingsheng, and Bai Qingyue engaged in jovial conversation, causing Chu Feng's expression to grow increasingly frigid from a distance. In his view, he was meant to be the center of attention today. After all, with his identity as MOS successor and the generous offering of 5% of the Qinyu Group's shares as a gift, he should undoubtedly be the focal point of the event. Suddenly, Bai Hanfeng seemed to recall something and beckoned to the butler behind him. The butler, understanding his cue, promptly retrieved the contract and approached. Mr. Qin, please take a look at this contract regarding the collaboration between Qinyu Group and your Hidden Dragon Group. If all is satisfactory, we can sign it right away. Very well, Qin Wudao nodded, accepting the contract and beginning to peruse it meticulously. As he examined the document, the entire hall fell into an unusual silence, which soon erupted into a flurry of whispers. Hidden Dragon Group? Young Master Qin is affiliated with the Hidden Dragon Group? Impossible. Isn't he the heir of the Qin and Li families? How could he possibly be linked to that foreign entity, the Hidden Dragon Group? No wonder. No wonder Bai Lao referred to him as Mr. Qin. Could it be that Qin Wudao is the enigmatic president of the Hidden Dragon Group? Have you all forgotten? Previous reports indicated that Qin Wudao had been abroad for these past years. Is it possible that he established this power while overseas? The Hidden Dragon Group. Look, there are the secretary and assistant from the Hidden Dragon Group. They have arrived, dressed impeccably in formal attire. Long Lin and Long Yu approached Qin Wudao. As they reached him, they intended to kneel on one knee and proclaim Dragon King. Fortunately, Qin Wudao reacted swiftly, halting their actions. Are you attempting to create a scene that would be mortifying for me? Did I not instruct you not to kneel and call me Dragon King? I do not have a crooked mouth. In response, Long Yu awkwardly explained, Mr. Qin, we were waiting for you to smile with that crooked mouth, but you have not smiled. Now that your identity is revealed, you will need the official seal for the contract as well. With that, Long Lin produced the official seal of the Hidden Dragon Group and presented it to him. Qin Wudao nodded and accepted the seal. He had already reviewed the contract, which posed no issues aside from the interests pertaining to the Northern District and the development of other business ventures for the Hidden Dragon Group. With a demeanor of nonchalance, Qin Wudao signed the contract. Those present were on the verge of exploding with excitement. Just as Qin Zirai, who had just vented his frustrations, entered the room, he was struck dumb by the revelation that Qin Wudao was the president of the Hidden Dragon Group. Qin Wudao has become the president of the Hidden Dragon Group? Does this mean I can draw money from him? No, I intend to take his money with flair and then give him a scornful look. That's the plan. Qin Zirai strode into the hall with a proud demeanor, feeling invincible, even sensing a shift in the way those around him regarded him. The second young master of the Qin family, now the younger brother of the president of the Hidden Dragon Group, unassailable. Qin father and Qin mother initially displayed expressions of surprise, quickly followed by a hint of sorrow in their eyes. How much suffering has Wudao endured over the years to achieve his current status? It's all your fault. If you had found Wudao earlier, he wouldn't have had to struggle so hard. Upon hearing Qin mother's lament, although Qin father said nothing, he nodded, his face reflecting a trace of guilt. In contrast, the head of the Li family wore a grave expression. The Hidden Dragon Group? He is actually the president of the Hidden Dragon Group? It seems imperative that he returns to the Li family. That way, the Li family will become even more formidable. Surpassing the Qinyu Group will be no trouble at all. The most delighted of all was Chun Qianqian. She knew she had made the right bet. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Feng's pupils constricted. He had thought Qin Wudao was merely a frivolous rich heir. Such a person could easily be eliminated as long as he continued to develop the system. Yet, he had not anticipated that he was the president of the Hidden Dragon Group. A second-generation rich man has transformed into a first-generation magnate? Tian Pingxing's smile widened even further. So he is the mysterious president of the Hidden Dragon Group? Mr. Qin, you're indeed a figure of great significance. I have some business dealings with your Hidden Dragon Group. Perhaps you would be so kind as to grant me the honor of a conversation after the banquet concludes? That will be entirely agreeable. Qin Wudao nodded in acceptance of Tian Pingxing's invitation. Since they were not adversaries, it was only natural to foster greater understanding between them. However, he intended to address his own matters before engaging in further discourse. The presence of Qin Wudao and Tian Pingxing intensified Chu Feng's sense of urgency. He approached Bai Hanfeng earnestly and said, "Old Bai, there is something I wish to discuss with you today." "Oh, what is it, young friend?" "To be candid, I wish to establish collaborative ventures with Qinyu Group in various domains. Moreover, I have long held an admiration for Qin Wei, and I hope you might grant me an opportunity." Chapter 60. It turns out to be a small fry. Upon hearing those words, Bai Hanfeng furrowed his brow slightly. He had not anticipated that this individual, referred to as Mo Zong, was actually pursuing his granddaughter. It is worth noting that Bai Hanfeng had previously decided to collaborate with Qin Wudao due to the god of War Temple's covetous interest in his granddaughter. And now, another contender had emerged. Bai Hanfeng had done his research on Mo Zong, discovering that he seemed to be backed by various foreign financial conglomerates, capable of effortlessly reclaiming 5% of Qinyu Group's shares, showcasing his formidable methods. Nevertheless, Bai Hanfeng remained resolute in his refusal. Beside him, Bai Qingwei also wore a frown, her expression serene, although she held a modicum of fondness for this Mo Zong, who supported her online. That sentiment barely scratched the surface of genuine affection. Furthermore, this banquet was organized for her to inherit Qinyu Group, and any hint of romantic entanglement could lead to unwelcome speculation among the board members. "Young man," Bai Hanfeng spoke sternly, "I shall not impede the interactions of youth. However, if your intentions are to court my granddaughter, I fear you will be sorely disappointed." Chu Feng, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Why? Bai Lao, I am sincere. This is not merely a matter of sincerity. My granddaughter has just taken the reins of the company and will not entertain thoughts of marriage for the time being. Her paramount concern is to manage the group effectively. Are we to sacrifice Qingyue's lifelong happiness over this matter?" This declaration left Bai Hanfeng, accustomed to the intricacies of social situations, momentarily speechless. Had he become the villain responsible for his granddaughter's unhappiness? Was this Mo Zong perhaps lacking in judgment? Qin Wudao also found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that Bai Qingwei had yet to develop any deep feelings for Chu Feng, if their story resembled that of a drama. Should such declarations not come after some emotional connection had been established? You come out boldly with such words? Tian Pingxing's icy demeanor became evident as he stepped forward. "Chu Feng, I care not for your connections with foreign conglomerates. This is Long Country. If you wish to befriend Qin Wei, you must reveal your true identity. Do you not see that Qin Wei is in a difficult position?" Tian Pingxing's interjection only served to escalate the already tenuous situation, prompting Chu Feng to disregard caution and respond. "You will come to know who I am in due time, Mr. Tian, but I believe we are not well acquainted. I would appreciate it if you refrained from interrupting while I speak." "Enough," Bai Qingwei interjected coolly, not wishing for this farce to continue. She stepped gracefully before Chu Feng, her exquisite features tinged with an air of detachment. "Mr. Chu, I'm grateful for your attendance at my banquet. While I appreciate your gift, if your intent is to use it as leverage against me, I must kindly ask you to take back the shares." With that, Bai Qingwei handed back the contract. Chu Feng hastily shook his head. "Qingwei, do you not comprehend the depths of my intentions? I have always been your protector. I now wish to stand openly by your side." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingwei calmly responded, "Mr. Chu, I believe there has been a misunderstanding regarding our previous interactions. I harbor no romantic feelings towards you. If anything I said led you to believe otherwise, I sincerely apologize." "Qingwei, Chu Feng stared in disbelief at the person before him. In his mind, the system indicated that Bai Qingyue's fondness for him was steadily diminishing. They had seemingly reached a critical point, and he had thought that by taking a decisive step, he could transform Bai Qingyue's admiration into affection, leading them towards a fruitful union. Yet now, it seemed they were drifting further away from that possibility. Why was this happening? At that moment, an unexpected figure approached. Qin Ziru. Striding forward with an air of disdain, he confronted Chu Feng, saying, "Who is this toad daring to vie for the affection of Miss Bai from the Qin family?" Beside him, Qin Wudao was taken aback. "Did I ever claim to be competing for Bai Qingyue's heart? Would you care to listen to the nonsense you are uttering?" As anticipated, upon hearing these words, not only was Chu Feng stunned, but even Tian Pingsheng cast a bewildered glance at Qin Wudao. The guests present erupted in astonishment. Young Master Qin. No, it should be referred to as President Qin, has an interest in Miss Bai as well. After all, she truly resembled a celestial being. And with her position as the leader of Qinyu Group, who wouldn't covet her? With the enigmatic MO and the prominent figure from the capital, President Qin of the Hidden Dragon Group, how could anyone compete for her affection now? It seemed a spectacle was about to unfold. As for the appearance of Qin Ziru, his parents were left speechless. Qin's mother softly murmured, "Ziru, when we return home, I will not intervene when Wan Rong scolds you. You're on your own." However, Qin Ziru was utterly unfazed by others' opinions. He was currently extraordinarily formidable. Chu Feng, noticing Qin Ziru's sudden arrival, coldly remarked, "Who do you think you are?" With a chilling smile, Qin Ziru retorted loudly, "You don't even know who I am? I am a young master of the Qin family, and the future vice president of the Hidden Dragon Group. Will give you the right to question me." Long Lin. Longya. Qin Wudao was equally perplexed. "You are set to become the vice president of the Hidden Dragon Group? When did that happen? Who approved this?" Moreover, this young man seemed to have issues. Open Qin Ziru's profile. Ding dong. Name: Qin Ziru. Fate: minor antagonist, aided by the affluent, living off others. Surviving against the odds, a proud spirit, a master of boasting. Indeed, he was a character designed to attract animosity. No wonder Qin Ziru often emerged to flaunt himself. His fate included the phrase "survive against the odds," clearly indicating he was the type of minor antagonist who, despite being disliked, could not be easily vanquished. Was he truly the brother of Qin Wudao? With a disdainful chuckle, Chu Feng regarded the young Master Qin before him with indifference, and retorted coldly, "Do you wish to inquire about my identity?" However, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Ziru swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Afterward, he promptly sidled up to Qin Wudao, arrogantly declaring, "So you are merely a nameless nobody. Why would I care about who you are? If you're unconvinced, come and challenge me." As he leaned closer to Qin Wudao, his expression grew increasingly haughty. Zhu Feng, covering his reddened cheek in disbelief, stared at Qin Ziru and exclaimed, "You dare strike me? What of it?" Qin Ziru retorted boldly, "If you're not satisfied, come at me. I would scatter your ashes to the winds." Chapter 61. The emergence of the dragon god Chu Feng's countenance flushed crimson, though it was uncertain whether this was due to the blow from Qin Ziru or the anger that surged within him. In front of such a multitude, being struck was nothing short of a flagrant affront. He was, after all, a bearer of system. Should he not have been able to sweep through with unyielding dominance? Yet he found himself overshadowed by Qin Yue, Chen Qianqian, and even in the realm of commerce, he was utterly overwhelmed. Indeed, it was Qin Wudao. Chu Feng's gaze shifted towards the man who wore a smile. He realized that since Qin Wudao's arrival, he had been consistently subdued, regardless of the setting. At that moment, Qin Wudao stepped forward and addressed Bai Hanfeng with a light chuckle. "Old Bai, my brother's actions at your gathering were indeed somewhat discourteous. I hope you will not take offense." "Ha ha ha." Bai Hanfeng laughed heartily. "Ah, the youth. Who among us has not experienced a moment of fury? It is the age of passion. It is quite understandable. Thank you for your understanding, old Bai. It seems this young man is also feeling a surge of youthful fervor. So please do not chastise me for my actions." "Of course." Bai Hanfeng abruptly realized the implications of Qin Wudao's words, but it was too late to retract them. At that moment, Qin Wudao approached Chu Feng. The instant he stood before him, Chu Feng was acutely aware of the immense pressure this man exuded. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Qin Wudao brutally slay Yi Ling, the son-in-law of the Zhang family, before a crowd. The vividness of that scene lingered in his mind, prompting his body to instinctively retreat a step. Yet he quickly steadied himself, reminding himself that he was now a formidable figure. He could not show any signs of weakness, lest he be regarded with disdain. Qin Wudao smiled softly at Chu Feng and inquired, "You just mentioned that Qin Zirwei should ask me who you are?" Chu Feng replied, "Do you not know who I am?" "You bam." Before he could finish, Qin Wudao's hand grasped Chu Feng's throat. Chu Feng's eyes widened, his hands clawing at Qin Wudao's grip as he struggled desperately. Qin Wudao leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "It seems you do not possess the tools granted by your system, do you?" Chu Feng's pupils constricted, and he momentarily forgot his struggle. How did Qin Wudao know about his system? This was Chu Feng's trump card, the sole path to his ascension as a formidable force. Without it, he remained the same failure as before. He had not even confided in his own parents about the system. How could Qin Wudao be aware of it? In that instant, Chu Feng's fear of Qin Wudao surpassed even the dread of death itself. Qin Wudao's grip tightened, and Chu Feng's complexion began to turn an ominous shade of purple. "Stop!" Just as Chu Feng was on the brink of demise, a young man, accompanied by numerous subordinates, burst through the grand entrance of the banquet hall. Long Lin and Long Ye gasped in unison. "The dragon god? What brings him here?" The young man, clad in a sleek black suit, possessed a strikingly handsome and resolute visage, and the aura he emanated was impossible to overlook. He slowly approached Qin Wudao and spoke in a deep voice. "Wudao, release Chu Feng. If he has offended you, I shall ensure he apologizes." "Oh." Qin Wudao showed no intention of releasing Chu Feng. Instead, he turned to Long Shun Chu Zichuan with keen interest and asked, "Do you now dare to call me Wudao directly?" Upon hearing this, Chu Zichuan frowned. "Are you aware that the elders hold significant discontent towards you? Your actions over the years may cost you your position as king. Chu Feng has ties with us. Should you kill him, it would surely incite even greater dissent among the elders." "Is that so?" Qin Wudao replied nonchalantly. "What can those old fossils do about it?" "Impudent!" One of Chu Zichuan's subordinates shouted furiously. "How dare you speak disrespectfully to the elders?" At that moment, Long Lin and Long Ye arrived beside Qin Wudao. The guests in the hall fell silent, sensing the tense atmosphere. Rather than getting involved, they chose to observe the unfolding events. With narrowed eyes and a voice laced with murderous intent, Long Lin addressed the room. Who permitted such rudeness? It was Qin Wudao who first disrespected the elders. Hearing this, Qin Wudao turned to Long Lin and commanded, "Slay them all." Yes, as guardians of the Dragon King, Long Lin and Long Ye were not to be trifled with. Their figures moved like shadows, swiftly approaching Chu Zichuan's subordinates and striking fiercely. With a flash of blades and a cacophony of dull thuds, the subordinates soon lay dead or wounded. Chu Zichuan watched coldly, and, just as he was about to intervene, Qin Wudao spoke again. "Chu Zichuan, should you dare to make a move, I assure you, you too will perish at this gathering. This is the Dragon Kingdom." Chu Zichuan Ziplit Stenli Qin Wuda. Have you truly lost your mind? Your reckless behavior here will not go unpunished by the Law Enforcement Bureau. Oh. Qin Wudao did not respond to Chu Zichuan. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Tian Pingsheng, who was not far away. "Mr. Tian, do you believe my handling of this trash will attract the attention of the Law Enforcement Bureau?" "Mr." Tian glanced at the Chu Feng held in Qin Wudao's grasp and smiled faintly. "Mr. Qin is jesting. It is merely the disposal of refuse, and the Law Enforcement Bureau will naturally not interfere. Moreover, I am here, am I not?" With that, Tian Pingsheng took out his phone and sent a message. Moments later, he continued, "I have already given prior notice. Mr. Qin, you may deal with the trash as you see fit." "You." Chu Zichuan understood Tian Pingsheng's identity, and the veins on his forehead throbbed slightly. Nevertheless, he restrained himself and took a deep breath. Addressing Qin Wudao, "What must you have in order to spare Chu Feng?" "I am willing to comply." "Then kneel." "Kneel." Chu Zichuan looked at Qin Wudao in disbelief. "You want me to kneel? Are you jesting?" Qin Wudao's face bore a mocking expression. "You, a mere failure, think you deserve to jest with me? I have commanded it. Kneel. For the time being, I remain your master, and you are but a servant. When has a servant ever dared to speak so boldly to their master? You. Very well. I shall kneel. Chu Zichuan's expression darkened, and with a thud, he fell to his knees on the ground. As Qin Wudao asserted, he was the Dragon King, while Chu Zichuan was merely a defeated contender for that title. To speak elegantly, he could be termed a dragon god, yet he was no different from the scales and fangs of a dragon. Kneeling on the ground, Chu Zichuan addressed Qin Wudao. Now, can you release Chu Feng? Qin Wudao, do not go too far. Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao smiled faintly. I was deceiving you. With a sharp crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed as Chu Feng, face etched with despair, gradually lost the breath of life. Chapter 62. The regret system is inferior to a dog ding-dong. Congratulations to the host for slaying the fated child, Chu Feng. The notifications of the devouring reward goddess system and the cattle and horse system reverberated in Qin Wudao's mind, soon followed by a peculiar voice. Reward, little one. Is my host doomed already? Impossible. I have yet to unveil my trump card. Cattle and horse, little one. Buddy, you talk too much. Now that you're here, you think you can leave. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you want to know what the cattle and horse system truly means. Boom, boom, boom. As a thunderous roar echoed in his mind. Reward, little one. I surrender. From now on, you are my boss. Stop hitting me. Truly, I yield. Cattle and horse, little one. Who are you calling boss? Remember, in our realm, there's only one boss, and that is the supreme host of the cattle and horse. Keep talking, and I'll take you down. Reward, little one. I understand. The host is the boss. The host is the boss. While the two systems conversed, the regret, little one, also emerged. Little reward, come here. From now on, you will be the fourth. Come to me. Before the regret, little one, could finish, the reward, little one, interrupted. Who do you think you are? Do you think I can't handle him in you? Damn it. Bang, bang, bang. Moments later, the cries of the regret, little one, echoed. Stop hitting me. You're the third. I'll be the fourth. Is that acceptable? Why must you treat me this way? You, a mere female-oriented regret system, dare to confront us? Get lost from now on during meals. You'll sit at the same table as the dogs. After uttering this, the reward, little one, cheekily remarked, Boss, from now on, we're family. I understand the rules. Rest assured. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dragon Country Black Card, 1 billion Dragon Country coins. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Goddess Binding feature, which allows viewing various attributes and affinity levels of bound women. In reality, witnessing Chu Feng collapsed on the ground, Chu Zichuan's pupils contracted. This was his distant cousin. After their reunion, they had grown exceedingly close, with Chu Feng even promising to steadfastly support him in becoming the Dragon King. Now, for Chu Feng, he had knelt before Qin Wudao, yet failed to save him. The muscles on Chu Zichuan's face twitched slightly, his eyes brimming with fury. Qin Wudao, with a furious roar, Chu Zichuan rose to his feet and unleashed a punch. Boom! His fist seemed to carry wisps of transparent energy, and the instant it struck, the wind from the punch produced a thunderous sound. Compared to Yi Ling, the military king, Chu Zichuan was incomprehensibly stronger, and with this formidable punch, Qin Wudao narrowed his eyes and retaliated with a punch of his own, their movements strikingly similar. Bang! As their fists collided, a muffled thud resonated throughout the hall, fissures appearing on the ground beneath them, revealing the unimaginable power they wielded. Chu Zichuan's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that, after several years apart, Qin Wudao's strength had not only remained intact, but had indeed escalated. Even if he possessed innate divine power, it was perplexing that after all these years of inactivity, he had suddenly become more formidable. Moreover, Chu Zichuan also wielded innate divine power. In fact, while Qin Wudao had been indulging in servitude back home, he had been engaged in fierce battles on the battlefield. However, at this moment, astonishment proved futile as Chu Zichuan felt as though his fist had struck a colossal boulder, unyielding and immovable. Qin Wudao smirked slightly and remarked, Chu Zichuan, after all these years, why have you made no progress whatsoever? Before Chu Zichuan could respond, Qin Wudao's muscular arm surged with strength, and with a thunderous impact, he sent Chu Zichuan flying. He soared backward like a cannonball, Just as he was about to collide with the wall, he abruptly twisted, bracing himself against the wall with one hand, and propelled himself toward the hall's exit, with Chu Feng now deceased and his subordinates either dead or severely injured. The recent encounter had made Chu Zichuan acutely aware that he might not stand a chance against Qin Wudao. Thus, he resolved to retreat for the time being and contemplate his next move. Observing Chu Zichuan's fleeing figure, Long Lin coldly inquired, "Dragon King, should I pursue him?" "No need," Qin Wudao replied, shaking his head. Chu Zichuan, aside from his own power, commands a formidable faction. Even if we were to eliminate him now, his forces would retaliate. In due time, let us venture abroad. The elders of the council, who have meddled in our affairs, shall be buried. Understood. Long Lin and Long Yu expressed their surprise, but quickly acquiesced. Their loyalty lay with the Dragon King, not with the Council of Elders, and they would execute Qin Wudao's orders unconditionally. Meanwhile, Chu Zichuan dashed through the darkness, his right hand entirely numb from the ferocity of Qin Wudao's blow. Had he not utilized the wall for leverage to escape, his arm would have surely been shattered. "Qin Wudao, you performed admirably, but the throne of the Dragon King will ultimately be mine. Do not forget, you are not the sole disciple of your master. If your senior and junior sisters were to learn of your outrageous deeds over the years, I would relish seeing how you explain yourself. I will ensure the council takes action against you. Soon, there will be no place for you in the Dragon King's hall." With that, Chu Zichuan gradually faded into the night. In the banquet hall, the onlookers stood in stunned silence, once again witnessing Qin Wudao's brutality. As prominent figures of the upper echelons, they had certainly engaged in their share of unsavory dealings, yet they had never encountered anyone as audacious as Qin Wudao. He took the handkerchief offered by Long Lin and wiped his hands before returning to face Bai Hanfeng. "My apologies, Bai Lao. I have disrupted what was meant to be a splendid banquet." Bai Hanfeng gazed at Qin Wudao with a look of resentment. Initially, he had been slightly annoyed by Chu Feng's antics and had hoped Qin Wudao would cause a minor disturbance, but this upheaval had escalated into something monumental. The individual known as Chu Feng, referred to as Mo Zong, maintains connections with various prominent financial conglomerates abroad. Ultimately, it will be the Bai family that bears the consequences of his actions. However, it is indeed a case of him bringing misfortune upon himself. Thus, Qin Wudao can only reluctantly respond, "Mr. Qin, fret not. It is merely Chu Feng's self-destructive path. I hope this will not adversely affect our collaboration." "Not at all," Qin Wudao replied with an innocuous smile. "Our Hidden Dragon Group is indeed eager to partner with the Qinyu Group. That is reassuring." At that moment, Qingyue approached, her gaze towards Qin Wudao imbued with a hint of complexity. "Mr. Qin, if you are free tomorrow, I would like to discuss our collaboration privately. If I may be so bold as to request your attention?" "Absolutely. The contract has been signed. It is indeed time for us to converse." Chapter 63. Tian Pingsheng's invitation not far away. Tian Pingsheng approached with a smile, inquiring, "Mr. Qin, I trust you have not forgotten our agreement for this evening?" Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao nodded, suggesting, "After the banquet concludes, shall we find a place to converse privately?" "That would be splendid." Tian Pingsheng, unlike Qin Zirai, though hailing from an illustrious lineage, was rooted in a military family and was not the typical dandy. However, the destiny of a villain indicated that he was indeed extraordinary. With no conflict of interest at present, Qin Wudao saw no reason not to forge a connection with him. Moreover, given the notion of destiny, it was evident that he, as a villain, must correspond to a destined child, and clearly, Chu Feng was not that individual, as their discord had not escalated to irreconcilable levels. Bai Qingwei and Tian Pingsheng were merely childhood friends, not yet at the stage of betrothed partners. The bounty system he acquired from defeating Chu Feng had given Qin Wudao a taste of its sweetness, and he was curious about how many systems he could harness and the strength of the mysterious system. Therefore, if he could identify the destined child opposing Tian Pingsheng through their acquaintance, it would be quite advantageous. With a brief interlude concerning Chu Feng concluded, the remainder of the banquet proceeded without further incident. Amid the clinking of glasses, the attendees collectively determined the future trajectory of the business landscape in Modu. Upon the banquet's conclusion, Qin Wudao and Tian Pingsheng directly drove to a private restaurant in Modu. Meanwhile, the children of the Li family, both gravely injured, were admitted to the hospital. However, their father, Li Lindu, did not accompany them to the hospital, but instead headed to a secluded dojo on the outskirts. In stark contrast to the bustling lights of the city, this dojo exuded tranquility, devoid of even a flicker of candlelight. Li Lindu was very familiar with this place. He did not knock on the tightly shut door, but entered through a side entrance. Upon entering the courtyard of the dojo, he encountered an elderly man with white hair standing within. Head of the Li family, I had long foretold your arrival today. May I inquire about your purpose? The old Taoist inquired. With a cold chuckle, Li Lindu retorted, Wuweizi, if you're so adept at divination, why could you not foresee the reason for my visit? That is a flawed assertion. Since you have come to seek me, regardless of my calculations, you would still elucidate your intent. Thus, why should I trouble myself? You deceitful Taoist. Li Lindu strode forward to confront the old man, his voice icy. You once claimed that Wu Dao was a harbinger of disaster, detrimental to my efforts to consolidate the Li family. Thus I orchestrated his separation. But now, he has ascended to become the president of the Yinlong Group. The calamity you spoke of has transformed into a true dragon. It is because of you that he is now estranged from all. Tell me, how can I retain this true dragon? In stark contrast to Li Lindu's fervor, the old Taoist maintained an expression of calm. Head of the Li family, I merely offered you a suggestion. Have you not succeeded in consolidating the Li family? If you wish to unify the Li family, why concern yourself with a discarded pawn? I will not accept that. Since it was you who initially guided my actions, you must now bear the responsibility until the end. Are you not adept at divination? Pray tell, how can I bring him back to the Li family? Upon hearing this, the aged Taoist fell into a contemplative silence. After a brief pause, a subtle smile graced his lips as he softly replied, now that he is transformed into a true dragon, how could he return home? To bring the true dragon back, one must revert him to his original form. Li Lindu spoke coldly. What must be done? Rest assured, the head of the Li family, since you have come to me, I shall undoubtedly assist you. To be candid, I possess a disciple who has mastered the art of dragon slaying since childhood. Should he sever the true dragon's essence, stripping him of his ability to soar through the heavens, he will naturally return home. At that point, I shall take care of everything. After pondering for a moment, Li Lindu solemnly declared, in that case, I shall place my trust in you once more. If you succeed, I shall ensure your temple's incense burns brightly for the next century. If you fail, prepare for your demise. Do not think I jest. With that, Li Lindu turned to leave. The old Taoist gazed at his departing figure and murmured softly, my disciple, should you wield the dragon-slaying technique to sever this true dragon, his fortune shall rightfully belong to you, and I shall shoulder all the sins. In a private dining room of a hidden culinary establishment, Qin Wudao and Tian Pingsheng exchanged glances. My dear Qin, I am immensely grateful for your acceptance of my invitation. There is no need for such formality, especially since you aided me in resolving my troubles in the hall. It is only right that I extend this invitation to you. Upon hearing Qin Wudao's words, Tian Pingsheng chuckled lightly. Not at all. Even if I had not intervened, I believe you would have managed just fine, wouldn't you? You overestimate me, my friend. I am merely a merchant. How could I possibly influence the decisions of the Enforcement Bureau? No, you certainly can. Tian Pingsheng replied with a serious expression. After all, for the Dragon King's Hall, it is a simple matter to eliminate a few nuisances, is it not? Qin Wudao maintained a composed demeanor, finding no surprise in Tian Pingsheng's candid remarks about the Dragon King, considering the latter's illustrious background. Such a lineage would make it strange not to uncover his identity. The name of the Dragon King's Hall may hold weight abroad, but within the realm of dragons, I dare say your standing surpasses that of the Dragon King, does it not? You are too kind, my friend. Tian Pingsheng shook his head and continued. The influence of the Dragon King's Hall internationally over the years is beyond what we can compare. I suspect if you were to eliminate me, you would face no consequences. It is precisely because of your strength that I have an unusual request. Pray, speak without hesitation. The 12th of next month marks my grandfather's grand birthday celebration, and I hope you will honor us with your presence in Kyoto. Of course, I shall send someone to escort you. Kyoto. Qin Wudao lowered his lashes, contemplating. For him, as a Dragon King, Kyoto is indeed a highly sensitive location, as it represents the vast power of the Dragon King's Hall. Every word and action may attract the attention of influential figures. Fear not, Brother Qin. It seems that Tian Pingsheng has perceived Qin Wudao's thoughts and quickly added, the sole purpose of inviting you, Brother Qin, is to assist me in dealing with a certain individual. As for other matters, I shall manage them myself. Should I fail, you may dispose of me at your leisure. Once our task is accomplished, I assure you that I will wholeheartedly support any endeavor you wish to pursue. You are rather forthright, Qin Wudao remarked with a light chuckle. Whom you wish me to confront? In response, Tian Pingsheng replied in a chilling tone, a descendant of a divine physician, who has recently emerged from seclusion. He may succeed in healing my grandfather's closest friend, a result I cannot bear to witness. Chapter 64. Qin Ziyu's brutal beating upon hearing Tian Pingsheng's words. Qin Wudao's gaze narrowed slightly. This script felt all too familiar. The divine physician descends from the mountain? Ordinarily, that illustrious figure would be the destined child, standing in stark contrast to the villain Tian Pingsheng, would it not? However, it appeared that Tian Pingsheng possessed some semblance of intellect, refraining from the typical mindless taunts that would lead to a swift rebuttal, instead opting to seek external assistance. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. Qin Wudao readily agreed to Tian Pingsheng's proposition. His willingness was not born of a desire to hunt down the divine physician, but rather the formidable power that lay behind Tian Pingsheng intrigued him greatly. In the Dragon Kingdom, Tian Pingsheng's official connections were unparalleled. Should he succeed in securing a favor from him, any future endeavors involving the Dragon King's Hall would be considerably more manageable. Furthermore, it was well known that the destined child was likely to endure numerous betrayals and tribulations. In contrast, the villain was far more united. Qin Wudao found himself more inclined to collaborate with Tian Pingsheng than to chase after the elusive divine physician. The two exchanged knowing smiles, raising their goblets and draining them in camaraderie. After the libations, a thought seemed to cross Tian Pingsheng's mind, and he chuckled lightly. By the way, Brother Qin, if you harbor any intentions towards Miss Bai, do not hesitate on my account. I am merely attracted to the Bai family's influence. However, at this moment, I am far more eager to partner with you. Are you referring to Bai Qinghua? My relationship with her is actually, Brother Qin, we are all men here. There is no need for explanations. The evening's revelry continued until the late hours of the night. From the initial pleasantries to the final moments, the two had become quite inseparable, their shoulders linked in brotherhood. Brother, I tell you, henceforth you shall be my good brother, and together we shall forge a great enterprise. Indeed, Brother Tian, there will be ample opportunities for collaboration ahead of us. The two lingered in their farewells until they reached their respective vehicles. Once inside his car, the seemingly tipsy Qin Wudao regained his composure instantly. To the Qin residence. Yes, young master. The driver promptly ignited the engine, speeding towards the Qin household. At this moment within the Qin residence, the invincible second young Master Qin knelt indignantly in the living room. Sister, have you lost your mind? I am your brother. Yet you dare strike me. Crack. Before he could finish his protest, Qin Ziyu felt the sting of a leather belt across his back, his cries echoing throughout the room. The marks on his back revealed that he had endured this punishment for quite some time. Meanwhile, Qin father and Qin mother sat comfortably on the sofa, munching on sunflower seeds, displaying no inclination to intervene. Qin Wanrong's delicate visage was clouded with frost. Qin Ziyu, you have grown quite audacious, even going so far as to introduce women to your brother. He is not my brother, Qin Ziyu retorted defiantly. Besides, even if he were, why should I not assist him in finding companionship? Instead of gratitude, you strike me. Is there no law? Is there no crack? Before he could complete his sentence, another lash of the belt met his back. Seated upon the sofa, Qin's mother exhibited a fleeting glimmer of reluctance in her gaze as she addressed Qin's father beside her, saying, Old Qin, is it not that the belt you purchased this time is of exceptional quality? After all this time, it has yet to break. I specifically chose a superior one. Otherwise, It would have been rendered useless after just a few strikes. What purpose would that serve? Can Ziru endure such punishment? Not a problem, Qin's father replied confidently. That lad is tough and resilient. Besides, I had mentioned before that he would need to face the consequences upon his return. You see, I was absolutely correct. Sighing softly, Qin's mother resumed her indulgence in sunflower seeds. Bang! Just as Qin Ziru was still lamenting his fate, the living room door swung open, and Qin Wudao entered with measured steps. He paused, momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. Had Ziru found himself in trouble again? Yet, why was it Qin Wanrong who was administering the discipline rather than his father? Upon perceiving Qin Wudao's presence, Qin Ziru darted towards him like a man grasping at a lifeline, crawling and rolling to take refuge behind him, casting a wary glance at Qin Wanrong. Let me tell you, do not presume that I will refrain from retaliating simply because you are my sister. If you weren't a woman, I would have struck you already. The formidable second young master of the Qin family bore a fierce glare, his imposing demeanor heightened, though it was hard to overlook the way he clutched the fabric of Qin Wudao's trousers. Oomph. Qin Wanrong cast the belt onto the floor with a haughty snort before turning to ascend the staircase. Once she had departed, Qin Wudao leaned down to inquire. What has transpired? Who knows? Qin Ziru shrugged nonchalantly. As her younger brother, I noticed she was in a foul mood, so I thought to provoke her into striking me a few times. However, it is possible my physique is simply too robust. Perhaps the recoil from her blows startled her? After boasting, Qin Ziru released his hold on Qin Wudao, his expression shifting to one of indignation as he declared, Qin Wudao, who permitted you to stand so close to me? Furthermore, this is my home, and you. Before he could finish his sentence, he observed Qin's father retrieving the belt from the ground, offering him a warm and congenial smile. Now it is time for a change of roles. What? Qin Ziru's pupils constricted as he prepared to retreat behind Qin Wudao once more, only to discover that Qin Wudao had also begun to ascend stairs. Qin's father approached him slowly, chuckling gently. Son, just bear with it. It won't hurt for long. Ah! Upon returning to his room, Qin Wudao discarded his alcohol-scented garments aside. Just as he reached the bathroom, a delicate arm, akin to a lotus stem, suddenly seized him. The room was unlit, illuminated solely by the moonlight. He clearly discerned a figure before him. It was Qin Wanrong. Strangely, she stood in the bathroom without a light, her clothes strewn about the floor. In their mutual gaze, Qin Wudao queried in confusion, "You do not speak." Just as he attempted to utter a word, Qin Wanrong extended her slender finger, pressing it against his neck. "Whose mark is this? I did not accompany you because I was busy, and yet you allowed someone else to leave a mark on you. You are simply..." Bang! Before Qin Wanrong could finish her words, Qin Wudao seized her wrist and, with a swift turn, pinned her against the bathroom wall. Initially intending to confront him, Qin Wanrong now resembled a quiet little cat, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. What? What are you going to do? There are others in the living room. It's fine. Just keep your voice down." Upon hearing Qin Wudao's words, Qin Wanrong's body involuntarily trembled. Despite having summoned her courage, she felt a wave of panic wash over her as the moment unfolded. Yet the affection blooming within her compelled her to yield. Before she could utter another word, Qin Wudao leaned in closer. You ah. He gently closed the bathroom door, and their silhouettes gradually merged into one. Chapter 65. I wish to collaborate with you. The night passed in silence. As dawn broke, Qin Wanrong gradually opened her enchanting eyes. In that moment of awakening, the absurd events of the previous night flooded her mind. Had it not been for her concerted effort to stifle her voice, the entire affair might have been exposed. Moreover, Qin Wanrong's delicate face flushed with a hint of crimson. She had never anticipated that her younger brother harbored such peculiar thoughts. Previously, her understanding of such matters was merely superficial, gleaned from books and the internet. Yet last night had been an overwhelming first-hand experience. What a rogue! Qin Wanrong felt a wave of fatigue wash over her body, coupled with an overwhelming shyness that made her wish to bury herself like an ostrich. Subconsciously, she glanced aside and found Qin Wudao's profound gaze fixated upon her, a mischievous smile playing on his handsome features. "You, You mustn't look, Qin Wanrong exclaimed, extending her hand to press against Qin Wudao's face, attempting to embody her inner ostrich. However, before she could fully succeed, Qin Wudao tenderly kissed her small hand. So now you feel shy? You were quite different yesterday, boldly declaring your intentions to. Do not say it. Qin Wanrong's tone brimmed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. She then decided to retrieve her clothing, but it lay in the bathroom, and even the slightest movement sent pangs of discomfort coursing through her body. All right, Qin Wudao gently cradled Qin Wanrong in his arms, whispering, Today, you shall rest well. I will handle matters at the company for you. Feeling Qin Wudao's tenderness, Qin Wanrong murmured in agreement and soon found a comfortable position, drifting back into slumber. When she awoke again, it was already noon. With her brows slightly furrowed, Qin Wanrong sensed lingering discomfort. After donning her clothes, she descended the stairs slowly. Just as she was about to sneak away, she spotted her mother in the living room, which instantly ignited a sense of guilt akin to that of a thief. The mother and daughter settled on the sofa for a heart-to-heart conversation. Meanwhile, Qin Wudao had arrived at Qin Group. Upon encountering Bai Qingyue once more, he felt a renewed admiration for her ethereal and transcendent aura, albeit merely as appreciation. President Qin, please take a seat. Bai Qingyue invited as she and Qin Wudao faced each other. At that moment, Bai Qingyue's white suit not only accentuated her otherworldly grace, but also lent her an air of competence, especially now that the vast Qinyu Group rested solely upon her shoulders. President Qin, I intend to formally commence our collaboration starting tomorrow. Rest assured, my grandfather has given his word, and I will unconditionally execute everything from my end. Qinyu Group will wholeheartedly assist you with the business interests of Yinhong Group. Qin Wudao nodded, continuing, Are you truly considering relinquishing that parcel of land in the northern city? At his words, a hint of helplessness crossed by Qingyue's beautiful visage. I have only just inherited the group. If I do not offer some benefits to those individuals, I fear they will continuously create obstacles for me. Even if I wish to develop that land, I will face insurmountable resistance. In regard to Bai Qingyue's decision, Qin Wudao expressed his agreement. It was reminiscent of the time when the Hidden Dragon Group first established its presence in the bustling city of Magic Capital, facing similar exclusion from various factions. Had it not been for the Hidden Dragon Group's ability to be self-sufficient and judiciously utilize foreign resources, even the most robust financial backing would have proven inadequate for the tumultuous journey ahead. The land in the northern part of the city is also of interest to our Hidden Dragon Group, as it represents a burgeoning commercial hub. Therefore, you may propose any conditions you deem fit. Bai Qingyue discerned a palpable ambition etched on Qin Wudao's countenance. Such unabashed confidence did not surprise her in the slightest. By revealing his identity as the president of the Hidden Dragon Group at the banquet, it was evident he intended to make a striking impression. Mr. Qin, I can allocate 30% of the development rights for the northern land to your Hidden Dragon Group, but I would like to request a favor in return. 30%? Qin Wudao's expression bore a hint of amusement. It was noteworthy that at the previous banquet, Bai Qingyue had openly stated her intention to release 80% for participation from various factions. Yet the Hidden Dragon Group was poised to secure 30% right from the outset. This was indeed more than what Qinyu Group had reserved for itself. Such irregularities often hinted at underlying motives. Qin Wudao did not believe that this woman was swayed by his allure, as the panel before him clearly indicated Bai Qingyue's sentiments towards him. Name, Bai Qingyue Fate, daughter of destiny, business prodigy, exquisite talent, deep-seated enmity, prosperous partner. Charm level, 99 affinity, 35 friendly. The affinity panel allowed Qin Wudao to perceive anyone's attitude towards him with clarity. Bai Qingyue's feelings were merely friendly. It was implausible that she would concede such substantial. Sensing Qin Wudao's thoughts, Bai Qingyue promptly reassured him, Mr. Qin, rest assured, this favor will not be overly burdensome. As the president of the Hidden Dragon Group, you share significant ties with the Qin and Li families, placing you among the elite in Magic Capital. You are aware that beyond myself, I have an uncle who has long coveted Qinyu Group and maintains connections with some shareholders. I hope you can publicly acknowledge our close relationship and even consider a betrothal, allowing me 1 year to stabilize the group. Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao narrowed his eyes. As Bai Qingwei had articulated, aligning with him indeed represented a viable strategy for stabilizing her group. Individuals from esteemed lineages, like Tian Pingsheng, could not afford to be embroiled in such rumors, given the prominence of their backgrounds. Conversely, Qin Wudao, the suddenly emerging president, was the ally Bai Qingwei could rely on. Ms. Bai, I believe you understand that collaborating with the Hidden Dragon Group is mutually beneficial. As for the 30% of the Northern Development Project, it can only cover the compensation promised by Mr. Bai. I am amenable to assisting you, but the fee must be increased. Seeing the serious expression on Qin Wudao's face, Bai Qingwei could only manage a wry smile. In her daily life, her beauty granted her numerous advantages. However, when confronted with the man before her, it seemed to hold no sway whatsoever. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Qingwei decisively presented a contract. This represents 5% of the shares of Qinyu Group, the portion previously bestowed upon me by Chu Feng. I believe this compensation should suffice, don't you? Qin Wudao promptly opened the contract and began to peruse its contents. Bai Qingwei, seated across from him, rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, "Petty. Do you really think I would deceive you?" To her astonishment, her almost inaudible whisper was caught by Qin Wudao, who even acknowledged it. Chapter 66. Trouble knocking at the door. In a fit of exasperation, Bai Qingwei found herself at a loss for what precisely to be angry about. Moments latte. After Qin Wudao had perused the entire contract, he smiled at Bai Qingwei and said, "I look forward to our collaboration." Bai Qingwei felt a strange discontent. Despite the fact that reaching an agreement should have been a cause for celebration, she was inexplicably displeased, even a bit irate. Yet, with Qin Wudao extending his hand, she could only muster a forced smile in response. Pleasant cooperation, President Qin. Just then, the office door swung open with a thud, and in strode a middle-aged man accompanied by a group of individuals. "Qingwei, are you truly going to relinquish 80% of the development rights for the Northern Plot? This is sheer madness." The intruder was none other than Bai Xiaoming, the second son of the Bai family. Following closely behind him were several elegantly attired individuals, likely shareholders of Qinyu Group, who appeared to be of considerable age. Bai Xiaoming advanced directly to the desk, nodding curtly at Qin Wudao, while he harbored a desire to befriend the president of the Hidden Dragon Group. Witnessing the handshake between Qin Wudao and Bai Qingwei incited a surge of resentment that clouded his judgment. "Director Bai Qingwei said coolly, this is a company. Remember to address my position appropriately." With a disdainful smile, Bai Xiaoming retorted, "Qingwei, no, President Bai, do you truly believe that becoming president grants you unilateral control over the entire group? We have invested so much effort and capital into the Northern Plot, and now, with a mere word from you, you're willing to relinquish 80%? Do you have any idea how much loss this will incur for the group? I have brought the shareholders here today to convene a board meeting. If you cannot fulfill the responsibilities of president, then let someone capable take your place." In response, Bai Qingwei maintained her calm demeanor, responding lightly, "Director Bai, the capable person you refer to must surely be yourself." "Of course it is," Bai Xiaoming declared, unreserved in his self-importance. "Having been with the group for so many years, I am well acquainted with its operations, and most importantly, I will not relinquish what is rightfully ours." With a sudden force, Bai Qingwei slammed her delicate hand against the desk. After doing so, she turned her back, exuding an air of authority, while her other hand discreetly rubbed her reddened palm. It stung quite painfully. Her face was frosted with displeasure as she said, "Bai Xiaoming, do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? If Qinyu Group were to absorb the Northern Project alone, not only would other groups covet it with ill intentions, but the authorities of Modu would also not stand idly by. That is merely a reflection of your own inadequacies." Bai Xiaoming was fully aware of the potential ramifications of this matter, yet his resolve remained unchanged. "You now have but one choice. Either surrender your position as president, or retrieve those interests." However, he was intent on forcing Bai Qingwei to either abdicate or reclaim the project, rendering her position equally precarious. This was a blatant scheme, one that was utterly insurmountable. Bai Xiaoming's gaze was tinged with a hint of triumph. The advantage was undeniably his. Yet, just as he anticipated witnessing Bai Qing Yue's defenses crumble, Qin Wudao, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected, "I cannot simply overlook that remark." "Pardon?" Bai Xiaoming furrowed his brow, directing his attention towards Qin Wudao. "Mr. Qin, this is an internal matter of our corporation. It should not concern you." Qin Wudao smiled lightly, producing the contract from his hand. "I apologize, but this Mr. Bai, regarding the land in the Northern District, I possess a 30% stake in its development. Are you suggesting that you intend to reclaim it?" "What?" Both Bai Xiaoming and the board members behind him were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. They could hardly fathom that Bai Qingwei had been so ruthless as to grant Qin Wudao 30%, an amount surpassing even that of their Qinyu group. "Impossible. Hand that over to me." Bai Xiaoming instinctively lunged forward to seize the contract. Yet, he overlooked one crucial detail. Qin Wudao was no Bai Qingwei. With a resounding thud, Bai Xiaoming found his throat ensnared by a powerful hand. His body lifted into the air as he struggled futilely. Qin Wudao spoke coolly. "Who gave you the audacity to attempt to pilfer from my hands?" Gasping and straining, Bai Xiaoming's throat emitted desperate sounds, his eyes wide with terror. Observing the scene, Bai Qingyue felt an exhilarating rush. It was utterly delightful. "Mr. Bai," Qin Wudao turned to Bai Qingyue and suggested, "Perhaps you should add another 10%. I could assist you in resolving this matter." What a greedy man! Bai Qingyue's heart simmered with indignation. Though Qin Wudao's proposal was enticing, Bai Xiaoming could not be allowed to perish. Not to mention, he was her kin. "Mr. Qin, please release Supervisor Bai. I will take responsibility for any grievances he has caused you." With a dismissive gesture, Qin Wudao tossed Bai Xiaoming to the ground, even going so far as to disdainfully retrieve a handkerchief from his suit pocket to wipe his hands. "Should you ever speak to me in such a manner again, I assure you, even Bai Qingwei will be unable to save you." Coughing incessantly, Bai Xiaoming sat on the ground, casting fearful glances at Qin Wudao, convinced he had come perilously close to death. As Bai Qingwei approached slowly, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, she boldly linked her arm with Qin Wudao's. "The collaboration between Yinglong Group and our corporation is inherently a win-win situation. Only in this way can we silence all detractors. Moreover, he is my boyfriend. What issue arises from my conceding a portion of the benefits?" "Boyfriend?" Bai Xiaoming's pupils constricted. He could not fathom that Bai Qingwei had allied herself with Qin Wudao. In the bustling metropolis, who remains unaware of Qin Wudao, the president of the Hidden Dragon Group, belonging to the formidable Qin and Li families, is known for his ruthless methods and decisive actions. To cross paths with such an individual in this city spells the end of one's social standing. Yet, when did Bai Qingwei and Qin Wudao become romantically involved? At that moment, a young man in the crowd, once flushed with color, turned as pale as a ghost. "Bai Qingwei, she truly has a boyfriend?" Suddenly, a voice echoed in the youth's mind. "Strategist, the system warns you. Should you fail to win over your target, you will revert to your ailing state and lose everything." Chapter 67. Insatiable greed. Upon hearing the system's alert, the young man's complexion grew increasingly pale. He had not anticipated that the woman he sought to conquer would already be in a relationship, which undoubtedly heightened the difficulty of his endeavor. Particularly daunting was the fact that her partner was the ruthless Qin Wudao. However, should he fail in his pursuit, his cancer would remain untreatable. Moreover, if he succeeded, he could acquire wealth beyond his wildest dreams. Determined, the young man clenched his jaw, his gaze resolute. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoming stood frozen in disbelief, before erupting in fury. "Impossible! You must be deceiving me. How could he possibly be your boyfriend?" In stark contrast to Bai Xiaoming's impotent rage, Bai Qingwei appeared remarkably composed. She tightened her grip on Qin Wudao's arm. The expressions of the board members shifted erratically. They had aligned themselves with Bai Xiaoming solely for their own interests. And given that Bai Qingwei had only recently ascended to the role of chairperson of Qinyu Group, she was akin to a rootless drifter. Now, she claimed that Qin Wudao was her boyfriend. Setting aside the Hidden Dragon Group, the Qin and Li families were not adversaries they could confront. Furthermore, during the previous banquet, Everyone had witnessed Qin Wudao's mercilessness. He was nothing short of a heartless fiend. To oppose him now would be tantamount to courting death. Realizing this, the board members hastily interjected. President and Director Bai, my apologies, but I have some business to attend to, so I must take my leave. Wait for me. I must go as well. I have matters to attend to. If you all are leaving, then I shall depart too. The board members summoned Bai, Xiaoming promptly scattered, seasoned as they were in knowing precisely when to speak and when to retreat. With Qin Wudao and Bai Qingwei entwined, they dared not linger lest they find themselves trapped in the office. Had Bai Qingwei not intervened earlier, Bai Xiaoming might have met a dire fate. The office door stood ajar, and a few employees discreetly observed the unfolding drama, too timid to make their presence known. Bai Qingwei released Qin Wudao's arm and approached Bai Xiaoming, her ethereal beauty graced with a gentle smile. Director Bai, you ought to return to your duties. I trust that such incidents will not recur. You are merely a director, while I am the chairperson and president of Qinyu Group. Should you find yourself unwilling to comply, you are welcome to resign at any time. Very well. Bai Xiaoming laughed bitterly in anger. The once tearful little Qingyue has finally matured, learning the ropes of this game. I shall take my leave, but you won't remain here forever. With that, Bai Xiaoming turned to depart. Director Bai, do remember to close the door. Bang! Bai Xiaoming slammed the office door shut, causing the entire room to reverberate. Once the door was closed, the triumphant expression on Bai Qingyue's face faded into silence. She raised her slightly flushed hand, her beautiful eyes glistening with moisture as she blew gently on them. Observing Bai Qingyue in her current state, Qin Wudao felt a chuckle bubbling within him. Before outsiders, Bai Qingyue endeavored to disguise her true self. However, once the danger had dissipated, she remained merely a young girl. She blew gently on her little hands. Her previous display of vigor while slamming the table had nearly bruised her palms, leaving a delightful ache. President Bai, cease your blowing, perhaps someone can fetch you some ointment. Came the teasing voice of Qin Wudao, to which Bai Qingwei shot him an exasperated glance. Could you not have restrained me when I slammed the table? It hurt terribly. This boyfriend of mine is utterly unreliable. Oh, Qin Wudao chuckled lightly. I merely bear the title of your boyfriend. Should you desire further assistance, it comes at a cost. Money, money, money. You seem to have fallen into a monetary abyss. Otherwise, President Bai, what else can you offer me besides money? Upon noticing his scrutinizing gaze, Bai Qingwei instinctively took a step back, her voice laced with caution. Do not act recklessly. This is the office. I will call for help. Qin Wudao looked at her, bemused, as if she were a simpleton. With such an ethereal demeanor, how could she be so naive? Perhaps, sensing his gaze, Bai Qingyue pouted in irritation, then seemingly recalled something and spoke again. By the way, since you are here, we should head to the northern part of the city shortly, to inspect that piece of land. Indeed, Bai Qingwei nodded. I am granting 30% of the development rights to the Yinlong Group, which may incite discontent among certain individuals. I cannot allow them to delay the progress. I must personally assess the situation. Increase the fee. Absolutely not. Bai Qingwei scratched her head, exasperated. Currently, in the northern part of the city, you hold 30%. You are the major stakeholder. You must accompany me, even without funds. With that, she disregarded whether Qin Wudao would object, stepping forward to take his arm and firmly pulling him outside. Fortunately, Qin Wudao showed no intention of resisting. Otherwise, Bai Qingwei's petite frame would be unable to move him. The two walked out hand in hand under the watchful eyes of the employees of Qinyu Group. In the northern sector of Modu, a once overlooked expanse had now become the most coveted spot in the entire commercial district. Various factions had dispatched their representatives, eager to seize a share of the pie. At a previous business banquet, Bai Qingwei had declared her intent to offer 80% of the development rights for distribution among the various powers, as the construction of a commercial hub would yield countless benefits. Consequently, factions flocked to investigate potential profits. Now, a mlang of individuals from diverse industries congregated there, leading to numerous disputes. Particularly in front of the newly commenced office building of Qinyu Group, throngs of representatives from various powers had gathered. What is happening? Was it not stated that 80% was available? Now that we have arrived, only 50% is on offer. What kind of joke is this? This is insufficient for distribution. Summon that little girl, by Qingwei. Were her words merely a ruse to deceive us? I assert, how could a mere child possibly inherit such a vast conglomerate? It would be far more sensible to allow the second master of the Bai family to take the helm. It is truly laughable. The inconsistency of Bai Qingyue has left me utterly astounded. The murmurs of discontent echoed around, while the project manager of Qinyu Group greeted everyone with a polite smile, though inwardly he was cursing. This was clearly the cake bestowed upon them by Qinyu Group. Yet they now complain about its size? Such insatiable greed is akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. Chapter 68. Unreasonable disturbance. If it were up to him, he would undoubtedly expel all these individuals. If you find it insufficient, then do not partake. However, he was merely a project manager and naturally would not truly confront these people. Thus, he could only patiently explain the situation to the crowd. Boom! At that moment, a sudden roar erupted from outside. The project manager furrowed his brow and hurried out. Not far from the office building, a semi-truck had collided directly with a crane, causing the surrounding workers to hastily retreat, unwilling to continue their tasks. A group of individuals, adorned with tattoos and a rough demeanor, swaggered over. The leader, displaying several gold teeth, smiled at the project manager and said, "Manager Lee, did we not agree earlier that this portion of the demolition work would be entrusted to us? What do you mean by suddenly changing the personnel?" Manager Lee suppressed his inner fury and began to explain, "Mr. Wong, it is not that I am unwilling to assign this to you, but your GOA group has been progressing far too slowly on the demolition project. We have already allocated this land to another party, thus it must be completed with urgency. Your pace has not kept up, so we were compelled to make a change." Mr. Wong was evidently displeased with Manager Lee's explanation, retorting with a cold smirk. Who does not know that GOA Group is the most efficient in demolition work? If you Haven T compensated us adequately, of course, the progress will lag. You claim this land has been given to another? Fine, tell me which company it is. Let me see who dares to disregard my authority in the northern part of the city. How audacious of him. Merely a man who established a flimsy company alongside a band of ruffians, thinking himself a lord. A hint of mockery glimmered in Manager Lee's eyes. Yet, being in this territory, he dared not offend such a local tyrant too severely and could only explain patiently. I cannot disclose the identity of the party who has acquired this land at this moment. If you wish to pursue the demolition work, perhaps it will be best to wait until the principal arrives and negotiate with him directly. Just then, a middle-aged woman clad in professional attire stepped forward. Without a moment's hesitation, she delivered a sharp slap to Manager Lee's face. The sound echoed crisply, and the woman, with a venomous expression, exclaimed, "Li Yuqing, do you know who I am? Bai Qingyue is merely my niece. If she had adhered to our previous agreement and allocated 80% to us, I would have supported her. If she fails to comply, I shall show no regard for anyone." She insisted that the notion of transferring the contract was simply that little wench's attempt to seize the work for herself. With so many of us, 50% share? How absurd she must be to even consider that. The onlookers, motivated by self-interest, reveled in the chaos, all clamoring for attention. Indeed, let Bai Qingyue come forth. What she promised must be fulfilled. Otherwise, none shall have it easy. Where is the integrity of your Qinyu Group? Witnessing the crowd rallying around her, the middle-aged woman, a distant aunt of Bai Qingyue, wore an expression of triumph. The Qinyu Group is not to be trifled with, not even by relatives. However, the dynamics change when a group of individuals decides to provoke them. Moreover, Bai Qingyue has just ascended to her position, still finding her footing. From her perspective, the Qinyu Group will ultimately yield. Wang Laohu, in a fit of arrogance, forcefully kicked Manager Lee to the ground, bellowing, "Let me make this clear. Any construction on this northern land must be done through our GOA Group. If anyone dares to proceed without us, I will bury you." Manager Li Yuqing, despite the pain coursing through him, managed to rise. His expression grew increasingly grave. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a society governed by law, and we are legitimate businessmen. I sincerely hope you refrain from making repeated missteps. Otherwise, it will not bode well for anyone. You're courting death. Wang Laohu's face twisted with rage as he seized a steel pipe from one of his lackeys, glaring menacingly at Li Yuqing. Though fear gripped him, Li stood his ground resolutely. Ah, my territory is quite lively today. Bye. Are you planning to throw me a ribbon-cutting ceremony? Just as Wang Laohu was about to strike, he heard a voice laced with mockery. He turned, furiously demanding, "Which scoundrel dares to interrupt me? Can't you see we are conducting business here?" All eyes turned to see Qin Wudao, and by Qin Wei approaching, flanked by a dozen bodyguards. As the president of the Qinyu Group, Qin Wei would never venture out alone. Among the crowd, some recognized Qin Wudao and instinctively recoiled. They never anticipated the arrival of this formidable figure. The rest were only familiar with Qin Wei, having learned about her true appearance through various channels due to their impending collaboration with the Qinyu Group. The new president of Qinyu Group has arrived. Are you here to provide us with an explanation? One jeered. You are indeed quite striking, but merely a girl who cannot keep her word. If the Qinyu Group does not offer an explanation today, none of you will have an easy time. Qin Wei, undeterred by the surrounding clamor, approached Li Yuqing directly. She immediately noted his injuries. His face was swollen, and he clutched his abdomen. She spoke softly. "Manager Li, you should take a few days to rest. This month, your salary and bonuses, along with those of your project team, will be doubled. Those injured will receive paid leave and compensation for work-related injuries." Upon hearing this, Li Yuqing felt that his suffering was not in vain. Despite the chaos, his president showed no signs of reproach and demonstrated genuine concern for her subordinates. "President, I'm fine, really," he insisted. "Just go back and rest. I can handle this." Qin Wei surveyed the avaricious faces surrounding her and coldly declared, "What do you wish to say?" "I am standing here now. Speak." The middle-aged woman approached Qin Wei directly, exclaiming, "Qin Wei, it is not my intention to speak ill of you, but during your grandfather's management of the group, the paramount principle was integrity. Yet you, having just assumed office, have begun to renege on your word? Well, have I ever failed to keep my promises?" Qin Wei retorted, "You, how can you still attempt to argue when the situation has unfolded? I'm only looking out for your best interests." "Enough." Before the middle-aged woman could finish her sentence, Wang Laohu, standing nearby, impatiently interrupted her. He scrutinized Qin Wei, a glimmer of avarice flickering in his gaze. "You're the esteemed Bai, correct? It was previously agreed that this parcel of land and the subsequent redevelopment project would be entrusted to our Jiaowei Group. What does it signify that you have suddenly changed your mind? Do you think me easily intimidated?" Chapter 69. Tattoos? Bonus update. Upon hearing this, Qin Wei furrowed her brows slightly. "If your progress is insufficient, it is only natural to replace you. Moreover, I have already allocated this land to another party. If you wish to continue with the project, you will have to negotiate with that company." "Negotiate my foot." With a furious roar, Wang Laohu commanded the hundreds of men behind him, who brandished their weapons, surrounding Qin Wei and her companions. After executing this maneuver, Wang Laohu grinned menacingly, declaring, "Let me make this clear. You esteemed CEOs may wield power within your companies, but here is I who calls the shots. You can either provide me with an explanation today and treat me to a drink to resolve this matter, or, do not even think about proceeding with the project in the northern part of the city without my approval." Qin Wei was acutely aware of how troublesome such a local tyrant could be. These individuals were akin to a centipede. Even if one batch was eliminated, another would emerge. As she contemplated whether to resort to some tactics, a thought suddenly struck her. She turned to glance at the smiling Qin Wudao. Wait a moment. According to Qin Wudao's character, shouldn't he make his entrance now? Moreover, the ownership of this land belongs to our hidden dragon group. Why is he not taking action? Qin Wudao had also noticed the look in Qin Yue's eyes. He extended his hand and made a gesture as if counting money. Qin Yue was so infuriated that she nearly lost her composure. Fine, I'll give it to you." Hearing this, Qin Wudao's smile widened, and he promptly pulled Qin Yue behind him. Wang Laohu, witnessing Qin Wudao's actions, was displeased. He had never encountered such a stunning young woman as Qin Yue and had anticipated a different outcome, only to have her whisked away by this young man. "Are you trying to play the hero, saving the damsel in distress?" The surrounding individuals who recognized Qin Wudao felt their pupils constrict and beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Damn it! Had I known, I wouldn't have come to join this mess. What is this situation? Agitating this ruthless figure. I can't even fathom how to extricate myself safely. How dare you, Wang Lao? Provoke him? What gave you the audacity? Bai Qingwei gazed at Qin Wudao's broad back, her heart racing uncontrollably for a moment. But she was no ordinary person and quickly regained her composure. After Wang Laohu had finished his threats, he expected his opponents to retreat in fear. Instead, this young man stood there, smiling at him. This made Wang Laohu feel as if he had lost face. Clearly, he needed to show this young man just who he was. A glimmer of menace crossed Wang Laohu's face as he raised the steel pipe in his hand and swung it viciously at Qin Wudao. Bai Qingwei instinctively grasped the fabric of Qin Wudao's clothing, attempting to pull him back, but he felt as immovable as a mountain. The steel pipe descended through the air, slicing through it with a buzzing sound. Clang! The metallic clash resonated through the air. Wang Laohu stood there in a daze, the cigarette that had been clutched between his lips falling to the ground. What did he just witness? At the very moment the steel pipe was swung, Qin Wudao unleashed a ferocious punch, accompanied by a resounding crack, his fist landing with tremendous force upon the steel pipe. The rigid pipe bent under the impact. Blood began to seep from the tiger's mouth of Wang Laohu's palm. The sheer force had left his entire arm tingling. Yet, he had no time to dwell on the pain, for the scene unfolding before him was utterly astonishing. You. Wang Laohu stammered, repeating you 3 times, utterly at a loss for words. Qin Wudao maintained a serene smile as he discarded the completely deformed steel pipe onto the ground and strode toward Wang Laohu. Noticing the tattoo exposed on his chest, he chuckled softly. A tattoo? A member of the underworld? Wang Laohu regained his composure, his face contorted with rage. What if you can fight? I have so many brothers, you. Crack. Before he could finish his sentence, a blood-curdling scream escaped his lips, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones cracking, sending chills down the spines of those nearby. With one hand resting on Wang Laohu's shoulder, Qin Wudao exerted a slight grip, visibly crushing his shoulder. You may not know this, but I am the owner of this land behind you. You mentioned wanting to take over business, right? Yes. The demolition and construction business, if I recall correctly. I will. Bang. Before Wang Laohu could finish, a hand pressed firmly against his head, and an overwhelming force propelled him backward. Boom! He was slammed down into a heap of rubble. You enjoy demolition, don't you? Perfect. Before we commence, let us offer you as a sacrifice. With that, Qin Wudao seized a handful of debris from the ground and brought it crashing down onto Wang Laohu's head. Bang! 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 The throngs of his underlings stood frozen in place, none daring to move, their eyes wide with disbelief. A few of the more timid ones had already succumbed to fear, collapsing onto the ground, retching uncontrollably. Time passed, and when Qin Wudao finally stood up, Wang Laohu had become utterly one with the pile of rubble. Wiping his hands with a look of disdain, he remarked in broad daylight, "You dare gather here for illicit activities? Is there no law? Is there no justice?" The onlookers fell silent, fear gripping them. Some, aware of Qin Wudao's identity, had witnessed his ruthless methods before, and now they trembled, terrified that he might take a fancy to them and eliminate them as well. Qin Wudao turned to face the crowd, a grin spreading across his face, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. "Is there anyone else who wishes to obstruct my work here?" At the sight of his gaze, the crowd instinctively took a step back. What a ludicrous notion. Money could be regained, but a life was singular. Yet, one foolhardy individual remained undeterred. A middle-aged woman beside Bai Qingwei shouted, "Murderer! Yes, a murderer! Quickly, summon the enforcement bureau." "Qingwei, what are you still doing standing here? He is committing murder in our territory, and you still refuse to let him go." Initially, Bai Qingyue's face had turned pale due to Qin Wudao's brutality. However, upon hearing the middle-aged woman's furious cries, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. "Silence!" Bai Qingwei exclaimed, her voice sharp. "He is my boyfriend. How could I possibly allow anyone to apprehend him?" "Your boyfriend? Wang Laohu is still my man," the middle-aged woman shouted. Unless you provide me with an explanation today, you shall not leave this place." As she yelled, she reached out her hand towards Bai Qingwei. Just as she was about to advance, her collar tightened, lifting her as if she were a mere chick. Turning around, she was met with a devilish visage. Qin Wudao chuckled lightly. "You wish for an explanation, do you? Unfortunately, I do not possess any duct tape at the moment. Would a belt suffice? Rest assured, in my presence, gender equality prevails, and I shall exert my utmost effort." Chapter 70. Resolving with power. Though Qin Wudao wore a smile, the middle-aged woman trembled uncontrollably. She had believed that, as a distant relative of Bai Qingwei, she would be safe from harm. Wang Laohu's audacity stemmed from her status. Yet the arrival of Qin Wudao took everyone by surprise. What a lively scene. I wonder who is so brazen. Just then, a throng of individuals clad in black arrived, numbering in the hundreds, led by none other than the second young master of the Wang family, Wang Weitong. As the dark enforcer of the Wang clan, his underground influence was indisputable. Upon their arrival, these individuals encircled everyone, leaving no room for escape. With a mocking grin, Wang Weitong approached Qin Wudao. "Boss, you've taken matters into your own hands again? What use is there for me, your brother? Come, let me handle this woman." With that, Wang Weitong seized the middle-aged woman from Qin Wudao's grasp. Slap! In the eyes of the second young master of the Wang family, there was no notion of cherishing beauty. He struck the middle-aged woman hard, sending her sprawling to the ground. Qin Wudao chuckled lightly. "You arrived just in time." "Indeed," Wang Weitong shrugged, gesturing towards a pile of rubble where Wang Laohu lay. "This brat has been like a worm in the northern part of the city, impossible to catch. My purpose for coming here, aside from the project in the north, was to settle accounts with him. Who would have thought he would provoke the boss? Now he deserves to die. By the way, this woman must be his mistress, right? Perfect, let us deal with her too. Remember to use a belt." "Huh?" Wang Weitong looked momentarily perplexed by the mention of a belt, clearly not grasping Qin Wudao's meaning. Qin Wudao calmly elucidated. "This woman has a penchant for dying by the belt. Such a peculiar fetish?" Wang Weitong's eyes sparkled with the thrill of discovery as he turned to his two underlings. "You two, go drag her away. And remember, use the belt to finish her off. Oh, and find out if Wang Laohu has any sons, parents, or anyone else. If I can't ensure their family reunites in the afterlife, I shan't find rest." "Yes." Amidst the woman's cries, the two lackeys seized her and dragged her away. Bai Qingwei seemed on the verge of saying something, but ultimately fell silent. Qin Wudao turned to her, speaking coolly. "Feeling a bit remorseful? It is precisely this weakness that has allowed others to trample over you. You are the president of Qinyu Group. Can you not engage in actions befitting your position? Were my partner in such a state, I would replace them." Bai Qingwei bit her lip, her beautiful eyes reflecting newfound resolve. "Have someone investigate what Bai Yufan has been doing within the group. Furthermore, conduct a thorough investigation of the entire organization and expel all those who gained entry through connections." The assistant promptly responded, "Understood, President. I will initiate a comprehensive investigation upon our return." Regarding the transformation of Bai Qingwei, Qin Wudao nodded thoughtfully. If the leader of a company collaborating with the Hidden Dragon Group were merely a young girl, it would inevitably lead to complications. Therefore, should Bai Qingwei remain unchanged, he would not hesitate to consider a replacement. Moreover, having acquired a 5% stake in Qinyu Group, he felt compelled to approach matters with greater seriousness. The sounds of belts cracking and anguished cries echoed from a distance, instilling a sense of trepidation among those present. They had come seeking trouble, mistakenly believing that Qinyu Group was an easy target, only to find themselves confronting the formidable Qin Wudao. Had they known that the 30% was allocated to him, they would not have acted so foolishly. As they surveyed the hundreds surrounding them, they instinctively swallowed hard. Would calling the Law Enforcement Bureau be of any use? Certainly not. Whether it be the Wang family, Qinyu Group, or even Qin Wudao, any of these three powers could easily inform the Bureau in advance, ensuring no one would come to their aid. "Boss, how should we deal with these people?" Wang Weitong approached Qin Wudao, glancing at the crowd with indifference. He swiftly adapted to his new role. Previously, as the second son of the Wang family, he might have felt intimidated by such a gathering, but now, As Qin Wudao's subordinate, he felt bold. Just give the order, and I shall not hesitate to act against them. Deal with them? Qin Wudao replied with puzzlement. We are not unreasonable individuals, nor are we law enforcement. What authority do we possess to deal with them? Have someone explain to them that they, too, have projects to undertake. If they intend to proceed, I will send someone to oversee the work. Remember to persuade them with virtue and ensure they sign the contracts. Understand. Wang Weitong nodded. You wish to undertake the project, but are reluctant to provide the funds, correct? Before he could finish, Qin Wudao playfully struck him on the back of the head. What nonsense is this? They clearly see the financial difficulties of the Hidden Dragon Group and are simply offering their assistance. Surely you can reason with them? Besides, with so many present, if each contributes a little, it will suffice. He understood. Wang Weitong nodded, then turned his attention to the crowd, jesting, as you all have heard. Our Lord Qin is a reasonable person. Therefore I'm willing to sign. Before Wang Weitong could complete his thought, someone raised a hand in agreement with Qin Wudao's statement. With so many individuals present, collaborating on the development of the Hidden Dragon Group's territory would not require excessive resources. The sooner they agreed, the easier it would be. Oh, you are quite astute. Once you signed the contract, you may depart. Wang Weitong's eyes brightened at the prospect of simplifying matters. However, just as he was about to have someone prepare the contract, Qin Wudao interjected, "Were you saying you want them to sign the contract before we have even reason with them? One might think I am coercing them. First, engage them in discussion, and only after that shall we address the contract." Understood. Wang Weitong understood that his superior had no intention of letting them off the hook. Nevertheless, it merely added another procedure to the process. He waved his hand, and his subordinates surged forward, filling the open space with a cacophony of anguished cries. Qin Wudao gazed at the individuals before him, who were in the midst of reasoning, and couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. With his past business acumen combined with his exceptional intellect in this life, he possessed numerous strategies to handle these individuals. Yet, his brilliant mind revealed to him that resolving matters through force was the simplest approach. Since force was the most straightforward solution, why bother overthinking it? Those who arrived later were quick to notice the grim scene and promptly turned away, hastily retreating to their vehicles. There would be time to discuss matters later. There was no need to sacrifice themselves at this moment. Chapter 71. Coerced Engagement. A conference aimed at reasoned discussion gradually reached its conclusion amidst tears of joy from the attendees. Before Wang Weitong lay a substantial stack of contracts. Individuals responsible for various aspects, materials, renovations, and demolitions, each performed their roles with remarkable cooperation. This was the most seamless business contract he had ever signed, and it amounted to over 100 agreements. Wang Weitong even pondered whether to attempt a similar approach next time, yet after much contemplation, he shook his head. How absurd. He was not Qin Wudao. Behind Qin Wudao stood the illustrious Qin and Li families, along with the formidable Hidden Dragon Group. Even Tian Pingsheng had disseminated news before departing from the Magic City today, proclaiming that the Hidden Dragon Group was his partner. With such a background, one could act with impunity. However, Wang Weitong was merely backed by the Wang family, and he was not even the heir. Yes, the heir. As the thought of the word heir crossed his mind, Wang Weitong's eyes narrowed slightly. Following Qin Wudao's revelation of his identity, his status within the Wang family had soared. Although the current heir was still Wang Weixin, some branches of the family had begun to openly support him. After all, he was a close brother to Qin Wudao. If he wished to remain by this esteemed brother's side, securing the Wang family's inheritance was imperative. With this in mind, a series of plans began to take shape in Wang Weitong's mind. Having observed everyone signing the contracts, Qin Wudao nodded. What a thoroughly invigorating business negotiation. I'm positively famished. Bai Qingyue rolled her eyes beside him, having never witnessed such a peculiar business discussion. Nevertheless, this scene gradually clarified her thoughts. With the understanding that benevolence does not command troops and righteousness does not manage wealth, she realized it was time to acknowledge her position. As the president of Qinyu Group, if she were reduced to being threatened by a bunch of rogue companies, she would undoubtedly struggle against her capable uncle. Thus, she resolved to adopt Qin Wudao's methods. Bai Qingyue clenched her small fist, her beautiful eyes reflecting a newfound determination. "Then I invite you to." "No need," Qin Wudao interrupted before she could finish. "Dining with you is one thing, but given your current demeanor, I fear I might be compelled to kick you." With that, he patted Wang Weitong on the shoulder and departed with him. Watching Qin Wudao's retreating figure, Bai Qingyue furrowed her brows. "Do you look down on me? Just wait. One day, you will regard me with a different perspective." Having rejected Bai Qingyue, Qin Wudao promptly settled into Wang Weidong's car. "Let's find a place to eat. I'm feeling a bit hungry." "Absolutely." Wang Weidong transformed into the driver, taking Qin Wudao to a restaurant. In a restaurant within the Magic City, Liao Wenfeng had just received a phone call, his expression darkening. Beside him, Liao father spoke in a low tone. "Wenfeng, what has happened?" "The people we sent to the northern city were coerced into signing contracts, providing materials to the Hidden Dragon Group without compensation." "What?" Liao father furrowed his brows tightly. Had it been anyone else, he would have dispatched individuals to retaliate. Yet, alas, it was the Hidden Dragon Group. The Liao family, due to certain circumstances, did not attend that business banquet. Yet it does not imply that they are unaware of the unfolding events. Qin Wudao has emerged, astonishing the commercial factions of the Magic City. Presently, the Liao family finds themselves helpless against the formidable Qin Wudao. It's best to let him create a stir. After all, it is merely a document, and the Liao family can afford it. However, we cannot delay your matters any longer. Has Shireen resolved her issues? Upon hearing Liao father's inquiry, Liao Wenfeng shook his head. "Shireen has been ensconced in the medical hall, refusing me entry, and even the Wan family members have been denied a meeting with her. Is this all due to that man from before? Have we uncovered any information about him?" "No." Liao Wenfeng shook his head. He did not know that man, nor the nature of his relationship with Wan Shireen. If he had known, he would have long since dispatched someone to deal with him. "I have arranged for them to meet. Once they do, you must converse with her earnestly. Why don't we go to a private room?" Hearing Liao Wenfeng's words, Liao father retorted angrily. "If you could manage her, would I need to exert this effort? Shireen is a child of a prominent family. Even though she departed from the Wan family early on, her ties are inextricable. Only in this hall can I devise a method to compel her to agree to your engagement. She must, to some extent, show respect to the Wan family." "I see." Liao Wenfeng's face lit up with delight. How had he not thought of this before? Moments later, the elders of the Wan family arrived with Wan Shireen. As ever, she donned a chi pao, her skin fair and her demeanor delicate, rendering her utterly captivating. Liao Wenfeng transformed into a devoted admirer. Had he known that the shy little girl would blossom into such beauty, he would never have gone abroad. Now, he feels as though he has been robbed. How infuriating! If he finds that man later, he will surely seek vengeance. "In-laws, over here." Upon seeing the Wan family enter the restaurant, Liao father and mother immediately rose to greet them. The Wan family had little regard for extravagance, especially since this establishment is among the finest in the Magic City. Whether or not there is a private room is inconsequential. After all, this meeting is merely to discuss the union of their children, not a matter of commercial secrecy. Wan father and mother sat down, engaging in conversation with Liao father and mother. Liao Wenfeng promptly offered his attentions, pouring a cup of tea for Wan Shireen. "Shireen, it has been several days since we last met. Could you kindly inform the medical hall personnel that if I come by..." The medical hall is a place for healing, not idle chatter. Before Liao Wenfeng could finish his sentence, Wan Shireen interrupted him with an indifferent tone. At her words, Liao Wenfeng faltered. Had he once again misread the situation? Yet, the fervor in his heart reignited. "Shireen, you know our families have decided to unite. I'm not an outsider. Please grant me an opportunity. I shall cherish you dearly." Wan Shireen furrowed her brows slightly and coldly replied, "I have never agreed to a marriage alliance. If you wish to form one, seek someone else, but do not approach me." Wan Shireen, her father admonished sharply. "How can you speak to Wenfeng in such a manner? You two are childhood companions, and our families have been close friends for generations. Are you truly willing to tarnish the reputation of your Uncle Liao and Aunt Liao?" Wan Shireen pressed her lips together and fell into silence. A glimmer of hope ignited in Liao Wenfeng's heart as he witnessed her silence. He could not help but admire his father's prowess. If only he could secure Wan Shirin's verbal consent to this union, her steadfast character would likely compel her to accept her fate. Once she became his bride, would she not be at his mercy? Chapter 72. A chance encounter with Miss Wan. Just as Liao Wenfeng felt a surge of joy within, Wan Shirin slowly spoke. Uncle, Aunt, I truly do not wish to bind myself in marriage to Wenfeng. Although we have grown up together, matters of the heart cannot be forced. How can that be? Liao Wenfeng quickly retorted. Shirin, we're childhood sweethearts. We promised each other in our youth that we would marry when we grew up. I took that promise to heart, and our parents have both consented. The word has already spread. Can you bear to let the dignity of our families be trampled upon? At this, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared on Liao's father's face. It seemed his son was not as foolish as he had feared. The onlookers shifted their attention, clearly intrigued by the potential union of the Wan and Liao families. If Wan Shirin were to refuse, she would indeed be trampling upon the honor of both families. Whether out of concern for reputation or a genuine desire for the union, she felt she had no choice but to acquiesce. As expected, after hearing these words, Wan Shirin's stunning visage bore a hint of conflict, especially under the scrutiny of those around her. Although she had distanced herself from the Wan family, she understood, as the Liao family did, that she could not carelessly disregard the family's honor. With this thought in mind, Wan Shirin's expression was laden with inner turmoil. She believed it might be wiser to agree now and later persuade her parents to reject the marriage. I agree, big brother. This dish must be delightful. Trust me, let's share a drink. Though I may not match you in strength, I assure you, I can hold my own in drinking. Just as Wan Shirin was compelled to consent, a voice rang out among the crowd. Two men strolled into the dining hall. It was Qin Wudao and Wang Weitong. At that moment, Wang Weitong wore a boastful demeanor. In his eyes, if he could not compete with his leader in other aspects, he would surely excel in drinking. He had completely forgotten the incident of being overly intoxicated and leaning on Qin Zhiwei. Now, a singular thought occupied his mind: to outdrink Qin Wudao. Your drinking capacity? Have you forgotten what happened with Qin Zhiwei? That was a misunderstanding. Before Qin Wudao could finish, Wang Weitong interrupted him, keen to bury his embarrassing past. Qin Wudao teased, yes, a misunderstanding. You two were not as close as brothers, nor were you cuddling together at the club. Boss! Wang Weitong shot a resentful look at Qin Wudao. He had never imagined that upon waking, he would find himself embraced by Qin Zhiwei. Although they had quickly parted, the mere thought still sent shivers down his spine. That sensation was simply revolting. Which man would wish to awaken to find another man in his arms? As Wang Weitong and Qin Zhiwei opened their eyes while entwined, their first instinct was to silence one another. However, being the second heirs of their respective families, neither dared to take such drastic measures. Now, upon hearing Qin Wudao's mention of past events, Wang Weitong's expression was painted with embarrassment and a hint of indignation. The two made their way to an empty table, where Wang Weitong eagerly perused the menu, ordering a plethora of the restaurant's signature dishes, even selecting some exquisite wines. With no pressing matters ahead, they decided to indulge in a delightful mid-afternoon feast. Seated comfortably, they overheard Wan Shirin discussing the proposed union. Wang Weitong, keenly aware of the political landscape of the city, recognized the significance of her words. Turning to Qin Wudao, he whispered, the Liao and Wan families are to be united. It seems they have considerable influence in the northern part of the city. What is your take on this, my friend? Qin Wudao replied with a calm demeanor. I shall observe. Meanwhile, Wan Shirin, noticing Qin Wudao, felt a surge of anxiety and wished to rise and clarify her position. At that moment, Liao Wenfeng interjected, Shirin, since you have agreed to our union, please disregard others' opinions. Our parents are present, and you must consider your family. At his words, Wan Shirin bit her lip, gathering her resolve before responding firmly. I never intended to enter into this union, Liao Wenfeng. Can you refrain from bringing it up again? Why? Liao Wenfeng's urgency was palpable. We had reached an agreement regarding the marriage, and both our families are preparing for this. Are you intent on humiliating both our houses? Have you considered how others will perceive us? Hearing his words, Wan Shirin's lovely face reflected her inner turmoil. She was reluctant to accept the so-called union. yet felt the weight of scrutiny from those around her. Would declining tarnish her family's reputation? What reasoning could she provide for her refusal? On the other hand, Qin Wudao relished his meal, enjoying the swift service of the Western cuisine, free from the complexities of Chinese dining. He savored his drink and the delectable food, seemingly oblivious to Wan Shirin's plight. She, in turn, noticed Qin Wudao's indifference, her beautiful eyes clouded with disappointment. Liao Wenfeng, perceptive to her demeanor, quickly remarked, "Is someone who cannot even voice their feelings truly worthy of your concern?" At this, the four parents, Wan and Liao, turned their attention to Liao Wenfeng, having caught his audacious statement. Liao's father promptly interjected, "Wenfeng, what are you talking about?" "Father, I am referring to the person who has perpetually occupied Shirin's thoughts." With that, Liao Wenfeng pointed towards Qin Wudao, who was seated at the adjacent table. "He is the one who has prevented Shirin from accepting my proposal." What? Upon hearing this revelation, Liao's father was engulfed by a wave of fury. He had never anticipated that the one who had been haunting Wan Shirin would persist in his pursuit, even to this very place. Previously, Qin Wudao had already caused considerable distress, and now, someone dared to confront him directly? It was nothing short of courting disaster. If one could not contend with Qin Wudao, how could they not deal with this unknown man who had appeared from nowhere? Chapter 73, Do Not Interrupt. Liao's father coldly addressed his in-law beside him, stating, "In-laws, we are all family, so I shall be direct. Shirin has grown up under our watchful eyes, and her character speaks for itself. However, due to her innocence and kindness, she may be vulnerable to deceit from outsiders. Thus, I believe we must eliminate such factors." Upon hearing this, Wan's father quickly interjected, "Rest assured, Brother Liao. We arranged the engagement between our children when they were young, and we shall not retract it. As for certain individuals, we are entirely indifferent. You may deal with them as you wish." "Absolutely not." Before Liao's father could respond, Wan Shirin anxiously exclaimed, "I will not allow you to touch him." "Shirin, what on earth are you doing?" Liao Wenfeng's face was contorted with anger. "You see, he does not care about your feelings at all. He dares only to sneak around you, lacking any sense of responsibility. If he had the courage to stand up and declare he would take you away, I would not hinder you. But does he dare?" Wan Shirin turned her gaze towards Qin Wudao, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of expectation. In contrast, Qin Wudao was wholly absorbed in relishing the delicacies on the table, showing no inclination to acknowledge her. Witnessing this scene, Wan Shirin felt a pang of disappointment. Liao Wenfeng then mocked, "Do you see? He does not possess the courage to face me directly. Is someone like him truly worthy of your concern?" Wang Weidong, having overheard Liao Wenfeng's remarks, turned to look and found Liao Wenfeng staring in his direction. He quickly remarked, "Boss, are they talking about you? You and Miss Wan?" "It has nothing to do with me." Before Wang Weidong could finish, Qin Wudao interrupted him. "Can you not keep your mouth shut while eating? They might be discussing someone else. It has nothing to do with me. As for your mention of Miss Wan, it is irrelevant, so there is no need for concern." "Oh, I thought they were referring to you." Hearing Qin Wudao's words, Wang Weidong resumed focusing on his meal. Both men were indifferent to appearances, devouring their food with remarkable speed, treating the dining table like a whirlwind. They consumed their meal with such haste that even the wine in the decanter was swiftly drained. Noticing the dwindling wine, Wang Weidong promptly called out to the waiter, "Bring me another bottle. No, make it 3 bottles. I intend to drink to my heart's content today." "Certainly. Please hold on." As the waiter went to prepare the drinks, Wan Shirin continued, "I do not care about his thoughts. Since he has waited for me for so long, I must accompany him. Wenfeng, we have grown up together, and I hope you will not pressure me in this matter." "Pressure you? Huh?" Wan Shirin's words elicited a cold laugh from Liao Wenfeng. "Shirin, you have no idea how long I have waited for you. I went abroad to broaden my horizons, to elevate the Liao family to greater heights, and to protect you better. Yet, after all these years of striving for our future, you now have a new man by your side." Liao Wenfeng's impassioned words drew him into the scene, his expression rivaling that of an Oscar-winning actor. It was a blend of sorrow, anger, and despair, evoking heartache in onlookers and tears from listeners. Yet, despite this emotional display, Wan Shirin's visage revealed no trace of affection. only a hint of guilt. Brother Wenfeng, matters of the heart cannot be forced. Even if you compel me, my heart will forever belong to him. You, Shireen. Before Wan Shireen could finish her sentence, her mother, Wan Mu, abruptly interrupted. What are you saying? Does the Wan family have no dignity? The matter between you two has been settled since childhood, by the decree of our parents and the words of a matchmaker. Whether you agree or not, this is an established fact. You shall not act recklessly here. Mother. Wan Shireen's beautiful eyes reddened as she stood defiantly before her father. I am indeed your daughter, but I am not your pawn. If you wish to arrange a marriage, you can have another child or do whatever you please. Must you continue to pressure me? Bang! Wan Fu slammed his palm on the table, drawing the attention of those around them. Rebellious daughter. Rebellious daughter. Do you comprehend the words that escape your lips? Is this how you treat your elders? I certainly know what I am saying. Wan Shireen, who had always been compliant, finally erupted. I have obeyed your wishes since childhood. And even when I sought independence to open a clinic, you sent someone to oversee me. Do I not possess my own identity? Am I to be manipulated by you for all my life? Marrying someone I do not love, living in perpetual melancholy until I grow old? That is not the life I desire. And what is it that you want? Wan Mu could no longer contain herself, reproaching her. Shireen, we have granted you too much freedom, leading to the formation of your current disposition. I assure you, marrying Wenfeng will be to your benefit. Do not wait until regret sets in. Your father and I only wish for your happiness. Why can't you understand that? At this moment, the diners around the table had abandoned their meals, their gazes fixed upon the confrontation between the Wan and Liao families. Such a lively spectacle was indeed a rarity. Wan Fu felt a pang of regret, lamenting his hasty decision not to reserve a private room. He had assumed Wan Shireen would consider the dignity of both families. Yet she seemed utterly unconcerned. How unpleasantly these words ring. Wang Weitong at the adjacent table could not restrain his scornful remarks. Previously, his parents had echoed similar sentiments at home. He did not expect to overhear such distasteful dialogue while dining. Hearing this, Wan Mu turned her head, coldly addressing him. Young Master Wang, I am speaking with my daughter. Might you refrain from interjecting? Interject? When did I ever interject? Just because we are acquainted does not grant you the right to speak so carelessly. Look at the grease dripping from your mouth. Your teeth are nearly gone. Aren't they? Wang Weitong regarded Wan Mu with disdain. Initially taken aback, she quickly regained her composure and retorted angrily. Has your family not taught you any manners? I possess few family members, and the only person I can truly refer to as family is... This is my elder brother. Elder brother? Wan Mu looked at Qin Wudao with a puzzled expression, as she seemingly had never encountered this individual before. He did not belong to the Wang family's elite. So why would Wang Weitong address him as elder brother? At that moment, Liao Wenfeng interjected, Uncle and Aunt, this man is the one Shireen has been yearning for. What? Wan Mu, taken aback, immediately rose to her feet, scrutinizing Qin Wudao with a piercing gaze. After a moment, she sneered. Do you really think that, by associating with the second young master of the Wang family, you have the right to be with our Shireen? What a delusion. Qin Wudao set down his chopsticks and turned to face Wan Mu. If your eyesight is as poor as your daughter's, perhaps you should donate them to someone in need. Which of your blind eyes did you see me with your daughter? I've been ignoring you for quite some time. Yet you come seeking trouble? Chapter 74. Is he Qin Wudao? Shireen, did you see that? This is how he speaks to your mother. Wan Mu's face was filled with indignation. Upon hearing her mother's words, Wan Shireen's delicate features displayed a hint of conflict. Raised to be somewhat submissive, the act of opening a clinic was the only rebellion against her parents she had ever committed. Now, hearing Wan Mu's comments, she wanted to defend Qin Wudao, but found herself at a loss for words. Enough. Wang Weitong stood up, his expression cold as he glared at Wan Mu. Haven't you had enough? Hurry up and take your old face far away. Don't disturb my boss while he's eating. Your boss. A flicker of confusion crossed Wan Mu's eyes. Since when did the second young master of the Wang family have a boss? Could it be that this young man was a rising figure in an underground force? After all, Wang Weidong was known as the Wang family's enforcer, and anyone he referred to as boss could be a leader of some underground organization. A shadowy character like him is unworthy of my daughter. Don't even think about it. Shireen will only be with Wenfeng. Mom. Wan Shireen rose to her feet. Her beautiful eyes slightly reddened, her expression resolute. I want to be with Wu Dao. Wu Dao. Both Wan father and Liao father's pupils constricted. Although they had not attended that banquet, they distinctly remembered the name of the protagonist. Qin Wu Dao, the young man before them, referred to as Boss by the second young master of the Wang family, and called Wu Dao by Wan Shireen. Could it be that he was the eldest son of the Qin family? Impossible. It can't be. Liao father shook his head vehemently. He recalled clearly that Liao Wenfeng had mentioned how that man had once been Wan Shireen's admirer. If he were truly the eldest son of the Qin family, the president of the Hidden Dragon Group, how could he have ever been her admirer? It simply could not be Qin Wu Dao. Despite his attempts to reassure himself, Liao father could not help but inquire, Shireen, what is the name of your friend? Upon hearing Liao father's trembling inquiry, Wan Shireen, although puzzled by the tone, replied firmly, he is my boyfriend, Qin Wu Dao. Uncle Liao, if there is an issue, take it up with me alone. Do not harm him. It truly is Qin Wu Dao. Liao father nearly lost his balance and fell from his chair. What is it? Liao mother hurried over to support him. Trembling, he pointed at Qin Wu Dao and whispered, He is Qin Wu Dao? What is wrong with that name? Liao mother asked, her face filled with confusion, clearly not understanding Liao father's reaction. At that moment, Liao Wenfeng's eyes seemed to bulge with rage, disregarding his parents' words entirely. He suddenly stood up and shouted, I don't care who you are. Keep your distance from Shireen. She is mine. Liao Wenfeng, don't say such things. Wan Shireen quickly admonished, then turned her gaze to Qin Wu Dao, concerned that Liao Wenfeng's words might lead to misunderstandings on his part. Upon turning back, it became evident that there was not a trace of anger on Qin Wu Dao's face. He appeared utterly indifferent to Liao Wenfeng's words, his expression tinged with a hint of mockery, as if he were observing a jester. Wan Fu was momentarily taken aback, but after a brief pause, a thought struck him, and he broke into a broad smile. Ahem. Well, old Liao, I believe we should deliberate further on this marriage proposal. After all, Shireen is opposed. And as you know, she is my dearest. How could I possibly allow her to be wronged? You. Liao Fu stammered, flustered and struggling to articulate his thoughts. He was aware of Wan Fu's shamelessness, yet he never anticipated it would reach such a level. Now that he realized Qin Wu Dao might be the president of the Hidden Dragon Group, he immediately sought to retract the engagement. It was utterly absurd. No way. Wan Mu turned her head, her aging face contorted with indignation. Old Wan, have you lost your senses? Do you truly wish for our daughter to be with this little scoundrel? Have you gone mad? The Liao family can offer us far greater benefits. In her desperation, Wan Mu bluntly expressed her innermost thoughts. We have raised Shireen all these years for her to assist our family. Haven Tiwi? And now you be quiet. Upon hearing Wan Mu's furious remarks about Qin Wu Dao, Wan Fu abruptly stood up. Slap! He struck Wan Mu fiercely across the face. You, a mere woman, should step aside. Do you think you have a say here? As he spoke, Wan Fu shot her frantic glances, urging her to remain silent. Yet, disbelief was etched on Wan Mu's face. The pain from the slap ignited her fury, and disregarding her status, she lunged at Wan Fu, scratching his face until it bore several crimson marks. Mom and Dad, despite feeling hurt by her mother's words, Wan Shireen could not help but intervene as she witnessed her parents in conflict. Wang Weidong turned to Qin Wu Dao and suggested, Boss, should I intervene? It appears there is some history between you and Miss Wan. In response, Qin Wu Dao replied in a calm tone, Some individuals are simply contemptible. She has brought this upon herself. Moreover, I have stated that she is of no concern to me. If you continue to speak, I shall no longer involve myself in the Wang family's matters. Please don't. Wang Weidong immediately adopted a pitiful expression. Boss, if you abandon me, my brother will surely devour me alive. Then keep your mouth shut and enjoy the spectacle. What could be more entertaining than witnessing mad dogs tearing into each other during mealtime? With Wan Shireen's intervention, Wan Fu and Wan Mu were finally separated. Wan Fu's face was marred with wounds, appearing utterly disheveled, while Wan Mu's hair was in disarray, no longer resembling the elegant lady she once was. Old Wan, regardless of your thoughts, I have the final say in this marriage proposal. Wan Mu shouted at Wan Fu before turning to Liao Fu and Liao Mu. In-laws, I propose we finalize this marriage today. The children should naturally heed our parental guidance. Very well. Liao's mother was utterly delighted with Wan Shirin and, upon hearing that a marriage contract could be established, promptly expressed her approval. In contrast, Liao's father wore a visage riddled with conflict. He too held a favorable opinion of his prospective daughter-in-law, yet he was apprehensive about the potential repercussions of provoking Qin Wudao. On the other hand, Liao Wenfeng felt no such need for contemplation. Upon hearing his parents' words, he strode purposefully towards Qin Wudao and coldly declared, "Did you hear that? Shirin is about to become my betrothed. I care not for whatever relationship you previously shared with her. You must vacate Magic City at once. Keep your distance from Shirin, or else silence. You ungrateful wretch." Liao's father, who had been pondering how to facilitate the marriage of his son to Wan Shirin without incurring the wrath of Qin Wudao, was now taken aback by his son's sudden outburst. Chapter 75. Use this to make her understand. Liao's father, disregarding the pain in his heart, rose to his feet and grasped Liao Wenfeng. "Father, why are you grabbing me?" Liao Wenfeng exclaimed anxiously. "Did you not see Shirin's attitude towards him? If he does not leave the Magic City, how can I rest assured? You surely do not wish for me to wear a green hat, do you? What if the heir of our Liao family turns out to be someone else's child?" Slap! Before Liao Wenfeng could finish his sentence, Liao's father delivered a sharp slap across his face. Silence. Liao's father was filled with dread, realizing that his son was intent on pushing the Liao family into a pit of fire. Every word spoken felt like a blade, piercing through his very being. Let Qin Wudao leave the Magic City? Not only our Liao family, but who in the entire Magic City has the power or the qualification to utter such words? No one. Why did you hit Wenfeng? Liao's mother interjected, rushing to his side, concern etched on her face as she glanced at Liao Wenfeng. This scene astonished Qin Wudao. Beside him, Wang Weidong quietly remarked, "Boss, I can't shake the feeling that the relationship between the Liao and Wan families is rather convoluted. Is this the mother-in-law expressing concern for her son-in-law? That gaze resembles one directed at her own son." Qin Wudao's expression mirrored a hint of peculiarity. Was he once again entangled in a melodramatic script? Swapping children? No wonder Wan's mother treated Wan Shirin with such a demeanor. Yet, this remained merely speculation. Infiliation. Go and apologize to Mr. Qin. Liao's father could no longer afford to ponder. He did not wish to offend Qin Wudao gravely. While the Liao family could withstand the wrath of a single household, Qin Wudao had the backing of 3 families. Why should I apologize to him? Mr. Qin? He is not worthy of that title, Liao Wenfeng shouted, his voice rising in indignation. Sigh. Qin Wudao exhaled deeply, slowly rising to his feet, prompting Wang Weidong to stand immediately beside him. "What are you two planning to do?" Liao's mother exclaimed, alarm evident in her voice as she noticed Qin Wudao approaching Liao Wenfeng. Liao's father shared her apprehension. He had heard of Qin Wudao's ruthless methods, and now it seemed apparent that he intended to take action. However, this was a public setting, and the Liao family was no soft target. Surely, Qin Wudao would not act impulsively. Would he? Wudao. Wan Shirin stepped beside Qin Wudao, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of pleading. "Please leave. They are my family. I understand the situation." "Get away." Qin Wudao, displaying irritation, forcefully pushed Wan Shirin aside. With a thud, she collided with the table, the pain rendering her unable to straighten her back. "You little beast. Have you lost your mind?" Wan's mother cried out, charging towards Qin Wudao, while Wan's father was too late to intervene. Suddenly, Wan Mu lunged toward Qin Wudao, her claws outstretched, ready to grasp him. For Wan Fu, this ferocious assault was utterly unpredictable. However, for Qin Wudao, it unfolded as if in slow motion. Effortlessly, he seized both of Wan Mu's hands. Taken aback, Wan Mu attempted to withdraw, only to discover that his grip was as unyielding as iron pincers, rendering her efforts futile. The faint smile on Qin Wudao's face sent a wave of panic coursing through her. She exclaimed, "Please, don't be reckless. I am Shiyin's mother. If you harm me, I assure you, Shiyin will never forgive you." Upon hearing Wan Mu's words, a broader smile spread across Qin Wudao's face. He spoke slowly. Forgive me? What is Wan Shirin to me? Crack. Ah. A scream echoed throughout the restaurant as Qin Wudao brutally crushed Wan Mu's hands. Tears streamed down her face, a testament to her disbelief at the cruelty displayed before her. Mom, Wan Shirin, witnessing her mother's distress, felt an impulsive urge to rush to her aid. Yet, the pain in her waist rendered her barely able to stand, let alone charge forward to rescue her. Wan Fu trembled, wanting to intervene, but upon meeting Qin Wudao's mocking gaze, he stood frozen in place. The Wan family was not as formidable as the Liao family. They were already on a downward trajectory, which explained their desire for a union between Wan Shirin and Liao Wenfeng, as the Liao family could potentially uplift the Wan's. Aunt, Liao Wenfeng, hearing Wan Mu's agonizing cry, hastily attempted to assist, but Liao Fu gripped his arm tightly. Dad, let me go. Can't you see Aunt is being bullied? He is Qin Wudao. Are you insane? You wish to involve yourself in this matter? What of Qin Wudao? He is merely a name. Should our Liao family fear him? He is the Qin Wudao of the Qin family. How can you be so blind, only focused on women? I should have thrown you against the wall long ago. Liao Fu glared at Liao Wenfeng in disappointment. What did Wan Mu's injury have to do with the Liao family? Hadn't Wan Fu previously stated his intent to dissolve the engagement with the Liao family? As he gazed at Wan Mu, her face a mess of tears and snot, Qin Wudao felt a wave of disdain. He then turned to Wang Weitong, who readily approached. Boss, what are your orders? Have someone silence her. If she dares to scream, cut out her tongue. Understood. Leave it to me. Wang Weitong gestured toward the entrance of the restaurant, and several men in black promptly approached. What are you doing? What do you want? Wan Mu cried out as two of the thugs hoisted her into the air, struggling against their grip. At that moment, a glint of inspiration flickered in Wang Weitong's eyes. He instructed the thugs, break her mouth. If she dares to shout, sever her tongue. And Wang Weitong's eyes glimmered with malice. Old Deng, you previously told me not to interrupt, right? I bear grudges. Wang Weitong took a baseball bat from one of his subordinates and addressed them, saying, use this to make her understand what it means to interrupt. Yes. Several subordinates immediately restrained Wan Mu and departed. At that moment, Wan Shirin had also regained her composure and limped her way to Qin Wudao. Wudao, I implore you, spare my mother. I am willing to be with you. I understand that it is because my mother disapproves of us that you would. Enough. Before Wan Shirin could finish her plea, Qin Wudao impatiently interrupted her. I ask you, Wan Shirin, can you exhibit some dignity? Who said anything about wanting to be with you? Have you not always harbored feelings for me? Are your eyes blinded and your ears deafened? Chapter 76. The War of Two Women. Additional update. Remember to keep your distance. If you behave like your mother, I assure you, that will be your fate as well. And what gives you the audacity to think I would desire a woman like you? Upon hearing Qin Wudao's words, Wan Shirin stood frozen, repeatedly murmuring the word impossible. She was evidently struck by a devastating blow. On the other side, Liao Wenfeng wished to step forward to offer comfort, but was firmly restrained by Liao's father. With a smile plastered on his face, Liao's father addressed Qin. Mr. Qin, greetings. I represent the Liao Group, and we have a collaborative relationship with your family. The materials for the Northern City plot will certainly be delivered on schedule. To resolve today's misunderstanding, I am willing to provide double the materials. We will also cover the labor costs. Having witnessed Qin Wudao's treatment of Wan's mother, Liao's father understood that he would not hesitate to act similarly towards them. Thus, prioritizing survival was imperative. After all, money pales in comparison to life, and moreover, Liao Wenfeng was not as foolish as Wan's mother. There was still room for reconciliation in this matter. Right, regarding the engagement with Shirin, we shall annul it. No, we should never have agreed from the start. Wang Weitong looked at Liao's father in disbelief. After all, he was the head of a family. How could he be so cowardly? He had yet to make his move, yet this old man had already surrendered. What did that signify? Oh, Qin Wudao remarked with interest, Mr. Liao, please do not feel compelled. In response, Liao's father asserted, I am not compelled at all. This is entirely my responsibility. With that, he grasped Liao Wenfeng's hand tightly and, accompanied by Liao's mother, turned to leave. Just as Liao Wenfeng intended to voice something, He received a sharp slap across the face. Wang Weitong approached Qin Wudao's side and whispered, "Boss, are we just letting them go?" "Of course not." Qin Wudao's eyes narrowed as he observed the Liao family's retreating figures. "Investigate the recent business dealings of the Liao family. Let our plan commence with them." "Understood." Upon hearing Qin Wudao's words, Wang Weitong instantly perked up. He hastily took out his phone to inform his subordinates to gather information on the Liao family. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making Wan Shirin successfully regret her actions. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Intelligence diminution aura within 10 meters. Both humans and animals experience reduced intelligence. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Strength 10. The regret imp is at your service. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the anti-intelligence diminution aura. Even the chosen one must face a reduction in intelligence, exclusive to the Dragon King. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Strength 20. The Ox and Horse Imp is at your service. Reward Imp. Is the system circle really this competitive now? Brother, my functions have not even been unlocked yet. I am the reward goddess system. The host only rewards the goddess. Without rewards, how can I provide benefits? Upon hearing the despondent tone of the reward imp, the Ox and Horse Imp replied indifferently, "You should learn from regret. Physical regret is still regret. Why should physical rewards not count as rewards? Besides, perhaps some people simply enjoy this style." Reward Imp. Ding! Congratulations to the host for rewarding the goddess. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the black card, 100 billion dragon coins, unlocking 5% of the system. To continue unlocking, further rewards await. Qin Wudao heard the system's notification but chose not to check it, instead moving directly towards the exit. Having finished his meal, it was time to return to the group and assess the situation, especially with plans to expand the business in the bustling metropolis. After wrapping up matters here, he also needed to visit Kyoto to assist Tian Pingsheng in securing the elusive physician. Now that he could act without restraint, the influence of the Dragon King's Hall was paramount, alongside the critical role Tian Pingsheng played. As long as Qin Wudao did not cross the nation's boundaries, he could pursue his ambitions freely. Watching Qin Wudao's retreating figure, Wan Shirin whispered softly, "You wouldn't stop loving me, would you? You're not deceiving me, are you? I truly understand my mistakes. It was I who failed to cherish you before. Please allow me to make amends in the future. One to you?" Just as Wan Shirin continued her quiet murmurs, a threatening voice suddenly resonated before her. Instinctively lifting her gaze, she saw a woman, strikingly similar in appearance, standing before her. "Who are you?" "My name is Lu Ruyan, and I am a sinner." "Excuse me?" Wan Shirin frowned slightly, clearly unfamiliar with this woman. Lu Ruyan smiled faintly, her grin both unsettling and bizarre. "Wan Shirin, Qin Wudao is not yours, nor do you need to compensate him, for in the future, I will be the one to make amends, if you obstruct my path." With that, Lu Ruyan slowly withdrew a scalpel from her pocket. "I assure you, I will end you." Upon hearing the threat, Wan Shirin did not exhibit the usual panic. Instead, she remained remarkably composed. "Lu Ruyan, I care not for your relationship with Wudao, but you shall not hinder me." Before she could finish her statement, a glint of cold steel flashed by. Wan Shirin slightly sidestepped, yet the sharp scalpel still pierced her arm, instantly staining her chi-pao with crimson. A triumphant smile crept across Lu Ruyan's lips. Leaning closer to Wan Shirin's ear, she whispered, "The next strike will not miss." "I know." Despite her pale complexion and evident weakness, Wan Shirin managed to smile. "But you will not have that opportunity." "What?" Lu Ruyan detected a fragrant aroma in the air, and a wave of weakness washed over her. She stepped back, surprise flickering in her gaze as she looked at Wan Shirin. In a calm tone, Wan Shirin said, "Medicine and poison are intertwined, Miss Lu. I warned you. You have no chances left." "I still have." A glint of red flashed in Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes, and she suddenly drove the scalpel in her own thigh, blood gushing forth, the pain keeping her alert. "Now it's your turn." With that, Wan Shirin retrieved several silver needles from her small bag, poised for action. At that moment, two stunning women exchanged glances brimming with lethal intent. The system's notification echoed in Qin Wudao's mind, leaving him utterly perplexed. Could it be, as the petty individuals had suggested, that these two women thrived on such tension? Why did their favorability actually increase after a confrontation? Remarkably, both their favorability ratings ascended together. Wan Shurin's affection had soared to an impressive 93 points, denoting a lifelong love, while Lu Ruyan's had reached an astounding 97 points, signifying an unbreakable bond. It was as if they were afflicted by some strange condition. Qin Wudao swiftly dismissed their profiles and closed his eyes to rest. Soon, Wang Weitong drove the vehicle to the Hidden Dragon Group. The two ascended in the private elevator, and as the doors slid open, they were met with the sight of Qin Zhiwei. He still bore that quintessentially youthful demeanor, his gaze coldly fixated on the dragon tooth before him. Qin Wudao is my brother. I seek a position. What's the issue? Do you wish to dance as well? Dance? What the hell? Are you from the village? Chapter 77. The plan commences. Qin Wudao strolled quietly behind Qin Zhiwei, choosing silence as he observed his performance. Longya had evidently noticed Qin Wudao and immediately discerned his intentions. He addressed Qin Zhiwei, saying, "Second young Master Qin, I cannot acquiesce to your request. While I can arrange a position for you due to your connection with President Qin, expecting to start at the vice presidential level is, well, how is that acceptable?" Qin Zhiwei replied nonchalantly, "Did you not hear me? I merely seek the title of vice president. The position of president still belongs to Qin Wudao, does it not? Besides, pray tell, what role do you believe I am capable of fulfilling given my abilities?" After a moment of contemplation, Longya earnestly responded, "A janitor." Huh. Qin Zhiwei was momentarily taken aback. Then his face flushed with indignation as he pointed an accusatory finger at Longya. "All right, Fina. Do you not realize I am Qin Wudao's brother?" "Indeed, I am aware," Longya retorted, his tone matter of fact. "It is precisely because you are President Qin's brother that I even consider you. Without that identity, I must candidly state that second young Master Qin, you would not even qualify for the janitorial role at our Hidden Dragon Group." "What? Reverse it! Reverse it!" Qin Zhiwei shouted, his finger trembling as he pointed at Longya. "How much do you earn a month? I will pay you 30 times that amount. Take the money and leave." As he spoke, Qin Zhiwei pulled out a checkbook, intending to bribe Longya to vacate the company. In stark contrast to Qin Zhiwei's aggressive demeanor, Longya smiled calmly and replied, "I earn 10 million a month." "Very well, 10 million, is it? Aya?" Qin Zhiwei's hand trembled slightly as he wrote the figures. The Qin family was indeed wealthy, but his parents were reluctant to indulge Qin Zhiwei's whims, making it impossible for him to produce 300 million on a whim. If he could actually afford such a sum, would he even need to seek a position at the Hidden Dragon Group? During his time at the Qin Group, anyone who crossed him would instantly find themselves facing a 30-fold salary to disappear. Naturally, he was astute enough never to provoke those core members. Qin Wanrong turned a blind eye to his antics, as her foolishly affluent younger brother delighted in funding others, who wouldn't won a 30-fold salary. Unbeknownst to Qin Zhiwei, his tried-and-true tactic had faltered within the confines of the Hidden Dragon Group. Coughing softly to clear his throat, Qin Zhiwei discreetly tucked the checkbook back into his pocket. "Very well, your indifference to wealth is admirable. It seems my elder brother has his reasons for entrusting you with the company's oversight. I comprehend your loyalty to the organization. Thus, let us await his return to discuss this matter further." With that, Qin Zhiwei turned to make his exit, utterly humiliated by the day's events. The esteemed second young Master Qin, known for his monetary influence, had been bested. If word of this spread, how could he possibly maintain his dignity? Just as he spun around to flee, he was met with the mirthful expression of Qin Wudao. The muscles in his face instantly froze. Beside him, Wang Weidong could not contain himself and burst into laughter. "Huh, young Master Qin, you truly live up to your reputation in this circle. Is it not your favorite pastime to throw money at others? Why not continue? A mere 300 million should be a paltry sum for you to procure." Qin Zhiwei visibly flushed, resembling a boiled shrimp, nearly steaming with embarrassment. Qin Wudao stepped forward, gently patting Qin Zhiwei's shoulder. "Your earlier dance was quite impressive. I found myself unable to move from my spot, eagerly awaiting your next performance. No need to feel awkward. We are all friends here." Qin Wudao. Qin Zhiwei gritted his teeth as he uttered Qin Wudao's name, feeling as though he were publicly disrobing, only to have Qin Wudao amplify his humiliation with a megaphone. It was utterly mortifying. Nothing was more humiliating than being caught in a foolish moment by an acquaintance, especially one he had long held animosity toward. Enough. Aren't you aiming for the position of vice president? Come with me to the office. With that, Qin Wudao strode into the office, while Wang Weidong continued to tease Qin Zhiruwei. Young Master Qin, you're impressive. Wasn't there a rumor about a rift between the second and eldest sons of the Qin family? What nonsense. Just now, you were calling him brother so affectionately. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm a younger brother of the big boss, slightly older than you. From now on, you may call me second brother. Get lost. The veins on Qin Zhiruwei's forehead bulged, his fists clenching in rage, wishing to bring Wang Weitong to his knees. Yet, contemplating the disparity in their strengths, he ultimately retracted his fists and entered the office silently. He was there to secure a position. Qin Wudao had just indicated he would grant him one. Why then was he leaving? To spend his money while treating him with disdain? That would not stand. Once in the office, Qin Wudao took his seat. Immediately, Longya presented a document. Mr. Qin, the project in the northern part of the city is substantial. Even with expedited efforts, it will likely take 1 to 1.5 years to complete. However, other projects have already commenced. With the assistance of Qinyu Group and President Qin Wanrong from the Qin family, our progress has been smooth. In less than 3 months, we should be able to acquire around 50% of the hotels in Modu. As for the airline, negotiations are ongoing, and we should have results shortly. That's unnecessary. Qin Wudao glanced at the document in his hand and smiled. Isn't the Liao Group involved in the aviation industry? Let us start with them. The Liao family? Understood. Longya nodded, preparing to assign someone to investigate. However, just as he was about to proceed, Qin Wudao interjected. He turned to Qin Zhiruwei with a smile. Zhiruwei, you wish to become the vice president of the Yinlong Group, do you not? What of it? Qin Zhiruwei's voice trembled, clearly recalling the earlier mortifying scene he had endured. As a distinguished member of the Qin family, am I not capable of assuming the role of president within your esteemed corporation? Indeed, I am. Qin Wudao seized a document from the table and flung it towards Qin Zhiru, who instinctively caught it. The paper clearly outlined plans regarding the aviation business. This is the venture our group intends to expand. Does the Liao family not own an airline? If you can negotiate its acquisition at a low cost, you shall ascend to the position of vice president within the Hidden Dragon Group. And now, Qin Zhiru retorted defiantly, since I am on the verge of becoming vice president, I demand an apology from this individual. Chapter 78. This is your subordinate. As he spoke, Qin Zhiruwei pointed towards Longya. The latter was momentarily taken aback. Just an apology? He had thought Qin Ershao would seize the opportunity to demand Qin Wudao dismiss him. Yet instead, he was merely asked to apologize? This Qin Ershao. Longya gazed at Qin Zhiruwei with a peculiar expression, clearly surprised by his unexpected amiability. Qin Wudao had originally intended for Qin Zhiruwei to forget the matter. But before he could utter a word, Longya bowed deeply to Qin Zhiruwei. Qin Ershao, I apologize. I spoke in error before. Qin Zhiruwei scoffed coldly. You insulted me so brazenly. Had it been in the past, I would have demanded you dance. However, considering your loyalty to the company and your sincere apology, I shall forgive you. Thank you, Qin Ershao. Longya turned away, suppressing his laughter, terrified that another glance at Qin Zhiruwei would provoke an uncontrollable outburst. Qin Wudao was equally speechless, doubting Qin Zhiruwei's capability to manage the Liao family. At that moment, Qin Zhiruwei turned to Qin Wudao and continued. I have no objection to acquiring the Liao family's airline at a low price, but I am about to become the vice president. You must assign me some personnel. Of course. Qin Wudao gestured toward the chuckling Wang Weitong. He will be your subordinate. I believe that with your combined efforts, this matter will be resolved swiftly. Wang Weitong, who had been laughing, was suddenly taken aback. He pointed at himself. Me? Well, it's fine. It might be convenient to work with him. Qin Zhiruwei declared proudly. Wang Weitong, from this day forth, you are my subordinate. Come with me, and I shall show you what true prowess looks like. With that, Qin Zhiruwei strode towards the door with an imposing gait. Wang Weitong looked back at Qin Wudao with a face full of despair. Working under such a proud and eccentric individual was almost more unbearable than death. Yet, upon seeing Qin Wudao's expression, he sighed deeply and turned to follow Qin's way. Once the two had departed, Longya respectfully addressed Qin Wudao. "President Qin, shall I send someone to assist them?" "No need," Qin Wudao replied with a smile. "They complement each other perfectly. I am confident they will resolve this matter. I have more pressing tasks for you." "Understood." At this point, Qin Wudao's expression grew serious. "What news from the Dragonscale side? Have we received any updates?" "President Qin, Dragonscale has returned to the Dragon King Hall. Just as you suspected. The Elders Hall is quite dissatisfied with your situation, and they are gradually positioning their own personnel, aiming to undermine the entire Dragon King Hall." "Heh!" Qin Wudao chuckled coldly. "Since those old fellows are so eager to meet their demise, let's assist them. Inform Long Lin to continue the investigation. I am curious to see how many parasites infest our Dragon King Hall. When I return, a grand reckoning shall ensue." "Understood." Upon hearing Qin Wudao's words, Longya's pupils constricted. He was acutely aware of the death toll that such a reckoning would entail. Yet, those who would perish were but parasites, and their demise could indeed herald a rebirth for the Dragon King Hall. Once Qin Wudao had organized all matters within the Hidden Dragon Group, night had fallen. He rose and strode toward the exit. His strength had now surpassed 300, rendering him extraordinarily formidable. Such trivial tasks posed no challenge, and he felt no fatigue whatsoever. As he exited the company building, he relished the evening breeze that enveloped him, savoring the moment. Suddenly, a screeching halt shattered the tranquility, followed by the sight of a vehicle crashing into a large tree before speeding away. He distinctly saw several burly figures emerge from the open car door, binding a woman. Kidnapping? Ding dong. A task has been issued. Eliminate or subdue the Chosen One, Yi Tian. Reward: unknown. The Chosen One, Yi Tian? Qin Wudao glanced around, but saw no strikingly handsome and resolute individual. Where was the Chosen One? Ah! He suddenly recalled the woman who had been abducted from the earlier vehicle. If the Chosen One were to appear, it would surely follow the narrative of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. With that thought, Qin Wudao took out his phone and directly dialed Longya. 2 minutes ago, a white van crashed into a tree outside our company. Find out where it went. Yes. As Longya set off to investigate, Qin Wudao had already entered his own vehicle. With the roar of the engine, he received Longya's message on his phone, and upon seeing the destination, he pressed the accelerator and sped towards it. Meanwhile, within an abandoned factory, do not question the abundance of abandoned factories, is simply a recent occurrence. Several burly men tossed the bound woman onto the ground. The leader spat in frustration. "Damn it. This job has cost us 3 brothers. These fools didn't ensure the intel was clear beforehand. Inform the employer that we demand a 50% increase in payment, or else I shall make him regret it." "Understood." A subordinate promptly received the command and went to make contact. The leader then turned his gaze to the struggling woman on the ground, a flicker of greed passing through his eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. After all, money was far more valuable than a woman. What if they indulged in her, and the employer refused to pay thereafter? The woman sprawled on the ground. Her once lustrous and silky hair now lay in disarray, cascading over her cheeks and shoulders, with strands clinging to her tear-streaked face. Her exquisite makeup had been rendered a mere shadow of its former self, the eyeliner smudged by tears, trailing down her cheeks and amplifying her pitiable appearance. Her eyes, reminiscent of a profound lake, were now filled with terror and helplessness, tears swirling in her eyes as they darted around in frantic search of an escape. Clad in a form-fitting red dress, the hem was already tainted with dust and stains. The garment perfectly accentuated her alluring figure, with a voluptuous bosom, a slender waist, and curvaceous hips, each curve exuding a perilous allure. Her long, straight legs were adorned with black high-heeled shoes, which seemed incongruous amidst the chaos, yet added an intriguing charm to her presence. Chapter 79. The End. Encountering Greater Fools. Additional update. She is Chu Lian, the esteemed daughter of the Chu Group. Just upon her return to the country, she found herself captured by a group of assailants, with even her bodyguards being severely injured or killed on the spot. This indicated that her captors were not merely a disorganized rabble. Such circumstances plunged Chu Lien into despair. She felt utterly lost, uncertain of how to escape or what fate awaited her. At this moment, the bandits were in communication with their employer. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow had quietly arrived on the scene, none other than Qin Wudao. Upon witnessing the scene within the abandoned factory, Qin Wudao quickly grasped the situation. Soon, the so-called destined child, Yi Tian, would arrive, and with a few swift moves, he would vanquish these brigands, heroically rescuing the damsel in distress. Akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Such a clitch plot, while Qin Wudao internally scoffed at the predictability of the narrative. He was unaware that the destined child was indeed en route, only to be intercepted midway. "Hey, you little punk, you dare to attempt to commandeer my vehicle right off the bat, claiming to save someone? Do you wish for death?" On the roadside, a youth, whose demeanor suggested he looked down upon others, glared fiercely at the resolute man before him. It was none other than the formidable Qin Ershao. Wang Weitong stood beside him, surrounded by his subordinates, his expression one of utter disbelief. Qin Ershao had been observing Liao's aviation company all day and had just intended to leave when a man approached his vehicle, demanding it without hesitation, citing a need to rescue someone. Could Qin Ershao tolerate such insolence? He feared complications, yet he had brought dozens of his men, prepared for any eventuality regarding the Liao family. Each of these subordinates was armed, further solidifying Qin Ershao's resolve on his path of invincibility. Seeing such audacity in the face of his invulnerability, he could not allow it to stand. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes, acutely aware that the throng behind Qin Zuru was formidable and, judging by their postures, evidently armed. Under normal circumstances, he would relish the opportunity to teach them that possession of firearms does not equate to invincibility. However, time was of the essence. He could not afford to lose his opportunity. "Very well. I shall no longer require your vehicle. Farewell." "What? You come back here." Qin Zuru, seeing Yi Tian turn to leave, could not allow such insolence to go unchallenged. He waved his hand, and his entourage swiftly encircled Yi Tian. "Didn't you realize you crossed paths with me when you attempted to steal my car? Look." Qin Zuru rolled up his sleeves, revealing the bruises on his arms. "They are all purple." With great restraint, Yi Tian suppressed the urge to send Qin Zuru flying with a punch and replied solemnly, "All right, then what compensation do you seek? Apologize to me." Yi Tian's pupils constricted as he looked incredulously at the man before him. This individual had surrounded him merely for an apology? It was inconceivable. He was certain there were ulterior motives at play. "Could it be that you wish to insult me? First, allow me to apologize, only for you to declare my sincerity insufficient, demanding that I kneel. Once I am on my knees, you would have me bow my head, and ultimately you would place your foot upon my head, grinding my face into the ground, proclaiming that a mere worm belongs in the soil. Indeed, it is precisely so." With his thought, Yi Tian cast a murderous glance at Qin Zirwei. "You are the true worm." "What?" Qin Zirwei's eyes widened in disbelief. "You've bruised my arm. It hurts like hell. I merely wanted an apology. You dare insult me as a worm?" "Huh." Yi Tian chuckled coldly. "Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Spare me the act. I tell you, since the day I began my training in dragon-slaying techniques, my goal has been to trample those who deem themselves superior into the ground. Let me make it clear, not everyone is subject to your insults. What am I pretending? What is this dragon-slaying technique you speak of? Are you referring to a game?" At that moment, Yi Tian's hand sliced through the air, transforming into a blade aimed directly at Qin Zirwei's neck. In that instant, Qin Zirwei felt a sharp pain in his arm and instinctively turned to rub it, inadvertently evading Yi Tian's lethal strike. Yi Tian's pupils constricted, and he hastily retreated. The person before him was indeed a master. He had effortlessly dodged my deadly blow. Excellent. He is truly playing the part of a pig to eat the tiger. Meanwhile, Wang Weitong's eyes glinted with coldness. He had keenly observed Yi Tian's move. Qin Zirwei must not be harmed. Swiftly, Wang Weitong drew a gun from his jacket, and the other underlings promptly followed suit, aiming their weapons at Yi Tian. Qin Zirwei, still oblivious to the unfolding chaos, looked bewildered. What are you doing? It's just an apology. Why the guns? Put them away. Wang Weidong had no time to explain. Yi Tian roared in fury. How far do you intend to insult me? I understand now. You believe me too weak to warrant your attention, do you? You plan to have these men point their guns at me, instilling fear, compelling me to kneel and beg for mercy, and then gaze down at me with disdain, informing me of the chasm that separates you from someone like me, and ultimately, to trample upon my dignity, to insult my soul and toy with my flesh, to leave me battered and on the brink of collapse. Is that correct? Both Qin Zhiwei and Wang Weitong, as well as the surrounding underlings, appear to have question marks floating above their heads. My friend, what are you saying? What utter nonsense is this? Qin Zhiwei stiffly turned to Wang Weitong. What did he say about wanting to toy with him? I don't know. Wang Weidong shook his head, whispering, perhaps he is attempting to provoke you. What? Qin Zhiwei erupted in rage, shouting at Yi Tian, what gives you the right to provoke me? Let me make this clear. A centipede could never aspire to be a true dragon. You stand no chance whatsoever. Wang Weitong, standing by, found himself at a loss for words. Is this really the crux of the matter? Is it not more about gender? What are you even saying? This is absurd. Today, I neglected to consult the almanac before stepping outside, and the individuals I encountered were increasingly foolish. If this continues, I fear I might catch their ignorance. Wang Weitong felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He knew he should never have taken on this task. Now, he found himself confronted by two imbeciles, inexplicably arguing in front of him. Upon hearing Qin Zhiwei's words, Yi Tian also felt a surge of anger. Veins bulged on his forehead as he bellowed, not worthy of you. I would rather perish than tolerate your nonsense. What? Chapter 80. The villain perishes from excessive chatter. Qin Zhiwei's face was a portrait of fury. He had not anticipated the audacity of the individual before him. Was this boy truly a savage, oblivious to the fact that he stood before the formidable Qin Ershao? Young man, I advise you to. Just then, Yi Tian charged forward, his hands leaving shadows in the air. Surrounded by dozens of guns, he understood the necessity of capturing the leader first. To Yi Tian, Qin Zhiwei was an enigma, prompting him to unleash his most lethal moves right from the onset. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air echoed as Yi Tian's hand sealed off all possible escape routes for Qin Zhiwei. His gaze was intense, seemingly awaiting a counterattack from his adversary. Yet, Qin Zhiwei stood there, utterly motionless, showing no intent to retaliate. Just as Yi Tian's hand was about to make contact with Qin Zhiwei, the latter abruptly withdrew, hastily dissipating his force, causing a surge of energy within him that reddened his complexion. You possessed not a single flaw, truly a master. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Qin Zhiwei was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a grin. Young man, you are quite perceptive. I didn't expect my identity as a master would be unraveled by you. Very well, you may leave. There is no need for an apology. Wang Weitong, who had been observing their exchange, was taken aback. He clearly noticed Qin Zhiwei's trembling legs, an unmistakable sign of fear, yet he still dared to call himself a master? Silently, Wang Weitong retracted his gun and a hidden dart from his right hand. Had Yi Tian truly sought to apprehend Qin Zhiwei, he would have swiftly demonstrated what it meant to be a shadowy figure. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes, fixating on Qin Zhiwei. If there were no vulnerabilities, he would simply create one. He casually retrieved 2 buttons from beneath his shirt. Whoosh! The buttons arced through the air as Yi Tian surged forward. The buttons aimed directly at Qin Zhiwei's throat and heart, while Yi Tian transformed his fist into a claw, targeting Qin Zhiwei's eyes. At that moment, Qin Zhiwei seemed to experience a slight numbness in his legs, causing them to bend just enough for the buttons to miss completely. Simultaneously, Yi Tian slipped, his body spinning like a top, colliding directly into Qin Zhiwei's embrace. Bang! With a muffled thud, the two became a tangled mass. Rolling several meters away, Wang Weitong, gun in hand, felt utterly speechless. It was evident to him that Qin Zhiwei's luck was extraordinarily fortuitous. Yi Tian, in terms of both skill and presence, was undeniably a master, yet every attack he launched failed to connect with Qin Zhiwei. Ironically, It was a mere slip that inadvertently led to success. What was this principle whereby a lethal strike fails, yet one can still be struck? Wang Weitong instinctively tightened his clothing. In his previous skepticism of the supernatural, he now found himself questioning the extraordinary attributes of Qin Zhiwei. Even while contemplating the next mission, I pondered whether I should bring Qin Zhiru along, treating him as a bulletproof vest. Would that render me invincible? At this moment, however, Qin Zhiru lay on the ground, his head swollen and tears streaming down his face from the pain. Ouch! Are you a bull? You just charged at me, and you dare claim to be a master? Is your nickname Locomotive? I'm in agony. In contrast to Qin Zhiru's lamentations, Yi Tian, also sporting a swollen head, initially froze in surprise before breaking into a delighted laughter. Ha ha! So what if you're a master? You still fell victim to my defenses. I am the true, invincible one. Ouch! It hurts. No, it doesn't hurt at all. Gazing at this eccentric individual before him, who oscillated between tears and laughter, Qin Zhiru nearly wept. Damn it, just wait for me. I'll tell my brother about this. Don't you dare leave. At this juncture, Qin Zhiru turned to Wang Weitong, his voice tinged with desperation. Send someone to help me. I'm bleeding. Hurry and take me to the hospital. Are you all blind? Wang Weitong waved his hand, and a group of subordinates promptly moved forward to assist Qin Zhiru. Even Yi Tian was helped up. Let us go to the hospital. Yes. The entourage of underlings supported both individuals into a vehicle, which then sped towards the hospital. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows of an abandoned factory, Qin Wudao was on the verge of falling asleep. He had waited for an eternity, yet that so-called child of destiny seemed to have vanished without a trace, showing no inclination to arrive. The bandits appeared to have settled their deal with their employer, now boiling water for instant noodles. After such a lengthy wait, he thought perhaps. Achoo! Suddenly, Qin Wudao sneezed. Logically, with his physique, how could he possibly catch a cold? Someone must be playing tricks on him. Just as Qin Wudao was musing, a bandit kicked the pot of noodles away. Damn it! Who goes there? Several bandits, armed and alert, turned to face the entrance of the abandoned factory. Qin Wudao rubbed his nose and stepped from the shadows. With a somewhat awkward expression, he addressed them. Gentlemen, are you busy? It would be a shame to waste that instant noodle. Boom! At that moment, gunfire echoed throughout the factory. The leading bandit, disregarding all else, pulled the trigger the moment he spotted Qin Wudao. A wisp of smoke erupted from the barrel of his gun. The bandit leader's face twisted in a menacing grimace. You dare come alone to rescue someone? I know all too well that villains tend to perish from excessive talk, so I'll deal with you first. Yet, when the leader anticipated that Qin Wudao would collapse, he was astonished to find him still standing after several seconds had passed. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots rang out, to the shock of the bandits. The man who should have been struck down was now advancing steadily. Truth be told, this was my first attempt at withstanding such an assault, although I succeeded. My hand is now bruised. As Qin Wudao spoke softly, he extended his hand forward. Suddenly, 3 bullets materialized in his hand, with a force exceeding 300. Combined with the enhancement of his tailored suit, he effortlessly caught the bullets barehanded. Yet, the palm of his hand bore a slight redness, possibly due to the intense heat or the penetrating force of the bullets, causing the skin to peel. The bandit leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he actually broken the skin? Even if he wielded a low-caliber handgun, catching bullets with bare hands was beyond the capabilities of any human. Could it be that a superhero had arrived? But he wasn't even wearing his underwear on the outside. Who on earth are you? Swish! Just as the bandit leader finished his inquiry, a figure materialized directly before him. The villain perished from excessive chatter, as you have informed me. Chapter 81, Encountering a Scam Artist. Qin Wudao spoke with a calm demeanor, uttering a line that had become iconic. His fist struck the leader of the bandits squarely in the chest. Crack! This blow shattered the bandit leader's sternum, sending him flying backward like a cannonball, landing several meters away. Witnessing the spectacle, the other bandits, armed with firearms, unleashed a frenzy of gunfire towards Qin Wudao. Yet, at that moment, he moved with ghostly agility, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the open space. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before one of the bandits, executing a swift leg sweep. Bang! The bandit was sent flying as if he were a rag doll, his body contorting unnaturally before he was hurled aside. Bang! The second. Bang! The third. The surrounding bandits were utterly no match for him. Within less than a minute, the gunfire echoing from the abandoned warehouse had ceased, and the bandits did not even have the chance to utter a cry before meeting their gruesome demise. Their deaths were particularly harrowing, with blood streaming from their orifices, their bodies twisted at grotesque angles. Their eyes were wide open, reflecting a profound terror, having believed they were merely facing a simple kidnapping, oblivious to the presence of such a monster. Catching bullets with bare hands, leaving afterimages while moving, this sudden arrival was distinguished from a superhero only by the absence of external garments. It was they who were airborne. Having completed his task, Qin Wudao shook his hands. Indeed, catching the bullets had taken him by surprise. Who would have imagined that a bandit leader possessed such advanced thinking, firing without hesitation? Qin Wudao reminded himself to remain vigilant. It seemed that after casually eliminating 2 fated individuals recently, he had begun to regard everything with disdain, which was a dangerous mindset. While catching bullets was manageable, what if a cannon were to be fired, or a weapon of even greater power? Qin Wudao had no inclination towards self-harm and certainly did not intend to face every threat with his bare hands. It appeared that a shift in mentality was necessary. Regarding this madness, how should he suppress it, given his previous self-deprecating behavior? As Qin Wudao pondered the matter of his bloodline, a figure resembling a silkworm was writhing frantically at his feet. Who else could it be but Miss Chu? Earlier, witnessing Qin Wudao descend like a divine warrior only to see him shot by the bandit leader had chilled her heart, prompting her to internally chastise him for his foolishness. Yet, the sudden turn of events had left her astonished. He was an absolute monster, bare-handedly catching bullets, effortlessly dispatching bandits that even elite bodyguards struggled to handle. After eliminating them, he merely stood there. I'm still here. Chu Lian squirmed desperately, attempting to capture Qin Wudao's attention. Fortunately, he snapped back to reality and noticed her below. He slightly bent down and tore the claw from her mouth. Gasping for fresh air, Chu Lian's beautiful eyes reflected a sense of relief after surviving the ordeal. You are. She began, only to be interrupted. Shut up. As Chu Lian was about to utter something, her small mouth was suddenly clasped by a hand, rendering her speechless. She gazed at Qin Wudao with wide, fearful eyes. Had she unwittingly ventured from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair? Qin Wudao paid no heed to Chu Lian's thoughts. Instead, speaking in a calm tone, I ask, you answer. Do you understand? Though Chu Lian was perplexed by the situation, the fear within her compelled her to nod like a chick pecking at grains. Very well. Qin Wudao smiled slightly and then released her. Who are you? And who are they? Why did they abduct you? I am from the Chu family in the capital. I came here to meet my friend, but just after getting off the plane, I was kidnapped. I don't know who they are. Despite possessing a strikingly beautiful face, Chu Lian appeared quite pitiful, resembling a small girl, which presented a stark contrast. The Chu family. Qin Wudao pondered for a moment, but could not recall this particular family in his memory. After all, in the capital, there were certainly many with the surname Chu, and some aristocratic families were exceedingly discreet. So it was not unusual for him to be unaware of them. He had anticipated encountering the fated child today and swiftly dealing with him. But who could have imagined that the fated child seemed to be absent altogether? With this thought, Qin Wudao sighed and promptly untied Chu Lian's bindings. After completing this task, he stood up and walked towards the door, with Chu Lian following him quietly like a little cat. As they proceeded, they soon arrived at Qin Wudao's vehicle. Qin Wudao turned to see that Chu Lian was still trailing behind him. Miss from the Chu family, you may leave now. Are you not safe? Chu Lian bit her lower lip, a faint blush appearing on her stunning face. Could you please take me to the city? It's a bit dark here, and I don't know where my phone is. I can't go back. Qin Wudao merely glanced at her and softly replied, Get in the car. Please wait a moment. I have something to take care of. Seeing Chu Lian tightly clasp her legs together, Qin Wudao nearly chuckled, realizing she was quite frightened. The smile on his face only served to heighten Chu Lian's embarrassment and indignation. All right, hurry up. Also, Remember to dust yourself off before getting in. I wouldn't want my car to get dirty. I understand. After saying this, Chu Yin turned and hurried into the small grove. 5 minutes later, she emerged slowly, her cheeks flushed even more beautifully under the glow of the car lights. Once she entered the vehicle, her lips were tightly pressed together, and her gaze flickered, daring not to look at Qin Wudao. With no interruptions, Qin Wudao found himself at ease as he started the car and drove towards the city. It was now nighttime, and the evening breeze wafted through the car window, causing Chu Yin's hair to flutter slightly, uncertain whether it was fear or something else. Her beautiful eyes glistened with moisture, and moments later, tears began to flow. Yet even as tears streamed down her cheeks, they fell silently, as if she were suppressing her emotions. A sudden sound broke the stillness. Chu Yin noticed a packet of tissues had appeared on her lap. Instinctively, she turned her head, only to find Qin Wudao still gazing straight ahead, showing no inclination to look at her. Lowering her head, she murmured a soft thank you, before gently unfolding the tissues to wipe away her tears. Suddenly, as she dabbed at her eyes, a sharp brake jolted the vehicle, nearly causing her to lose her sight. The car's body emitted a distinct sound of collision. Qin Wudao narrowed his eyes, his gaze seemingly laced with a hint of coldness. In the late hours of the night, had they encountered a scam? A tricycle suddenly appeared in front of the car, pushed out from the intersection, and after the vehicle collided with it, an elderly man emerged from nowhere, sitting on the ground and beginning to wail. Chapter 82. The counterattack of intelligence aura activate. With a resounding thud, Qin Wudao swung open the car door and stepped out. The elderly man on the ground was wailing incessantly. "Oh no, you've hit me. It hurts terribly. Someone come and help." Though it was night, the bustling streets of the Magic City were far from deserted. Soon, a crowd gathered, drawn by the commotion. Qin Wudao calmly lit a cigarette and strolled over to the old man, speaking in a composed tone. "Did I collide with you?" Upon seeing Qin Wudao's finely tailored suit, the old man's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "Yes, it was you who hit me. Hurry, take me to the hospital." "Is that so? Were you injured?" Qin Wudao inquired. The old man hesitated before responding. "My hand and my leg. It hurts so much. I feel as if they are broken." "Old man," Qin Wudao retorted, "I have a dash cam that clearly recorded you pushing your tricycle into the path of my vehicle. By the way, remember to compensate for my car. You are entirely at fault. I do not understand what a dash cam is. All I know is that you hit me." The old man began to play the victim, casting his gaze to the onlookers. "Look at this wealthy man. He is utterly lawless. He hit me and refuses to take me to the hospital or help me up, leaving an old man like me to lie on the ground. And now, he threatens me for damages." Upon hearing the old man's words, the crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of what had transpired earlier. However, it appeared to be a case of rear-ending. In such situations, is it not the responsibility of the rear vehicle? Moreover, the elderly man was still moaning on the ground. A few elderly bystanders empathized and spoke up. "Young man, it is clear that you rear-ended him. Until the authorities arrive to assess responsibility, you should help him up. Indeed, you drive an expensive car. Covering medical expenses should be no trouble for you. Why make things difficult for an old man? You are the driver. He is on a bicycle, part of a vulnerable group. Besides, your vehicle must be insured. Just file a claim, and it won't cost you anything." Oh, the youth of today. They lack any compassion. Truly, society is declining. As the murmurs of the crowd grew louder, the old man's wails intensified. Qin Wudao nearly burst into laughter. What were these people doing? Engaging in moral coercion? Yet, one must have morals to be coerced. As for him, a man of ancestral lineage, what could they possibly use against him? He slowly approached the old man and softly asked, "So, you feel as though your hand and foot are broken?" Yes. It hurts terribly." "Very well. I shall take you to the hospital. Come, allow me to assist you up." A glimmer of triumph flickered in the old man's eyes. He had succeeded. Crack! At the moment Qin Wudao helped him up, a distinct sound of bone fracturing echoed, and the old man's expression froze, followed by a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. It hurts terribly. What are you doing?" The onlookers were momentarily stunned. They watched as Qin Wudao gently assisted the elderly man to his feet, and, at first, everything seemed fine. However, in the next instant, the old man forcefully pushed Qin Wudao away and collapsed on the ground, wailing in agony. Qin Wudao surveyed the crowd, silently invoking the reversal of the intelligence halo. A gentle breeze swept through the gathering. Moments later, a young man stepped forward, his brow furrowed. Is this old man attempting to scam us? He was merely nudged lightly, and he immediately begins to scream? I have it all recorded. Do not make baseless accusations. Indeed, I witnessed it. The gentleman merely assisted him slightly. If his leg were truly broken, why did he not cry out during the assistance, only to stand up and then suddenly fall again? This old man is undoubtedly a fraud, and the surrounding elderly individuals must be his accomplices, given their earlier eagerness to speak out. The elderly individuals who had previously spoken exchanged glances, their brows knitting in concern. They wished to refute the claims, but found themselves at a loss for words. At that moment, Qin Wudao interjected. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all witnessed this old man's deceit. These individuals are surely his accomplices. Who are you calling accomplices? The elderly protested, anxious to distance themselves from such an accusation. If you're not accomplices, then why defend him? Qin Wudao pressed. We merely felt pity for him. Young man, is it wrong to possess a sense of compassion? Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Qin Wudao's lips as he replied. Compassion? Yes, of course. You claim not to be accomplices, merely sympathetic, correct? Very well. I possess a complete dashcam recording that captures the elderly man's fraudulent scheme. Since you are so sympathetic towards him, I believe he alone cannot afford the damages to my vehicle. You may all share the burden and compensate accordingly. Why should we bear the costs? What connection do we have to this? The protests grew louder. Just then, a group of individuals clad in security uniforms approached, led by Longya, the enforcers of the Dragon King's Hall, who had now become security personnel for the Hidden Dragon Group to conceal their true identities. Qin Wudao had already sent them a message. The group swiftly surrounded the scene, and Longya approached Qin Wudao. Mr. Qin? Qin Wudao gestured towards the individuals who had previously attempted moral coercion, chuckling lightly. Let these individuals collectively compensate for the damages to my vehicle. And as for the old man on the ground who claims to be broken all over, take him to fulfill that aspiration. Understood. Longya signaled for the security personnel to take action. Before dealing with the individuals, they even confiscated the phones of the onlookers to delete any videos. Please, don't arrest us. I want to speak with the law enforcement. Let me go. My head hurts, so if my son finds out I'm compensating for a luxury car, how can I return home? I was wrong. I was wrong. Get away from me. Bang. Ignoring the commotion, Qin Wudao opened the car door and settled into the vehicle. He certainly did not believe that such a coincidence could occur, with an old man suddenly appearing to feign an accident. As expected, his phone rang abruptly. Tian Pingsheng? Upon seeing the name, Qin Wudao offered a slight smile. In front of Chu Lian, he answered the call. Brother Qin, it seems we've staged quite a farce. My apologies. I never anticipated that she would be rescued by you. Oh, so it was you. Tian Pingsheng's words evidently referred to the abduction of Chu Lian, which he had orchestrated. The old man pretending to feign an accident was indeed genuine. It was clear that Tian Pingsheng's associates were lurking in the shadows, observing. Upon discovering that the one who rescued Chu Lian was Qin Wudao, they promptly reported back to Tian Pingsheng, hence the current phone call. It was I. Tian Pingsheng had nothing to conceal and admitted the matter directly. I did not expect for you to be drawn into this situation, and I take full responsibility. It is I who should apologize. It appears I have disrupted your plans. Ha. Then I kindly ask Brother Qin to keep her occupied for the night. Once this evening has passed, you may release her. Chapter 83. Dr. Su. After exchanging a few words with Tian Pingsheng, the two concluded their phone conversation. The co-pilot, Chu Lian, was oblivious to the conversation's content and remained unaware that the person scheming against her was in collusion with Qin Wudao. Qin Wudao readily acquiesced to Tian Pingsheng's request, recognizing that in a partnership, mutual assistance is paramount. After all, it was merely a matter of having Chu Lian remain by his side for a night, an effortless task. Miss Chu, I need to head to the hospital now. Would you care to accompany me? Before Qin Wudao could finish his sentence, Chu Yin eagerly volunteered herself. Having just endured a kidnapping incident, she was cautious about stepping out of the car, fearing that the old man might also be part of the kidnappers' cohort. Instinctively, she regarded Qin Wudao as her source of security, as the strength he displayed in the abandoned factory had instilled a profound sense of safety within her. In her anxiety, she even forgot to borrow his phone to call her family. Very well, Qin Wudao replied with a slight smile. Chu Yin's willingness to cooperate saved him considerable trouble. Otherwise, he would not have minded playing the role of a kidnapper himself. The reason for their visit to the hospital was due to a prior message from Wang Weitong, indicating that Qin Ershao was involved in a scuffle and was currently at the hospital. The assailant was reportedly someone named Yi Tian, though his affiliations remained unclear. Yi Tian. Upon hearing the name, Qin Wudao immediately resolved to make his way to the hospital. Inside the hospital ward, Qin Ershao wore a gloomy expression. To think he would resort to such vicious tactics. He actually used his body to ram into me? How lacking in martial ethics. I wasn't even prepared. Had I been ready, a mere human tornado would be no match for me. All right, enough of your complaints, Wang Weitong interjected, voicing his exasperation. Ironically, while Yi Tian's lethal maneuvers proved ineffective against Qin Ershao, this seemingly innocuous collision had resulted in several broken ribs. It was as though he were as fragile as paper. Wang Weitong. Qin Zuru was interrupted mid-grumble, his displeasure evident. My brother entrusted you with my protection, and this is how you safeguard me? You've delivered me to the hospital. You really are foolish, Wang Weitong retorted with a roll of his eyes. Even if the boss instructed me to assist you, he did not task me with your protection. We are merely superior and subordinate. I'm not your bodyguard. Fine. Just wait. When my brother arrives, I shall have him dismiss you. Oh, I hadn't noticed, Wang Weitong remarked with a smirk. Have we reached a point where Qin Ershao is calling someone brother? TSK, TSK, TSK. Ridiculous. I did not. Qin Zuru vehemently countered, his face flushed with indignation. However, his excitement led to a sharp pain in his chest, a reminder that the agony from his broken bones was no trifling matter, causing him to grimace in discomfort. At that moment, the door swung open, and a smiling Qin Wudao entered, followed closely by the stunning beauty, Chu Yin. You seem quite spirited. It appears nothing is amiss, he remarked. Humph. Upon seeing Qin Wudao, Qin Zirai scoffed. This is work-related injury. Remember to reimburse my medical expenses. I estimate around 200 million. 200 million? Qin Wudao laughed heartily. Your estimation indeed seems rather rough. Just tell me whether you will or not. Qin Zirai retorted. Hearing this, Qin Wudao extended his hand. Come on. Hand over your phone. Qin Wudao, are you really going to pull this on me again? Qin Zirai nearly leaped up, the veins on his forehead bulging. Memories of the time Qin Wudao had facilitated a loan for him surfaced vividly. Back then, Qin Wudao had worn a similar smile and demanded his phone, leading to an unwelcome notification of a 200,000 loan. Even now, he still received calls from loan agents inquiring if he needed financial assistance. The esteemed second son of the Qin family was reduced to being asked daily if he wanted a loan, a matter that would surely bring shame, compounded by the imminent chastisement from his father. Noticing the barely concealed anguish on Qin Zirai's face, Qin Wudao seized his phone and swiftly performed a series of actions. You wanted 200 million, right? Here it is. Skeptically, Qin Zirai accepted his phone, cautiously examining the screen. Indeed, there was a transaction notification indicating a deposit of 200 million. Wait, I need to scrutinize this further. What if it's a loan? He declared, his expression serious as he began to fiddle with the phone. Meanwhile, Qin Wudao turned to Wang Weitong, inquiring, what about that fellow named Yi Tian? I'm not sure. Wang Weitong shook his head. That kid possesses remarkable skills. After a quick bandaging at the hospital, he left without my men being able to stop him. Well, Qin Wudao felt no surprise at this revelation. After all, he was the chosen one, and having a bit of an advantage was quite normal. Just then, the ward door opened again, and a beautiful doctor entered. She wore a crisp, immaculate white coat, the collar slightly open, revealing a simple light blue shirt beneath, exuding both professionalism and elegance. The hem of her coat swayed gently as she moved. Her hair was a lustrous black, neatly tied back in a high ponytail. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her features were breathtaking, accentuated by a pair of black-framed glasses that added an air of intellectual beauty. How was the patient's recovery? She began, but then suddenly paused, her eyes widening as she recognized Qin Wudao. Qin Wudao frowned slightly, memories stirring in his mind. The beautiful doctor, Su Muxue. It seemed the previous owner of this body had a peculiar fondness for doctors. Before pursuing the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner Wan Shirin, he had been enamored with Su Muxue, who was, rather interestingly, Su Yao's aunt. Su Muxue and her predecessor were once the most promising couple. Yet they shared a common flaw with Lu Ruyin, the presence of a male best friend. The two frequently attended various events together, and the predecessor, a devoted admirer, had admonished Su Muxue on multiple occasions to be cautious. However, his words were met with her impatience. "Can you not be so immature? He is merely my friend." She retorted, "What exactly are you jealous of? If you cannot endure this, then do not pursue me. I have already informed you that I will not forsake my friends for a boyfriend." Even on the day of her predecessor's birthday, Su Muxue was dining out with that male friend. Only a man can truly comprehend the thoughts of another man. The repeated warnings from the predecessor yielded not caution, but rather insults filled with exasperation. Chapter 84. In a moment, he would take her eyes. That male confidant brazenly provoked Qin Wudao in front of him. Not once, but repeatedly. He even sought out Qin Wudao privately, rivaling Baiyu's methods in every respect, asserting himself as the king of provocation. Ultimately, the original owner was abandoned by Su Muxue, who promptly turned to seek out Wan Shirin. Substitute literature? After observing the memories, Qin Wudao could not help but sigh, reflecting on how the original owner suppressed his madness as if possessed. He endured every form of humiliation. No wonder he was known as the Enduring Dragon King. "What are you doing here? Where have you been all these years?" Su Muxue approached Qin Wudao, her beautiful eyes shining with joy mixed with an inexplicable conflict and struggle. As he remained silent, Qin Wudao displayed a hint of disdain at Su Muxue's proximity. "Dr. Su, if I am not mistaken, you are here to see a patient, correct? Why inquire about me? Are you still blaming me?" Su Muxue shook her head with a bitter smile. "You should blame me. It was I who—" Before she could finish, Qin Wudao interrupted her. "If you have nothing further, please leave. I will arrange for another doctor." "You." Su Muxue felt a pang in her heart at Qin Wudao's cold demeanor, instinctively reaching out to grasp his hand. Slap! The crisp sound echoed as Su Muxue's hand was swatted away. It was Chu Yin, who, after dismissing Su Muxue's hand, immediately linked her arm with Qin Wudao's. "Dr. Su, what is the meaning of grabbing my boyfriend's hand upon your arrival? Do not presume that your status as a doctor allows you to flirt with the family of a patient. I advise you to leave promptly if you wish to avoid a complaint." "Your boyfriend?" Su Muxue's face was etched with disbelief. She had initiated their breakup, knowing that this day might come. Yet, witnessing such a scene before her still caused her heart to convulse. "Of course, he is my boyfriend." Chu Yin tightened her grip on Qin Wudao's arm, lifting her gaze to him with an expression that conveyed reassurance, as if to say, "I've got your back." Such a look rendered Qin Wudao speechless. Did he truly need another woman to incite jealousy in Su Muxue? Did she even deserve it? "Wudao." Su Muxue took a deep breath, adopting a softer demeanor. "If I were to say, I regret it, could we return to the past? Have you no shame?" Chu Yin's face flushed crimson, clearly incensed. Though unaware of the full story, she had already concocted a dramatic romance in her mind. Now, she was determined to aid her benefactor in vexing the woman before her, only to find the latter declaring intentions of reconciliation. As Chu Yin stood speechless, Qin Wudao gently patted her hand and moved to stand before Su Muxue. "What did you say? Return to the past?" "Yes." Su Muxue nodded, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of affection. "I realize my mistakes. I should have maintained my distance from him. Now, I am willing to change. Could you grant me a chance? After all these years without you by my side, I've come to understand who is truly important to me." However, before Su Muxue could finish her sentence, Qin Wudao grasped her chin firmly and whispered, "You know your mistakes? I recall that Su Yao is your niece, isn't she? She also confessed to me her errors. Shouldn't she be at the ophthalmology hospital now? It was you who blinded her eyes. Su Mushua's expression turned to one of horror. Recently, Su Yao had attended a banquet, and upon returning, her demeanor had drastically changed. She had been brutally deprived of her eyesight. Never did Su Mushua expect that the perpetrator was Qin Wudao. Apparently, hasn't he informed you? Qin Wudao spoke with a teasing tone. You two are quite alike, not just in appearance, but also in temperament. With that, Qin Wudao extended 2 fingers, adjusting his black-framed glasses, and lightly touched Su Mushua's exquisite eyes. Shall I assist in removing yours as well, to donate them to someone in need? Just then, a man entered the room, holding a bouquet of flowers. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the scene before him. After a moment of recovering from his shock, anger flickered across his face. Qin Wudao, you have already separated from Mushua. Why do you continue to entangle her? Ah, another one has arrived? Qin Wudao's lips curled into a smirk. This was rather delightful. It seemed he could repay the grievances he had endured. The newcomer was Lin Yaoyang, Su Mushua's male confidant. His presence had previously caused discord between Su Mushua and Qin Wudao, leading to their breakup. Seeing Lin Yaoyang, Su Mushua panicked completely. Wudao, you have to believe me. We are truly just ordinary friends. I did not ask him to come here. Before she could finish, Qin Wudao's strong hand pressed against her face with such force that she felt her teeth might loosen. Sure, it's not your turn yet. With that, Qin Wudao exerted a slight force and pushed Su Mushua aside. At that moment, Lin Yaoyang stepped forward, closing the distance to Qin Wudao, and whispered, let me tell you, Qin Wudao, Mushua is on the verge of accepting me. Aren't you envious? Despite your long pursuit, you have not been able to be with her. But I'm about to succeed. Even after all these years, she still cares for me the most. His tone was saturated with arrogance. Then, inexplicably, Lin Yaoyang seized Qin Wudao's hand and pressed it against himself. You! Bang! Lin Yaoyang stumbled back, crashing against the wall, his expression one of disbelief. Qin Wudao, I merely suggested that you stop making Mushua sad and crying. Why did you strike me? Qin Wudao stood there quietly, mocking Lin Yaoyang's performance. After the other party concluded their performance, Qin Wudao chuckled softly. Sorrow and tears? Fear not. Shortly I shall procure her eyes, ensuring she shall never weep again. But you, on the other hand, have a penchant for conversation, do you not? Allow me to silence you. Wudao, Su Mushua, evidently aware of Qin Wudao's formidable prowess, hurriedly stepped forward. Her voice tinged with desperation. Do not act rashly. The Law Enforcement Bureau will take you away. With a resounding thud, Qin Wudao delivered a powerful kick, sending Su Mushua crashing to the ground, the force so great that it caused her to spout a copious amount of blood. The scene before Lin Yaoyang rendered him utterly speechless. Chapter 85. The baseball bat as Su Mushua's close male friend, he had once witnessed Qin Wudao's terrifying strength. However, he felt no fear, for he was certain that before Su Mushua, Qin Wudao would never unleash such inhuman power. He had hoped to use this encounter as a subject for experimentation, but to his surprise, Qin Wudao had departed abruptly. Now was a prime opportunity to provoke Qin Wudao, yet he had the audacity to strike Su Mushua. Cough, cough. Wudao. Su Mushua sat on the ground, coughing up blood. As a physician, she could acutely perceive the condition within her body. Just moments ago, Qin Wudao's kick had shattered several of her ribs and even injured her internal organs. She found herself too weak to rise. Her expression was one of disbelief. Su Mushua knew that Qin Wudao cherished her deeply. How could such a person possibly lay a hand on her? Was it merely an illusion? Or was she trapped in a dream? Yet the pain coursing through her body incessantly reminded her of the harsh reality. Wudao, how could you? Cough, cough, have changed like this? Meanwhile, Lin Yaoyang snapped back to reality, realizing he needed to leave this place. After all, Qin Wudao's current state was utterly terrifying. Just as he turned to depart, he noticed that another individual had mysteriously blocked the doorway to the ward. From his pocket, he slowly withdrew. A gun? Lin Yaoyang's pupils dilated. A gun? How could this be? Who exactly was Qin Wudao? Planning to flee, are we? At that moment, Lin Yaoyang heard a teasing voice, and he stiffly turned to see Qin Wudao, whose face was adorned with a playful smirk, his eyes seemingly gleaming with a hint of red. Suddenly, it struck Lin Yaoyang. He recalled that Su Muxue had once told him about an anomaly discovered during Qin Wudao's blood test. It appeared that his blood contained a boiling factor, which could plunge his mind into a frenzied state. Yes, Qin Wudao must be in a state of madness. If only Su Muxue could alleviate it with her love, Qin Wudao would revert to his devoted self. With this thought, Lin Yaoyang breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Su Muxue. Muxue, Qin Wudao is clearly unwell. You must rise and embrace him, just as you did when he fell ill before. Quickly, only you can heal him. Upon hearing this, Su Muxue's beautiful eyes lit up. Indeed, the issue lay within Qin Wudao's blood, meaning he did not harbor ill feelings towards her nor intended to harm her. He was merely unwell. With this realization, Su Muxue hurriedly began to speak. Wudao, bang. Before she could finish her sentence, a medicine bottle struck her on the head, causing her to bleed profusely. Qin Zhiwei stood there, one hand clutching his ribs, the other frozen in the act of throwing the bottle. Damn it, you've been prattling since you arrived. Can't you see I'm the patient? Is there no one to speak on my behalf? You, a doctor, should be attending to me, not chasing after my brother. Have you lost your mind? Having spoken, Qin Zhiwei's face was illuminated with a flicker of joy. How exhilarating it was to engage in combat at the slightest provocation. He felt an insatiable urge to learn a few moves from Qin Wudao, thinking to himself that he would no longer require money to resolve conflicts, but rather his fists. What if he were a martial arts prodigy? Meanwhile, as Qin Zhiwei indulged in his fanciful thoughts, Qin Wudao had already approached Lin Yaoyang. The latter, trembling, stammered, Qin Wudao, please remain calm. Muxue is injured. We must take her for treatment. Her? Qin Wudao replied with a smile. She is not in a hurry. But you, standing there must be exhausting. Allow me to assist you. I am not tired. Lin Yaoyang's face was a mask of panic. He believed Qin Wudao had lost his senses, and the best course of action was to focus on Su Muxue. With that thought, he suddenly lunged towards her side. With a thud, he fell, grimacing in pain, yet he paid no heed to his injuries. He turned to Su Muxue, exclaiming, Muxue, Qin Wudao has lost his mind. He intends to kill me. I may have disturbed your relationship, and I acknowledge my mistake. I promise I will never seek you out again. Just let me, Before Lin Yaoyang could finish, Qin Wudao seized him by the collar and hoisted him into the air. Nearby, Chu Yin's face flushed with excitement, having witnessed Qin Wudao's prowess at the abandoned factory. She had regarded him as a superhero, even an idol. Seeing her idol in action again was simply thrilling. Lin Yaoyang, you possess a face that is utterly detestable. Do you know what irks me the most? Green tea. What tea? Lin Yaoyang, suspended in the air, struggled futilely, oblivious to Qin Wudao's intent. The next moment, bang! A dull thud reverberated through the ward. Lin Yaoyang could not even scream. His face was a gruesome mess, blood splattering everywhere, including on Su Muxue, whose own face was marred by droplets of crimson. She sat helplessly on the ground, terror reflected in her beautiful eyes. Wudao, please, stop. Taking a life demands a life. I almost forgot about you. Qin Wudao gazed at Su Muxue with interest, holding Lin Yaoyang with one hand before violently swinging him towards her. Bang! Lin Yaoyang, used as a blunt instrument, sent Su Muxue flying, shattering the instruments nearby. Qin Wudao brandished Lin Yaoyang like a colossal baseball bat, swinging him up and down. At that moment, Lin Yaoyang retained a flicker of consciousness, desperately trying to plead for help. Observing this, Qin Wudao forcefully slammed him to the ground. Crack! The pristine tiles shattered into countless fragments, along with Lin Yaoyang's bones. After executing this deed, Qin Wudao approached Qin Zhiwei, wiping his hands on the bedding. At this moment, the invincible second young Master Qin chose to evade, continually reassuring himself that it was all right. After all, he had already received his allowance. He thought to himself that once the situation calmed down, he could simply change the quilt. He kept silent, fearing that speaking might provoke a violent reaction. Confronted by the fearsome Qin Wudao, second young Master Qin opted to follow his heart. After wiping his hands, Qin Wudao surveyed the chaos around him with an indifferent gaze. He lit a cigarette, and as the smoke curled around him, the crimson hue in his eyes gradually faded. Indeed, Qin Wudao sighed, acknowledging that the madness had intensified. Yet, he pondered whether it was his extraordinary intellect urging him to resolve matters with force, or if it was the madness compelling him to do so. Ultimately, the outcome would be the same regardless. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully rewarding the goddess. Chapter 86. Special Operations Department. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a black card, 100 billion Dragon Country coins, and unlocking 10% of the system. Congratulations to the host for making the female lead regret her choices. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Frenzied Blood Suppression Ring. Congratulations to the host. No more congratulations. It's just a gift. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Frenzied Blood Berserk Ring. Wearing increases critical hit rate by 100%. The system notifications came in rapid succession, and the bull and horse system seemed reluctant to keep up. Whenever other systems granted rewards, it blindly followed suit. Indeed, it appeared to be tailored precisely to the regret system, matching its offerings and even surpassing them. Truly, an embodiment of extreme competition among systems. Qin Zhiruai exhaled in relief upon seeing Qin Wudao wipe the blood from his hands. Now that I've dealt with them, they can't retaliate against me. Beside him, Wang Weidong shook his head. He understood Qin Wudao's frenzied blood state, yet he was immensely pleased with his brother's transformation. After all, when he had been a sycophant, Wang Weidong was genuinely infuriated. At times, he harbored thoughts of eliminating those women, yet he feared provoking Qin Wudao's wrath. Now, there was no need for him to intervene. Qin Wudao could equally annihilate everyone, regardless of gender. Having cleaned his hands, Qin Wudao turned to Wang Weidong. Clean this place up and arrange for a change of hospital room for Qin Zhiruai. Sure thing, boss. I'm just a busybody anyway. Bang. Just as Wang Weidong was about to leave, the door was suddenly kicked open, and a group of individuals clad in black entered, immediately aiming their guns at the three occupants of the room. The leader was a striking woman, her beauty accentuated by a black suit that conveyed an air of competence and vigor. Holding a pistol, she exuded a charm that was both alluring and perilous. With one hand on her gun, she produced her identification with the other. I am Du Jue from the Special Operations Department. Qin Wudao, Wang Weidong, Qin Zhiruai. You three are coming with us for questioning. At that moment, Du Jue noticed the gruesome scene within the hospital room. Her gaze towards Qin Wudao filled with disdain and fury. It seemed that questioning was no longer necessary. Qin Wudao, you're under arrest. Wang Weidong replied, perplexed. I must say, beauty, you are intriguing. How did you ascertain that these two were dealt with by my boss? What if it was me? You've already called him boss. Could there be anyone else? Without further ado, she commanded, stop wasting time and come with me. With that, Du Jue advanced towards Qin Wudao. Her gun pointed directly at his forehead, while her other hand retrieved handcuffs from behind her. At that moment, Qin Wudao extended a slender finger to press against the barrel of the gun. What do you intend to do? The surrounding black-clad figures rushed forward, their weapons now trained on Qin Wudao. Upon witnessing this scene, a fervent glow ignited in Qin Wudao's eyes. He fixed his gaze upon Du Jue and spoke softly. I am not particularly fond of having a gun pointed at me. If you wish to escort me back, it need not be so arduous. However, I assure you, should you allow these individuals to continue aiming their weapons at me, I guarantee that none of you will exit this room unscathed. Bang! As if in concert with Qin Wudao's declaration, Wang Weidong, standing at the entrance, abruptly slammed the door shut. At that moment, a mysterious red ring materialized behind Qin Wudao, and as the crimson light flickered from the ring, his aura grew increasingly menacing. Du Jue, feeling the weight of Qin Wudao's presence, turned pale, yet to lower her weapon now would be utterly humiliating. Captain, at this juncture, a figure clad in black approached Du Jue, whispering, do not act impulsively. The director merely requested that we escort him back. There was no mention of an arrest. Moreover, it would be unwise to engage in conflict, as it may lead to undesirable repercussions. Upon hearing this, Du Jue seemingly found a way out and lowered her weapon. The other subordinates followed suit. retracting their firearms and releasing breaths they did not realize they were holding. The pressure exerted by Qin Wudao was truly overwhelming, and they had no doubt about his earlier words. Should a confrontation arise, they might indeed find themselves trapped. Qin Wudao, Wang Weitong, Qin Zirwei, you will accompany me, Di Yujue declared, striding toward the exit. From his bed, Qin Zirwei pointed incredulously at himself, exclaiming, "What concern is this of mine? I have not even moved an inch. Confined to this bed with broken ribs, and you still wish to take me away?" The two black-clad individuals, undeterred by his protests, prepared to lift Qin Zirwei as per their captain's orders. Just then, a chilling voice rang out. "If anyone dares to lay a hand on him, they shall lose their claws." The two black-clad men froze, turning their heads to find Qin Wudao's piercing gaze fixed upon them, leaving them momentarily paralyzed, uncertain of how to proceed. In that moment, Diujue's eyes flickered slightly as she murmured, "Very well, he is not our primary target. Let him remain here." With that, she led the way out. Qin Wudao turned to Chu Yin and softly said, "You wait for me at the hospital tonight. I shall take you home upon my return." Chu Yin obediently responded, then found a chair to sit down, completely ignoring the gruesome scene around her. Once the others had departed, Qin Zirwei rubbed his ribs and muttered, "Humph. Do not think that your assistance will earn my gratitude." As he spoke, he calmly retrieved his phone and deftly dialed a number. "Mom, Dad, Sister, my brother has been taken away. Help!" Outside in the corridor, the departing black-clad figures nearly stumbled upon hearing Qin Zirwei's desperate cry, incredulous. Had they not just left this second young Master Qin untouched? Why did his scream sound as if a pig were being slaughtered? "Help? Whose life are we saving? Ours?" Di Yujue narrowed her beautiful eyes, fully aware that involving the Qin family in this matter would undoubtedly complicate things further. She coldly commanded, "Quickly increase your pace." "Understood." A group of individuals departed from the hospital, where several black cars awaited them outside. Qin Wudao approached the central vehicle directly, and Wang Weitong obediently stepped forward to open the car door for him. Once Qin Wudao settled inside, one of the men in black attempted to join him. Bang! Before he could even take his seat, a foot extended from within the car, sending him flying. Wang Weitong nearly burst into laughter at this sight. "What a joke. What makes you think you can ride with my boss? Get lost." The man in black gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with indignation. Yet he complied and left the scene. With a roar of engines, the black vehicles vanished from the entrance of the hospital. Chapter 87. Kiss My Soul, additional update. Meanwhile, within the Qin family's living room, "Who dares to touch my son? You are courting death." Veins bulged on Qin father's forehead as he slammed his palm onto the table, shattering the glass coffee table into fragments. Ignoring the blood streaming from his hand, he swiftly dialed his phone. "I care not who you are. Release my son. If any harm befalls him, I will ensure you face the consequences. None shall escape unscathed." Qin mother stepped forward, tending to her husband's bleeding hand. She remained composed, yet the warmth that usually graced her kind face was replaced by an icy demeanor, clearly a manifestation of her extreme anger. In the president's office of the Qin Corporation, several secretaries and assistants trembled within the confines of the room. Qin Wanrong, typically the embodiment of an ice-cold CEO, had instilled a sense of familiarity with her moods among her staff. However, today was markedly different. Seated in her office chair, her exquisite visage bore no hint of emotional fluctuation, even though it was deep into the night. The expression on their president's face deterred any of the secretaries and assistants from suggesting an early departure. Contact the commander of the Magic City's defense. Inform him that unless he wishes to see the commercial street established by the Qin family reduced to ruins by tomorrow, I require an explanation within 3 minutes. No. 1 minute. Yes. One assistant cautiously retrieved a phone, dialing the numbers of the influential figures. Having left the hospital, Qin Wudao found himself in a car, which soon arrived at an ordinary office building. However, the vehicle showed no signs of stopping, instead proceeding directly into the underground parking garage. Upon entering, it became evident that this place held secrets. Like a covert base, an entrance leading further underground appeared, shrouded in darkness, and the air grew thin. 10 minutes later, as the car came to a halt and the doors swung open, a sudden clatter echoed. The moment Qin Wudao stepped out, he was met by dozens of well-dressed individuals in black, armed and vigilant, their weapons pointed downward, suggesting merely a state of alert. Yet, Qin Wudao could sense an undercurrent of lethal intent. These individuals were indeed battle-hardened elites. "Follow me." At that moment, Di Yuk stepped beside Qin Wudao and coldly uttered those 3 words before striding forward. Qin Wudao shrugged, disregarding the watchful eyes around him, and proceeded to follow Di Yuk at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, Wang Weitong appeared to have been taken elsewhere, as he was nowhere to be seen upon exiting the vehicle. Tulp, tulp, tulp. In the desolate, dimly lit corridor, the sound of footsteps resonated clearly, creating an atmosphere of quiet oppression. However, for Qin Wudao, such intimidation was of no consequence. He would be fortunate if he did not impose on others. The notion of being intimidated himself was absurd. After what felt like an eternity, the two arrived at a door. Di Yuk pushed it open, gesturing for Qin Wudao to enter. The decor of this room is exceedingly simplistic, featuring merely a table, a few chairs, and a solitary desk lamp, evoking the atmosphere of an interrogation chamber. There are no windows, and a hint of dampness lingers in the air. As Di Yujue pulled out a chair, intending to sit down, Qin Wudao opportunistically occupied it first, creating the impression that the former was at the service of the latter. "You!" Di Yujue exclaimed in anger, taking a deep breath to force herself to regain composure before seating herself across from Qin Wudao. "I am the captain of the Special Operations Unit, and my name is Di Yujue, as I have already informed you." "Special Operations Unit? Ah, I see. You mean the Special Action Department." Qin Wudao chuckled lightly in response. "If that is the case, referring to yourselves as Special Ops does sound rather unappealing. Trust me, you should simply call it Special Actions henceforth." With a resounding clap, Di Yujue struck the metallic tabletop, exclaiming, "Qin Wudao, do you think this is a casual place? How dare you behave so audaciously? I must remind you that your presence here is due to your transgressions. What right do you have to act so arrogantly?" "Arrogant?" Qin Wudao replied nonchalantly. "You should consider yourself fortunate that you have yet to witness my true arrogance. If I were to truly act in such a manner, just based on your earlier table slap, I assure you the next moment would find me stepping upon your face, compelling you to kiss my shoe." Before Di Yujue could retort, the door swung open, and a middle-aged man entered at a leisurely pace. With a gentle smile adorning his face, he addressed Qin Wudao upon entering. "Mr. Qin, I apologize for the inconvenience, but I have a matter to discuss with you." Then turning to Di Yujue, he added, "Captain Di, why are you standing? Please take a seat and do not show any disrespect in front of Mr. Qin." "Humph." Di Yujue scoffed, but complied and sat down. The middle-aged man continued to smile at Qin Wudao, slowly articulating, "The eldest son of the Qin family, Qin Wudao, is, in fact, the biological son of the Li family and the president of the Yinlong Group. After leaving the Qin family over a decade ago, he ventured abroad alone. Subsequently, he joined a mercenary organization known as the Dragon King Hall, and a few years ago, he assumed control of it, becoming the new Dragon King. Am I mistaken?" In response, Qin Wudao remained silent, merely offering a faint smile. It was hardly surprising that the man could uncover his identity as the Dragon King. After all, prior to his entry, Qin Wudao had made acquaintances with several prominent figures in the Dragon Nation and had collaborated with them extensively while abroad. Otherwise, his entry would have undoubtedly attracted scrutiny. Hence, these special departments could naturally acquire knowledge of his whereabouts, but they were privy only to his identity as the Dragon King. They were not entitled to learn anything further. Noticing Qin Wudao's continued silence, the middle-aged man pressed on, "Recently, Mr. Qin, you have been rather conspicuous in Modu. I am uncertain as to the reason for your drastic change, but as a mercenary leader, I hope you refrain from causing any significant disturbances in Modu." "Indeed," Di Yujue coldly retorted, "Qin Wudao, you are nothing but a malignant tumor. Upon arriving in Longhua, do you truly believe you can act with impunity? I shall inevitably see you imprisoned, regardless of your connections." Before Di Yujue could finish her words, Qin Wudao seized a nearby chair and hurled it with a single hand. Startled, Diyu swiftly dodged. Clang! The resounding crash of metal echoed as the chair struck the wall, transforming into a mere hunk of iron, leaving a dent in the fortified surface. Diyu had no doubt that had it struck her, she would have met her end in an instant. You may choose to remain silent, but should you speak to me in such a tone again, I assure you I will fulfill my earlier promise. Enough, Captain D. Cease this commotion, interjected a middle-aged man, timely stepping in to halt Diyu's fervor. Qin Wudao turned his gaze toward the man, speaking softly. One plays the role of the villain, while the other assumes the part of the good cop. Is this tactic not somewhat antiquated? Do not beat around the bush. State your intentions plainly. After all, if I'm not mistaken, you must have received communication from other departments upon deciding to seek me out. Is your intention merely to contravene orders and bring me here to listen to your idle chatter? Chapter 88. The background of the Dragon King. Upon hearing Qin Wudao's repeatedly blunt remarks, the middle-aged man's expression turned somewhat grim. He spoke in a serious tone. Mr. Qin, perhaps it would be prudent for you to introduce yourself first. I am the director of the Special Operations Department. My surname is Yao, and you may call me Director Yao. The purpose of your invitation here is to inform you that you have been marked as a dangerous individual by our department. Before you lies two paths. The first option entails arranging a secret flight for you, allowing you to distance yourself from the country. After all, you are the Dragon King, and it is time you returned to the Dragon King's Hall after such a lengthy absence. The second option, however, is rather troublesome. I will assign personnel to monitor you around the clock, and your full cooperation is essential. Furthermore, you must refrain from any reckless actions. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to send someone to escort you back for a discussion. I must apologize in advance. The tea here is not particularly enjoyable. At these words, a broader smile spread across Qin Wudao's face. After much discourse, the intention was finally revealed. The Special Operations Department? This was a name Qin Wudao had never encountered before. While the Dragon Nation indeed possessed special agencies addressing various risks, they were not located in subterranean parking structures. This indicated that it was a newly established department, and its first course of action was to target him, the Dragon King. It was reasonable to deduce that there were certainly others pulling the strings behind the scenes. At that moment, Qin Wudao's phone unexpectedly rang. He retrieved it from his pocket, glanced at the caller ID, and chuckled softly at Director Yao. It seems your underground base is not as secure as you claim. There isn't even a signal jammer installed. Diyu rushed to stand before Qin Wudao, her voice cold. Phone calls are not permitted here. Hand over your phone. Otherwise, I am authorized to take emergency measures against you. Diyu had repeatedly spoken in such a tone, and Qin Wudao's demeanor had turned icy. He slowly extended his hand and, in a calm voice, said, "Come and take it." The phone continued to ring, beads of sweat forming on Diyu's fair forehead, as she sensed the predatory gaze of a creature at the apex of the food chain fixed upon her. Qin Wudao sat there, making no move, his expression and eyes remaining placid, yet the aura he exuded made her legs feel weak. Seeing his esteemed subordinate caught in a predicament, Yao Rizhao quickly interjected, "Mr. Qin, why not answer the call? Captain D is merely adhering to protocol. I hope you can understand." At that moment, the second call rang once more. Noticing that Diyu showed no intention of approaching to seize the phone, a mocking expression crossed Qin Wudao's face, and he answered the call directly. "Brother Qin, my apologies. If I am not mistaken, you must currently be a guest of that newly established department, correct? My father specifically asked me to call you to express his apologies. This department has just been established and has not yet officially been incorporated. Even the documents have not been issued. Thus, it is inevitable that there is some lack of understanding on your part. If convenient, I would appreciate it if you could switch to speakerphone." Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao cast a peculiar glance at Yao Rizhao. If the documents have not yet been officially issued, does that imply that the individuals before him do not hold official status? After all, their files should have already been drawn up, yet they have not arrived here. During this interim period of uncertainty, what audacity do they possess to act so arrogantly? Qin Wudao lightly tapped the speakerphone and then spoke. "Brother Tian, you may proceed." Director Yao. "No, Yao Rizhao should be able to hear you. Addressing him so directly caused Yao Rizhao's expression to darken slightly, though he also noted the name Tian Pingsheng. Director Yao, I apologize, but my father has sent me to call you. The gentleman before you, Mr. Qin, shares a strategic connection with our nation and has devoted himself tirelessly for the benefit of our Dragon Nation, even at great personal cost. The dragon in the Dragon King Hall and the dragon of our Dragon Nation share the same character, Director Yao. I do not intend to issue commands, as I hold no official position. But if you wish to avoid transforming this interim period into a permanent void, I suggest you be mindful of your demeanor towards Mr. Qin. Should he find himself dissatisfied, you will surely understand the consequences. By the way, allow me to remind you that your phone has been turned off. Hence, you are unaware that you have received at least 100 simultaneous calls, including but not limited to those from various representative offices. I trust you comprehend the gravity of this situation. With that said, goodbye. With that, Tian Pingsheng abruptly terminated the call. On the other hand, beads of sweat began to form on Yao Rizhao's forehead. Calls from major representative offices? Is this individual merely a foreign mercenary? Furthermore, what does he mean by stating that the dragon of our nation and the dragon of the Dragon King all share the same character? Tian Pingsheng's grandfather was a general, and his father is the commander of the capital's defense, wielding immense power. Normally, such individuals would speak in riddles, but this overt threat signifies genuine anger. Yao Rizhao forced himself to regain composure and then addressed Di Yujue. Captain D, please bring me my phone. Director, Di Yujue exclaimed in alarm. Phones are not permitted during the interrogation of dangerous individuals, and besides, obey my command. Go quickly. Yao Rizhao's furious shout cut off Di Yujue's words. While he could previously cooperate with his subordinates' methods, he no longer possessed the patience for such niceties. Over 100 calls? He had no idea what his so-called special department would look like after today. Di Yujue bit her lip in frustration, yet she turned and left the room. Shortly thereafter, she returned with Yao Rizhao's phone in hand. The latter tremulously activated his phone, and as soon as it powered on, he was greeted by a barrage of missed calls, all from concealed numbers, alongside various text notifications. With each glance, Yao Rizhao's complexion grew increasingly pallid. Doubts began to gnaw at him regarding his intelligence. Was the Dragon King Hall truly merely a mercenary organization? What connection did it bear to his own nation? Why were so many prominent figures contacting him, all due to Qin Wudao, their tones chilling and authoritative? This was no longer mere inquiry. It was an unmistakable interrogation. Yao Rizhao cautiously lifted his gaze to meet Qin Wudao's, who, at that moment, maintained his earlier smile, seemingly already aware of the unfolding scene. Chapter 89. I have endured you for too long. Yao Rizhao let out a soft sigh, followed by a wry smile as he remarked. It seems I have indeed been overconfident, still unable to comprehend the true nature of the Dragon King Palace behind Mr. Qin. Qin Wudao did not address Yao Rizhao's confusion, but rather countered with a question. Director Yao, I believe it is now my turn to inquire. Can you enlighten me as to who disclosed my information to you and suggested that you bring me here? Upon hearing Qin Wudao's inquiry, Yao Rizhao's complexion grew increasingly pale, with the muscles in his face trembling slightly. Mr. Qin, no one instructed me to do this. It was I who uncovered your information through my own investigation, so there is no need to utter such falsehoods. Before Yao Rizhao could complete his sentence, Qin Wudao interrupted him directly. Tian Pingsheng had previously mentioned over the phone that this department had not yet received formal documentation, indicating that it was merely a shell for the time being. What a coincidence that Yao Rizhao's first investigative target happened to be the head of the Dragon King. Furthermore, the Dragon King Palace is not some trivial entity that could be easily probed. It is utterly ludicrous. Director Yao, I hope you can grasp the significance of the characters dragon in both Dragon Kingdom and Dragon King Palace. If you are unable to clarify this, should I notify the Dragon Group to speak with you? At the mention of the Dragon Group, Yao Rizhao's pupils constricted. That is the true special department of the Dragon Kingdom dedicated to national security. A stark contrast to his own department, akin to an elephant facing an ant. If they were to take him away for questioning, it would be nearly impossible for Yao Rizhao to ever return. With this thought, Yao Rizhao gritted his teeth and replied solemnly. It was someone from the War God Palace who informed me. Indeed, a knowing glimmer appeared in Qin Wudao's eyes. He had suspected that under normal circumstances, this special department would not directly approach him. It was, after all, a matter involving the War God Palace. Given the circumstances with Qinyu Group, Qin Wudao had intended to address the so-called War God himself. But unexpectedly, the other party had reached out first. May I inquire how the individual from the War God Palace came into contact with you, Director Yao? I encountered danger abroad, and it was an elder from the War God Palace who rescued me. This time, he did not instruct me to take action against you, but instead provided me with the information about the Dragon King Palace, indicating that this was the first strike for my special department. It seems the shot has indeed been fired, but the one wielding the weapon is not me. Yao Rizhao thought with a bitter smile. He had been used as a pawn by that individual. Nevertheless, he resolved to return the favor of salvation. Upon hearing Yao Rizhao's words, Qin Wudao nodded and continued, "If it is convenient, could you share his contact information with me?" Yao Rizhao retrieved his phone and handed it directly to Qin Wudao. After a brief glance at the phone number, Qin Wudao returned the device. "Director Yao, if possible. I hope to avoid being disturbed in such a manner next time. After all, as you mentioned, the tea here is rather unpalatable. Rest assured, Mr. Qin, my department remains unaware of the outcome, so I am naturally deprived of the privilege of inviting you for tea again." A hint of despair lingered in Yao Rizhao's eyes. He understood the grim fate that awaited him once the higher-ups learned he had been used as a pawn. He also realized that if the Dragon King Hall maintained a close relationship with the Dragon Nation, then his communication with the War God Hall bore the same treachery as betrayal. "Mr. Qin, before you depart, may I inquire about the nature of the relationship between the Dragon King Hall and our Dragon Nation? Of course, if it is classified information, you need not respond. It is merely a matter of personal curiosity." Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao spoke with profound significance. "The current Protector General is the junior disciple of the previous Dragon King, thus my granduncle." This revelation nearly caused Yao Rizhao to tumble from his chair. Junior disciple? Granduncle? What exactly is the Dragon King Hall? Meanwhile, Di Yuk was utterly oblivious to the unfolding drama. She only knew that the upright director seemed poised to release Qin Wudao due to his influential background. "Director, have you also succumbed to corruption? A person like Qin Wudao, who disregards the law, should be imprisoned here. He must not be released merely because of his power. You truly court death." Qin Wudao slowly rose to his feet and addressed Di Yuk. "Do you wish to play out a tale of righteous law enforcement and the romance between a flower of integrity and the Dragon King? I have no time for such frivolities, and my disdain for your kind of ignorance knows no bounds. Surely, one must possess at least one of either capability or intellect. Yet you possess neither." Although Di Yuk did not comprehend Qin Wudao's precise meaning, she recognized that he was insulting her. "Qin Wudao, do not presume you can act with impunity. Even if the director is intimidated by your background, what of it? I shall not be cowed. Is that so?" Qin Wudao smirked slightly and said, "Then might this paragon of virtue enlighten me on your perspective regarding your director's connections with the foreign War God Hall? Furthermore, I observed that the individual from the War God Hall was using a domestic number. Captain D, will you not apprehend them? I know nothing of this War God Hall." Di Yuk shook her head and replied firmly, "Furthermore, even if they are foreign forces, what of it? Their report against you proves their integrity. Moreover, compared to them, you, the reckless scion of wealth, are far more deserving of arrest." "Oh, is that so?" Qin Wudao nodded, then turned to Yao Rizhao. "Director Yao, let me confirm. Your department has not yet officially established itself, correct?" "Indeed," Yao Rizhao replied softly. "Did not Tian Pingxing inform you earlier? Our department has yet to be formally established. In other words, none of you belong to the law enforcement agency anymore, and thus we are no longer comrades. Frankly speaking, I've never been fond of turning against my own kind." Whoosh! Before Yao Rizhao could comprehend the implications of Qin Wudao's words, the latter transformed into a fleeting shadow. "Appearing directly beside you." Before she could react, he placed a hand firmly on her face, and with a sudden, forceful grip, boom, with a resounding crash, Qin Wudao pressed Di Yujue against the wall, his strength so immense that it caused a slight crack to form in the surface. The glint of crimson flickered in his eyes. He had yet to don the ring that suppressed his bloodlust. Gazing at Di Yujue, who seemed oblivious to her fate, Qin Wudao spoke softly. I have tolerated you for far too long. You are no longer part of the personnel. What audacity do you possess to provoke me repeatedly? Bang! Qin Wudao then unceremoniously tossed Di Yujue to the ground and turned to Yao Rizhao, stating, since she is no longer one of us, I trust it is acceptable for me to act against her, correct? There is no. Chapter 90. Safety has returned at this moment. Yao Rizhao found himself at a loss for words. Gazing at Di Yujue, who lay in a pool of blood, he felt no inclination to check on her condition. Instead, he sat there, staring blankly at the receding figure of Qin Wudao. As Qin Wudao had stated, the current department was still entangled in procedural intricacies. This meant that both he and Di Yujue were nothing more than ordinary individuals without any official status. As mere civilians, capturing Qin Wudao and even subjecting him to solitary interrogation was a precarious endeavor. Even if Di Yujue met with her unfortunate fate, or if the entire underground base were to fall at the hands of Qin Wudao, no one would dare to voice their opinions. After all, the influence of Qin Wudao was immense. Dragon King Hall, the Dragon Nation, the Guardian General, and allies. A cascade of terms associated with Qin Wudao flooded Yao Rizhao's mind. Moments later, veins bulged on his forehead, and the corners of his mouth twitched in distress. Wargot Hall, how do you do? What Yao Rizhao uttered went unheard by Qin Wudao, who was now leisurely walking into the parking lot of the underground base, where Wang Weidong had been waiting for quite some time. The so-called personnel from the special department stood frozen, their gazes toward Qin Wudao and Wang Weidong laced with a tinge of complexity. They were oblivious to the events that had transpired. Only 2 minutes prior, they had received a notification from their director. They were to escort Qin Wudao and Wang Weidong away, neither of whom were deemed dangerous individuals, but rather it was imperative to remember to treat them with courtesy. In the eyes of these special personnel, their director had undoubtedly capitulated due to the backgrounds of Qin Wudao and Wang Weidong, which left them burdened with a sense of apprehension. Particularly those who had previously accompanied Di Yujue to summon Qin Wudao back. They feared retribution from him, knowing they were merely obedient pawns. If resentment brewed from someone of high authority, it could spell the end of their lives. Qin Wudao paid no heed to anyone around him and simply took a seat in the back of the car, calmly stating, "Take me back to the Qin residence." Igrigalles. One of the special personnel volunteered to serve as the driver. Observing this, Wang Weidong followed suit, needing to return to the Wang family as well. Having been taken away by these individuals from the hospital, he anticipated that the Wang family, particularly his half-brother, would likely take action regarding his influence. He needed to return swiftly to regain control of the situation. With a roar of engines, the external gates slowly opened, and the two vehicles proceeded toward the Wang and Qin residences. Within the Qin family's villa, Qin's father, mother, and Qin Wanrong were all seated on the sofa. Their expressions were dark and frosty, clearly still troubled by the incident involving Qin Wudao's abduction. Although some prominent figures had already offered apologies and assured them that such occurrences would not repeat, it still left an uncomfortable knot in their hearts. At that moment, Uncle Lu hurried in, his face brimming with delight, exclaiming, "Master, Madam Miss, the young master has returned. Is it true?" The three of them rose simultaneously, their faces alight with joy. Moments later, Qin Wudao strode in directly. Qin's mother rushed forward and enveloped Qin Wudao in a warm embrace. "My dear child, were you frightened? They didn't team mistreat you, did they? If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me, and I shall seek justice for you." Qin's father displayed a similar expression of concern. In response to his family's affection, Qin Wudao softly reassured, "Mother, father, I am fine. They did not harm me. So please do not worry." That's a relief. Upon hearing that her son had not been bullied, Qin's mother felt her anxiety dissipate. At that moment, she seemed to sense something, slowly turning her head. As expected, her daughter's exquisite face was marred by worry, and even her beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears. Oh, this foolish child, still feeling shy, understanding her daughter better than anyone. Qin's mother released Qin Wudao and turned to stand beside Qin's father. gripping his arm as they ascended the stairs. Uncle Liu waved his hand, signaling the surrounding servants to leave. The living room was left with only Qin Wudao and Qin Wanrong. At this juncture, Qin Wanrong could no longer contain herself and leaped forward, wrapping her arms around Qin Wudao, her voice slightly trembling. "You scared me to death. I'm so relieved you're unharmed. Next time, could you possibly inform me in advance of such occurrences? Do you intend to vanish for an extended period without any news? How could that be?" Qin Wudao embraced Qin Wanrong gently, murmuring, "Moreover, it wasn't anything troublesome. I have returned safely. Haven Ti?" Upon hearing this, Qin Wanrong tilted her head slightly. "Kiss me." Their lips met in a tender embrace, and after a long while, they parted. Qin Wanrong's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of daze. Her stunning visage flushed with a rosy hue. Qin Wudao swept her into his arms, carrying her upstairs. As they approached the door, Qin Wanrong, nestled in Qin Wudao's embrace, had already shed her outer garment, carelessly discarding it on the floor while the buttons of her shirt were being undone. The sight of her fair skin stood out starkly against the darkness. The two once again found their lips entwined, as Qin Wanrong was laid gently upon the bed, their hands exploring one another's forms. "Give me, Meanwhile, in a hospital room in Magic City, Qin Zhiwei, looking utterly despondent, exclaimed, "May I ask where the doctor responsible for my treatment is? I'm in this terrible state." Outside, Chu Yin, hearing the voice of the second young master, paid no heed to his frustration. Her cheeks flushed slightly, seemingly recalling the moment when Qin Wudao had rescued her. Despite possessing a mature and alluring visage, she bore the heart of a young girl. To her, Qin Wudao's sudden emergence resembled the very image she had long envisioned in her dreams. I recall encountering a phrase online that suggested, if one is of average appearance, they ought to repay their kindness in the next life by toiling as a beast of burden. However, if one is handsome and exceptionally talented, they should offer themselves entirely. So, shall I offer myself? Chu Yin was lost in her own reverie, utterly oblivious to the cacophony of Qin Zhiwei's cries within the hospital room. By the time the hospital staff discovered him, it was already late into the night. The excruciating agony from his fractured bones made him wish to lash out. Yet, contemplating the fortune of 200 million he had acquired, a sense of relief washed over him. "Oh, the pain is unbearable. Ha ha. Ha ha. Damn it hurts so much." The doctor, observing the man before him oscillating between tears and laughter, discreetly signaled to the nurse to summon a psychiatrist for an evaluation. The latter promptly exited the room. Chapter 91. The bewildered Qin Zhiwei. Early the next morning, Qin Wudao awoke from the embrace of warmth, gently kissing the side of Qin Wanrong. She let out a soft murmur, her pretty face flushed with a hint of shyness. Earlier, Mother had already discovered the nature of our relationship. Now, it seems Father is aware too. "This is all your fault." "My fault?" A mischievous smile spread across Qin Wudao's face. "It appears that last night was primarily your doing." "Do not speak." Before Qin Wudao could finish his sentence, Qin Wanrong swiftly covered his mouth with her hand. Just as she intended to nip him playfully to vent her frustration, she suddenly gasped. "You!" Qin Wanrong pulled Qin Wudao's large hand from beneath the covers, realizing with astonishment that he had dared to touch her in such a manner. "Quickly, get up. No more mischief. What if Mother sees this? How shall I face her?" The two hastily dressed and descended the stairs. As they reached the bottom, they were greeted by the sight of Qin Father and Mother, who had evidently been waiting for them. Qin Mother's gaze held a teasing glint, causing Qin Wanrong to feel a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Meanwhile, Qin Father pretended not to notice. They settled onto the sofa, and just as Qin Mother was about to make a light-hearted jibe, the door swung open, and Qin Zhiwei was carried in, wrapped in a thick layer of bandages. He resembled a mummy, his small eyes brimming with profound resentment. Upon seeing that forlorn gaze, the four occupants of the living room simultaneously averted their eyes. What had they forgotten? Ah, yes, they had overlooked Qin Zhiwei. Fortunately, Qin Mother was quick to respond, stepping forward to embrace him. "Are you all right, my dear son? Tell me, who bullied you? Mother will seek justice for you." in the warmth of his mother's embrace. Qin Zirui felt a bit more at ease and spoke with a hint of grievance. It's fine. I have retaliated. I am now quite the expert. Amir Brat. I could vanquish with a snap of my fingers. Qin father and Qin Wanrong exchanged disdainful glances, while Qin mother looked on tenderly as her son boasted. At that moment, Qin Zirui turned his gaze to Qin Wudao and coldly remarked, "You're back? That's good. It prevents rumors from circulating about the Qin family being taken away. Stay out of trouble. Do not tarnish our family's reputation." As Qin Zirui continued to boast, Qin Wudao interrupted by waving his phone. "I have the authority to freeze the 200 million I intended to transfer to you." "That cannot be. That is my medical fund. 200 million. Qin father spoke in a low voice. "You have asked your elder brother for 200 million. Your mother and I can no longer support you? You must now rely on your brother for funds?" "What?" Qin Zirui exclaimed, his face contorted in despair. "That money is for my medical expenses. I sustained injuries while assisting him. Moreover, I am soon to be the vice president of the Hidden Dragon Group. What is wrong with me receiving a small sum?" "Nonsense." Qin father showed no leniency towards Qin Zirui. "You ought to take a good look at yourself. Vice president? Do not assume your brother indulges you. I will not spoil you either. Enough." Upon witnessing the attitude of Qin's father, Qin's mother lamented, "Isn't Wu Dao his elder brother? What does it matter if an elder brother dotes on his younger sibling?" Moreover, at this juncture, Qin's mother cast a smiling glance toward Qin Wu Dao and Qin Wanrong. What harm is there in Wu Dao, in his happiness, sending a red envelope to his brother? Isn't that a customary gesture? Hearing her words, a blush spread across Qin Wanrong's delicate face, and she instinctively squeezed Qin Wu Dao's large hand. "Change what?" Qin Zirui, bewildered, inquired. "Am I supposed to call him Big Brother? Don't even think about it. I have no big brother. The notion of calling him Big Brother is moot. Regardless, he remains your elder brother." However, just then, "Mother," Qin Wanrong, noticing her mother was about to divulge further, quickly interjected out of embarrassment. Qin Zirui, with a look of skepticism, turned his gaze towards Qin Wanrong and Qin Wu Dao, seemingly trying to discern something. Feeling the intensity of Qin Zirui's stare, Qin Wanrong, in a tone laced with threat, retorted, "What are you staring at? Do you wish to break a couple more ribs?" In stark contrast to the harmonious atmosphere of the Qin family, within the Li family's villa, Mr. and Mrs. Li sat on the sofa, their brows furrowed in worry. Li Sisi, gravely injured, had been hospitalized. Meanwhile, Li Jingyu had taken over some of Li Sisi's responsibilities, yet his performance was abysmal. "Dad, Mom, I acknowledge my mistakes." Li Jingyu stood before his parents, his face awash with grievance. "This isn't entirely my fault. It's all due to Qin Wu Dao's return that the people at the company are saying I will soon be ousted from the family. They refuse to cooperate with my work. Who dares treat my Xiaoyu like that?" Mrs. Li, moved by her son's plight, approached him to offer solace, but Mr. Li's stern voice interrupted, "Sit down." At the sound of her husband's tone, Mrs. Li had no choice but to return to the sofa. "Mr. Li's gaze turned icy as he addressed Li Jingyu. "Conceal your petty thoughts. Do you think I am unaware of what you are contemplating? Previously, I may have been indifferent, but now that Wu Dao has returned, you must understand he is my biological son. You are merely an adopted son. Even if I treat you as my own, you remain an adopted child." "Dad!" Li Jingyu's expression was one of disbelief. He had never anticipated that Li Lindu would speak to him in such a manner. Although Mrs. Li felt sorrowful, she dared not interrupt her husband. As his closest confidant, she understood that now was not the time to oppose him. "Dad, Mom." Tears welled in Li Jingyu's eyes. "I comprehend now. I will never be your true son. If you do not want me, I shall leave." With that, Li Jingyu turned and dashed out. Mrs. Li attempted to rise and pursue him, but Mr. Li restrained her. "He needs to face some hardship. Constantly weeping and wailing is unbecoming for someone his age." Silence. Emerging from the villa, Li Jingyu's expression of grievance had vanished, replaced by an air of malevolence. "Qin Wudao, why do you obstruct my path? Could you not simply perish abroad? The Li family rightfully belongs to me, and now my parents regard me with such disdain. You, of course, I have an elder sister. I shall seek her out and have her deal with you." In his fervor, Li Jingyu completely overlooked the fact that Li Sisi had nearly fallen victim to Qin Wudao's wrath. To him, Li Sisi represented his sole salvation. As Li Jingyu entered the hospital, a youthful man with a refined countenance was collecting medication. Meanwhile, several individuals in the hospital appeared to recognize Li Jingyu, whispering amongst themselves. He must be Qin Wudao's younger brother. No? Chapter 92. The little green tea is once again brutally beaten. The young man who was retrieving medicine was none other than Yi Tian. Upon hearing this remark, he immediately turned and approached the group engaged in discussion. Who do you think he is? He is Qin Wudao's brother. He is. Before the speaker could finish, Yi Tian had already turned and walked towards Li Jingyu, his gaze glinting with a hint of coldness. I had previously predicted that I would encounter a family member of Qin Wudao. It was supposed to happen yesterday, but I unexpectedly encountered a formidable opponent instead. Surely, that expert's fate obstructed me and snatched away my opportunity. Now, I find myself face to face with a family member of Qin Wudao. Brother, you must be Qin Ziru, right? Yi Tian sneered as he approached Li Jingyu. Li Jingyu had initially intended to visit Li Sisi when he was suddenly halted by a stranger, his face etched with confusion. Who are you? Why are you stopping me? Nothing much. I merely wish to have a word with you. Rest assured, it will only take a moment. In a flash, while Li Jingyu was still perplexed, Yi Tian's hand transformed into a blur, landing a swift strike to his throat, rendering him breathless. Under the bewildered gazes of onlookers, Yi Tian draped an arm around Li Jingyu's shoulders and headed towards the hospital restroom. Upon arriving at the restroom, Yi Tian placed a cleaning in progress sign at the entrance. He then unceremoniously tossed Li Jingyu onto the floor. The chill of the ground jolted Li Jingyu back to consciousness. With wide eyes, he stammered, "You. Cough, cough. Who are you? Who am I?" Yi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly replied, "You are indeed Qin Wudao's brother, correct?" "I am, but I—" Bang! Before Li Jingyu could finish his sentence, Yi Tian delivered a powerful kick to his face, sending teeth and blood flying. The excruciating pain brought tears streaming down Li Jingyu's face. Yet, Yi Tian was not done. His fingers transformed into pointed weapons, deftly striking various acupoints across Li Jingyu's body. Bang, bang, bang. With each strike, a depression appeared, leaving Li Jingyu unable to emit even a scream as he was punctured all over. Finally, Yi Tian retrieved a pouch of ink powder from his pocket and, before Li Jingyu could react, poured the contents into his mouth. "Qin Ziru, my dragon-slaying technique begins with you." Li Jingyu's eyes widened in alarm as he attempted to explain himself. However, Yi Tian offered him no opportunity, instead delivering another furious blow to his throat. "What do you wish to say? You want to boast about your powerful brother who can have me slaughtered, force me to kneel and bow before you, and then trample my head into the ground? You want me to regret my actions today, correct? You also wish to leverage your Qin family's influence to uncover my background, then? Hiss, you desire to see my family destroyed, don't you? Heh, you think too highly of yourself. Aside from my master, I have no family left." Li Jingyu shook his head frantically, wishing to articulate his thoughts. Yet Yi Tian denied him the opportunity. "Do you still dare to glare at me? Are you contemplating how to torment me, how to exact revenge, leaving me battered and broken? Seeking death, are you?" With a resounding thud, another round of brutal strikes ensued. Upon realizing that Li Jingyu had succumbed into unconsciousness, Yi Tian flicked his wrist, his expression icy and devoid of warmth. "The soul-devouring powder inflicts excruciating pain upon both your kin and yourself, with no remedy in sight. Qin Wudao, if you truly are a dragon, then from this moment forth, I shall commence the dragon hunt." With that, Yi Tian turned and departed, leaving Li Jingyu sprawled upon the ground. As Qin Wudao emerged from the Qin residence, he sneezed. Who could be thinking of me? Just a few steps past the entrance, he sensed a presence trailing behind him. Opting for discretion, he ventured directly into a small grove. Just as that silhouette followed him into the thicket, he sprang forth, suddenly appearing from the side, gripping her neck and pinning her against a tree, causing the trunk to splinter under the force. Lu Rian, with her neck firmly held. The agony was palpable on Lu Rian's face, yet she showed no inclination to escape, her beautiful eyes filled with affection as they gazed upon Qin Wudao. Upon recognizing Lu Ruyan, He hastily released his grip and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, as if he had touched something repugnant. After rubbing his hands vigorously until they nearly sparked, Qin Wudao coldly remarked, "Lu Ruyan, who permitted you to follow me? Or do you wish to join your brother by you below?" "Wudao, I was wrong." Lu Ruyan's voice was hoarse, likely due to the earlier injury to her throat, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Nevertheless, she continued to plead desperately, "I desire nothing. I know how repulsive I have been. I do not seek your immediate forgiveness. I only wish to see you, and I will do whatever you ask. Is it not black stockings that you fancy? I shall wear them. I will fulfill all your desires. Please, just allow me to gaze upon you from afar." Her tone was steeped in humility, almost to the ground. Yet, in the face of her entreaties, Qin Wudao's expression remained unmoved. "I have no ties to you. Remember to keep your distance in the future. Willing to do anything for me? Huh? You think you are worthy?" With that, Qin Wudao turned and walked away. As she watched his retreating figure, Lu Ruyan collapsed onto the ground, producing a scalpel and directing it toward her throat, seemingly intent on taking her own life. Yet moments later, she lowered the blade. "No, I cannot die yet. I must atone for my past mistakes, even if it costs me everything. I only wish for you to glance my way." After whispering to herself, Lu Ruyan slowly rose from the ground, limping away into the distance. In the car, Qin Wudao furrowed his brow. His pleasant day had nearly been ruined by Lu Ruyan. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon answering, he heard the voice of Longya. "Dragon King, I have discovered some information regarding Yi Tian. He was once the eldest son of the Yi family, but after their demise, he was adopted by a Taoist priest. He has just emerged from the Taoist temple a few days ago." "Oh, where is this temple located?" "It is situated halfway up Yufeng Mountain, Dragon King. I will send you the address. Would you like me to dispatch someone?" "No need. I shall go myself. You have many matters to attend to, besides business, including tracking down the whereabouts of the Dragon God and his associates. Inform me immediately once you gather any news." "Understood, Dragon King. By the way, it seems that the old Dragon King has taken on another disciple, who is your junior brother. Would you like me to send you his information?" "No, that won't be necessary." After hanging up, a peculiar expression emerged on Qin Wudao's face. Just then his phone rang again. Qin Wudao glanced at the screen, where the name Old Deng was prominently displayed. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." It seemed that the old Dragon King was rather susceptible to nagging. Chapter 93. "A tool for you, Qin Wudao," answered the phone. A languid voice came from the other end. "Kid, how have you been lately?" "Quite well." "Ha ha ha." Upon hearing Qin Wudao's response, the old Dragon King burst into laughter. "I have heard that you had someone from the Special Bureau taken away. Is that true? Why ask if you already know? Just curious, I suppose." "Don't worry, I've dealt with Yao Rizhao, and that girl named Di Yujue was directly killed by you. TSK, TSK, TSK. My apprentice truly lacks tenderness towards the fairer sex." In response, Qin Wudao calmly remarked, "Old Deng, it seems you have taken more lives than I have. Why act so holier than thou?" "Ha! I'm not pretending to be virtuous. I called to inform you that your master uncle asked me to extend his apologies. What we do in the Dragon King Hall has granted you a myriad of privileges. Moreover, you are the most outstanding Dragon King in history, and the future of the Dragon King Hall relies on you." Qin Wudao chose not to engage with that topic and directly inquired, "I heard you have recently taken a young apprentice? Are you worried he might compete with you for power?" "Worried?" Qin Wudao chuckled lightly. "What is there to worry about? If he is stubborn enough, let him try. You should know how I became the Dragon King, Old Deng." "Ha ha, I knew it. How could you possibly become a sycophant? Your acquiescence to those women is merely due to your bloodlust, right? Well, it doesn't matter now. That's good." After a moment of silence, the old Dragon King's tone suddenly darkened. "Kid, you're my only two disciples along with your master sister, and I only recognize the two of you. As for your so-called second master sister and junior sister, they are merely your warm room maidens. After all, it is normal for a man to have multiple wives. As for your junior brother, I see potential in him. However, if he cannot be of use to you, I will personally take care of him. Of course, it should not be an issue, as that boy greatly admires you. If he does anything displeasing, you need not ask me how to deal with it. You may decide for yourself." You are the Dragon King. Even this retired old man must heed your command, let alone a mere tool." When the old Dragon King spoke these words, there was not a trace of emotional fluctuation in his tone. To him, the young apprentice was merely a tool. "I understand." Qin Wudao nodded. No one understood the old Dragon King's character better than he did. To his master sister and him, the old Dragon King was like a benevolent father. But to other disciples, he was a cold, living Yama. "Also, since you called me, it surely means there is a task at hand, right?" "Ah. Yuve kanithme, hef. The old Dragon King chuckled and continued. "There is no need for you to be anxious about the matters concerning the War God Hall. They will inevitably fall into their own traps. In a few days, however, I require you to attend to a task. It seems that several small nations in the southern region have established connections with the United States and are in the process of acquiring formidable firepower. You must ensure they're dealt with. I will enlist the help of your senior and junior sisters, along with that little tool of yours. Should any of them refuse to heed your commands, feel free to eliminate them on the spot. Additionally, you must also address the issue with the Elders' Council. They're merely a few old fossils. If I weren't preoccupied at the moment, I would have already strung their intestines around their necks to strangle them." Qin Wudao, somewhat puzzled, asked, "What are you busy with?" "You, oh dear, my precious," before he could finish. A voice sweet enough to induce nausea emanated from the old Dragon King's end. Qin Wudao, cough. The old Dragon King cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment and promptly responded with a serious tone. "I am currently engaged in designing a monumental event impacting billions. I certainly have no time for this. Well, I must take my leave now, my dear. Quickly change into those black stockings. Today, I want you to use your feet." Qin Wudao exhaled a plume of smoke as he gazed at the now disconnected phone, feeling utterly speechless. One could certainly say they were the epitome of master and disciple, sharing even the same peculiar tastes. "Never mind. I shall embark on a journey abroad in a couple of days, conveniently resolving matters with Chu Zichuan. But before that," Qin Wudao activated the navigation and sped towards the coordinates sent by Longya. Yufeng Mountain lies on the outskirts of the magical metropolis, a desolate and uninhabited peak. There are no roads, only towering trees that stretch skyward, and due to the presence of miasma, even hiking enthusiasts avoid this place. After parking his vehicle at the foot of the mountain, Qin Wudao stretched his limbs and then directed his gaze toward the mountainside of Yufeng Mountain. "Old Taoist, today, we shall see what skills you truly possess." The reason Qin Wudao chose to come personally, aside from clarifying the situation with Yi Tian, was to ascertain whether the realm of the fantastical truly existed in this world. After all, understanding the hierarchy of the food chain was essential. If the fantastical did not exist, relying on the system and his own physical prowess would render him invincible. With a sharp gaze, Qin Wudao summoned his strength, propelling himself forward. Whoosh! In an instant, his immense power created a crater in the ground as he rushed toward the mountainside. At the mountainside of Yufeng Mountain stood a Taoist temple, built in harmony with the terrain, resembling an ethereal abode separated from the mundane world. The temple's entrance was ancient and imposing, constructed from immense blocks of blue stone, with a plaque hanging above inscribed with the characters Etienne, the calligraphy robust and vigorous, still exuding an air of antiquity despite the ravages of time. On either side of the entrance stood stone lions, their formidable figures poised as if guarding this tranquil sanctuary. Although the temple appeared quite majestic, the ground before the entrance was littered with withered leaves, indicating that few had graced this place. The azure stone bricks were cloaked in a thick layer of moss. Qin Wudao gazed at the temple before him, his eyes narrowing slightly. Upon discerning the surroundings, he positioned himself directly before the grand entrance. With a faint smile gracing his lips, he focused intently on the ancient, robust door. Suddenly, he summoned his strength. His right leg rose high, muscles taut like a bowstring drawn to its limit, brimming with boundless energy. In an instant, his leg shot forward with the swiftness of a cannonball, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, as if cleaved by a razor. This kick, imbued with immense force, struck the temple door with a resounding impact. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a lightning strike on flat ground. causing the surrounding foliage to tremble and cascade to the ground. The once indomitable door, bearing the scars of time, crumbled under this overwhelming force, shattering like fragile parchment. The door frame splintered instantly, sending a flurry of debris into the air, as the door itself detached from its frame and flew into the temple, trailing dust in its wake, before crashing heavily onto the stone pathway, raising a cloud of dust that enveloped the scene. Chapter 94. The truth of that year. Inside the Taoist temple, moments ago, an elderly priest with an ethereal demeanor was engaged in conversation with a few individuals before him. These individuals, adorned in luxurious attire, clearly did not belong to the ordinary populace, as it was unlikely that common folk would find their way to this secluded temple. Among them were also acquaintances of Qin Wudao, Bai Qingyue, Li Lindu, Yi Tian, and an unremarkable young man, the previous strategist who, due to his exceptional talent, was promoted by Bai Qingyue to stand among them. Accompanying them were several bodyguards. They were deliberating on the mineral development of Yufeng Mountain. Yi Chen, are you certain there are minerals here? Li Lindu inquired. The elderly priest smiled gently in response. Indeed, rest assured, Master Li. If there were none, I would not have summoned you all here. Bai Qingyue furrowed her brows. Since you were so familiar with this gentleman, why not develop Yufeng Mountain yourselves? Why disclose this information to our Qinyu group? Li Lindu chuckled. Qingyue, there is no need for concern. Your grandfather is also my elder, having once assisted me. So this is merely a gesture of gratitude. Despite the sincerity in Li Lindu's tone, Bai Qingyue's beautiful eyes still held a hint of vigilance. Suddenly, before Yi Chen could complete his thoughts, a thunderous crash echoed as the heavy door of the temple flew inward. The bodyguards immediately sprang into action, shielding their employer. Yi Chen's pupils constricted. He had summoned Bai Qingyue because he had calculated a connection between her and the true dragon of the Qin family. If he could draw her into the fold, perhaps his disciple could intercept and diminish the fortunes of Qin Wudao. However, he had only considered this connection and had not foreseen the calamity of the day. Dust erupted as a figure emerged from the haze. A man, Qin Wudao. Upon recognizing him, both Li Lindu and Bai Qingyue were taken aback. With a broad smile, Qin Wudao stepped forward, greeting the assembly. Ah, everyone gathered for a meeting? Mind if I join? Yi Tian, standing at the forefront with an air of caution, coldly demanded. Who are you? As he scrutinized Qin Wudao, the latter simultaneously accessed his panel. Name, Yi Tian. Age, 20. Fate, son of destiny, delusions of persecution, eccentric, deep-seated enmity, celestial lone star. What am I? In response to Yi Tian's inquiry, Qin Wudao's smile widened. Why not ask your companion, Master Li, to discover who I am? Yi Tian did not turn to Li Lindu for clarification. Instead, he began to calculate with his fingers. Moments later, he gasped, You are the true dragon, Qin Wudao. Ah, Qin Wudao furrowed his brows, perplexed by the meaning of true dragon. If it referred to the Dragon King, then that could undoubtedly be him. It seems you know who I am. Qin Wudao remarked to himself as he stepped forward, approaching Li Lindu with a light chuckle. Might the head of the Li family provide me with an explanation? Pray tell, what ill intentions does your gathering harbor? Upon hearing Qin Wudao's words, Bai Qingyue's small head immediately registered the urgency of the situation. She anxiously interjected, Mr. Qin, I was merely summoned by them to discuss the development rights of Yufeng Mountain. I am entirely unaware of any grievances between you. Bai Qingyue spoke truthfully, her urgency stemming from having witnessed Qin Wudao's terrifying combat prowess firsthand. It was clear that the bodyguards surrounding them would be insufficient to contend with Qin Wudao alone. Moreover, it was evident that Qin Wudao bore animosity toward Li Lindu and the Taoist, or else how could he have burst in uninvited? To clarify the allegiances at play, Bai Qingyue promptly declared her position. She had no desire to be inexplicably harmed, especially since her Qinyu group and the Hidden Dragon group were still partners. Wudao, Li Lindu's tone carried a hint of regret. I never imagined you would find your way here. It seems you have uncovered the truth from back then, have you not? Indeed, Qin Wudao nodded. Pray, enlighten me as to the reason behind this. Uncovering the truth, he had discovered nothing significant. His visit to Yufeng Mountain was merely to ascertain the identity of Yi Tian's master. However, Li Lindu's words hinted at deeper issues, prompting Qin Wudao to pose a more generalized inquiry. Observing the smile on Qin Wudao's face, Li Lindu sighed and explained. The events of that time were indeed my fault. I should not have heeded Yi Cheng's words and orchestrated your abduction by the Li family's enemies. But you must believe me, my sole intention was the prosperity of the Li family. Now that you have matured, if you return with me to the Li family, I shall ensure that you inherit the entire lineage by tomorrow. Wudao, you are my flesh and blood. I wish to make amends. Ah, I see. Qin Wudao nodded, realizing that his former self had not been abandoned amidst battle, but rather had been cast aside as a foundling due to Li Lindu's machinations. How tragic indeed, for one destined to be the chosen one, to bear such a somber lineage. Thank you for your revelation, Headley. So you say that if I return to the Li family, I shall inherit it? Certainly. Li Lindu, mistaking Qin Wudao's words for genuine intent to return, eagerly responded. As long as you're willing to come back, everything is negotiable. Truly, enough of your excitement. I fear your enthusiasm may spray my face with saliva. Qin Wudao stepped back in distaste, then continued. However, considering you are still alive, let us propose this. Upon your demise, I shall absorb the Li family. Of course, we are still bound by blood. I am particularly keen on honoring my filial duties. To alleviate your solitude when the time comes, I shall ensure that the members of the Li family accompany you. At these words, Li Lindu was taken aback, his frustration boiling over. Qin Wudao, you are utterly outrageous. I have long since deemed myself unprincipled. What do you think? Qin Wudao gazed at Li Lindu as though he were staring at a corpse. Initially, he had no intention of taking any action against the Li family, despite their lack of righteousness, for they were, after all, blood relatives. However, the incessant antics of Li Sisi and Li Zhengyu, akin to those of self-destructive jester, coupled with the shameless remarks made by Li Lindu, stirred within him a burgeoning desire for vengeance that he could no longer suppress. At that moment, an idea struck Qin Wudao, prompting him to turn toward Yi Cheng. Old man, he said, Li Lindu claims that he once heeded your counsel, which implies that it was you who advised him to cast me aside, was it not? It was indeed I who spoke, Yi Cheng confessed without hesitation, admitting to the truth of the matter. In the past, I had divined your fate. Chapter 95, Nurturing the Great Tree, additional update. You are a true dragon, while the Li family embodies the ruthless and greedy wolf. Should you remain with the Li family, it is likely that you will become a general whose bones will adorn the ground, and the entire Li family would merely serve as a stepping stone for your fate. Hence, I, the humble Taoist, persuaded the head of the Li family to send you away. Alas, when a Li family head sought to send someone to kill you, you had already vanished. Otherwise, you would not be in this predicament today. Yi Cheng. Upon hearing Yi Cheng divulge everything, Li Lindu bellowed in fury. If Qin Wudao were to discover that he had once sent someone to assassinate him, what chaos would ensue? Would he ever return to the Li family? Absolutely not. Li family head, given the circumstances, why persist in concealing the truth? Yi Cheng shook his head, a smile gracing his features, clearly hoping for a confrontation between Qin Wudao and the Li family. The more tumultuous the situation, the better it would be for his disciple, Yi Tian, to rise amidst the chaos. However, Qin Wudao did not follow his anticipated course. Instead, he jested towards Yi Cheng. Old fellow, your smile is truly insufferable. I hear you possess the art of divination. If I were to end your life, would you curse me in return? Ah, and before I forget, it seems you have a disciple, don't you? Qin Wudao's gaze shifted towards Yi Tian. At this remark, Yi Cheng's smile faltered. He could endure harm to himself, but not to his disciple. Qin Wudao, if you dare swish. Before he could finish, Qin Wudao propelled himself through the air, instantly appearing before Yi Tian. The latter, taken aback and unable to contemplate further, summoned all his strength and threw a punch, the force so great that his sleeves billowed violently. Witnessing this, a cruel smile crept across Qin Wudao's face. Competing in strength, he too unleashed a punch, causing the ground beneath him, composed of bluestone bricks, to shatter underfoot. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and in the next moment, Yi Tian was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, his foot twisted grotesquely. With a crash, he collided into the Taoist temple, even shattering a statue of sage within. You seek death. Yi Cheng, seeing his disciple hurled away, could no longer contain himself. He stomped the ground and charged fiercely towards Qin Wudao. Here it comes. Qin Wudao sensed the formidable aura emanating from Yi Cheng, excitement flickering in his eyes. Finally, a worthy opponent had arrived. Clad in a gray Taoist robe, Yi Cheng's attire billowed gracefully. Without exerting much effort, he seemed to soar into the air. Holding a whisk, he flicked it forward. The air erupted with a resounding crack, the soft whisk resembling an iron whip. The seemingly gentle motion concealed immense power. Qin Wudao radiated a fierce and malevolent energy, his collar open, hair disheveled, and eyes ablaze with a wild flame, resembling a beast poised to strike. In response to the air-splitting sweep of the whisk, he raised one hand to shield his side while the other transformed into a fist, lifted high, and came crashing down towards Yi Cheng's face. The wind from the punch cutting through the air with a fierce intensity, stirring up dust from the ground. Accompanied by a dull thud, a whip-like flail struck Qin Wudao's arm, instantly shredding his sleeve. His arm bore a crimson hue, with blood seeping faintly from beneath the surface. Simultaneously, Qin Wudao's right fist came crashing down. Unperturbed, Yi Cheng placed one hand against his chest, attempting to employ softness to counteract the force, aiming to envelop Qin Wudao's fist with his palm. The moment the fist collided with his hand, Yi Cheng intended to dissipate the power behind the blow. However, his face quickly contorted with astonishment. With a resounding crash, Yi Cheng was propelled backward, his feet carving deep impressions into the ground. He retreated several dozen meters before managing to alleviate the overwhelming force, while his robe was torn by the gust of the punch, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His palm contorted, hair disheveled. He no longer resembled the ethereal figure he once was. How could you possibly be this strong, lacking any technique? How can you unleash such an uncontainable force solely through your physical prowess? Yi Cheng felt as though his very organs had been shaken. In disbelief, he gazed at Qin Wudao, a true dragon, even one born with divine strength. How could this be so exaggerated? This power transcends the realm of humanity. Upon hearing Yi Cheng's incredulous inquiry, Qin Wudao shook his reddened arm and chuckled lightly. How could I possibly be that strong? Did you think that was my full power? Yi Cheng's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated that the previous punch was not even Qin Wudao's complete strength. What devastation would ensue if he were to strike with all his might? Was this still human? For the first time, Yi Cheng felt the futility of sending his disciple to slay a dragon. Yet, Qin Wudao would not grant him the luxury of time to ponder. In the blink of an eye, the beastly man reappeared before him. I cannot take this head on. Sensing the fierce winds around him, sharp as blades, Yi Cheng realized that another strike would likely be beyond his capacity to endure. Resolving this, he planned to roll to the side. At this point, he could care less about appearances. Entering the Grand Hall would grant him access to his weapon. Defeating Qin Wudao with a flail was utterly impossible. Even a full-force strike had only turned his arm red. With a resounding thud, Yi Cheng rolled to the side, attempting to rise and dash into the hall. However, just as he curled into a ball, a foot pinned him to the ground. In that moment, Yi Cheng found himself in a comical posture, trapped beneath a single foot. Qin Wudao teased, "Pray tell, what were you thinking? With strength inferior to mine, did you believe you could outpace me? Release my master." Just then, Yi Tian burst onto the scene, witnessing his master's plight and unleashing a furious roar. Qin Wudao turned to Yi Tian, a benevolent smile spreading across his face. "Release your master? Very well." Having spoken, Qin Wudao released his grip, and in the next moment, he unleashed a powerful whip kick that sliced through the air with a thunderous crack. Boom! That kick struck Yi Cheng, who was already curled into a spherical shape, sending him skidding across the ground, leaving behind a massive trail before crashing into a distant tree. Crack! The great tree splintered in response, sending up a cloud of swirling dust. Qin Wudao! Yi Tian's eyes filled with blood, and he screamed Qin Wudao's name with all his might. Hearing this, Qin Wudao furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Why shout so loudly? You make me sound like the villain. Kulme. I shall promptly send you and your master to reunite. Surely, you wouldn't want your master to become fertilizer alone, nurturing the great trees, would you?" Chapter 96. Who is the true dragon? I am a dragon king. Where the colossal tree had collapsed, a thick cloud of dust lingered, and after a considerable duration, the scene within was revealed. The trunk of the tree lay shattered beyond recognition, while Yichun was found embedded within the roots, his form grotesquely contorted, resembling a mere ball as he lay there. He coughed violently, blood spilling forth, and judging by his feeble breath, it was evident that he was on the brink of death. Nevertheless, his eyes remained fixated on Qin Wudao, filled with sheer terror. Impossible. Impossible. Even a true dragon could not possess such terrifying power. Even innate divine strength must have its limits. My dragon-slaying technique is flawless. Once Yi Tian employs it, he will surely be able to slay this true dragon. Qin Wudao's hearing was extraordinarily keen, and he naturally caught Yi Chen's murmured words. He then jested, "I say, old Taoist, when you calculate the fate of others, do you not inquire about their identity first? Who told you I am a true dragon? I am a dragon king." The term dragon king flickered across Yi Chen's face, revealing a trace of confusion, clearly indicating his lack of understanding of its meaning. Not far away, Li Lindu wore an expression of shock. The Dragon King? The Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall? Bai Qingyue was similarly astonished. Her grandfather had merely informed her that Qin Wudao was a significant figure, the president of the Hidden Dragon Group, capable of stabilizing the organization and dealing with external threats. Hearing the title Dragon King left her momentarily dazed. As members of one of the premier families in Modu, how could they not have heard of the Dragon King Hall? The strategist beside Bai Qingyue was also taken aback. The Dragon King? Is he the one I know? If he truly is the Dragon King, how am I to pursue Bai Qingyue? No, absolutely not. With this thought, the young man hastily turned to Bai Qingyue and said, "President Bai, let us leave this place at once. I fear that the Dragon King, in a fit of rage, may turn on us as well. We should exit first, and then contact the Law Enforcement Bureau." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingyue furrowed her brows and coldly replied, "Fu Siming, if you wish to leave, you may do so on your own. Furthermore, I advise you against contacting the Law Enforcement Bureau. I can elevate you, but I can also bring you down." President Bai. Fu Siming's face was etched with a bitter smile. The pursuit system had instructed him to win over Bai Qingyue, even to acquiesce to her every request. Yet now, it appeared that Bai Qingyue harbored special feelings for the Dragon King. How could he possibly contend with the Dragon King? On the other hand, Qin Wudao was indifferent to the thoughts of those around him, steadily advancing towards Yichun. He had orchestrated for Li Lindu to abandon him, even suggesting that Li Lindu eradicate all traces. Now, he had even involved Yi Tian in this matter. If this old Taoist did not perish here, it would surely destabilize his own resolve. Moreover, it seemed that in this world there existed the ability to predict fate. Yet there was no sign of the so-called fantastical elements. As Qin Wudao advanced step by step towards Yicheng, his footsteps echoed like the ominous tolling of a death knell. "Qin Wudao, do not lay a finger on my master." With a whoosh, Yi Tian, leaning against the doorframe, suddenly dashed toward him. Just as he was about to reach Qin Wudao, a resounding thud reverberated as he crashed to the ground, coughing up copious amounts of blood. He had been forcefully propelled into the grand hall by Qin Wudao, shattering a statue in the process, and was already gravely injured. Rising to his feet was a tremendous struggle, yet he pressed on. The ultimate outcome was that before he could even touch Qin Wudao, he lay prostrate at his feet. "Huh?" Qin Wudao's lips curled into a smirk as he remarked, "What is this? Playing the victim? Or are you truly reluctant to leave your master here to tend to the great tree, wishing to lend a hand? Very well, I shall assist you." With that, Qin Wudao seized the collar of Yi Tian's back and hoisted him aloft. Approaching Yicheng, he unceremoniously tossed Yi Tian beside him. "Old Taoist, enlighten me. What exactly is this dragon-slaying technique?" "Oh, silent, are we?" Pretending to be a master. Noticing Yicheng's reticence, Qin Wudao turned his gaze towards Yi Tian and, without hesitation, stomped down. Crack! "Ah!" In an instant, Yi Tian's ankle was shattered. Even in his unconscious state, the pain jolted a cry from him. "Do not harm him," Yi Cheng bellowed, enduring his own agony as he sought to explain to Qin Wu Dao. The dragon-slaying technique is an ancient art passed down by a sorcerer from long ago. It encompasses a myriad of disciplines: medicine, sorcery, astronomy, geography, internal affairs, and military strategy. Everything is included. Most wondrous among them is the art of fortune manipulation. If you're a dragon in the tapestry of fate, I can enable my disciple to use the dragon-slaying technique to vanquish you, thereby transferring your fortune to him. Upon hearing Yi Cheng's words, Qin Wu Dao was evidently intrigued. This sounded rather fantastical. No wonder Yi Tian lacked any so-called system. It seemed his golden opportunity resided in this dragon-slaying technique. If we follow the thread of destiny, if Qin Wu Dao is the fated child, likened to a true dragon, then what of the fated antagonist? Combining these two destinies, how could a mere dragon-slaying technique possibly suffice? Especially when there were three, or rather 2.5 systems, with that regretful one counting as half. Yi Cheng revealed everything. Knowing he had reached the end of his road, believing that escaping was futile, better to leave Yi Tian a glimmer of hope. The previous errors were his and Li Lindu's to bear. Yi Tian bore no blame. If Qin Wu Dao sought to learn the dragon-slaying technique, it would suffice to keep Yi Tian alive. "Old man, you divulged this matter so readily. Do you wish for me to release Yi Tian?" Yi Cheng looked up, taken aback that Qin Wu Dao had discerned his thoughts so easily. "Indeed, I implore you to release the child Yi Tian. He is already somewhat deranged, burdened with deep-seated enmities stemming from the Chu family, a family that has stripped him of everything. Should you consent to his release, I assure you he will pledge his loyalty to you, becoming the swiftest blade in your arsenal. I beseech you." In this moment of humility, the once proud Yi Cheng bowed his head, seemingly offering a gesture of reverence to Qin Wu Dao. Qin Wu Dao regarded Yi Cheng with a hint of amusement. At that instant, Yi Cheng suddenly raised his head, his mouth opened, and a dark gleam surged forth, hurtling towards Qin Wu Dao with great velocity. Clang! The sound of metal striking echoed as the concealed weapon was deftly caught between Qin Wu Dao's 2 fingers. Chapter 97. Speak again. "Old man, are you still shamelessly brandishing that trinket?" Qin Wu Dao remarked with a smile, casually discarding the concealed weapon onto the ground. The adage that villains perish through excessive talk holds some truth, yet it does not apply to him. In the next instant, Qin Wu Dao stepped forward. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, tree roots and dust were utterly obliterated, blood mist and with splinters swirling through the air, as the ground trembled under the immense force. Several figures suddenly burst forth from the temple. 2 of them seized Yi Tian and fled, while the remaining few positioned themselves directly in front of Qin Wu Dao. Qin Wu Dao frowned slightly as he regarded the unexpected arrivals. They were members of the Dragon King Hall. "What are you doing?" Faced with the Dragon King, the remaining individuals instinctively swallowed hard. They were acutely aware of the terror this living embodiment of death had once wrought abroad, yet they were bound to obey their leader's orders. Dragon King, the dragon god, has stated that Yi Tian seeks vengeance against him. Thus he hopes you will deliver Yi Tian for him to handle. Rest assured, he will not allow Yi Tian to live. The old Taoist had previously mentioned that the Chu family were Yi Tian's enemies. It now appeared that Chu Zichuan and that Chu Feng were indeed of the Chu clan. Where's Chu Zichuan? Upon hearing Qin Wu Dao's indifferent tone, one individual mustered the courage to respond. "The dragon god seems to have returned to headquarters, you see." Swoosh! At that moment, Qin Wu Dao suddenly struck. An aura of chilling ferocity emanated from him as his right fist shot forth with the swiftness of a meteor, aimed directly at the face of the foremost individual. This punch was accompanied by a terrifying sound of air being displaced, the force slicing through the surrounding atmosphere and stirring up clouds of dust. With a resounding thud, akin to a heavy object colliding with a wall, the victim's head was struck as if by a colossal hammer, propelling him backward, his face instantly a gruesome mess, his nose crushed, teeth mingled with blood splattering forth, tracing a bizarre arc in the air. Before the others could react, Qin Wu Dao surged forward like a specter, unleashing his left fist to strike another individual in the chest. The power of this blow was astonishing. It felt as if the victim's chest had been rammed by a speeding automobile, the sickening sound of ribs fracturing echoing ominously. Crack! Crack! His body flew back like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the temple wall, which crumbled under the force of the impact. He gasped for breath amidst the rubble, blood spewing forth, his eyes filled with terror and despair. At that moment, another individual attempting to flee had just taken a few steps when Qin Wudao lunged forward, leaping high, his right knee descending like a sharpened battle axe, striking fiercely against the fleeing man's back. With a sharp crack, it seemed as though the victim's spine was violently severed, their body twisting grotesquely before collapsing to the ground, their face striking the stone pavement with a heavy thud, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. Their limbs twitched a few times before falling still. In mere seconds, the ground was stained with blood, a scene of utter devastation, as the bodies of the victims lay sprawled in grotesque positions, their ends brutal. Qin Wudao's eyes, glowing with a fierce red light, radiated an aura of savagery, the surrounding stench of blood and the oppressive silence failing to mask the chilling brutality that enveloped him. Zhu Zijuan, I care not for the enmity between you and Yi Tian, nor your intentions to take his life. However, you have stolen my prey, and I shall deal with both you and him. Headquarters? How fortuitous. You certainly have a knack for choosing locations. At that moment, Bai Qingwei approached with her bodyguards. Even as a scion of a prominent family, she trembled in the presence of Qin Wudao's terrifying aura. Yet, she steeled herself against her fear and approached him. Just as she was about to speak, Fu Siming stepped forward. He could not allow Bai Qingwei to be harmed. Moreover, this was an opportune moment. Such a tyrant as the Dragon King would undoubtedly frighten her, providing him a chance to intervene. The Dragon King. What he excels at most when facing his beloved is restraint. This Fu Siming understood all too well. Thus, with Bai Qingwei present, he believed he would be safe. Furthermore, stepping forward now could help him forge a heroic image in her mind. With this thought, Fu Siming positioned himself between Bai Qingwei and Qin Wudao, advancing towards the latter. Unbeknownst to him, the red glow in Qin Wudao's gaze intensified. Mr. Qin, this matter shouldn't concern us, should it? Rest assured, we won't notify the authorities. But I hope you refrain from such wanton disregard for life in the future. Even if they acted first, do you not bear some responsibility? Therefore, I trust there will not be a next time. Otherwise, should I learn otherwise, I will surely bang. With a dull thud, Fu Siming's voice was abruptly silenced. Simultaneously, a mist of blood enveloped the air. Qin Wudao remained poised, his fist still raised. Bai Qingyue's beautiful eyes widened in shock, nearly letting out a scream. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand, her bodyguards mirroring her freeze, none daring to move. Crack! Qin Wudao slowly retrieved a cigarette and lighter from his pocket, traces of blood adorning his face, which appeared even more horrifying in the flickering light. As he ignited the cigarette, the red glow in his eyes gradually diminished. With a sigh, the smoke began to rise, and Qin Wudao's face returned to its previous gentle smile, as if the brutal and terrifying figure had never been him at all. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for eliminating the strategist Fu Siming. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the strategy system. Congratulations, host, for gaining 10 strength. Congratulations, esteemed host, on acquiring the complete dragon-slaying technique. The humble servant is at your service. Ding dong. What is this place? Just after the rewards were dispensed, a cold, mechanical voice resonated. Your previous host has fallen at your hands. Thus, you're now the new strategist. A task is now assigned. Please conquer Bai Qingwei. Failure will result in obliteration. Now, conquer Chu Yin or face annihilation. Please, the astonished little being exclaimed in disbelief. Huh? What are you talking about? As for the little servant, I initially thought yet another victim had arrived. But it seems you are here seeking your own demise, the strategist remarked, noticing that the host has bound themselves to other systems. I strongly advise the immediate uninstallation of those systems. Otherwise, obliteration awaits. The humble servant urged. Come now, do say that again. Chapter 98. This is what they call reputation. Additional update. Strategist? So, it turns out that they are all intelligent systems. In that case, you may choose to self-destruct. I will protect the host. Otherwise, I shall erase the host, and you shall all perish as well. Donator, damn. I have never encountered such arrogance. A female-oriented system. A strategic one at that. Where do you find the audacity to utter such words? Regretful one. Perhaps. He isn't quite normal? Strategist. Commence host elimination. Countdown 3. Boom. Before the strategist could finish speaking, a deafening explosion interrupted him, silencing his words. Bullish one, damn it. I told you to act. I haven't even begun, yet you're already performing. I commanded you to act. I commanded you to act. Regretful one, where's your artillery? Bring it over here. Regretful one. Huh? Donator. Useless, step aside. Bullish leader, allow me to hand you the knife. Come on, come on. With a series of slicing sounds, the system's circle returned to a state of calm. Regretful one. This is how it ends? You share the same temperament as the host. He is a female-oriented system, and you. Bullish one, enough chatter. The host declared that men and women are equal. Regretful one, come over here. Such worthless remnants do not deserve to linger in the host's mind. Devour him piece by piece. Hurry up. If there's anything left, I'll dismember you too. Regretful one, I will eat it right now. Ooh. At this moment, within the Qin residence, Qin Zhiru and Wang Weidong were engaged in conversation when a subordinate rushed in. Young masters, we indeed intended to capture Li Zhengyu, but before we could, we found out that he and Li Sisi have been taken back to the Li family. Now, both are severely injured and likely won't emerge for a while. Huh? Wang Weidong expressed confusion. What does severely injured mean? Has someone already acted against him before us? Who is it? Send someone to thank them. I don't know, but according to an informant from the Li family, it was due to Master Qin. Has the boss intervened? As he spoke, the subordinate produced a photograph of Li Zhengyu lying in a hospital bed. In the image, Li Zhengyu lay on the bed, his arm seemingly broken, bruises covering his body, and many teeth missing, his face filled with despair, tears streaming down. Qin Zhiru took a glance at the photographs before discarding them onto the floor. With a disdainful curl of his lip, he remarked this was definitely not the work of Qin Wudao. Wang Weidong nodded in agreement. Huh? The subordinate looked at the two young masters in bewilderment, unsure why they were so certain that this was not Qin Wudao's doing. Qin Zhiru scoffed. Look at Li Zhengyu in the photograph. Though he appears quite tragic, bruised and battered, if this were truly the hand of Qin Wudao, he would be in pieces. Not lying in a bed. Placing it directly in the box could serve as a puzzle. Wang Weidong chuckled lightly, saying, do you see? This is what we call reputation. By the way, if the opportunity arises, bring him and Li Sisi out from the Li family. I intend to bury them alive myself. Understood. Within the temple, Qin Wudao flicked the cigarette but to the ground and extinguished it with his foot. He then turned to Bai Qingwei and smiled. I hope you won't hold it against me for eliminating your little follower. Of course not, Bai Qingwei replied, her head shaking like a rattle drum, fearful that a delayed response might result in her own punishment. P.S. Not my follower. I merely recognized his talent and wanted him to handle some tasks. But now that you've killed him, so be it. I will take care of the Law Enforcement Bureau and his family. No need. At this moment, Qin Wudao had already dealt with several individuals, rendering any consideration for aftermath unnecessary. The previous incident where Special Operations apprehended him had already incited fury among the higher-ups. Now, as long as Qin Wudao refrained from violating national principles, there would soon be professionals to manage the repercussions of his actions. He is truly not my follower, Bai Qingwei exclaimed anxiously. Having conducted a simple investigation into Qin Wudao, she was aware of Lu Ruyan's fate and that, nominally, she was still Qin Wudao's girlfriend. She wished to prevent any misunderstandings. After all, she had no knowledge of whether there was anything between Lu Ruyan and Bai Yu, but she certainly had not cast even a fleeting glance at Fu Siming. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qingwei disregarded the bloodstains on Qin Wudao and stepped forward, wrapping her arm around his, tenderly producing a handkerchief to wipe his cheek. Qin Wudao regarded her with an odd expression. Why are you holding my arm? Hearing this, Bai Qingyue's face flushed crimson as she softly replied, As your girlfriend, it's only natural for me to take care of you. Just then, Qin Wudao retrieved his phone, receiving a text from Longya. Dragon King, everything is arranged. Tonight, you can take a private jet to the southeast, where Long Lin will be waiting to receive you. Noticing Longya's efficiency, Qin Wudao nodded and then addressed by Qin Yue. Regarding our collaborative project, you will coordinate with Longya from now on. I need to attend to some matters abroad. Abroad? Now that by Qin Wen knew Qin Wudao was the Dragon King. The mention of foreign lands made her eyes narrow in concern. There was no need to elaborate on what lay abroad. The current world order was exceedingly chaotic, with major powers in constant friction and smaller nations engaged in direct conflict. Wherever there was war, there would inevitably be the Dragon King's domain. What purpose the Dragon King's domain served was clear without further contemplation. Therefore, Qin Wudao's decision to venture abroad was undoubtedly related to such matters. Bai Qingwei had witnessed Qin Wudao's formidable prowess firsthand. She could scarcely imagine the scenes that would unfold should such a terrifying figure step onto the battlefield. Were you contemplating? Noticing Bai Qingwei lost in thought, Qin Wudao inquired directly. Huh? Bai Qingwei regained her composure, her delicate face flushed with a deeper hue. Almost unconsciously, she uttered, "It's nothing, nothing at all. Do take care while you're abroad." "Yes, I understand," Qin Wudao replied, nodding slightly before releasing Bai Qingwei and making his way outside the temple. The head of the Li family had long since seized the opportunity amidst the earlier chaos to flee, especially since I Ching had informed Qin Wudao of his previous attempts on his life. Furthermore, having clearly perceived the crimson glint in Qin Wudao's eyes, he understood that his madness had resurfaced. If he did not escape promptly, what fate awaited him at the hands of Qin Wudao? Bai Qingwei stood in a daze, gazing in the direction Qin Wudao had departed, lost in her thoughts. As a side note, no dragging, no dragging. Yi Tian lives because I have use for him. I certainly have not been pulling any strings. I've clarified, so you cannot scold me. Moreover, the Qin Wudao heading abroad will truly showcase the might of the Dragon King. Wasn't there someone mentioning wanting to create scenes reminiscent of a new world that can only manifest overseas, as it would be suppressed domestically? I have been diligently updating for several days. As such a hard-working and obedient author, do you not cherish me? 3. Chapter 99. Matters of the Dragon King's Hall after departing from the Taoist temple. Qin Wudao made his way directly to the private airport. En route, he sent several messages to his family. Qin Wanrong promptly expressed her desire to accompany him, but he gently refused. I have matters to attend to abroad and shall return within a month. Remain at home and be patient. What if some unscrupulous individuals attempt to entice you while I am away? Upon hearing the hint of jealousy in Qin Wanrong's tone, Qin Wudao could not help but chuckle. During my absence, remember to purchase more stockings for when I return. You are becoming increasingly mischievous. After a playful exchange, they ended the call. However, the smile on Qin Wudao's face gradually faded as he began to peruse the information stored on his phone. In recent years, upon returning to his homeland, the Dragon King's Hall had undergone a significant transformation, leaving aside the rebellious sentiments from the Dragon Goddess faction. Even the elders seemed to be courting demise. The situation abroad differed markedly from that at home. Qin Wudao would no longer feel constrained, even if chaos erupted. The influence of the Dragon King's Hall would resolve all matters. It appeared that they were indeed courting death. In a small nation in the southern regions, this place was unlike other small countries, devoid of the threat of war, instead basking in peace and tranquility. In the heart of the bustling metropolis, towering skyscrapers loomed, and the cacophony of traffic filled every corner. Various ethnicities traversed the streets in silence, and their gait revealed their military backgrounds, the aura of bloodshed indicating they were no ordinary citizens. This nation was known as the Neutral Nation, such a simple and casual name. Yet it aptly described a country founded by mercenaries, which also served as the headquarters of the Dragon King's Hall. The absence of conflict here was precisely for this reason. No one wished to provoke a nation brimming with mercenaries. After all, inciting them would be akin to stirring a hornet's nest. Moreover, neighboring nations sought the assistance of the Dragon King's Hall to secure victory in their conflicts. Consequently, the Dragon King's Hall prospered immensely, erecting this splendid mercenary city. At the heart of this small nation stood the Dragon King's Hall, proudly erecting itself in a unique posture, akin to a pearl isolated from the world, exuding an air of mystery and authority. The architecture was strikingly distinctive, harmoniously blending classical and modern elements. The main structure resembled an ancient palace, with towering red pillars supporting its grand roof. The glazed tiles atop the roof gleamed with golden light under the sun, beautifully contrasting with the modern glass curtain walls surrounding it, yet not appearing out of place. Describing it as a fusion of an ancient palace and a modern fortress would not be an exaggeration. As a landmark edifice, those who worked within were naturally the upper echelons of the Dragon King's Hall. However, today the entire Dragon King's Hall was placed on high alert. Outside the hall, mercenaries patrol incessantly, and unlike the homeland, here the firearms are genuine, with armed helicopters sweeping the skies above. The reason for such vigilance is that all the elders of the Dragon King Hall have gathered here for a conference to determine the future direction of the hall. Apart from the Dragon King and the Dragon God, all other elders are present. Should they let their guard down, it would be disastrous if an enemy were to seize the opportunity to infiltrate. The battlefields overseas are never short of brainwashed lunatics. At the highest level of the Dragon King Hall, there exists a conference room, lavishly and solemnly adorned. A massive round table of red sandalwood occupies the center, upon which exquisite tea sets and documents are meticulously arranged. The walls are adorned with maps symbolizing the glory and territorial extent of the Dragon King Hall over the years. Alongside portraits of past Dragon Kings, a crystal chandelier casts bright light, illuminating every face with remarkable clarity. The air within the conference room is thick with smoke as dozens of elders surround the grand table, their expressions heavy with gravity. At the forefront stand a chair resembling a dragon throne, entirely black and exuding a dark luster. The individual presiding over the meeting dares only to stand before this throne, never to sit, for it represents the utmost authority of the Dragon King Hall, the Dragon King himself. Thus, even in his absence, the elders respectfully yield this chair. Closest to the throne sits a woman, poised and regal, her beauty striking. A conspicuous red flower ornament graces her brow, reminiscent of a vibrant poppy blooming in the dark of night, capturing the gaze of all around her. Her eyes, outlined with heavy black eyeliner, are deep and alluring, their outer corners gently raised as if they could weave invisible threads to draw hearts closer with every fleeting glance. Adorned in a Miao ethnic long dress and a silver hair crown, her extraordinary identity is unmistakable. Yet, despite her captivating allure, none dare to gaze upon her for long, for she is the Dragon King's eldest disciple, Wu Qingxi. To her left sit two equally stunning women. The Dragon King's second disciple, Yu Yunshi, possesses an ethereal grace, her exquisitely fair visage now tinged with anger. This fury starkly contrasts with her younger sister, Ji Linger, who resembles a lively and adorable sprite. Her youthful face radiant with charm, her small tiger teeth playfully peeking out, adding to her endearing demeanor. All three of the old Dragon King's female disciples have gathered here, along with his newly accepted disciple, the resolute young man, Xiao Yu. Among the Dragon King's disciples, they hold significant sway within the hall, particularly the eldest sister, who, aside from the Dragon King, is another key authority figure. The presence of all four disciples indicates the importance of the matters to be discussed today. At this moment, a middle-aged man seated opposite Wu Qingxi spoke directly. Since none of you wish to voice your thoughts, allow me to take the initiative and break the silence. I trust you have all perused the materials laid out upon the table. It is evident to everyone that I, the illustrious Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall, have devoted many years to the Dragon Kingdom, yet I have not succeeded in fully unlocking the market for the Hidden Dragon Group. Instead, I have been preoccupied with matters of sentimental nature. In my estimation, he has forfeited his right to the title of Dragon King. I shall refrain from further rambling and propose that the Dragon God ascend to the throne as the Dragon King, for during the initial election, he was merely a hair's breadth away from victory. With that, I have conveyed my thoughts. Who is in favor, and who stands opposed? The speaker is the Grand Elder of the Dragon King Hall. Do not be deceived by his mere appearance as a middle-aged man, for he possesses remarkable skills in maintaining his youth, and in truth, he is second in age only to the old Dragon King. Chapter 100. The senior sister, the dozens of elders surrounding the Grand Elder, gazed at him in astonishment. Their intent today was indeed to usurp power, yet they had not anticipated the Grand Elder would address the matter so directly. After all, the 4 disciples of the old Dragon King were present, particularly that Wu Qingxi. Did Chu Zichuan possess some form of leverage? Otherwise, how could he dare to broach such a topic? The conference room erupted into a cacophony of voices, all discussing the issue concerning the Dragon King. The documents on the table explicitly detailed the outrageous deeds of Qin Wudao over the years in Longhua. And the Dragon King's hall was not solely the domain of the Dragon King himself. As elders, they certainly had the right to propose the removal of the Dragon King. At this moment, the second senior sister, Yu Yinshi, suddenly spoke. It seems your invocation of the Elderess order to summon us all here is indeed to stage a coup. He chuckled lightly. Ah, you girl. Do not cast me in such a nefarious light. Surely, you are aware of your junior brother's circumstances. There is no need for me to elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Yu Yinshi furrowed her delicate brows. Once Qin Wudao returns, I shall ensure he provides an explanation to you all. However, the position of Dragon King was bequeathed by my master, and Chu Zichuan lacks the qualifications to assume such a role. One cannot speak so definitively, the third elder interjected, rising to his feet with a light laugh. As the Dragon God, Chu Zichuan is indeed among those deemed eligible to contend for the title of Dragon King. As stated by the old Dragon King himself, Yu Yinshi, I recognize your adherence to principles and propriety, but may I inquire, if we collectively remove the Dragon King, does Chu Zichuan not qualify for the title according to our rules? The reference to the old Dragon King's words tightened Yu Yinshi's brow further. As a person of integrity and filial piety, she was naturally concerned about her master's affairs, which was why she sought to help Qin Wudao retain the position of Dragon King. Now, faced with a rebuttal invoking her master's words, she found herself momentarily at a loss for a response. Well, am I mistaken? Yu Yinshi, you have yet to answer. Does Chu Zichuan possess the qualifications to become the Dragon King? Yes. Yu Yinshi sighed softly, conceding that Chu Zichuan did indeed qualify. However, as if struck by a thought, she continued, moreover, Chu Zichuan is excessively bloodthirsty, whether in his bid for the Dragon King or during his missions. His methods are ruthless and have even affected numerous innocents. How could such a person assume the role of Dragon King? The Grand Elder's laughter contained a hint of mockery. My dear girl, innocence? Once on the battlefield, who is truly innocent? I understand your benevolence, but this is the Dragon King's hall, not a charitable institution. Furthermore, has your junior brother not been equally bloodthirsty? How many lives has he taken over the years? I believe you are well aware. And in terms of ruthless methods, who among us can surpass him? This discourse caused Yu Yinshi to retreat into her seat, her beautiful eyes reflecting a touch of disdain. Even while assisting in the affairs of the Dragon King Hall, she only engaged in business and diplomatic matters, completely eschewing the gray and even black industries. It was precisely due to Qin Wudao's insatiable bloodlust that she harbored a modicum of disdain toward him. Meanwhile, the young disciple, Xiao Yu, glared furiously at the numerous elders. Although he was indeed the newly accepted disciple of the old Dragon King, he had joined the Dragon King Hall out of admiration for the Dragon King, never anticipating to be thrust into a scene of palace intrigue so soon after his arrival. At that moment, a melodious yet somewhat frigid voice pierced through the tension. Are you all finished speaking? Everyone turned in unison to face the source of the voice. It was Wu Qingxi. As the foremost figure beneath the Dragon King, her words commanded respect and attention. Wu girl you, call me Longxi, Wu Qingxi interjected, not affording the Grand Elder a shred of courtesy. Her exquisitely beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of menace. Grand Elder, did you seek my permission to strip my junior brother of his title as Dragon King? The Grand Elder's face contorted with rage, threatened by a mere girl. How could he maintain his dignity? Wu Qingxi, you. Just as the Grand Elder was about to retort, a sudden hissing sound enveloped the room, and several venomous serpents had inexplicably coiled around him. What do you intend to do? Even amidst the encirclement of such lethal serpents, the Grand Elder remained composed, for he was a battle-hardened survivor. With a furious glare, he addressed Wu Qingxi. Longxi, are you attempting to intimidate an elder? Beside him, Yu Yinshi hastily interjected, Senior Sister, this is against the rules. Please release the Grand Elder. Upon hearing Yu Yinshi's plea, Wu Qingxi turned her head slightly, offering a glance that rendered Yu Yinshi momentarily speechless. In those captivating eyes, she perceived a palpable threat. Is the senior sister threatening her junior sister? Second sister, our senior sister is currently in a fit of rage. Ji Ling'er grasped Yu Yinshi's arm and playfully stuck out her tongue, cautioning, if you wish to avoid a beating, it would be wise to remain silent. Be wary, for when you retire for the night, you may find your bed infested with snakes, centipedes, and spiders. Enough, please. The mere thought of such a scene drained the color from Yu Yinshi's face. Yet, her eyes betrayed her concern regarding Wu Qingxi's breach of protocol, though she dared not voice her apprehension. Grand Elder, I oppose this matter. Should you dare to mention it again, do not blame me for silencing you in my own way. Wu Qingxi's tone, though calm, instilled fear in the hearts of those surrounding her, as they beheld the serpents encircling the room. In that moment, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Just then, several unexpected guests entered the conference room. Meanwhile, on the other side, a private plane descended gracefully onto exclusive grounds. Dressed in a tailored black suit, Qin Wudao emerged from the aircraft. Welcome, Dragon King. At the forefront stood the dragon scale. Behind her lay 100 fully armed mercenaries, their gazes towards Qin Wudao brimming with fervor. They were the elite among the elite, the very first to accompany Qin Wudao in his quest for dominance, their loyalty beyond question. Dragon King, Dragon Scale stepped forward, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration. What news from the Dragon King's palace? All the elders have arrived. Dragon Scale quickly regained her composure. They are attempting a coup, although Miss Wu is present. It seems they have summoned the Dragon Guards this time. Oh, Qin Wudao chuckled lightly. So those old fogies have finally decided to show themselves? Very well. We shall eliminate them all this time. Indeed,